Tianzong sect, Sun Moon Hall. Su Chen attempted to act indecently toward Fairy Qin of our sect. After deliberation by all the elders from this day forth, Su Chen shall be stripped of his position as Holy Sun, his cultivation abolished, and he shall be expelled from the sect. In the great hall, an elderly man in purple robes stood with his hands clasped behind his back, speaking coldly. Within the hall, many high-ranking figures of Tianzong sect and inner sect disciples stood divided into two sides, every gaze falling upon the young man at the center. The youth appeared to be about 18 with sword-like brows and starry eyes, his bearing extraordinary. Yet his face was deathly pale, a sickly hue. Clearly he suffered from a hidden long and healed ailment. The youth was named Su Chen, hailing from the Su family of Wuqing below the mountain. Owing to his extraordinary talent, he had caught the eye of Tianzong sect, and at 13 was accepted into the inner sect in defiance of convention. Su Chen did not disappoint the expectations of Tianzong sect. For 5 years he risked life and limb for the sect, contending for countless resources. With his help, Tianzong sect gradually grew within the Great Yin dynasty and became the foremost sect under its rule. However, a year ago at the sect's command, Su Chen entered the Forbidden Land known as the Great Ruins, seeking an elixir of life to save the gravely wounded second elder on the brink of death. There he was severely injured by the demonic creatures that lurked within the Great Ruins. As a result, his very foundation was damaged. From being Tianzong sect's foremost prodigy, he fell to become a good-for-nothing, despised by all. His status plummeted overnight. The elders of the sect, unmindful of past merits, now sought to strip him of the title of Holy Sun and drive him out of Tianzong sect. A fallen destitute cripple was deemed worse than a dog. Do you have anything to say, Su Chen? The purple-robed elder fixed his gaze upon Su Chen, his expression icy. His name was Qin Yan, the second elder of Tianzong sect. It was precisely for Qin Yan's sake that Su Chen had once risked his life to enter the Great Ruins and retrieve the elixir of life. Relying on that elixir, Qin Yan's injuries improved and his lifespan was extended. Yet now, when the entire sect sought to strip Su Chen of his Holy Sun title and cast him out, Qin Yan not only refused to speak a word in his defense, but instead chose to strike him while he was down. Even the rumor that Su Chen had tried to violate his granddaughter Qin Yue was secretly spread by this old man. His goal was to utterly ruin Su Chen's reputation so that it would be easier to annul the engagement. I have nothing to say. Su Chen's face was expressionless. He had completely lost all attachment to this sect. Once he left today, he and Tianzong sect would be severed forever. From then on, whether Tianzong sect flourished or perished had nothing to do with him. You may have nothing to say, but this old man still has something. Your attempt to act improperly toward Yue, I will let that matter pass. However, from this moment on, the marriage arrangement between you and Yue shall be void. I, Qin Yan, have no need for a future grandson-in-law who favors such despicable methods. I also hope that from now on you will no longer disturb my Yue. Qin Yan swept his gaze over Su Chen, his tone indifferent. Back when Su Chen had been Tianzong sect's foremost genius and Holy Sun, Qin Yan had greatly valued him and had even publicly bestowed a marriage. He had promised his granddaughter Qin Yu to Su Chen. Now that Su Chen had become a cripple, he no longer wished his granddaughter to have any connection with him. He feared that Su Chen would only become a burden to Qin Yu. Rest assured, there will be no more contact between Qin Yu and me. She is she and I am I. As for you, your life is one I saved. Sooner or later, I will come to reclaim that life. Su Chen's eyes swept coldly over Qin Yan. This upheaval had revealed a man's true face. In a way, it was misfortune turned to fortune. Otherwise, if he truly remained entangled with people like Qin Yu and Qin Yan, he would one day suffer an even greater calamity. Arrogant nonsense. Qin Yan snorted coldly and no longer paid Su Chen any mind. In his eyes, the youth's words were nothing more than a pathetic attempt to salvage a shred of dignity. Come, take him to the saint-slaying platform, sever his meridians, destroy his dantian, abolish his cultivation, and expel him from the sect at once. Qin Yan gave his order coldly, a vicious gleam in his eyes. There is no need to abolish his cultivation. He is already a cripple. A clear, chilly voice rang out. Following the sound, everyone turned to see a beautiful woman in a purple dress stepping gracefully into the Sun Moon Hall. Her brows were like distant willows, her eyes like shining stars. Her skin was crystal clear, fairer than frost and snow. Her waist was slender, easily encompassed in one arm. Her bearing was like an orchid blooming in a secluded valley, akin to an exiled immortal descending to the mortal world. One could only admire from afar, not dare to profane. She was Qin Yue, the saintess of Tianzong sect. In the days when Su Chen was in his prime and honored as the sect's holy son, the pair of them were widely spoken of throughout the Great Yin dynasty and hailed as a golden couple. Especially after news of their engagement spread across the land, it stirred the entire Great Yin dynasty. Many talented young men could only sigh in regret. Yet now, with Su Chen fallen into disgrace, he was no longer worthy of her. Within the hall, many male disciples of Tianzong sect burned with ardent gazes and open adoration as they beheld Saintess Qin Yu. Only Su Chen remained indifferent. He had once loved this woman, and for her sake had braved the great ruins to obtain the elixir of life for her grandfather Qin Yan. Yet after he was grievously wounded and reduced to ruin, what he received in return was only betrayal, targeting, and false accusations. As for Qin Yue, he had already given up on her. As grandfather said, "I can overlook your attempt to violate me. From this day on we are strangers to each other, and the engagement is hereby annulled." Qin Yu came to stand beside Su Chun, her voice utterly devoid of warmth. "And what face do you have to say such things? Attempt to violate her." Su Chun let out a derisive laugh. Had he not become a cripple, how would he have suffered such slander from his grandfather and granddaughter? "How dare you be disrespectful to the saintess Su Chun?" An inner sect disciple who admired Qin Yu shouted harshly within the hall. "Exactly. A mere piece of trash dares speak to the saintess like this. Who are you to say such things? Abolish him. We must abolish him. To think the saintess just spoke on his behalf. He truly doesn't know what's good for him." The great hall was soon filled with insults, ridicule, and mockery directed at Su Chun from all sides. "I know you are not reconciled in your heart. As for your rudeness toward me, I will not hold it against you." Qin Yu spoke in a light, detached tone. "Grow angry." In her eyes, he was already a cripple. To grow angry at him would only lower her own status. What need was there? Moreover, over these years he had struggled everywhere on her and her grandfather's behalf to secure vast amounts of cultivation resources, and it was only because he risked his life in the great ruins that her grandfather's life had been extended. Remembering this bit of kindness, Qin Yu could forgive Su Chin's so-called rudeness and would not pursue it. "Becoming a cripple is not entirely a bad thing for me," Su Chin said calmly, "for it has allowed me to see certain people's true faces. Just wait. The accounts between me and you, grandfather and granddaughter, are far from settled. One day when I return to Tianzong's sect, I will settle them properly with the two of you." Su Chun looked expressionlessly at Qin Yue, then at Qin Yin seated above. He let out a cold laugh, turned, and strode away. "We're just letting him go like this. Isn't that too cheap for him?" Qin Yin stepped to Qin Yu's side, his eyes following Su Chin's departing back. "He is merely a cripple. Why bother paying him any mind? Over the years, for my sake and grandfather's, he did do quite a few good deeds. Letting him go like this is also a way of repaying that favor. There is no need to make things difficult for him in the future." Qin Yu spoke lightly. "As you said, he is merely a cripple. Why bother paying him any mind? Even if this old man does nothing in this world where the weak are prey to the strong, that cripple will never live long." Qin Yin let out a cold laugh. "Since the matter is settled, you should return to your cultivation. Go. Given your talent, you are destined to rise to yet another level. In time, you can enter Shengxian Academy. The great Yin dynasty is after all a little too small to contain a phoenix such as you." Su Chun descended the mountain and left Tianzong. In an instant, the news swept across the entire Yin dynasty. There were those who sighed with emotion, those who lamented, and those who spat in contempt. They were countless. That once peerless prodigy now fell into desolation, which stirred a trace of regret in many hearts. In Wuqing of the Yin dynasty, a small city on the border with a permanent population of 1 million, this news caused quite a stir. Within the city, 3 great family factions held sway: the Zhang family, the Wu family, and the Su family. The 3 stood like a 3-legged cauldron, dividing among themselves the businesses of grain transport, smelting, and medicinal pills throughout Wuqing. Patriarch the young master has returned. Within the Su family, Su Zhan was discussing recent business matters in Wuqing with the elders and senior members of the clan. Outside the main hall, the old steward of the Su family strode in quickly and spoke respectfully. "Oh, quickly take me to him." Su Zhan's eyes lit up with joy as he hastily rose and walked out of the hall. Ever since Su Chun had gone to the imperial capital of the Yin dynasty and joined Tianzong, he had not returned to Wuqing for many years. Su Zhan had always deeply missed his son, especially since a few days ago news had come from the imperial capital. Su Chun had been expelled from Tianzong and driven out of the sect. Su Zhan had been constantly worried that his son might not be able to think things through. What is there to welcome about a piece of trash expelled from Tianzong? Exactly. He even harbored improper intentions toward the Tianzong saintess. The news has spread throughout the entire Yin dynasty, utterly disgracing our Su family. To think Su Chun is so thick-skinned. After making such a mess of himself outside, he still has the nerve to return to our Su family. Just as Su Zhan stepped out of the main hall, these derisive remarks drifted from behind him. From behind him came a chorus of disparaging comments from the clan elders and senior members. "Say that again." A furious shout exploded. A terrifying aura erupted from within Su Zhan's body with a thunderous boom. The overwhelming presence of a third-layer martial spirit expert instantly forced all the Su family elders and senior members into silence. Martial practitioners were divided into 9 realms: martial disciple, martial master, martial spirit, martial lord, martial king, martial emperor, martial sovereign, martial immortal, and the legendary martial god. Each realm was further divided into 9 minor levels. Su Zhan's cultivation was at the 3rd minor level of the martial spirit realm, making him one of the top experts in all of Wuqing. Within the Su family, aside from the Grand Elder, no one could contend with him. Chun'er is merely in a momentary slump. Sooner or later he will return to the peak. Do not forget our Su family rose from a weak clan on the brink of annihilation to one of the 3 great families of Wuching, all thanks to Chun'er's contributions. And now you still have the face to sit here and mock him. Who gave you such courage? Su Zhan's rebuke left the gathered elders and senior members of the Su family unable to lift their heads. If you will not go to welcome him, this patriarch will go himself. Su Zhan snorted coldly. In that moment, he finally saw through this group within the clan. At their peak, everyone flattered them. In their downfall, everyone rejected them. Their extreme opportunism was nauseating. What is Su Zhan so arrogant about anyway? Exactly. His son is trash. Sooner or later he himself will become trash. With the Grand Elder away from the clan, he does nothing but strut around and lord it over us. When the Grand Elder returns from his trip, we must definitely drive that piece of trash, Su Chun, out of the Su family, and while we are at it, strip Su Zhan of the patriarch's seat. Once Su Zhan had gone straight off, many elders and senior members seated in the hall began to discuss heatedly. Each wore a vicious and sinister expression. They did not feel that they had said anything wrong, caring only that Su Zhan had shown them a dark face. This breath of resentment they absolutely refused to swallow. Chun'er. Su Zhan personally went to the main gate and saw Su Chun, who had been away for many years. Father. A faint smile surfaced on Su Chen's pale face. The entire world despised and abandoned him, yet only this man before him kept him constantly in his thoughts. Your injuries. Su Zhan stepped forward, seeing the pallor on Su Chen's face, his features filling with worry. It's nothing serious. A few days of rest, and I will be fine, Su Chun said with a smile. Sigh. The news from the imperial capital has already reached Wuching. Chun, now that you are back, just stay in the clan and rest at ease. Do not place too much pressure on yourself. With your father here, no one will dare bully you. Su Zhan patted Su Chen's shoulder as he offered words of comfort. Father, your son is fine, please rest easy. I am merely a bit tired from traveling these days, and would like to return to my room to rest. Su Chun said with a smile. Uncle Li escorted the young master back to his room to rest. Seeing that his son truly seemed fatigued, Su Zhan hastily ordered the steward Li Bo to take Su Chun back to his quarters. As soon as he returned to his room, Su Chun collapsed wearily onto the bed. His divine sense entered another space. There stood a colossal black palace where numerous ebony halls floated at different heights, exuding an ancient and time-worn aura. Anchored by those black halls, massive iron chains stretched in all directions, imprisoning 9 ferocious dragons. Each dragon coiled like a mountain range winding beyond sight, with only their enormous heads visible. Their eyes were like bronze bells, and their fangs like halberds, each scale on their bodies as large as a house. From them surged an extreme savagery and brutality that made one's very soul tremble. The dragon breath they exhaled burned like searing flames, making it impossible to approach. Any who did would be reduced to ashes. Standing before these 9 fiendish dragons, Su Chun appeared as insignificant as an ant. This was the 9-dragon suppressing prison pagoda. 1 year ago, Su Chun had inadvertently encountered it when he stepped into the great ruins. Once this pagoda entered his body, it frenziedly devoured the spiritual power he had painstakingly accumulated over many years, causing him to fall from a heaven-favored genius overnight into the wastrel he was now. He was expelled from Tianzong, framed by others, reviled by the world, and branded in everyone's eyes as a vile scoundrel who did nothing but commit base acts against respectable women. It has been a year. Have you bastards not had your fill yet? Standing within the dark palace, Su Chun raised his head and glared furiously at the 9 massive dragons bound by chains. Gagaga. He's lost his temper. He's lost his temper. Hehehe. Get angry, get angry. We just love watching him rage. A heavenly Tao sacred body. Such a rare and powerful physique. If we do not thoroughly fleece this, well, how could we be worthy of the blessing heaven has bestowed upon us? Drain him. Drain him dry. The 9 dragons swam back and forth in the dark palace, the enormous chains clanking and rattling with a constant metallic crash. They coiled around Su Chun as they circled, all the while berating him without end, entirely disregarding his rage. Listening to their conversation, Su Chen's face grew as dark and grim as ink. Over this past year, he had not truly become a useless waste. Rather, every time he cultivated and gathered surging spiritual power in his dantian, it would be instantly absorbed by the 9 dragons suppressing prison pagoda within him. Or perhaps more accurately, it was completely devoured by the 9 dragons imprisoned here. Su Chun had contemplated stripping the 9 dragons suppressing prison pagoda from his body, but after more than a year, no matter what he did, he could not drive it out. The pagoda clung to him like a mangy dog stuck fast within his body. Unless he died, there was no hope of expelling it. They will not listen to you. They will only obey me. A charming voice drifted over. From the depths of the dark palace, a graceful silhouette slowly emerged, a stunning woman, tall of frame and fair of skin. Her brows were like painted willow leaves, her eyes like a sky full of stars. Her features were so exquisite that one could not pick out a single flaw. A tight-fitting red dress, cinched at the waist, outlined every curve of her alluring figure, exuding seductive charm and fiery allure. An imperious aura radiated from her like that of a lofty empress overlooking the ants of the world. You have clung to me for a year. What exactly do you want? Suchin showed not the slightest hint of being dazzled by her, instead his face sank. He knew that this woman in red was the spirit of the 9 dragons suppressing prison pagoda. The 9 dragons suppressed within this pagoda all took orders only from her. Because at their first meeting a year ago Suchun had refused to obey her. This red-clothed woman had day after day incited the 9 dragons in the pagoda to devour his Dantian's spiritual power, without rest, causing his cultivation to regress rather than advance, turning him into the so-called useless waste he was now. I told you I want you to marry me. The woman in red smiled faintly. Are you insane? Do you want me to invite a physician to look at your head? Suchun retorted bluntly. I am serious, the woman in red said. So am I, Suchin replied without the slightest courtesy. Suchin's gaze turned cold. You still haven't seen clearly after more than a year the ugly faces of that Qin Yin and his grandson? The woman in red let out a soft amused laugh. Her beautiful eyes earnestly examined Suchun. And what if I have seen clearly, he asked. If you have seen clearly, then you should let go. Would it not be better to be with me? Is my appearance truly inferior to that Qin Yu? The woman in red asked. This past year you and these 9 pests have tormented me, and now you still have the nerve to speak of such things. Suchin's eyes narrowed, anger blazing in his chest with nowhere to vent. Over this past year he had been tormented by this woman in red and the 9 great evil dragons, until life felt worse than death. He felt no affection for the woman in red, only hatred. Marriage was out of the question. If you had agreed to marry me earlier, none of this would have happened, she said. The woman in red smiled charmingly. She did not feel in the slightest that over this past year inciting the 9 great evil dragons to devour the spiritual energy in Suchin's body day and night was any kind of mistake. In her mind, a man who refused to obey her commands ought to be properly tortured. Only then would he learn his lesson and docilely follow her every instruction. Spare me this nonsense. Have those 9 worms behave themselves, Suchin said. Otherwise I would rather die than continue to endure your torment. Suchin's face was frosty as he resolved to threaten her with his own death. You cannot die, she replied. What do you mean, he demanded. With me here, even death will not come so easily to you. The woman in red said, her tone tinged with amusement. The woman in red wore a look of playful interest. A heavenly Tao sacred body was something she had waited countless years to encounter by sheer luck. If she allowed Suchin to die so casually, who knew how many ages it would take before she could meet another? Suchin was seething. This woman clearly intended to play him to death. What kind of sin had he committed in his past life to encounter such an outrageous creature? Marry me, sign a contract with me, and everything you have lost, I can help you reclaim it, she said. If you refuse, you will spend your entire life as trash in the eyes of others. Your Su family will be suppressed, and your father will be condemned by others. Even many of the brothers and friends you have known over the years will be implicated because of you, she continued. Moreover, the injuries within your body have remained unhealed for a year, the hidden maladies burrowing ever deeper, already corroding the very foundation of your Tao path. Under the heavens, I alone can cure you. Do you understand? The woman in red fixed her gaze on Suchun, her expression full of playful amusement. She did not fear his refusal, for over this past year, she had already grasped him firmly in the palm of her hand. Little brother, you cannot escape from your elder sister's palm. No man whom elder sister fancies has ever flown away so easily. You may take your time to consider. I am in no hurry, the woman in red said with an unhurried smile, when she saw Suchun remain silent without immediately agreeing. Whenever you have decided, come to see me. With a sweep of her sleeve, an invisible, mysterious force enveloped Suchin's entire body. His vision spun heaven and earth whirling, and in an instant his consciousness was wrenched from that special space and returned to his physical body. The moment he awoke, Suchin suddenly spat out a mouthful of reversed blood. His face grew even paler. With a heavy thud, a dull sound echoed through the room. The tightly closed door was violently kicked open. A middle-aged man in embroidered robes barged into Suchin's room, leading a group of Su family guards. Suchin, get out of my Su family. You are unworthy to remain here, the middle-aged man shouted. His name was Su Yao, a member of the Su Family Elders Council. In terms of seniority, Suchin had to call him uncle. In the past, during Suchin's peak, Su Yao had always gone out of his way to curry favor. Yet now that Suchin had fallen expelled from Tianzong and reviled by the world, things had changed. Su Yao had begun plotting to suppress Suchin and drive him out of the Su family. In his view, the Su clan had no need for a useless waste nor any desire to raise such a burden in the future. Someone like Suchin, he believed, ought to be cast out of the clan and left to live or die on his own. Why are you all still standing there? Hurry up and escort the young master out of my Su family, he barked. Ignoring the cold gaze Suchin shot at him, Su Yao swept his eyes around and shouted sternly. Several Su family guards on either side quickly stepped forward. 2 guards, one on each side, grabbed Suchin and dragged him out of the room like a dead dog. Once the foremost prodigy of Tianzong, Su Chun now lacked even the ability to resist his own family's guards. The humiliation was beyond words. "All of you stop." At that moment Su Zhan arrived and shouted sharply. Seeing the way Su Chun was being treated, flames of fury blazed in Su Zhan's eyes. The guards, startled, hastily stepped aside to either side, fearful of provoking Su Zhan's wrath. "Chainer." Su Zhan rushed forward and hurriedly helped Su Chun up. "Father, I am fine," Su Chun said, his face deathly pale as he forced a smile. At this sight Su Zhan's eyes turned bloodshot, a surge of rage exploding straight into his mind. "Who ordered you to do this?" he demanded. His cold gaze locked onto the Su family guards. It was Elder Su Yao, one of them replied in a trembling voice. He could feel the terrifying aura pouring off Su Zhan, suffocating and oppressive. Hearing this, Su Zhan's gaze swept around and fixed upon Su Yao, who was hiding at the back. With a swift stride, Su Zhan closed the distance to Su Yao and clamped a hand around his neck. "So the words I spoke today in the clan hall, you took them as mere wind in your ears, did you not?" Su Zhan hoisted Su Yao up like a chick, his gaze icy cold, his tone frigid. A sharp, killing intent enveloped Su Yao, making his face change in panic. "You cannot kill me. If you kill me when the Grand Elder returns and learns of this, he will never let you go." Su Yao stammered in terror. "Then we shall see when the Grand Elder returns," Su Zhan said with disdain. With a sharp crack, he tightened his grip and decisively crushed Su Yao's neck. Su Yao's corpse was flung aside by Su Zhan like a piece of rag. This scene left the surrounding Su family guards utterly stunned. At the same time, many elders and high-ranking members of the clan, having heard the commotion, hurried over. "Su Zhan, how dare you? As clan head, you brazenly defy the family rules and indulge in wanton slaughter," someone shouted. A group of Su family elders arrived and saw the dead Su Yao as well as Su Zhan radiating murderous intent. Finally, their gazes fell upon Su Chun. In an instant, everyone understood what had transpired. "Su Yao brought men to humiliate my son. He deserved death." Paying no heed to the elders' reprimands, Su Zhan remained utterly unyielding. Su Chun was his only son, his reverse scale. Anyone who dared touch that reverse scale would have to die. "Arrogant. Presumptuous. How can someone like you still be worthy of remaining the head of my Su family? Exactly, your position as family head must be stripped away and you must be driven out." All around, many Su family elders wore expressions of rage. Su Zhan had truly gone too far. "What? You are not convinced? If you are not convinced, come up and have a try." Su Zhan swept his icy gaze around. A tyrannical aura erupted swiftly, enveloping the entire hall. In an instant, those indignant Su family elders all fell silent and shrank back. "Su Zhan, you have gone much too far." An aged voice echoed through the hall. An old man in a black robe edged with gold appeared in the center of the gathering like a ghostly apparition, paying respects to the Grand Elder. At the sight of him, many of the Su family's high-ranking members were overjoyed and bowed in unison. This was the Su family's Grand Elder, Su Tianyi. A powerhouse at the fourth layer of the martial spirit realm, he was also the person of highest cultivation within the Su family. Aside from Su Zhan, he too could decide all major matters of the clan. In fact, regarding the position of family head, Su Tianyi held absolute influence. "Grand Elder Su Yao led people to bully my son. I lost my temper for a moment. I asked the Grand Elder's forgiveness." Su Zhan bowed respectfully. The Grand Elder had always treated father and son with considerable favor. Su Zhan would never forget the courtesy due to him. Alas! Su Tianyi shook his head with a soft sigh. He walked forward, supporting Su Chun up. "The matters in the imperial capital, this old man already knows all about them." "So, Grand Elder, are you also planning to drive me out of the Su family?" Su Chen's face was bloodless as he met Su Tianyi's gaze heated. "Foolish child, how could this old man ever drive you away? It is just that at times this Su family is not governed by my word alone." Looking at Su Chun, Su Tianyi's face was filled with affection and regret. He had watched Su Chun grow up, watched him mature step by step, leading the Su family of Wuqing to rise one step at a time into one of the city's three great clans. Emotionally, the blood flowing in Su Chen's veins was Su blood. He was a son of the Su family of Wuqing. Rationally, Su Chun had rendered immense merit to the clan and was a great benefactor of the Wuqing Su family. No matter how one looked at it, Su Tianyi had no reason to ruthlessly cast Su Chun out. Yet, as he had said, the Su family was not his alone to command. There were many others within the clan. Their voices carried weight as well. The Su family did not belong to Su Tianyi alone. "Grand Elder, you must uphold justice for us." "Exactly. Now that this Su Chun has become a cripple and even tried to commit that shameful act in the heavenly sect, he has disgraced our Su family completely. How can someone like that remain in our Su family? Right? Grand Elder, you must order Su Chun driven out. Not just Su Chun, Su Zhan as well. Yes, Su Zhan too. As family head, he has not kept the clan rules and has rampaged willfully. It is truly detestable. A person like that is not fit to remain the head of our Su family." Around them, many high-ranking members of the Su clan began to complain all at once. They listed every supposed fault of father and son. Their ungrateful, backstabbing ugliness was laid bare. Enough, all of you speak less. If what happened today spreads through Wuching, will we not become a laughingstock in others' eyes? Internal strife only harms the clan's fortune and lets the Zhang and Wu families profit for nothing. Do you still not understand? Su Tianyi reprimanded in a deep voice. Grand Elder, this is not internal strife. Everything we speak is fact. You must not show favoritism. We beg you to uphold justice for us. Otherwise Su Yao will die with his eyes unwilling to close. A square-faced, slightly burly elder of the Su family strode out from the crowd. This man was named Su Yinglong. He had once been a powerful contender for the position of family head. But then the Su family produced a Su Chun, and in the end Su Zhan had risen to the seat of clan head by virtue of his son's achievements. Now that Su Chun had fallen and become a cripple, Su Yinglong naturally wanted to do everything in his power to suppress and drive Su Chun out, pull Su Zhan down, and take the position of Su family head for himself as a matter of course. He intended to grasp the full authority of the Su family in his own hands. This opportunity before him was one he absolutely could not miss. We implore the Grand Elder to uphold justice for us. The many high-ranking members of the Su family bowed in unison. A faint air of forcing the palace hung over the scene. You all. Su Tianyi's face darkened. He truly did not wish to see such internecine struggle within his Su family. But Su Yinglong had secretly incited many of the high-ranking members to come and force his hand, leaving him somewhat at a loss. Do not make things difficult for the Grand Elder any further. Is it not merely that you want to drive my son and me out? I, Su Zhan, will give you an opportunity. 1 month from now is the clan grand competition. At that time my son Su Chun will participate. If he cannot take first place in the competition, then as for the life or death of us father and son, we will leave it entirely to your disposal. Su Zhan took a step forward and spoke in a ringing voice. His words stunned everyone present. Su Tianyi wore a look of complete astonishment. Even Su Chun was taken aback. Su Yinglong, on the other hand, wore a cold smile. Very well. Su Zhan, remember what you have said. 1 month from now at the clan grand competition, if your son Su Chun does not take first place, you will bear the consequences yourself. After throwing down these words, Su Yinglong gave Su Chun a cold, sweeping glance before turning away. A mere cripple. What could he possibly do? In 1 month at the clan grand competition, the father and son Su Zhan and Su Chun would certainly die, without doubt. As Su Yinglong departed, many high-ranking members of the Su family also left one after another. They tacitly accepted Su Zhan's terms as well. If Su Chun could not take first place in a month, they would be free to deal with him as they wished. In any case, Su Chun had already become a cripple. For him to win first place at the clan competition was nothing but a fool's dream. Su Zhan, this method can protect Su Chun for the moment, but it cannot protect him for a lifetime. Su Tianyi stepped forward, shaking his head with a sigh. Grand Elder, rest assured. My son will definitely take first place in the clan grand competition. Su Zhan's gaze blazed, his words overflowed with confidence. Since you have already spoken thus, what more can this old man say? Su Tianyi shook his head helplessly. If there is any difficulty come to this old man, whatever I can help with I will do my utmost. Before he left, Su Tianyi gave this final exhortation. Grand Elder, walk slowly. If the day comes when we need you, we will certainly come to pay you a visit. Su Zhan cupped his fists in farewell, watching Su Tianyi depart. Father, I am sorry. I have implicated you. Su Chen's face was full of self-reproach. For the first time he truly felt what was meant by human coldness and the fickleness of the world. In this world where martial strength is revered, having no power is original sin. Naivety is a sin. Innocence is a sin. Weakness is also a kind of sin. If one wishes others to respect him, he must first make himself unshakable. At this thought, Su Chun could not help but recall the words of the red-robed woman in the tower. Perhaps he truly had to compromise with her. Late at night, Su Chen's consciousness once more entered that dark and peculiar space. You have come. High above the great hall, the red-robed woman sat upon a throne, a playful curve at her lips, as if she had been waiting for Su Chen all along. Behind her, 9 enormous, ferocious, evil dragons coiled and circled in flight. Their roars shook the heavens. They set off the red-robed woman like a peerless empress seated high above, utterly inviolable. Allow me to recover, and I shall accept any condition you propose. Su Chen yielded. Before him stood the woman in red, whose methods were far too formidable. He had no power to resist her. Moreover, having endured Su Yao's provocations at his doorstep, and Su Chen understood that he had no other choice. The only path was to find a way to restore his cultivation with all haste. He must not hold his father back. Have you considered it? The woman in red gazed intently at Su Chen, a radiant smile spreading across her face. Su Chen lowered his head, his fists clenched tightly. If not for the harsh reality, how could he have yielded so easily? It seems you are not truly willing to marry me. The woman in red smiled gracefully. What exactly are you doing this? Is it because I possess a special constitution, the heavenly Tao Saint body? Su Chen lifted his head, locking eyes with the woman in red on her throne. Indeed, it is your heavenly Tao Saint body that I desire. Is there a problem? The woman in red chuckled. What must I do for you to spare me? Do not speak of sparing. Sign this covenant, and we shall be husband. As your wife, I will spare no effort in aiding you, making you stronger. The woman in red smiled as she casually waved her hand, causing a heavenly covenant script to appear before Su Chun. Su Chun remained silent. What was the true intention behind the woman in red's actions? He could not be certain, yet he knew that her willingness to help with all her might was surely for some gain, not out of any matrimonial affection. However, now was not the time to ponder her true motive. The urgent matter was to restore his strength. Biting his index finger, Su Chun dripped his blood onto the heavenly covenant script before him. The covenant script instantly blazed with brilliant light, then transformed into 2 streaks of radiance. One plunged into the brow of the woman in red upon her throne, while the other entered Su Chen's own brow. From this day forth, as husband and wife, we shall share life and death, fate and fortune, never to forsake each other. Should we break this vow, may heaven and earth destroy us. The woman in red gazed at Su Chun, a glimmer of brilliance shining in her beautiful eyes. The heavenly Tao saint body, unique through the ages. With this husband, one day she would surely fight her way back to the upper realm and reclaim all that was hers. Yet for now, Su Chun was still too weak. He needed careful nurturing. Your foundation suffered severe damage when you entered the Great Ruins. 9 of your 8 extraordinary meridians are severed and must be reconnected. Your dantian is shattered, useless, and needs reconstruction, the woman in red stated calmly. What must I do? Su Chun asked urgently. He had only a month. If he failed to win first place his father would suffer on his account, and that was something Su Chun could not bear. Become stronger. At this moment, only one thought occupied his mind: become stronger. In a moment, I shall use the 9 dragons to reattach your broken meridians. However, the process may be extremely painful. Can you endure it? The woman in red smiled faintly. Could that pain be worse than the humiliation I have suffered this past year? Su Chun responded with a bitter smile. The agony of reconnecting meridians did not weigh heavily on his mind. What he truly feared was remaining forever weak and helpless, forced to watch those close to him suffer because of him. The woman in red chuckled softly, saying no more. With a single decree, the 9 dragons obeyed. Under her immense power, the 9 ferocious dragons imprisoned here broke free from their restraints. 9 earth-shattering dragon roars, as if from the dawn of time, resounded across the dark palace. The boundless pitch-black palace trembled uncontrollably beneath the dragon's fury. The deafening roars shook Su Chen's very soul, threatening to shatter it. Yet the woman in red remained composed amidst the dragon's clamor. She raised her delicate hand, and one azure dragon shrank and transformed, gradually condensing into a cyan-colored meridian. Following the same method, the other 8 ferocious dragons were also controlled by the woman in red, each transforming into a meridian of a different hue. As the 9 meridians appeared, dazzling divine light radiated forth. Then the woman in red carefully merged the 9 meridians into Su Chen's body. The pain of reconnecting meridians was far more agonizing than he had imagined. He felt as if the woman in red were cutting open his body with her hands, slicing through his organs, and then gradually splicing the 9 dragon sinews into his flesh. Throughout the process, Su Chun remained fully conscious. He was acutely aware of the bone-gnawing, heart-piercing pain, an agony so deep it tore at his soul, forcing him to tilt his head back and let out a miserable howl drenched in cold sweat. His face turned deathly pale in an instant. After an unknown length of time, the woman in red finally ceased her motions. Su Chun lay on the ground like a pool of mud, utterly drained of strength. The meridians have been reconnected, and now the damaged dantian remains, the woman in red murmured to herself. Reaching into her palm, she produced a sun. Though called a sun, it actually contained the myriad phenomena of heaven and earth, something beyond description. This item is called the myriad realms essence, capable of containing the laws of all realms. Throughout history, no one has dared to use it as a dantian. But you are a rare heavenly Tao saint body. Perhaps using it as your dantian will work. The woman in red gave a sly smile. Of course, if it fails, you will truly be finished. Su Chun, without giving him a chance to call a halt, she forcefully pressed the myriad realms essence into his body. Su Chen's entire body convulsed, and he let out a piercing scream of agony. He vaguely sensed the myriad realms essence merging into his flesh and blood. At the same time, he felt the meridians transformed from the 9 dragons, connecting seamlessly with it, forming a unique entity. The fusion is going well. Indeed, only the heavenly Tao saint body can fully absorb this myriad realms essence. The woman in red observed the changes in Su Chen's body with rapt attention, unable to help murmuring in admiration. How many years had she sought of being capable of truly fusing with this myriad realms essence? Now at last she had found one. After an indeterminate period of time, Su Chun, weak from the excruciating pain, slowly opened his eyes. He lifted his head to see the woman in red seated on the throne above. Is it over? It is done. The fusion has been a resounding success. Truly one with the heavenly Tao saint body. Otherwise, using 9 dragons as sinews and the essence as dantian. An ordinary person could never withstand such torment. The woman in red chuckled softly. Now I shall impart a cultivation technique to you. You must memorize it. With a flick of her finger, a surge of pure energy flooded into Su Chen's brow. It was a profound and vast technique named the 9 Dragons Devouring Heaven Art. Cultivate this method combined with the 9 Dragons Sinews and the myriad realms Dantian, and you shall devour heaven, earth, and all things, refining everything to your use. The woman in red's voice echoed softly in his mind. Su Chen's consciousness gradually departed from that peculiar dark palace, returning to his own body. The moment he opened his eyes, he saw above Martial City, rolling black clouds, and a blood-red sun hanging in the sky. Within the dark clouds and blood-red sun, the shadows of 9 immense dragon souls swam freely, exuding a terrifying draconic might. Equipped with the 9 dragon tendons and the 10,000 worlds pill combined with the 9 dragons swallowing heaven technique, one can swallow all things in heaven and earth and transform them into one's own use. On the bed, Su Chen slowly woke up. In his mind, the voice of a red-clad woman echoed continuously. He sat up abruptly and quickly examined his body. He found that his body had indeed undergone tremendous changes. This brought him great joy. The family competition scheduled for a month later seemed within reach. I wonder how to use this technique. Su Chen murmured softly. He looked out the window and saw that it was already bright daylight. He got up and washed himself. As he stepped outside, he accidentally stepped on an ant. The dead ant immediately transformed into a pure strand of energy, which Su Chen's body automatically absorbed within him. The 10,000 worlds pill contained a faint trace of true qi. The true qi was so weak as to be almost non-existent, yet Su Chen truly felt the existence of that pure strand. What is this? Su Chen paused, lost in thought. Could it be that the 9 dragons swallowing heaven technique is primarily about killing? The more lives taken, the faster cultivation progresses. To test this hypothesis, Su Chen glanced again and stepped on another ant passing by the door. A barely perceptible strand of pure true qi entered the 10,000 worlds pill within him. As I suspected, his eyes lit up upon confirming his theory. Does the 9 dragons swallowing heaven technique determine the intensity of true qi absorption based on the strength of living beings? He fell into contemplation once more. This time he spotted a garter snake in the courtyard. Without hesitation, he rushed forward, grabbed its head, shook it violently to stun it, then slammed it heavily against the courtyard wall. The small garter snake died instantly. With its death, a denser and purer strand of true qi than that from the previous ant was absorbed into Su Chen's 10,000 worlds pill. The 9 dragons swallowing heaven technique is truly miraculous. No deliberate cultivation is needed. Just taking lives constitutes cultivation. The stronger the life taken, the denser the absorbed true qi, and the faster cultivation advances. A glint of brilliance flashed across Su Chen's eyes. I wonder if consuming auxiliary cultivation pills could enhance cultivation power. With this thought, Su Chen proceeded directly to the Family Spirit Pill Pavilion to obtain a spirit pill and try the result. The Su Family Spirit Pill Pavilion. As soon as Su Chen arrived, he drew the attention of many Su family members. How did that good for nothing come here? A lecher who attempted to violate the sanctity of the Tian sect dares to return to our Su family. Exactly. If I were him, I would have hanged myself long ago to atone for my sins. How could such a shameless person choose to live on? Many Su family disciples saw Su Chen arrive. Each of them wore expressions filled with indescribable. Some even kept their distance, as if avoiding venomous snakes and scorpions. It seemed as though merely associating with someone like Su Chen would bring misfortune upon themselves. Ignoring the disdainful glances from the Su family disciples, Su Chen walked straight to the entrance of the Spirit Pill Pavilion and confronted the guardian elder. Disciple, Su Chen has come specifically to request a spirit pill. Leave. Our Su family spirit pills are not given to good-for-nothings. The guardian elder, lounging in his chair, glanced at Su Chen indifferently, his tone cold. As a member of the Su family, I have the right to enter the Spirit Pill Pavilion and request 1 spirit pill daily. Su Chen remained calm and collected, arguing his case firmly. Su family disciple. That's hilarious. When did our Su family ever produce a disciple like you, Su Chen? Unable to cultivate, expelled from the Tian sect, and attempting to assault the sanctity of the Tian sect. You, such a shameless person, are unworthy to be a member of our Su family. A cold laugh echoed from behind. Su Chen turned toward the sound and saw a young man in brocade clothing accompanied by several Su family disciples approaching slowly. The young man was named Su Lin, the youngest son of Su Yinglong. Within the Su family, his talent was ordinary. Previously, when Su Chen was still a genius, Su fawned over him constantly, trying to curry favor. He hoped Su Chen would guide him in cultivation. Su Chen, being quite magnanimous, never withheld answers whenever Su Lin asked about cultivation difficulties. But times change and people change. Once the flattering Su Lin had completely changed his demeanor, resorting to every possible form of mockery. No wonder. After all, Su Chen was no longer a genius, but rather a despised good-for-nothing. In the Su family, who would flatter a good-for-nothing? Ignoring Su Lin, Su Chen fixed his icy gaze on the guardian elder before him. Feeling Su Chen stare, the guardian elder instinctively showed contempt. But the moment their gazes met, a chilling sensation arose deep within his soul. He felt as if he had been targeted by a malevolent dragon. An invisible pressure made the guardian elder's face turn crimson. This was not pressure stemming from aura, but rather pressure originating from the soul. He felt Su Chen resembled not just one, but several malevolent dragons. Before those dragons, he felt as insignificant and pitiful as an ant on the ground. "I want my pill," Su Chen said coldly to the guardian elder. Trembling with instinctive fear, the elder dared not defy Su Chen and handed over the pill requisition slip with shaking hands. Taking the slip, Su Chen entered the spirit pill pavilion without delay. "Elder Wang, what happened? Why did you suddenly hand over the requisition slip to that good for nothing?" Su Lin expressed some dissatisfaction. "Young Master Su, please stop talking." After regaining his composure, following along while the elder calmed down. Recalling the incident of being stared at by Su Chen's icy gaze, sweat still trickled down his back. What terrifying eyes! How could ordinary human possess such ferocious and cruel eyes? "What do you mean stop talking? You were promoted by my father personally. Now look at yourself. You actually let that Su Chen enter the spirit pill pavilion in front of me. Where am I supposed to save face?" Su Lin pressed relentlessly. The guardian elder sighed, helplessly unwilling to say more. Inside the spirit pill pavilion, Su Chen took a stabilizing origin pill and placed it in his mouth. Once the spirit pill entered his body without needing to activate the technique, it immediately transformed into pure energy that spread rapidly. It works, though the effect isn't very pronounced. Perhaps the grade of the spirit pill also determines the density of pure, true qi I can absorb. Su Chen opened his eyes and carefully sensed the true qi growing within the 10,000 worlds pill inside him. There wasn't much true qi, yet it was far denser and purer than ordinary true fists. Clenched, Su Chen assessed his strength. His fist power reached 100 gene, comparable to cultivators at the third level of the martial disciple realm. The presence of the 9 dragon tendons greatly increases the tolerance of my true qi circulation. Moreover, this significantly enhances my physical strength. Su Chen whispered softly. Originally possessing the heavenly Tao sacred body, his physical strength surpassed others of the same realm by several folds. Now with the addition of the 9 dragon tendons, his physical strength exceeded past levels. At his current capability, one punch could kill a martial disciple at the 5th level. Even engaging in combat with a 6th level martial disciple posed no challenge under full exertion. However, his cultivation realm remained relatively weak and his physical strength hadn't been fully developed yet. Only through continuous advancement in cultivation realm would the true strengths of both the heavenly Tao sacred body and the 9 dragon tendons gradually reveal themselves. After collecting his daily portion of spirit pills, Su Chen immediately left the spirit pill pavilion and returned the pill-taking token to the elder guarding the pavilion. Watching Su Chen's retreating figure, the elder's eyes flickered with astonishment. He vaguely sensed that Su Chen's aura had undergone some change compared to before. An illusion, the elder muttered under his breath. It must be. Su Chen has long been a waste who cannot cultivate. Ridiculous that I was once chilled to the bone by a single glance from him. Then the elder shook his head with a wry smile, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. He refused to believe that a cripple who couldn't cultivate could ever rise again. Stop right there. As soon as Su Chen left the spirit pill pavilion, Su Lin led a group of Su family disciples to block his path. What do you want? Su Chen asked coldly. Hand over the spirit pills you took from the family's spirit pill pavilion. A waste like you has no right to enjoy them. Su Lin spoke arrogantly, his gaze filled with contempt and disdain. Why should I listen to you? Su Chen replied with a teasing smirk. If you don't do as I say, you'll end up in a very bad state. Su Lin's face darkened. From you. Just a mere martial disciple 3rd level. After all these years, you're still such a waste. Su Chen said dismissively. You're asking for death. Su Lin erupted in fury. With his mediocre martial talent, his cultivation had always struggled to advance. Now nearly 18, he remained stuck at the martial disciple 3rd level. If he couldn't progress further, he would never. This was an eternal, indelible pain for Su Lin. But now Su Chen had ripped it open, brutally driving him into utter humiliation and rage. In his fury, Su Lin threw a punch straight at Su Chen's face. He wanted to teach him a lesson. Even a 3rd-level martial disciple was far stronger than a cultivational cripple. The punch whistled through the air with considerable force. An ordinary person would have found it hard to dodge. But Su Chen merely tilted his head slightly, easily avoiding the full-force blow. Then Su Chen struck decisively, clenching his right fist and landing it squarely on Su Lin's chest. The punch carried a force of 100 gene, sending Su Lin staggering backward, crashing awkwardly to the ground, and letting out a miserable howl of pain. This was without Su Chen using his full strength, otherwise Su Lin would already be a cold corpse. Heh, martial disciple 3rd level, nothing special. You can't even beat a waste like me. If I were you, I'd find a crooked tree and hang myself. Su Chen stared at Su Lin, his words dripping with cold mockery. Humiliation. At that moment Su Lin felt deep, searing humiliation. He, a third-level martial disciple, couldn't even defeat Su Chun the cripple, who couldn't cultivate. Why? At the thought his face twisted and blazing fury erupted in his eyes. What are you all standing? Cripple him, break his hands and feet, and seize the pills he took from the spirit pill pavilion. Su Lin bellowed. Beside him 4 Su family disciples rushed to surround Su Chun. The 4 were all at martial disciple 3rd level, with 1 at the 4th level. They were not direct-line descendants of the Su family, but surnamed outsiders. What? You outsider disciples dare to lay a hand on me? Su Chen's face darkened. The Su family had a strict hierarchical system. Outsider disciples were forbidden from attacking direct-line descendants without authorization on pain of clan punishment. In severe cases, immediate execution. You are no longer the Su family genius you once were. Now you've injured young Master Su Lin, and he wants us to break your hands and feet. We have no choice but to obey. A stalwart outsider disciple stared directly at Su Chun and spoke in a deep voice. Aren't you afraid of clan punishment if you attack? Su Chun sneered. Hearing this, the 4 outsider disciples were startled, exchanging uneasy glances. Don't worry. He'll take full responsibility. With me here, the elders won't punish you. Su Lin roared from behind, his face contorted with rage. Today he had to break Su Chen's limbs to quell the hatred burning in his heart. Young Master Su Chen, forgive us. Blame your own misfortune. Exactly. After being expelled from the celestial sect, you should never have returned to the Su family. With Su Lin's assurance, the 4 outsider disciples seemed to swallow a calming pill. Their gazes locked onto Su Chun, once more gleaming with ruthless intent. Enough talk, the burly outsider disciple said in a low voice. The 3 outsider disciples at martial disciple 3rd level lunged at Su Chen simultaneously. Their momentum was formidable. One struck with a palm aimed at Su Chen's chest, another threw a punch at the back of his head, while the third swept a leg toward his lower body. The 3 attacked in unison, overwhelming in force. Yet Su Chun remained composed. He acted swiftly, bringing 2 fingers together and stabbing toward the palm of the outsider disciple charging at him. The finger force surged into the outsider disciple's palm, instantly shattering his right arm. Tilting his head to avoid the punch from behind, he grabbed the arm of the outsider disciple behind him with both hands, executing a swift shoulder throw that slammed the man heavily into the other disciple, sweeping at his legs. A dull thud echoed. The 2 outsider disciples collided, painfully writhing on the ground in agonized screams. Su Chen stepped forward and stamped on one's neck, breaking it. With a crisp crack, that outsider disciple breathed his last instantly. After killing him, a remarkably dense surge of true qi immediately appeared within the myriad world pill inside Su Chen's body. Without hesitation, Su Chun stomped on the other outsider disciple's neck, another crack, and the myriad world pill absorbed another strand of pure, true qi. The true qi, transformed from 2 martial disciple 3rd level cultivators after death, was still insufficient to allow Su Chun to break through to martial disciple 1st level. Still not enough. Su Chen's eyes narrowed, sweeping toward the outsider disciple whose arm had been shattered by his finger force. With a swift dash, he closed in his right hand, shooting out to firmly grip the man's throat. With a twist of force, before the outsider disciple could even scream or beg for mercy, he was dead in an instant. Another wisp of true qi flowed into the myriad world pill within Su Chun. 3 martial disciple 3rd level cultivators killed in an instant. This sight stunned the burly outsider disciple and even Su Lin behind him. Not only that, but the Su family disciples who had gathered around, drawn by the commotion, were all utterly incredulous. Su Chun, crippled, had just slain 3 martial disciple 3rd level disciples in a single breath. Su Chun, you have some nerve committing brutal violence within the clan. The burly outsider disciple blustered, though his voice betrayed his fear. Killing 3 martial disciple 3rd level cultivators in an instant. Even he couldn't accomplish that. Though Su Chun was now ruined, he had once been the celestial sect's holy son. His vision, experience, and battle prowess far surpassed that of these petty martial city clan disciples. Damn it, I've still underestimated him. As an outsider disciple of the Su family, how dare you criticize a direct-line descendant? Su Chen advanced step by step, his tone growing icy. Once caught under Su Chen's gaze, the burly outsider disciple's face twisted in panic. He felt the breath of death descending upon him. In that instant, it was as if he had caught the attention of an ancient dragon. Fear and despair germinated deep in his heart, causing him to instinctively step back. He wanted to strike, but lacked the courage. With a swift stride, Su Chun clenched his right fist and slammed it heavily into the outsider disciple's chest. The terrifying force shattered the disciple's internal bones and pierced his heart. Blood spurted from his mouth. The outsider disciple fell backward, his eyes wide open as life rapidly faded. With his death, the myriad world pill within Su Chun accumulated another strand of pure, true qi. This strand was even denser than the ones absorbed from the 3 martial disciple 3rd level disciples. Just as I suspected, the stronger the foe I kill, the richer the true qi absorbed by the myriad world pill. But advancing in cultivation is too slow. It seems the reason lies in the 9 dragon tendons and the myriad world pill being too powerful. They have greatly enhanced my physique and deeper potential. With my current body, to rapidly raise my relying on merely 3 martial disciple 3rd level and 1 4th level cultivator is far from enough. Reining in his thoughts, Su Chun fixed his gaze on Su Lin, whose face had long turned pale with terror. Without a word, Su Chun advanced step by step towards Su Lin. What are you going to do? Sensing Su Chun's approach, Su Lin was filled with dread. What do you think? Su Chun replied with a smirk. With a single stomp, he directly broke one of Su Lin's arms. A scream instantly echoed across the square of the Lingdan Pavilion. You said you'd cripple my hands and feet, so I'm simply giving you a taste of your own medicine. Su Chun said calmly. Another stomp shattered Su Lin's other arm. Then he kicked Su Lin's legs as well, rendering them useless. The excruciating pain caused Su Lin's entire body to convulse uncontrollably. His eyes rolled back, and he fainted on the spot. This scene stunned the surrounding Su clan disciples. It wasn't until Su Chun had left that these Su clan disciples came to their senses. Quick! Notify the clan elders. Su Chun is running amok. He cannot be forgiven. Su Chun's audacity in committing such a public assault is truly excessive. He will surely face severe punishment from the clan. In the square, many Su clan disciples were filled with indignation. That's Su Chun. Before the Lingdan Pavilion, the guardian elder watched Su Chun's retreating figure, his heart shaken beyond measure. 3 fighters at the 3rd grade of martial apprentice and 1 at the 4th grade, all slain in an instant. Could a mere cripple unable to cultivate truly accomplish this so effortlessly? Recalling the terrifying glance Su Chun had cast at him, the guardian elder vaguely suspected that Su Chun might harbor some secret unknown to him. How laughable. He had been certain Su Chun a waste could never rise again. Now it seemed things were not as simple as he had imagined. I must report this to Elder Su. The guardian elder murmured, then rose and hurriedly left the Lingdan Pavilion. My son was crippled. Upon hearing the guardian elder's report, Su Yinglong's expression darkened. Indeed. Young Master Su Lin has had his arms and legs broken by that Su Chun. His injuries are severe. With a bang, Su Yinglong, his face grim, slammed his fist onto the table before him, shattering it into pieces. Damn Su Chun. How dare he cripple my son's limbs? Elder Su, that's Su Chun. In my humble opinion, perhaps. The guardian elder hesitated. Perhaps what? Speak your mind. Perhaps he has re-entered the path of martial arts. Impossible. How could a cripple incapable of cultivation resume the martial paths? Su Yinglong said sternly. But today Su Chun killed 3 3rd grade and 1 4th grade martial apprentice of the collateral disciples without the slightest effort at the Lingdan Pavilion. If he couldn't cultivate, how could he possess such ability? The guardian elder frowned, utterly perplexed. He was once the holy son of the Tianzong sect with abundant combat experience and numerous techniques. Dealing with a few mere martial apprentices would be child's play for him. Su Yinglong replied. The guardian elder nodded inwardly, finding Su Yinglong's words somewhat reasonable. Very well, you may leave. I will handle that wretch Su Chun myself. Since he dares to cripple my son's limbs, I will make sure he gets what he deserves. Su Yinglong waved his hand, dismissing the guardian elder. Then he left his study and headed straight for the grand elder's residence to lodge a complaint. Knock knock. Enter. Inside the room, the grand elder was perusing an ancient text, speaking calmly. Disciple Su Yinglong pays respects to the grand elder. Yinglong, is there something? Su Tianyi inquired gently. Grand elder, that scoundrel Su Chun has been violent within the clan. He maliciously broke my son Su Lin's arms and legs and killed 4 collateral disciples of the Su clan. Such a tyrant. I implore the grand elder to administer severe punishment. Su Yinglong said with grief and indignation. I am already aware of what happened at the Lingdan Pavilion. Su Tianyi gave a wry smile, slowly put down the ancient text in his hand, and gestured for Su Yinglong to take a seat. Since the grand elder knows, I beg you to seek justice for my son. Yinglong, do you know that your son Su Lin brought this upon himself by provoking Su Chun first? Su Tianyi said slowly. Su Yinglong remained silent. He was well aware of his younger son's character. That Su Lin had his limbs broken this time was undoubtedly due to his own reckless provocation. Even so, the one crippled was still his own son. As a father, how could he stand idly by? Regardless of who started the conflict, he had to unconditionally demand justice for his son. Grand elder, my son may be mischievous, but if Su Chun's actions go unpunished, will it not dishearten the others? Rest assured, I have already informed Su Zhan. He will confine Su Chun for 3 days. Su Tianyi replied. Grand elder, is such a punishment too lenient? Su Yinglong was taken aback. Then what penalty do you desire? He should be given 30 lashes to teach him a lesson. But Su Zhan will not agree. He is after all the head of the family. But you are the grand elder. Enough, say no more. I know you are aggrieved, but let the matter rest for now. I have a bottle of premium golden wound ointment here. Take it back and reattach Su Lin's limbs. He will recover within 3 days. Su Tianyi had no desire to continue this dispute. Conflicts among the younger generation were common. Moreover, this time Su Lin had indeed provoked first, and thus brought this calamity upon himself. As the Grand Elder of the clan, his duty was to maintain harmony and act impartially. Thank you for your generous gift, Grand Elder. Su Yinglong pressed no further, accepted the ointment, bowed, and withdrew. He would bide this grudge for now. Once his eldest son Su Fei returned from Fei Yun's sect, he would exact revenge 100-fold, nay 1,000-fold, during the clan tournament. I have heard of what happened at the Lingdan Pavilion. The fault is not yours. In the small courtyard, Su Zhan gazed at his son with a gentle expression. What did the Grand Elder say? The Grand Elder wants to confine you for 3 days to reflect. It's not a harsh, Su Zhan replied. The Grand Elder has treated us father and son with considerable kindness over the years. Su Chen nodded quietly. This time, by crippling the limbs of Su Yinglong's younger son, you have certainly incurred his relentless enmity. Father, do not worry. Your son fears nothing. Su Chen smiled faintly. Alas, in 1 month the clan tournament will take place. I regret acting on my own to make that decision without your consent. Father, in a month's time, I will trample all opponents in the clan tournament. Anyone who dares to oppose us, I will eradicate completely. Su Chen's gaze was resolute. Good. My son with such ambition could not be better. I believe you. Su Zhan patted Su Chen's shoulder firmly, his face beaming with a smile. Also, Su Fei has already returned from the imperial capital. According to my calculations, he will arrive before the clan tournament begins. Will he also participate in the clan tournament? Su Chen asked. Indeed. In recent years, Su Yinglong's status in the clan has risen precisely because his eldest son Su Fei successfully entered Fei Yun's sect, one of the 3 great sects of the imperial capital. This is why Su Yinglong has his eye on my position as clan head. In a month, he is waiting for his eldest son to return and display his might in the clan tournament. Through this, he intends to seize power. Su Zhan said gravely. Fei Yun's sect and Tianzong's sect are both major sects within the Great Yin dynasty. However, compared to Tianzong, the foremost sect Fei Yun is somewhat weaker among the 3. Yet its presence cannot be ignored. In the past, when Su Chun was still the holy son of Tianzong, Su Zhan had no concerns about the lurking threat of Su Yinglong and his son. But now, with Su Chun expelled from Tianzong and his glory lost, everything has become more difficult. Su Chun fell silent. Even an outer disciple of Fei Yun's sect had at least the martial spirit realm cultivation. It seems I must find a way to raise my cultivation level as soon as possible. With the 9-dragon tendon and the myriad realm pill, within a month defeating Su Fei in the clan tournament will not be difficult. 3 days later, the confinement ended. Early in the morning, Su Chun washed up, had breakfast, and hurriedly left the Su family. Today his goal was to go to Mongshan outside Wuching to hunt beasts and cultivate his realm. Su Chun entered Mongshan. Su Yinglong received the report from his subordinate and could not help but be surprised. Yes. Why did he go to Mongshan? Su Yinglong was puzzled. A cultivator unable to practice entering Mongshan is only seeking death. I do not know. Since that fellow has entered Mongshan, it's perfect. Send some assassins secretly into the mountain to kill Su Chun. Remember to leave no trace. Su Yinglong looked sinister. Originally, he planned to wait for the family tournament a month later, where his eldest son would personally end the father and son of Su Chun. Now Su Chun actually entered Mongshan without knowing death. Just right, he can use this opportunity to gather some assassins to enter the mountain and kill people to take revenge for his younger son's severed limbs. This will be done at once, sir. The servants of the Su family bowed and stepped back. Mongshan occupies an extremely vast area stretching for thousands of miles with dense forests. In the mountains, there are many kinds of powerful beasts. Every day, it attracts many disciples from noble families in Wuching, as well as scattered cultivators to come here to hunt and seize things such as demon crystals, demon blood bones, fur, etc. Then they take them to the trade union within Wuching to sell them and earn spirit stones. Roar. As soon as Su Chun entered Mongshan, he heard a beast roar. According to the sound judgment, it was a black steel pig with thick skin and strong flesh power comparable to a cultivator of the 4th level of Wu attendant. Following the direction of the sound, Su Chun ran all the way. In front of him was a huge pig like a small hill, entirely black, reflecting metallic luster under the sun. 2 sharp tusks were like 2 sharp blades flashing cold light. At this time, the black steel pig was tightly caught by the trap set by hunters, making it unable to move and letting out a painful howl. Su Chen did not hesitate, taking out a prepared dagger, howling and struggling, its large head rolling on the ground. With a swing of the knife, the black steel pig stopped its howling and struggling, its large head rolling on the ground. With the death of the black steel pig, a pure essence of true qi flowed into the Wan Jiet Dan in Su Chen's body. Thus, Su Chen searched frantically for traces of various beasts in the outer areas of Mongshan, hunted them, and absorbed their energy and essence. The killed beasts had strength comparable to the 2nd to 4th levels of Wu attendant. Until he had killed more than 100 beasts in a frenzy and absorbed enough pure true qi, Su Chen's cultivation breakthrough finally entered the 1st level of Wu attendant. And with the cultivation breakthrough entering the 1st level of Wu attendant, when Su Chen hunted beasts below the 4th level of Wu attendant again, the true qi in the Wan Jiedan grew extremely slowly. After breaking through cultivation hunting beasts from the first to the fourth level of Wu attendant, can't I absorb their true qi anymore? It seems that with the improvement of cultivation to continue absorbing the true qi of everything, one must fight against stronger beings. Su Chen murmured softly, gradually falling into deep thought. In order to verify his hypothesis in his heart, Su Chen decided to try and venture deeper into Mongshan. As soon as he entered the depths of Mongshan far away, he felt an astonishing demonic aura. The air smelled of blood, making people sick. On the ground there were many dismembered bodies. Obviously a demon hunting team had been here and suffered great disaster. Judging from the traces on these dead corpses, Su Chen determined that the killer was a black flame tiger whose strength was comparable to the 9th level of Wu attendant. I wonder if I can fight the black flame tiger at my current level. Su Chen frowned. Just having entered the 1st level of Wu attendant, wanting to fight a black flame tiger whose strength is comparable to the 9th level of Wu attendant, the gap is too big and somewhat risky. Even though Su Chen had once been the holy son of Tianzong with rich combat experience and many means, he dared not guarantee killing an enemy across 8 small realms at once. No matter what, I have to try. With the 9 dragon tendons and the Wan Jie Dan greatly improving my physique, the combat power I can show should not be measured by ordinary Wu attendants. Although the gap is somewhat risky, it is still possible to try. After careful consideration, Su Chen decided to target the black flame tiger whose strength is sufficient to match the 9th level of Wu attendant. Tapping his toes lightly, he moved lightly like a swallow, following the pungent smell of blood and the footprints left by the black flame tiger on the ground, quickly chasing furiously. In his right hand, he tightly held the dagger ready to give the black flame tiger a fatal blow at any moment. Soon Su Chen caught up with the injured black flame tiger. This tiger is wounded, its strength must be greatly reduced, and there is a 60% chance of fighting it. Su Chen's eyes flashed with determination. Before the black flame tiger noticed him, he flew upward and jumped onto the back of the black flame tiger. The dagger in his hand stabbed sharply down the back. Clang! The dagger pierced the black flame tiger's fur, just like stabbing into a steel plate, immediately snapping into 2 pieces. Su Chen's face turned dark, hastily withdrawing and flying back. After returning to Wuching this time, it's time to forge a suitable weapon. Roar! The black flame tiger sensed Su Chen's presence, suddenly turning around and letting out a deafening roar. The terrifying roar shook the forest and mountains. With a leap, the huge body of the black flame tiger leaped high, and one claw came fiercely towards Su Chen. This claw was fierce and domineering, accompanied by the sound of breaking the air. Still in midair, Su Chen could not easily make effective evasive actions, so he could only cross his hands in front of his chest. True Qi burst out in the Wan Jie Dan. Boom! One claw of the black flame tiger slammed hard on Su Chen's arms, sending him flying heavily. The strong power made Su Chen's arms numb. Fortunately, this tiger was seriously injured with less than 1/10 of its strength. Plus, the true qi in my Wan Jie Dan was sufficiently concentrated and pure, and the 9 dragon tendons greatly improved my physique. Otherwise, this tiger's one strike was enough to break my arms. Being sent flying, Su Chen couldn't help but feel lucky in his heart. Leaping into the air, he jumped onto the branch of a giant tree. As soon as he stabilized his body, the huge black flame tiger rushed angrily again. Not daring to stop, Su Chen leaped again, jumping to another place. At the very instant he leaped to another place, that black flame tiger smashed the giant tree that Su Chen had previously stood on with one claw. Countless leaves fluttered wildly. For now I cannot confront it directly, though I need to avoid its attacks, slowly exhaust its strength, and then take the opportunity to strike a fatal blow. Looking at the towering tree that was cut off by the black flame tiger, Su Chen's face was filled with solemnity. With his current realm, it is impossible to directly withstand the black flame tiger easily. What can be done is to exhaust the opponent as much as possible and strike a fatal blow when it is weak. Have you found Su Chen's whereabouts? Several killers dressed in black appeared at the outskirts of Mongshan. They came from the killing hall of Wuching, belonging to underground dark forces specifically responsible for receiving various assassination tasks. As long as the employer offers enough price, they can take risks to assassinate anyone for the employer. Tracking dogs are investigating. A black-clad killer skilled in tracking and exploration responded. In his hand, there was a demon dog whose nose was extremely sensitive and could sense the breath of all living beings within hundreds of miles. Woof! At this time, the demon dog, which was constantly searching for Su Chen's breath, barked furiously toward the depths of Mongshan. Found it! In the depths of Mongshan. It is said that Su Chen cannot cultivate. Going into the depths of Mongshan is not looking for death. From my estimate, Su Chen might have already been swallowed by a powerful beast in some place. Shall we go back? Why go back? The employer ordered that whether alive or dead, the body must be seen, said the leader of the black-clad killers in a low voice. But there are many powerful demons in the depths of Mongshan, far exceeding our strength. Once we encounter them, we don't say more. Everything is to complete the mission smoothly. Roar! In the depths of Mount Mang, beastly roars shook the heavens. A powerful demonic aura surged and spread everywhere. The massive black flame tiger, having fallen into a frenzy, wildly pounced on Su Chun. Su Chun, relying on the rich combat experience he had accumulated over the years and the agile movement techniques learned from the heavenly sect, continuously dodged and evaded, avoiding the black flame tiger's relentless and fierce pounces. This tiger should be nearing exhaustion. Su Chun's expression was calm, without a hint of panic. He knew very well that the more dangerous the battle, the more one must not lose composure. Once you lose your footing, you give the enemy an opportunity. A moment of carelessness can lead to instant death. Roar. Under the giant tree, the already exhausted black flame tiger stared grimly at Su Chun standing on a branch. From its mouth came low growls. After a moment of confrontation, it stopped fighting and immediately turned around, sprinting deep into Mount Mang. The opportunity has finally come. Seeing the black flame tiger exhausted and unwilling to continue consuming their energy, Su Chun curled the corner of his mouth, knowing his chance had arrived. With a light tap of his toes, he was as nimble as a swallow, chasing fiercely after the black flame tiger. Thunderclap fist first form. Chi surges through mountains and rivers. Su Chun's speed was not inferior to that of the severely injured and exhausted black flame tiger. Before long, he had caught up and was above the tiger. Clenching his right fist, he threw a fierce punch squarely at the tiger's back below. Thunderclap fist is a yellow-rank superior martial skill comprising 3 forms. Chi surges through mountains and rivers, reversing heaven and earth and galloping like thunder. It is the most superior martial skill of the Su family. Years ago, Su Chun had already mastered it, thoroughly grasping its essence. It was the lowest level martial skill among those he had cultivated over the years, yet also the most suitable one for his current cultivation realm to execute. Whoosh! The fist shot out like the wind. A dull thunderclap resounded. Faintly, a fist force carrying the momentum of thunder struck heavily on the black flame tiger's back. Boom! An explosive sound. The massive black flame tiger, having taken Su Chun's thunderclap fist, sank down and couldn't help but let out a miserable roar to the sky in pain. If it were at its peak uninjured state, it would never have been reduced to this. But now, with its severe injuries unhealed and its strength nearly spent, this additional punch from Su Chun made it immediately unable to withstand. Its body crashed heavily to the ground. From its mouth, it spat out large mouthfuls of black, demonic blood. Midair, having wounded the black flame tiger with one punch, Su Chun did not let down his guard. To be safe, he threw 2 more punches again, using chi surges through mountains and rivers. The powerful fist forces hammered repeatedly onto the black flame tiger's colossal body, shattering its internal organs. With a mournful roar, the black flame tiger died unwillingly, the light in its eyes quickly fading. With the death of the black flame tiger, a surge of powerful, pure, true chi immediately flowed into the myriad worlds pill within Su Chun. Indeed, compared to killing demonic beasts at the martial disciple 3rd or 4th level, the true chi energy brought by the black flame tiger is much denser. As long as I kill a few more existences like the black flame tiger, breaking through to the 2nd level of martial disciple shouldn't take long. However, to be safe, I'd better not continue attempting. This time he was only able to kill the black flame tiger because he happened to encounter it with unhealed severe injuries. If he encountered a peak demonic beast of the same realm with his current level, he simply couldn't handle it and would very likely be killed. Feeling the increased pure true chi within his body, Su Chun was slightly excited. He wanted to continue hunting powerful demonic beasts like the black flame tiger to madly improve his cultivation realm. But after careful consideration, he gave up this plan. After all, with insufficient realm and strength, if he acted too recklessly, he could easily die. Swish! Just as Su Chun was pondering and murmuring to himself, a piercing sound of something cutting through the air came from behind. Reacting quickly, Su Chun tilted his head, and a crossbow bolt brushed past his temple, embedding with a duo sound into the trunk of a giant tree ahead. The crossbow bolt was poisoned, corroding a large hole in the giant tree. One can imagine the damage it would have caused if it had hit Su Chun. Whoosh! The moment he dodged the crossbow bolt, Su Chun flickered and quickly hid behind a boulder not far away. Peeking out slightly, his gaze caught several assassins dressed in black with chilling auras. Come out. Young Master Su, stop hiding. A waste who can't cultivate actually managed to kill a black flame tiger comparable to the 9th level of martial disciple. As expected of the former holy son of heavenly sect, such skill is truly surprising. Pity, no matter how strong the skill, what does it matter? In our hands you have only one end, and that is death. Several black-clad assassins all revealed themselves. One held a crossbow, one a blade, one a dagger, one an iron staff. 6 in total. Their cultivation realms were at the 6th or 7th level of martial disciple respectively. 6 people at the 6th or 7th level of martial disciple. Having just killed the black flame tiger and absorbed a lot of pure true chi with my current realm, killing these 6 is no problem. Moreover, killing one will help the myriad worlds pill increase its true chi. Behind the boulder, Su Chun coldly scrutinized the 6 assassins, muttering to himself. Years of combat experience taught him never to underestimate an enemy. Analyze the situation, analyze one's own abilities. Under what circumstances can one quickly kill an opponent at the minimal cost? Even a lion uses its full strength to catch a rabbit. The one with the crossbow, the bolts are poisoned, he must be taken out first. Without the long-range threat, the rest with short weapons can be easily handled in close combat. After some thought, Su Chen fixed his gaze firmly on the crossbow-wielding assassin like a tiger ready to pounce. What? Young Master Su. Still not coming out. The crossbow assassin stared grimly at the boulder Su Chen was hiding behind, gradually growing impatient. He pulled the trigger, and a bolt shot out violently, embedding into the boulder. The bolt's power was strong, penetrating 3 inches into the stone and shattering cracks like a spiderweb. Let's see how long you can hide. My diamond crossbow can even pierce through rocks. The crossbow assassin can. He slowly advanced, locking onto Su Chen's aura, roughly determining Su Chen's hiding spot, and immediately aimed the diamond crossbow at the boulder from a distance, attempting a killing blow. But before the assassin could pull the trigger, Su Chen, who had been waiting for an opportunity behind the boulder, immediately. The crossbow assassin snorted disdainfully and quickly used his diamond crossbow to deflect the incoming stone. In that instant, Su Chen sprang out like a ferocious tiger. Clenching his right fist, he threw a sudden punch. The terrifying fist force headed straight for the assassin's chest. Everything happened so fast that the crossbow assassin never expected Su Chen would dare to appear and attack him. By the time he reacted and tried to dodge, it was already too late. The fist force slammed heavily into his chest, blasting him away. Several ribs instantly snapped. By the time the assassin's body crashed to the ground, he was already dead. The first one. Inside his body, the myriad world's pill gained a trace of pure, true chi. Su Chen swept his gaze and locked onto the assassin wielding an iron staff. He lunged forward like a fierce tiger released from its cage to hunt. Fast. Too fast. From Su Chen's sudden eruption to taking out the crossbow-wielding assassin in one move, it all happened in just an instant. The whole process was so swift that the other assassins were utterly caught off guard. Could a waste who could not cultivate actually kill a martial apprentice 6th-stage expert with such ease? Watch out. At that moment, a knife-wielding assassin quickly regained his senses. Seeing Su Chen already charging like a ferocious tiger freed from its cage toward another companion armed with an iron rod, he immediately shouted a warning. Alas, it was too late. The instant he issued the warning, Su Chen had already closed in on the rod-wielding assassin. Taking advantage of the latter's stunned and unresponsive state, he slammed a fist fiercely into the opponent's chest. Thump! A dull sound. A surge of fist force penetrated straight into the rod-wielding assassin's chest, shattering his heart. As his body flew backward, he had already breathed his last. The second one. Su Chen's eyes flickered with cold light, tinged with a hint of bloody gleam. With the death of the second assassin, the myriad world's pill within his body once again gained a trace of dense, pure, true chi. Relying on this increased true chi, Su Chen not only felt no fatigue, but his power was also steadily rising. Spread out. Quick. Spread out. Use poison. No, his speed is too fast, his movement too bizarre. Poison can't be aimed. 2 comrades had been killed in succession. The remaining 4 assassins could not help but become flustered. In contrast, Su Chen with effortless ease was already charging toward the third target. That man held a dagger and was clearly adept at concealment and disguise. Unfortunately, he was overconfident, believing that dealing with a waste like Su Chen required no stealth or ambush. Thus, he simply exposed himself along with the other companions. And now he had become Su Chen's third target for kill me. Do you think it's that easy? The dagger-wielding assassin's face darkened. He reached into his bosom and suddenly flung a handful of lime. However, Su Chen was already on guard. He sidestepped, dodging the lime hurtling toward him. Then pivoting his body, he swung his left sleeve, whipping up a powerful gust. The gust carried the lime back toward the dagger-wielding assassin. All the lime entered his eyes, causing intense burning pain. The assassin stumbled backward, repeatedly covering his eyes and screaming in agony. In that moment, Su Chen closed and reached out, snapped the opponent's wrist, and seized the dagger from his hand. SSH, the dagger slashed across. A splash of blood spurted out. The assassin clutched his spurting throat, fell stiffly to the ground, twitched a few times, and then lay still. The third one. Dagger clutched firmly in hand, Su Chen's face was expressionless. Killing. He was long accustomed to it. During his years in the Tian sect fighting for various resources, his hands had been stained with who knows how much blood. Whoosh! A murderous intent surged from behind. A knife-wielding assassin, taking advantage of the moment Su Chen killed his comrade, decisively slashed at him, attempting a sneak attack. He had realized that although Su Chen was crippled, he must not be underestimated. After all, this youth was once the holy son of the Tian sect. Clang! Su Chen, with keen spiritual sense, had already detected the killing intent from behind. He raised his dagger and effortlessly blocked the fierce slash. The long blade and dagger clashed violently, sending out a shower of dazzling sparks and a metallic clang. Impossible. How could he easily block my strike? The knife-wielding assassin, seeing Su Chen effortlessly parry his blow, showed a look of shock. He himself was a martial apprentice 6th stage, while Su Chen was clearly crippled. In a direct clash, how could he withstand his strike? Is it so hard to block your slash? Su Chun sneered, then performed a spinning kick, landing heavily on the opponent's waist. The immense force sent the knife-wielding man flying sideways over 10 meters, his head crashing into a giant tree not far away, leaving him incapacitated. He spat out mouthfuls of blood and damaged internal organs, his body contorted in a grotesque manner. It was clear he would not live much longer. The fourth one, Su Chun said calmly. With a sweep of his gaze, he fixed on the remaining two. One wore hook claws on both hands with a cultivation of martial apprentice 6th stage. The other wore gauntlets covered in sharp steel spikes. His aura was clearly much stronger than the others, being a martial apprentice 7th stage cultivator. Moreover, his physique was extremely burly with knotted muscles exuding explosive power. His skin was bronze, marking him as a body cultivator who trained in external martial arts. Stay aside, you're no match for him. Let me handle it. The burly assassin instructed, dissuading the companion beside him ready to deal with Su Chun personally. Stepping forward slowly, the assassin stared coldly at Su Chun, his voice icy. I've underestimated you. I thought this mission would be easy, but I never expected to lose 4 elites. Su Chun, I admire you, but you. Whoosh! Before the burly assassin could finish his menacing words, Su Chun initiated the attack first. With a fierce charge, he closed in and thrust his dagger straight at the opponent's heart. He struck with a killing blow, giving the enemy no chance to catch his breath. However, a martial apprentice 7th stage body cultivator had naturally sharp reflexes. The instant he sensed the killing intent, the burly assassin sidestepped swiftly. Then, taking advantage of Su Chun's exposed flank, he punched toward the latter's armpit. The fist shot out like the wind, accompanied by a sonic boom. Swish! The dagger struck empty air, but Su Chun was not flustered. On the contrary, he was remarkably calm. His keen senses, honed through years of combat, were in no way inferior to the burly assassin's. Almost the moment the opponent threw the punch, Su Chun reversed his grip on the dagger and aimed directly at the assassin's neck. A suicidal exchange. The burly assassin's pupils contracted. He abruptly retracted his punch and was forced to leap back, dodging Su Chun's sweeping strike. This madman. After retreating several meters, the burly assassin stared at Su Chun in the distance and couldn't help cursing under his breath. In the previous exchange, his punch would surely have hit Su Chun's armpit, and the fist force would have pulverized the latter's internal organs, killing him on the spot. But Su Chun did not dodge. Instead, he used retreat as an advance and chose a fatal exchange. He slashed his dagger at the assassin's neck. If the assassin hadn't withdrawn his attack and jumped back in time, they would both have perished. That was why the burly assassin called Su Chun a madman. In that single moment of exchange, the assassin realized he had lost. In terms of mentality and determination alone, he was utterly defeated before Su Chun. While the burly assassin was still muttering curses and lamenting, Su Chun, dagger in hand, once again lunged. This time his speed was even greater. He moved and dodged, flickering in and out of sight, now to the left, now to the right, making it impossible to track his whereabouts. One could only faintly sense the piercing, icy, murderous intent. Iron Shirt. Unable to track Su Chun's figure with the naked eye, the burly assassin wore a grave expression. To guard against Su Chun's forthcoming attack, he activated his signature body tempering technique, the Iron Shirt. Instantly, a faint golden glow shimmered across the burly assassin's skin. Flying, Su Chun slashed his dagger at the opponent's neck, but it struck as if hitting metal, producing a harsh ringing sound, and the dagger almost slipped from his hand. Let's see how you can break my Iron Shirt this time. The burly assassin snorted coldly, reaching out to grab Su Chun in an attempt to restrain his movements. Chi surged through mountains and rivers. Su Chun's eyes sharpened, his right fist clenched, and he blasted it fiercely toward the burly assassin's chest. Clang! The terrifying fist force struck the opponent's body, sounding like it had hit a block of iron, failing to inflict even a scratch, only knocking him back 5 paces. Su Chun, leveraging the recoil force, retreated over a dozen paces in one breath, widening the distance between them. Good fist technique, but your cultivation is insufficient to break my Iron Shirt. Young Master Su, as the rumors say, you are no longer the former holy son of the heavenly sect. The burly assassin sneered from a distance. With a stomp of his foot, he shot towards Su Chun like an arrow, clenching his fists and relentlessly hammering at it. Facing the burly assassin's aggressive onslaught, Su Chun dared not recklessly confront him. Instead, he relied on his agile footwork to evade all incoming attacks. Then he watched for an opening to deliver a fatal blow. Unfortunately, the burly assassin's attacks were swift and fierce, and he was a seasoned combatant who would not easily reveal his weaknesses. In this situation, Su Chun could only keep dodging, gradually losing ground. Indeed, a peak martial apprentice 7th level expert is not so easy to kill. Earlier, I was lucky to slay the Black Flame Tiger, striking when it was gravely wounded. Otherwise, I might have perished. After the fierce clash with the burly assassin, Su Chun clearly realized that with his current cultivation, confronting a peak martial apprentice 7th level heathen was no simple feat. Yet Su Chun did not lose his fighting spirit. Had he not experienced countless battles? In the past for the heavenly sect, he had risked his life countless times, always putting his neck on the line to fight. Years of combat experience would not be completely lost with his regressed cultivation. Swoosh. With a backward leap, Su Chen narrowly avoided the burly assassin's furious punch. Boom. The force of that punch was terrifying, directly smashing a 2-meter-deep crater into the ground where Su Chen had stood. The crater was covered with cracks spreading like a spiderweb. Countless blades of grass, broken stones, and soil flew in all directions, kicking up a cloud of dust. If that punch had landed solidly on Su Chen, even with his physique enhanced by the 9 dragon tendons and the myriad realm pill, he would have been crippled or killed. Ultimately, it came down to insufficient cultivation. The true potential of the 9 dragon tendons and the myriad realm pill had not been fully unleashed. Nor had Su Chen fully developed his own physique, the heavenly Tao Saint body. What young Master Su are you only capable of dodging? The burly assassin stared coldly at Su Chen, retreating in the distance, his gaze icy. Su Chen was too agile. The opponent had no idea what movement technique he cultivated, but it was elusive, causing every attack to miss. Several times when he thought he had Su Chen, the latter always twisted away at a clever angle at the critical moment. He was as slippery as a loach, truly troublesome. You are at Martial Apprentice 7th level, far above me. Do you think I would fight you, hedonite? Su Chen remained expressionless, unprovoked by the taunt. On the battlefield, one must stay composed and not be swayed by words. That was a cardinal rule. Let's see how long you can evade. The burly assassin snorted and charged at Su Chen again. Seeing his approach, Su Chen once more employed his agile technique to dodge instantly. In the moment of evasion, he hurled his dagger, shooting it toward the opponent's eyes. Clang! The burly assassin shut his eyes, and the dagger struck his eyelid, emitting a metallic ring. The opportunity is here. The moment the burly assassin closed his eyes, Su Chen knew it was time to strike back. With a light tap of his toe, he rapidly closed the distance. Clenching his right fist, he once again executed the thunderclap fist, striking the opponent square in the lower abdomen. Stop struggling. Your fist cannot break my iron shirt. The burly assassin took Su Chen's punch without changing his expression. But Su Chen ignored him, following the first punch with a second hitting the same spot on the abdomen, then a third, a fourth. One punch after another, continuously pounding the same location. At that moment, the burly assassin's expression shifted slightly. He could feel a force penetrating his skin and entering his abdomen, churning his intestines painfully. You practice iron shirt externally, but have you internalized it? Su Chen's punches kept coming, slamming into the opponent's lower abdomen without pause. He sneered coldly as he struck. Damn it. At this point, the burly assassin panicked completely. He suddenly burst out a surge of chi, forcing Su Chen. Then his knees gave way, and he collapsed awkwardly to the ground. His abdomen ached with a sharp pain, making his face somewhat pale, and pearls of cold sweat oozing from his forehead. 15 consecutive thunderclap fists to the same spot. If your internal training is lacking, it's hard to endure, isn't it? Su Chen said calmly. Throughout the earlier exchange, he had been probing, testing the depth of the burly assassin and the level of his iron shirt cultivation. After dozens of clashes, Su Chen gradually concluded that the burly assassin's iron shirt was not high level. His external defense was decent, but internal training was lacking. That was why he had thrown the dagger at the opponent's eyes, to see if he would blink. If the internal training had been perfect, his whole body, including eyes and organs, would be as hard as iron, and he would not need to close his eyes against the dagger. Unfortunately, the burly assassin chose to shut his eyes to block the dagger. That single action confirmed Su Chen's speculation: the iron shirt's internal cultivation was indeed flawed. If it was flawed, defeating him would be easy. All that was needed was consecutive strikes to the same spot to inflict internal injury and render him powerless. You threw the dagger at my eyes deliberately to test me. The burly assassin's face darkened, recalling the earlier moment when Su Chen suddenly hurled the dagger at his eyes. You're not stupid. Su Chen stepped forward, a playful expression on his face. This youth's combat awareness is too cautious and keen. The burly assassin was stunned. Su Chen's cultivation was far inferior to his, yet his combat awareness and careful planning were something even he had to admire. Truly worthy of the former holy son of the heavenly sect who had risked his life for the sect for years. Such combat awareness was beyond ordinary men. How I have lost this battle. Dying at the hands of the former holy son of the heavenly sect is not a shame. The burly assassin kneeling on the ground gave a bitter smile. His internal organs had already been shattered by Su Chen's fist force. He had no strength to fight. He could still speak only by relying on his cultivation to cling to the last breath. After saying this, the burly assassin lowered his head, his life force rapidly fading. With his death, the myriad realm pill within Su Chen's body once again gained a trace of dense, pure, true chi. This trace of pure, true chi was far denser and purer than that gained from the 4 martial apprentice 6th level he had killed earlier. I am only a hair's breadth away from a breakthrough. Feeling the increased pure, true chi in the myriad realm pill, Su Chen's eyes gleamed with spirit. There is still one more. He swept his gaze and locked onto the last black-clad assassin. That assassin whose hands were clad in hooked claws had long since turned tail and fled in panic after witnessing all his companions fall to Su Chun. That Su Chun is a monster. Is it true that his cultivation has regressed, and he can no longer train? If that's the case, why is he so hard to kill? Even Lei Laoda died at his hands. Damn, Su Yinglong gave our assassin Hall false intelligence, causing us to suffer such heavy losses. The black-clad assassin wielding a hooked claw fled desperately toward the outskirts of Mang Mountain. He was terrified from the bottom of his heart by the power Su Chun had displayed. His intuition told him Su Chun could not possibly be merely a cripple unable to cultivate. If he truly couldn't cultivate, how could he have the skill and ability to kill Lei Laoda, who was at the 7th level of martial disciple? A sharp piercing sound sliced through the air. A bolt from a crossbow shot fiercely from behind the black-clad assassin. Startled, the assassin twisted his body midair, narrowly dodging the bolt that grazed past him. The Vajra crossbow. It had belonged to one of his fallen companions. The bolt's power was immense. Given his cultivation level, it would be extremely difficult to withstand, easily piercing his flesh. More importantly, the bolt was coated with a potent poison. Once struck, death was certain. Damn it. Having dodged the bolt, the assassin turned back to see Su Chun rapidly closing in. In Su Chun's hand, he firmly gripped the Vajra crossbow. Paralyzed by fear, the assassin dared not linger. He again used his movement technique to flee into the distance, trying to shake off Su Chun. But the bolt shot after him time and again, forcing him to dodge repeatedly and exhausting his defenses slowly. Seizing this opportunity, Su Chun constantly closed the distance between them. 3 zhang, 2 zhang, 1 zhang. Before long, Su Chun, holding the Vajra crossbow, was upon the black-clad assassin. Unwilling to await death, the assassin decided to fight desperately. He spun and lashed out with his claw. The sharp hooked claw tore through the void, attempting to rip Su Chun to shreds. Clang! Su Chun reacted swiftly, using the Vajra crossbow in his hand to block the assassin's sharp claw. At the same time, he rapidly threw a punch, striking the assassin's shoulder with full force. A dull thud echoed. The terrifying force of the punch penetrated the assassin's scapula, completely shattering the bones in his shoulder. Searing pain wrenched a scream from the assassin as he collapsed awkwardly to the ground, half his body gone limp. Who sent you to kill me? Su Chun raised the Vajra crossbow, aiming it at the assassin before him, and questioned coldly. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. He'll talk. With half his body paralyzed and utterly powerless, the assassin turned pale with terror the moment he saw Su Chun aiming the crossbow at him, and he begged for mercy repeatedly. I'm listening. Su Chun replied coldly, still aiming the Vajra crossbow at the assassin's brow to prevent it. It's Su Yinglong. The assassin confessed truthfully. Su Yinglong. Yes, it was him. He secretly sent someone to our assassin hall and posted a bounty. We saw the target was you. It seemed easy and the payment was good, so we took the job. Seek the source of the grievance, find the debtor. If you want revenge, don't come after me. I took this job just to make a living. The one truly wanting to harm you is Su Yinglong. So please, don't kill me. After explaining everything in detail, the assassin begged for mercy. Since you accepted the mission, you should have been prepared to lose your head. That would make you a qualified assassin, not begging for mercy when things turn sour. Having learned the truth behind it, Su Chun looked at the assassin before him and replied coldly. With a squeeze of the trigger, the Vajra crossbow bolt instantly pierced the assassin's skull, splattering brain matter and blood everywhere. He died on the spot. In this world, the strong prey on the weak. One must never harbor the slightest pity or mercy toward an enemy. Otherwise, in the end, only you will be hurt. With the death of the assassin, the myriad worlds pill inside Su Chun absorbed and condensed another trace of pure chi. The increase was slight, but better than nothing. Su Yinglong wants me dead. At the clan tournament next month, I, Su Chun, will make sure all 3 of you, father and sons, lose your lives. Throwing away the Vajra crossbow, Su Chun turned and continued deeper into Mang Mountain. Su Fei was about to return from the Flying Cloud sect to participate in the clan tournament. Before that, Su Chun had to raise his cultivation as much as possible to have the power and means to kill him. For now, he couldn't waste time returning to the clan to deal with Su Yinglong. Everything centered on improving his cultivation. Elder Su, the eldest young master, has returned. A servant of the Su family hurried into Su Yinglong's study, bowing humbly. Haha, good, take me to welcome him. Su Yinglong's face lit up with a smile upon hearing that his eldest son, Su Fei, had returned. He rose and followed the servant to the courtyard, where he happened to see a young man dressed in splendid robes, exuding an imposing aura. The young man bore a slight resemblance to Su Yinglong. A square face, a somewhat robust build, and a restrained aura that instinctively made one feel a hint of pressure. Su Fei, aside from Su Chun, was the foremost genius of the Su family in recent times. Recognized by the Flying Cloud sect in the imperial capital, he had now become an outer disciple of the sect. Originally, he had not planned to return to the clan. It was only because his father Su Inglong repeatedly urged him to participate in the clan tournament to intimidate the petty schemers within the clan and facilitate his seizure of the patriarch position that he had to ask for leave from the sect elders and return from the imperial capital to Wu City. Fair. Su Inglong's face was brimming with joy at seeing his long-absent eldest son. Father. Su Fei grinned and embraced his father tightly. It's been so long, father has missed you dearly, Su Inglong said with some emotion. He could tell that after joining the Flying Cloud sect his son's strength had clearly reached a higher level, perhaps even surpassing his own. At the upcoming clan tournament, once his son displayed his skills, he would surely impress everyone in the clan. Then he would smoothly ascend to the position of Su family patriarch and seize control of the clan. When is the clan tournament? I only have 10 days of leave, after accounting for travel, I have less than 3. Su Fei looked at his father and asked. It starts tomorrow. You just need to show off your skills and leave the rest to me. Su Inglong patted his son's shoulder and said solemnly. I heard Su Chun was expelled from the heavenly sect and has returned to the clan. Su Fei inquired. Yes, he came back a month ago. Excellent. Tomorrow at the clan tournament, I will make him understand that a mere cripple has no right to live in the Su family. Su Fei's face twisted with malice, his eyes cold and ruthless. In the past, Su Chen's brilliance in the clan had been too dazzling. Even though Su Fei was talented, he had been overshadowed by Su Chen's radiance. This had instilled in Su Fei a bitter resentment of why was I born in the shadow of such a genius. Now learning that Su Chun was crippled and cast out by the heavenly sect, the pent-up bitterness and unwillingness that had plagued Su Fei for years dissipated in an instant. His willingness to return from the Flying Cloud sect to participate in this tournament stemmed more from a desire to thoroughly crush Su Chun in front of everyone. He wanted those clan elders who had once valued Su Chun to see with their dog eyes that the true genius was himself Su Fei, not Su Chun. Su Chun was nothing but a waste who had attempted to defile the heavenly sect's sacred maiden and was then expelled. Tomorrow at the clan competition, I'm afraid Su Chun won't be seen. Su Inglong sneered coldly. Father, why do you say that? A while ago Su Chun went alone into Mang Mountain. More than half a month has passed, and he hasn't been seen returning. I'm afraid he's already dead in Mang Mountain. Su Inglong snorted. That Su Zhan has been frantic lately, dispatching many clan experts into the mountains to search for Su Chen's whereabouts, but still no clues. Father, could it be? Su Fei looked at his father with suspicion. He knew his father's character well. This time Su Chen's prolonged absence from Mang Mountain probably had something to do with his father. Chill. Beware of eavesdroppers. Su Inglong replied in a low voice. During the time Su Chen had been missing in Mang Mountain, Su Zhan had suspected him more than once and had secretly sent spies to monitor his every move. Fortunately, Su Inglong had not revealed any flaws and had kept himself well hidden. Your son understands. Su Fei nodded. Su Chen dead in Mang Mountain. If so, his return for the family competition would be meaningless. Well, dying like this saves him from being humiliated by me. A mere waste living is suffering. All right, stop standing there talking. After traveling for so many days, you should go to your room and rest well. Your father has ordered the servants to prepare your room in advance. Su Inglong patted Su Fei's shoulder, telling him to go back to his room and rest. Your son takes his leave. Su Fei cupped his fists in a respectful bow and, guided by the Su family servant, went straight to his room. Greetings, clan leader. A Su clan expert hurried into the hall and saw Su Zhan seated at the head. How is it? Any news of my son? Su Zhan asked urgently. Su Chun had entered Mang Mountain and had not returned for days. He was worried something had happened. None. The Su clan expert's expression darkened, and he shook his head with a bitter sigh. Search. Keep searching. I want to see him alive or dead. Su Zhan shouted. He had only this one son. In the Su clan, Su Chun was his only family in this world. If Su Chen died, what face would Su Zhan have to live on? After death, how could he face Su Chen's mother? The Su clan expert's heart trembled, and he quickly withdrew to continue dispatching people to Mang Mountain to search for Su Chun. My son, you must not come to harm. Your father only has you as a family. Su Zhan slumped back into his seat, muttering. Su Zhan. An aged voice reached Su Zhan's ears. Following the sound, he saw Grand Elder Su Tianyi. Grand Elder, why have you come? I came to ask, have you still not found Su Chun? Su Tianyi sighed. No. Su Zhan's expression darkened. Don't worry. That child Su Chun is blessed by heaven. He doesn't seem like someone with a short life. Perhaps he'll come back on his own tonight. Su Tianyi patted Su Zhan's shoulder, persuading him earnestly. Will he come back? Su Zhan lowered his head. Even he himself could not be sure if his son would return. Mang Mountain is perilous, filled with many beasts. Su Chen entered it and has not returned for a long time. I'm afraid. Grand Elder, I suspect Su Inglong. It's him. He must have harmed my son. Evidence. What evidence do we need? Su Inglong has always wanted my son. This time my son entered Mang Mountain and hasn't returned. If not Su Inglong secretly ordering someone to deal with my son, then who? Su Zhan's eyes were bloodshot. The only one in the clan who held a grudge against father and son was Su Inglong. especially since Su Chun had just beaten Su Yinglong's youngest son Su Lin some time ago. Given Su Yinglong's character, he would never let it go. Knowing Su Chun had entered Mang Mountain, he must have secretly sent people ahead to kill his son Su Chun. Su Zhan, this old man knows you're anxious. Su Yinglong has always been at odds with you and your son. But as the clan leader, you must not let hatred cloud your reason and do something against the clan rules. Without sufficient evidence to accuse Su Yinglong, you absolutely cannot make a move on him. Otherwise, I will not stand idly by. Do you understand? Seeing Su Zhan's agitation and fearing that he might lose control and attack Su Yinglong, the Grand Elder gave Su Zhan a warning first. Grand Elder, if my son hasn't returned by tomorrow, living alone holds no meaning for me. Do you understand? Su Zhan stared straight at Su Tianyi, his eyes full of resentment. Alas! Su Tianyi sighed, said no more, and turned to leave the clan hall. He knew well that Su Chun was Su Zhan's only weakness. If Su Chun were truly dead, given Su Zhan's character, he would definitely fight to the death, with Su Yinglong and his two sons dragging them all down with him. Even if he wanted to stop it, it would be very difficult. After all, Su Zhan's cultivation was at the 3rd level of martial spirit, and he had trained in various powerful martial techniques. His strength was only one minor realm weaker than his own. The next day, the Su clan's family competition was successfully convened. Around the huge martial arts field, many Su clan members and disciples gathered. Everyone wanted to see which Su clan disciple would shine brightly in this year's family competition. I wonder who will take first place in this family competition. Who else? Definitely Su Fei. Su Fei. Don't you know? Su Fei returned to the clan yet. He came specifically to participate in this family competition. If that's the case, then first place in this competition is indeed his for the taking. That Su Chun is in for a rough time. With Su Fei participating, his wish to take first is pure fantasy. As I see it, he and his father will surely be expelled from the clan by the elders. Su Chun died long ago. Dead, don't you know? Su Chun went into Mang Mountain some time ago and still hasn't returned. Now that you mention it, I recall. It seems the clan leader has been constantly sending experts into the mountains to search, but they still haven't found any trace of Su Chun. Heh, that's really letting that waste off easy. Dying in Mang Mountain saves him from making a fool of himself at the family competition. In the stands, many Su clan disciples whispered among themselves. Everyone's topics revolved around Su Fei and Su Chun. One was the current #1 genius of the Su clan, having successfully joined the Feiyun sect as an outer disciple with a boundless future. The other was a former genius of the Su clan whose brilliance once shone across the entire Dine Empire. His powerful talent suppressed countless prodigies within the empire, leaving them unable to hold their heads high. However, in the end, he became a waste and even attempted to defile the holy maiden of the celestial sect, resulting in his expulsion. Naturally, Su Chun and Su Fei attracted much attention within the Su clan. As time passed, the morning sun rose higher. On the high platform, the figures of the Su clan's high-ranking members gradually appeared. Su Tianyi, Su Yinglong, and other elders and high officials emerged one after another, taking their seats on the platform. After a while, Su Zhan, the current clan leader of the Su family, also arrived at the high platform with a grim expression. As he passed by Su Yinglong, he did not forget to cast a cold and murderous glare. Feeling that cold gaze, Su Yinglong's heart suddenly skipped a beat for no reason. However, he was not worried about Su Zhan acting recklessly. After all, with the Grand Elder overseeing, Su Zhan did not have the courage to suddenly attack and kill someone. Reclaiming his gaze, Su Zhan walked directly to the center of the dais and sat down. With a cold expression, he surveyed the vast training ground below, taking in all the members of the Su clan gathered around the arena. His eyes were filled with emptiness and ice. Head of the clan, it is time. The family tournament should begin. A powerful member of the Su clan stepped forward before Su Zhan and bowed respectfully. I understand. Dismissed. Su Zhan waved his hand, signaling the Su clan warrior before him. Then he slowly rose, clasping his hands behind his back, walking straight onto the dais. He scanned everyone in the training ground. Today marks our annual family tournament of the Su clan. In this tournament, whoever comes out on top shall have the right to become the next young master of the Su clan. The family will also grant abundant cultivation resources for his needs. Now, as the head of the family, I hereby declare that the family tournament officially begins. After Su Zhan finished speaking, he quietly withdrew. He saw many participating disciples from the Su clan, each one spirited and eager, ready to shine. However, among all the participants, there was no sign of his son Su Chun. This time the family tournament will be officiated by me. An elderly voice rang out, and Su Tianyi leaped gracefully, landing in the center of the training ground. All eyes turned toward him. The competition will take place on multiple platforms, first selecting the top 10. Then Tuntuo confrontations will determine the final winner. During the match, killing is forbidden. Anyone who violates this rule will immediately lose their eligibility. Also, anyone thrown off the platform or unable to continue will be deemed defeated. Now please, all participating disciples, ascend the stage. The tournament will commence immediately. After Su Tianyi briefly explained the tournament rules, the family tournament officially began. One by one, participating disciples climbed onto the central training platform. A total of 362 people participated in the Su clan's family tournament. Among them were Su Fei and Su Lin, two brothers. Su Chun died in Mongshan and couldn't attend this family tournament. It truly benefits him too much. If he were still alive and attended this tournament, I would make sure he dies a terrible death. Su Lin's face was... He had always planned to settle accounts with Su Chun during the family tournament, avenging the day Su Chun had broken. He never expected that after entering Mongshan, Su Chun had not returned, and surely perished within, leaving him resentful and regretful. Stop thinking about Su Chun. He's dead and gone. Now we'll clear away all your opponents on the field. Once you win first place in the family tournament, the position of young master will be yours. Big brother, the position of young master rightfully belongs to you. Why? Su Fei said calmly. I came to participate in this family tournament only for father and you. I do not care about the position of young master. As he said, Su Fei truly did not care about the position of young master of the Su clan. Especially since joining Fei Yun's sect, his horizons had broadened, and he deeply understood how vast the world and heaven and earth truly were. The position of young master of the Su paled compared to the outside world. Those he needed to contend with were the talented youths from the Great Yin imperial capital, and the path he must walk was the supreme invincible road. How could he let such a trivial position as young master of the Su clan limit his vision? With Big Brother's help, I am certain to secure first place in this family tournament. Su Lin smiled slightly. He understood now that his big brother's perspective had changed. Indeed, the position of young master of the Su clan was not very important to him. However, for himself, the position of young master of the Su clan was crucial. Once he became the young master of the Su clan, he could enjoy abundant cultivation resources. With so much accumulation, even if his talent was poor and he was slow-witted, he could still rise. At that time, he would join Fei Yun's sect like his big brother, going further and standing higher. Has the count been completed? Su Tianyi looked at the elder responsible for counting the participants and asked, There are 362 participants in total, but only 361 have arrived. One is missing. Su Chun. Yes. Very well. Let us begin. Su Chun is probably not returning. Su Tianyi sighed and instructed the Su clan elder beside him to announce the start of the tournament. Understood. This Su clan elder received the order and prepared to loudly announce the beginning of the tournament. But before he could speak, a cold voice echoed from the end of the training ground. Wait. Though not loud, this voice clearly reached every member of the Su clan. Following the sound, they suddenly saw a tattered youth figure appear at the edge of the training ground. The youth was completely ragged, covered in dirt and blood, his hair disheveled, looking like a beggar. Yet his eyes sparkled brightly, radiating an aura that made others uneasy. Su Chun. Among the audience, a Su clan disciple instantly recognized the beggar who had abruptly entered their Su clan training ground. None other than Su Chun, who had entered Mongshan and been missing for a long time. Is it really him? Didn't they say he was dead? This fool was lucky enough to survive. He actually made it out alive from Mongshan. Around them, many members of the Su clan whispered amongst themselves. Under everyone's gaze, Su Chun walked steadily toward the center of the training ground. Having just returned from Mongshan, he had no time to change or wash before rushing directly to the family training ground. This fight, he could neither miss nor lose. Otherwise, his father would certainly suffer a terrible fate. Chun. Chainer. On the dais, originally with empty eyes, Su Zhan, upon seeing the beggar who had suddenly burst into the family training ground, realized it was his son whom he had searched for days without success. Within those hollow eyes, the light of life reignited. Whoosh. In a flash, Su Zhan leaped down from the dais, heading straight towards Su Chun. It's so good to see you. I thought. Son, I am sorry to have worried you. Do you want to go back and wash up first? Have some rest. You don't need to participate in this family tournament. Father, once I finish the family tournament, resting will not be late. But now, don't worry, Father. Su Chun smiled, faintly glancing toward Grand Elder Su Tianyi. Grand Elder, may I still participate in the family tournament? Of course. Su Tianyi smiled gently. He never expected Su Chun to actually return safely. At first, he had not held much hope that Su Chun could survive coming out of Mongshan. Thank you. Su Chun bowed with folded hands, turning and walking straight onto the training ground. That guy didn't die. On the dais, Su Yinglong's complexion darkened instantly upon seeing Su Chun return safely. If he didn't die, then the assassins sent by the Tang sect truly are useless. Never mind. Since this lad has survived, let Fei teach him a proper lesson during this family tournament. That fellow actually survived. On the martial training ground, Su Lin stared at Su Chun, who had returned safely, with a look of astonishment. Having been missing for over half a month, the clan had dispatched countless experts to search Mang Mountain, yet found nothing. They had assumed Su Chun had long perished within Mang Mountain. Unexpectedly, he had returned to the clan at this critical moment. It's just as well he didn't die. During this clan tournament, without Su Chun, it would lack some excitement. Su Fei's lips curled slightly, his gaze fixed on Su Chun, carrying a cold, murderous intent. Big brother Su Chun is no longer the holy son of Tianzong, and he's already crippled. Why do you still regard him so highly? Su Lin was puzzled. Precisely because he was once Tianzong's holy son, defeating him publicly in this clan tournament will bring me a true sense of accomplishment. Su Fei replied. As Su Chen stepped onto the clan's martial training ground, the eyes of all participating disciples in the tournament fixed solely upon him. A useless waste still dares to join the clan tournament. How laughable. No need for words. In a moment we'll throw him off the arena. Let's join forces and see just how formidable the former holy son of Tianzong really is. One after another the participating disciples cast hostile glances towards Su Chun. Many even formed secret alliances, deciding to collaborate and knock Su Chun off the arena first. Now that everyone is assembled, I hereby announce the commencement of the competition. An elder of the Su clan declared in a loud voice. With his command, all participating disciples on the vast training ground immediately began to engage. One careless participant was directly struck off the arena by a palm from a rival beside him. Another was kicked in the lower abdomen, spitting a mouthful of counterflowing blood before tumbling off the stage unconscious. In just an instant, dozens of participants were thrown off the training ground, losing their eligibility for the competition. As for Su Chun, the moment the Su elder gave the order to start, 3 Su clan disciples immediately launched a joint attack against him. One was at the 4th level of martial disciple, another at the 5th level, and the third at the 7th level. Their combined assault was swift and fierce, with cunning strikes aimed directly at Su Chen's temples, hard abdomen, and other vital areas. On the high platform, Su Zhan watched 3 Su clan disciples gang up on his son as soon as the competition began, and he nervously clenched his fists. Though he claimed to believe in Su Chun aloud, when the actual fight started, Su Zhan couldn't help but worry. After all, Su Chun was crippled, no longer the genius he once was. He feared his son would suffer severe injuries during the match. Yet the very next second, Su Zhan realized his concern was entirely unnecessary. The 3 Su clan disciples had attacked Su Chun in unison, but the seemingly inevitable situation was effortlessly neutralized by him. With a single punch, Su Chun struck a 4th-level martial disciple squarely in the chest, the terrifying force surging into the disciple's body, sending him flying off the arena and rendering him unconscious. Shifting his body to the side, Su Chun evaded the palm strike of another 5th-level martial disciple, then arched his back to dodge the fist of the 7th-level martial disciple. His figure moved like a phantom, weaving between the 2 disciples. He brought down palm blades with extreme speed and precision, striking the back of the neck of each Su clan disciple. Both disciples grunted, their eyes bulging, before collapsing to the ground, completely unconscious and devoid of any combat ability. Yet all of this happened in the blink of an eye. It was so fast that many Su clan members in the audience could not even register what had occurred. On the high platform, however, Su Zhan, Su Tianyi, Su Yinglong, and other high-ranking elders of the Su clan clearly witnessed Su Chen's offensive maneuvers. Is Su Chen truly crippled? One Su elder exclaimed in astonishment. In mere moments, he had consecutively defeated disciples at the 4th, 5th, and 7th levels of martial disciple. Is this something a person with crippled cultivation could accomplish so easily? Fierce strikes, precise angles, and an uncanny footwork. Su Chen does not seem like a cripple. Not only that, just before he acted, I distinctly sensed a mighty momentum within him, though I'm not sure if it was just an illusion. Otherwise, a crippled cultivator could never so effortlessly defeat disciples at the 4th, 5th, and 7th levels of martial disciple. Excellent. Truly excellent. In the central seat of the high platform, Su Zhan watched his son effortlessly overcome 3 Su disciples in an instant. He could not suppress the excitement surging in his heart, clenching both fists. As for Su Yinglong, his expression darkened considerably. He recalled how a while ago the elder guarding the Spirit Pill Pavilion had told him that Su Chun had slain 3 disciples of collateral branches in one breath. At first he had not paid it much heed. He simply assumed that because Su Chun had once been Tianzong's holy son, his vast combat experience allowed him to easily kill disciples at the 3rd and 4th levels of martial disciple. The possibility of him treading the path of martial arts anew was utterly inconceivable. But now Su Yinglong had no choice but to seriously consider it. The assassins sent by the kill hall had failed to eliminate Su Chun. And now during the competition he had effortlessly defeated 3 Su disciples, displaying skills far beyond. Has that fellow truly returned to the martial path? Su Yinglong's eyes were fixed on Su Chun as he charged through the arena like a ghost, mowing down Su disciples left and right. Each time he threw a punch, a Su disciple was sent flying off the stage, spitting blood and losing all combat capability. The aura he exuded was utterly unstoppable. Su Yinglong felt a tremor in his heart. He feared Su Chen's return to the martial path. He dreaded his resurgence. Don't overthink it. Even if he has returned to the martial path, so what? He's starting from scratch. Su Chen's current strength is definitely not what it was in his prime. With Fei here, he will definitely eliminate Su Chun in this clan tournament. After his moment of worry, Su Yinglong quickly comforted himself. Attack. Everyone attack. We must not let Su Chun reach the finals. On the training ground, Su Lin saw Su Chun like a war god charging and slaughtering through the crowd of Su disciples with none able to stop him. His expression was extremely unpleasant. He could not bear to see Su Chun make it to the finals, much less win first place in the clan tournament. Because that first place belonged to him and the position of clan's young master also belonged to him. How could Su Chun, a waste expelled by Tianzong, become the young master of the Su clan once more? Urged by Su Lin, 4 Su disciples, all at the 9th level of martial disciple, charged at Su Chun together. Scram! Su Chun roared, unleashing a terrifying aura. The invisible force slammed like heavy hammers into the 4 9th level martial disciples. All 4 disciples spat out large mouthfuls of counterflowing blood. Their bodies flew backward like cannonballs, crashing off the arena and falling into complete unconsciousness. Su Chun is not crippled. That aura is unmistakably the martial master realm. He actually returned to the martial path. Could it be that during the time he vanished in Mang Mountain, he obtained some fortuitous opportunity that allowed him to embark on the martial path again? The audience erupted into uproar. Every Su clan member and disciple stared at Su Chun on the training ground in astonishment. Not only them, but on the high platform, Su Zhan, Su Tianyi, Su Yinglong, and other Su high-ranking members were also shocked beyond measure. Joy and gloom mingled. Martial Master Realm. That's right. That aura is indeed the Martial Master Realm. Chainer has truly returned to the martial path. Ha ha. Excellent. Truly excellent. At this moment, Su Zhan cast aside all pretense of being the clan head. Seeing his son truly walk the martial path once more and unleash the aura exclusive to a martial master cultivator, his excitement was impossible to contain. A martial master. By the side of the martial arena, Su Fei narrowed her eyes as she sensed the formidable aura suddenly erupting from Su Chun. How is this possible? That guy is actually at the martial master realm. Su Lin's eyes bulged, his face filled with disbelief. He clearly remembered that Su Chun had been crippled. On his first day back at the Su family, he couldn't even resist a family guard and needed his father Su Zhan to personally intervene. How much time had passed since then? That crippled fellow had started from nothing and risen all the way to the martial master realm. Compared to Su Chun, Su Lin himself appeared utterly mediocre. After all these years, he was still stuck at the martial apprentice level, never once even touching the threshold of martial master. The thought of this immense gap filled Su Lin with resentment and fury. Why was heaven so unjust? To make him as ordinary as a mortal, and to make Su Chun so brilliantly talented. What was he lacking compared to Su Chun? As the fierce battle concluded, only 10 remained on the arena. They were Su Chun, Su Fei, Su Lin, and 7 other members of the Su family. Apart from Su Lin, who was still a martial apprentice and had only advanced with his elder brother's help, all the other Su disciples were at the martial master level. And among the 10 on the field, Su Fei was the only martial spirit. Rest for the duration of 1 incense stick. Afterwards, draw lots to select your opponents and step onto the stage for the match. Seeing that only 10 remained, the Su family elder immediately appeared and announced loudly. Su Chun turned and walked straight back to the rest area. Su Zhan was already waiting there, having ordered someone to bring hot tea for his son. You little rascal, when did you re-embark on the martial path? Su Zhan had witnessed his son's performance on the field, and his face was full of barely concealed smiles. A few days ago, I encountered an opportunity that reforged my meridians and Dantian. Su Chun replied. He did not mention the matter of the 9 Dragons prison suppressing tower because the woman in red had warned him not to speak of it to a third person, not even his father. For the 9 Dragons prison suppressing tower involved matters of great consequence. If too many people knew, it would inevitably attract too much attention. Then not only would Su Chun's life be endangered, but also his father's and the lives of those he cared about. Good. Your father was worrying that you might not pass the clan competition easily. Now I see I was over. Learning that Su Chun had reforged his meridians, rebuilt his Dantian, and re-entered the martial path, the weight that had been pressing on Su Zhan's heart was completely lifted. He believed in his son's talent. Even starting from scratch one day, he would reclaim his peak and perhaps even. But you have only recently reforged your meridians and Dantian, and it hasn't been long since you re-embarked on the martial path. Your strength is still weak. In the final match later, when you encounter Su Fei, you must not be careless. Rest assured, father, I know what I am doing. Su Chun smiled gently. That Su Chun not only didn't die, but also gained an opportunity and re-embarked on the martial path. What a damned coincidence. Su Yinglong arrived in the rest room of the Su Fei brothers, his face as dark as a storm cloud. The aura Su Chun had explosively revealed on the martial arena today was still fresh in his memory. A waste expelled by the heavenly sect, destined to be unable to cultivate, reduced to a cripple, living out a mediocre life until death. Who would have thought that waste would obtain an opportunity and re-embark on the martial path? And in such a short time, starting from zero, he had quickly broken into the martial master realm, far surpassing his own useless younger son Su Lin. This left Su Yinglong's mind unable to calm for a long time. Father, do not worry. I will cripple Su Chun again in the final match. I don't believe his luck will hold every time. If he is crippled again, can he still encounter another opportunity and re-embark on the martial path? Su Fei said in a deep voice. When he saw Su Chun re-enter the martial path and reach the martial master realm, he was not too surprised, or in fact a part of him was even pleased. Because only then would he have the chance to cripple Su Chun again in the final match, making all the Su family members realize his own power and terror. Su Chen's current cultivation level is indeed inferior to yours. However, Fei, do not underestimate the enemy. Su Chun was once the holy son of the heavenly sect after all, and he fought and killed many powerful foes for the sect over many years. His combat experience is extremely rich and terrifying. If you underestimate him and are careless, you might very well fall into his trap. Su Yinglong advised patiently. For now he could only rely on his eldest son to defeat and cripple Su Chun again in the final match. As long as Su Chun remained a thorn in his side, Su Yinglong could not rest easy. I will keep your warning in mind, father. Su Fei clasped his fist respectfully. Time passed, and before they knew it, the rest period of one incense stick was over. The 10 people led by Su Chun walked out of their respective rest rooms ready to draw lots and select their opponents. Su Chun drew number 1. His opponent was a disciple of a different surname in the Su family. That disciple had considerable talent, far surpassing many of his peers. Over the years he had won many resources for the Su family and was currently being groomed as a core disciple by the family's high-ranking members. Disciple Zhao Mubai greets young Master Su. Have we met before? I once benefited from young Master Su's guidance, and my cultivation improved rapidly. In recent years I have been looking after the family's mining business away from home, rarely returning. Counting the time, this is the first time I have met young Master Su again after so many years. Zhao Mubai smiled slightly. He was a disciple of a different surname in the Su family. In the past he was never treated well by the direct line disciples. In fact, he was often bullied. It was not until Su Chun extended a helping hand that he got a chance, climbed up the ranks within the Su family, and achieved his current position. It could be said that without Su Chun there would be no Zhao Mubai today. He was sincerely grateful to Su Chun, for he had given him an opportunity, a chance to not be bullied or suppressed. Perhaps because he had once been ill-treated by the direct line disciples, sharing a similar experience with Su Chun in his current state. Zhao Mubai was unlike other Su disciples who flattered Su Chun at his peak and mocked him in his fall. In his heart, no matter what Su Chun became, he would always be someone worthy of Zhao Mubai's lifelong respect. I never expected that after all these years you would have grown to such a level. Truly astonishing. After pondering for a moment, Su Chun remembered Zhao Mubai before him. Once he had been timid and often bullied by some direct line disciples. Even the disciples of the family's guest retainers often trampled on him. Su Chun disliked such injustice, so he lent a hand and gave him some guidance in his cultivation. After that, Su Chun was admitted into the heavenly sect by special exception, leaving the Su family for many years, never returning and never meeting Zhao Mubai again. Unexpectedly, when they met again, Zhao Mubai was no longer the timid disciple of a different surname. Instead, he possessed great cultivation and could even help manage the family's mining business away from home. His aura had undergone earth-shaking changes compared to the past, all thanks to young Master Su's guidance. This disciple is honored to spar with young Master Su and hopes young Master Su will not hesitate to instruct. Zhao Mubai bowed respectfully, a gentle smile curling at the corners of his mouth. I dare not claim to instruct, but since you also use a spear, I shall use one too. Su Chun replied. Channeling his true chi, he reached out and summoned a red-tasseled long spear from the weapon rack outside the training ground. Holding the spear with both hands, Su Chun assumed a stance, waiting for Zhao Mubai to attack at any moment. Young Master Su, be careful, Zhao Mubai said respectfully. With a swift step, he surged forward. The long spear in his hand moved in unison with his body, thrusting violently towards Su Chun. The spear shot out like a dragon, carrying a fierce gust of wind. Its speed was so great that it left no time for reaction. Facing Zhao Mubai's full-force thrust, Su Chun tipped his toes and leaped backward, first creating some distance to slow the momentum of Zhao Mubai's spear. Then he swept his spear sideways, parrying the incoming thrust and deflecting Zhao Mubai's spear off its intended trajectory. The moment he deflected the spear, Su Chun surged forward again, swinging the shaft of his red-tasseled spear horizontally toward Zhao Mubai's chest. Zhao Mubai's pupils contracted. He swiftly withdrew his spear and held it vertically before his chest, barely blocking Su Chun's horizontal strike. Clang! The two long spears collided heavily, producing a piercing metallic sound. The powerful force staggered Zhao Mubai several steps back. As he stumbled, Su Chun flipped his spear, changing from a sweep to a thrust, aiming directly at Zhao Mubai's brow. All this happened in the blink of an eye. Zhao Mubai had no time to react. By the time he came to his senses and tried to block Su Chun's strike with his own spear, the cold tip of Su Chun's spear was already pressed against his brow. As expected of young Master Su, your spear technique is astounding. I have lost this bout. Zhao Mubai smiled gently. Losing to Su Chun was no disgrace. If he had lost to any other Su clan disciple, he would never have accepted it. Not even Su Fei. Your spear technique is also good, You simply lack combat experience. In the future, engage in many battles and learn from life and death struggles, and you will surely reach a higher level. Su Chun withdrew his spear and replied with a smile. Thank you for the guidance, young Master Su. Your words will be etched in my heart. Zhao Mubai clasped his hands and bowed respectfully. Turning around, he walked gracefully off the training ground. In this match, Su Chun wins. A Su clan elder appeared on the field and announced loudly. Gasps arose from the audience stands. Zhao Mubai actually lost. Zhao Mubai once received a favor from Su Chun and has always respected him. This loss to Su Chun is likely intentional, someone said. Intentional? Many wondered. Was Zhao Mubai really throwing the match? But the exchange just now clearly didn't look like he was holding back. Of course he was. Even if Su Chun has returned to the martial path and has reached the martial master realm, so what? His cultivation level is still at least 2 realms below Zhao Mubai's. 2 minor realms. That's not a gap easily bridged by combat experience alone. If you say Zhao Mubai wasn't deliberately throwing the match, I won't believe it even to my grave. The Su clan disciple argued stubbornly. His words won agreement from many. Su Chun paid no heed to the outsider's gossip. After winning the bout, he returned to his resting room. But Zhao Mubai couldn't stand the whispers from the Su clan disciples in the stands who privately discussed Su Chun. In this match, I did not throw it. Young Master Su's spear technique is superb. It is natural that he defeated me easily. Anyone who dares to slander him further. Don't blame me for being ruthless with my spear. Zhao Mubai shouted angrily. He stamped the ground with his spear, unleashing a fierce and terrifying aura from his body. 9th level of Martial Master. The powerful aura suppressed the entire venue, instantly silencing many whispering Su clan disciples in the stands. The 9th level of Martial Master was undoubtedly outstanding among the younger generation of the Su clan. In fact, it was even stronger than some of the clan's elders and stewards. With such cultivation and strength, Zhao Mubai held a very high status in the Su clan. Even some direct-line disciples of the Su clan dared not casually disrespect him, an outsider. An outsider dares to shout like this before us direct-line disciples. Truly a dog raised too long, forgetting its original master. A direct-line Su clan disciple, annoyed by Zhao Mubai's arrogance, retorted. Who are you calling a dog? Zhao Mubai's gaze swept over and locked onto the speaking direct-line disciple, his tone menacing. I'm calling you, so what? An outsider like you, relying on a bit of strength, dares to bark arrogantly before your master. Don't forget that you owe your current position to the Su clan's nurturing. A dog should act like a dog. When you see your master, you should lie down obediently, not bare your fangs. The direct-line disciple showed no fear of Zhao Mubai. The clan elders were all present. Zhao Mubai, an outsider, would not dare to lay a hand on him. Otherwise it would be rebellion, and the elders would not stand idly by. Although Zhao Mubai indeed had talent and status in the Su clan. So what? In the end, the blood flowing in his veins was not Su clan blood. He was an outsider. You? Zhao Mubai pointed angrily at the direct-line disciple who had insulted him, his face extremely grim. His right hand gripped the spear tightly, knuckles turning white, showing he was barely restraining himself. What? Is this dog about to bite its master? The direct-line disciple sneered coldly, completely unafraid of Zhao Mubai's murderous gaze. A cold voice rang out. Su Chun walked out of the resting room step by step until he stood before the speaking direct-line disciple. Apologize? Apologize for what? A waste like you. What right do you have to order me around? Seeing Su Chun approach, the direct-line disciple stood up abruptly and replied coldly. Slap. Su Chun swung his hand, striking the direct-line disciple hard across the face. The crisp sound of the slap echoed clearly in the training ground. The direct-line disciple was stunned. After a long moment, he recovered and roared in fury. You waste, how dare you slap me in public? You're asking for death. Slap. Su Chun said nothing and backhanded the disciple across the other cheek. Damn it. Finally, the direct-line disciple could not bear it. He erupted with his aura, revealing his cultivation of the 6th level of Martial Master. He clenched his right fist and punched towards Su Chen's face. Slap. Su Chen stood still, reached out, and effortlessly caught the disciple's incoming fist. The entire venue was shocked by this sight. A full-strength punch from a Martial Master 6th level had been blocked so easily. Many Su clan disciples and members were momentarily baffled. Among them, many could sense that Su Chen's cultivation was also at the 6th level of Martial Master. At the same level, being able to easily block an opponent's full-force punch could only mean that Su Chen's physical strength far exceeded that of others at the same level. Having his full-strength punch easily blocked, the direct-line disciple began to panic. But he quickly recovered and swung a knife-hand strike horizontally towards Su Chen's neck. However, before the strike could land, Su Chen's fist had already smashed into his face. The punch made his nose bleed and his eyes see stars. He cried out in agony. Su Chen, enough. The clan elders are here. Don't cause more trouble. Grand Elder Su Tianyi stepped in, hoping to stop Su Chun from continuing the altercation. Hearing this, Su Chun withdrew his hand and returned to his resting room. Thank you, young Master Su, for standing up for me. Zhao Mubai clasped his hands gratefully. You defended me publicly, so I naturally defend you publicly. Su Chen replied with a smile. If someone respects him a foot, he respects them a yard. After his fall from grace, besides his father and the Grand Elder Zhao Mubai was the first to not look down on him. To defend him, Zhao Mubai had openly confronted all the Su clan disciples present. If Su Chen had just stood by and watched while Zhao Mubai was insulted, it would have made Su Chen unworthy of being called a man. A minor disturbance passed. The second contest was about to begin. This time Su Lin would face a disciple from the Su clan's non-bloodline members. That non-bloodline disciple had reached the second grade martial master level, considerably stronger than Su Lin. However, fearing Su Lin's father and his elder brother Su Fei, he dared not use his full strength in the contest and secretly held back. After dozens of rounds of fighting, he fell off the ring with a clumsy display of acting, losing the match. Rising to his feet, he still remembered to clasp his fists and heap praise upon Su Lin. Young master, Su Lin truly possesses remarkable skill. Given time, you will surely become a dragon among men. Many Su clan disciples in the audience saw it all. Yet not a single one muttered disparaging remarks like they had when Su Chen defeated Zhao Mubai, claiming Su Lin's victory was dishonorable and relied on his opponent secretly throwing the fight. The third contest was won by a young girl with 5th grade martial master cultivation, adept in whip techniques that could be described as miraculous. With a flick of her long whip, she taught her opponent a proper lesson in conduct. Within 10 moves, she caught her opponent off guard, forcing him to admit defeat. This young girl named Su Yue was the granddaughter of the Su clan's 5th elder, only 16 years old, and possessed considerable talent. The fourth match saw Su Fei face a 7th grade martial master of the Su clan. In this bout, Su Fei demonstrated to all Su clan disciples what true power meant. With just an eruption of his aura, he effortlessly suppressed his opponent to the ground, rendering him immobile and compelling his voluntary surrender. The final match was won by a 6th grade martial master of the Su clan. He was the same direct line Su clan disciple whom Su Chun had punched in the face earlier, leaving him battered and bruised. His name was Su Yang, and he was skilled in blade techniques. Earlier, using his blade, he defeated his opponent within 5 moves. Now continue drawing lots, one person will get a bye. After 5 contests, 5 disciples had been selected. The Su clan elder stepped onto the stage again, preparing to have Su Chun and the other 4 draw lots on the spot. This time Su Chen again drew number 1. His opponent was Su Yang. The fortunate Su Lin drew the bye, advancing directly to the next round without participating. You humiliated me earlier in this contest, it'll make you pay. Su Yang stared at Su Chun with a sinister gaze, gripping his tempered steel blade tightly. Is that so? Su Chen smiled with a playful expression. With a whoosh, he charged forward, closing in on Su Yang in an instant. So fast. Su Yang was startled, his pupils constricted, and instinctively raised his blade to strike. But before his blade could come down, Su Chun acted first, delivering a sharp slap across his face. A crisp sound of a slap echoed over the training ground, and Su Yang's body flew sideways. With a muffled thud, he collapsed ignominiously to the ground. The burning pain on his cheek infuriated Su Yang. Su Chen, you slapped me again. They'll hack you to death. He slapped the ground swiftly, leveraging the force to rise. Gripping his blade, Su Yang crouched into a charge. But before he could make a move, Su Chun closed in again at lightning speed, delivering a flying kick that struck him square on the chin. Under that kick, Su Yang's body performed a backward somersault midair, and a gush of blood spurted from his mouth. He crashed heavily onto the training ground. The excruciating pain made him let out a shrill scream, feeling as if his jaw were nearly dislocated. Su Chun did not give Su Yang a chance to rise. He flashed to him and stepped heavily on his back, pinning him to the ground. If you want to fight, then fight. All that useless talk, slow attacks, and posturing. Aren't you just making yourself a target? Looking down at Su Yang, Su Chen couldn't help but mock and jeer. Hearing Su Chen's words, Su Yang's face flushed with rage. To be humiliated like this repeatedly, how could he tolerate it? Su Chen, I will kill you. Su Yang roared, unleashing his full aura to forcibly break free from Su Chen's restraint. But no matter how hard he struggled, Su Chen's foot pressing on his back felt like a mountain weighing him down, impossible to shake off even a fraction. Want to kill me? With your strength, you're far from enough. Far, far from enough. Su Chen said coldly. He kicked out, sending Su Yang flying off the ring. The contest ended as Su Chun was the victor. Su Yang, who had been thrown off the ring, was so enraged that he picked up his blade and charged back, determined to make Su Chen pay and vent his hatred. You've already lost. The Su clan elder appeared and blocked Su Yang's path. I didn't lose. Even if I did, I will hack that bastard Su Chen to death today. Su Yang roared. Just as he was about to bypass the elder, he suddenly sensed the icy glare shooting from the elder's eyes. Under that cold stare, Su Yang, who had been blinded by rage, felt as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over him. He couldn't help but shudder instantly, sobering considerably. He came to his senses, realizing that killing Su Chun was impossible. Even if he could, the clan elders present would never stand idly by. Understanding this, Su Yang had no choice but to swallow his anger, cast a cold glare at Su Chun, and clutching his blade, turned and left the training ground. Having easily secured this victory, Su Chun returned directly to the rest area. The second contest was Su Fei versus Su Yu. With no unnecessary flamboyance, Su Fei again used only his external aura to deprive Su Yu of the ability to continue fighting. The gap between the martial spirit realm and the martial master realm was like an insurmountable chasm. Without a special physique and powerful martial techniques, it was extremely difficult for a martial master to defeat a martial spirit. Too strong. Indeed. As befits an outer disciple of the Feiyun sect, Su Fei's martial spirit realm cultivation is enough to crush all the young disciples of the clan. Who can fight him? In the audience, many Su clan disciples expressed astonishment at Su Fei's displayed power. Throughout his winning streak, Su Fei had never actually used his hands. In every battle, he simply crushed his opponents with his aura. In his eyes, those below the martial spirit realm were truly nothing but ants. There is an immense disparity in true chi density between the martial spirit realm and the martial master realm. It is indeed extremely difficult for an ordinary person to defeat a martial spirit. However, with my cultivation now at the 6th grade martial master bolstered by the improved physique from the 9-dragon tendon and the abundant pure true chi contained in the Wanjia pill, and combined with the many martial techniques I have learned in the Tian sect over the years, my chances against Su Fei in the upcoming battle should be around 60%. In the rest areas, Su Chun had been silently observing Su Fei's fights with others. At the same time, he was constantly gauging the gap between his current cultivation and combat strength and Su Fei's. Su Chun, come up and fight. Don't waste time. On the training ground, Su Fei cast an indifferent glance at Su Chun in the rest area. Now there's no one else left. Only you and me. Hurry up. Let me see what you're truly capable of now that you've stumbled upon an opportunity and retaken the martial path. Su Fei continued. Hurry up. Let me see what you're truly capable of now that you've stumbled upon an opportunity and retaken the martial path. As long as he defeated Su Chun in public, he could then voluntarily surrender and push his younger brother Su Lin to become the next young master of the Su clan. His father could also take this opportunity to suppress Su Zhan, drive Su Chun and his father out of the clan, and ascend to the clan head's seat as desired. That way his mission would be accomplished. As Su Fei's words fell, everyone in the audience turned their eyes to Su Chun in the rest area. Many understood that the struggle between Su Chun and Su Fei would determine who would claim the position of clan head in the future. After all, Su Zhan had made a wager a month ago: if Su Chun failed to secure first place in the clan competition, he would submit to Su Yinglong's disposition. And so naturally this battle became one that many Su clan disciples eagerly anticipated. Inside the resting chamber, Su Chun slowly walked toward the training ground. Since Su Fei had taken the initiative to challenge him, there was no need to wait any longer. It was time to settle accounts with Su Yinglong and his two sons once and for all. Make your move. Su Fei stood with his hands behind his back, gazing at Su Chun with an indifferent expression, waiting for him to attack first. Su Chun wasted no time. With a swift step, he dashed straight towards Su Fei, clenching his right fist and striking fiercely. The first form of the thunderclap fist, mountain-shattering strike. The terrifying fist momentum stirred up a violent gale, rustling loudly, causing Su Fei's long hair to flutter backward and his robe to sway unsteadily. Too slow. Su Fei responded softly. He sidestepped with ease, dodging Su Chen's incoming punch. Then he released his inner aura. The oppressive force of the martial spirit realm descended like a mountain, pressing down on Su Chun. Su Fei was confident that his sheer aura alone would instantly render Su Chun combatant effective, immobilizing him. Yet to his astonishment, even after releasing his pressure, Su Chun remained completely unaffected. Su Fei was confident that his sheer aura alone would instantly render Su Chun combatant effective, immobilizing him. Yet to his astonishment, at the same time, Su Chen's dodged punch instantly transformed into a palm strike, swinging horizontally. A crisp slap echoed across the vast training ground. Startled and unable to evade in time, Su Fei took the resounding slap, full-on staggering and nearly falling to the ground. Silence. A deathly silence fell over the entire arena. On the spectators' stands, every member of the Su clan stared wide-eyed and open-mouthed, unable to believe what they had just witnessed on the training ground. They could not fathom that Su Fei, a cultivator at the martial spirit realm, had been dealt such a resounding slap by Su Chun. How is this possible? Su Fei had clearly released his oppressive aura just now. Why couldn't it intimidate Su Chun? Could it be that Su Chen's cultivation is not just at the martial master realm? If that's true, then Su Chun is far too terrifying. Many on the spectators' stands cried out in shock, whispering among themselves. They simply could not understand how Su Chun, a mere 6th-level martial master, could completely ignore the oppressive force of a martial spirit realm cultivator, and even seize the opportunity to change his technique and deliver such a loud slap. Strange. Truly strange. At this moment, not only the disciples of the Su clan were astonished. On the high platform, Su Zhan, Su Tianyi, Su Yinglong, and other high-ranking elders of the Su clan were equally flabbergasted. They had never imagined that Su Chun could ignore the pressure of a martial spirit realm cultivator and launch a counterattack under such oppressive conditions. Damn it! What is going on? Su Yinglong stared at the scene on the training ground, his face dark and terrifying. He couldn't understand. How could Su Chun have accomplished this? His own son Su Fei was clearly much stronger. Big brother. In the resting room, Su Lin was full of confidence, waiting for his brother to teach Su Chun a proper lesson. But before he could even anticipate, he saw his brother publicly slapped by Su Chun, his face turning ashen as if he had eaten something foul. Spit. Su Fei spat out a mouthful of blood, his gaze dark and venomous as he swept it over Su Chun. The burning pain on his cheek drove him into a fury. That bastard had dared to slap him in public. If he didn't vent this anger, how could he ever show his face in the Su clan again? With a whoosh, Su Fei blurred and closed in on Su Chun, striking a palm aimed directly at his chest. This palm strike contained an extremely domineering force. Su Chun dared not be careless. His gaze and divine sense had been locked onto Su Fei all along. The moment Su Fei moved and struck, Su Chun reacted instantly. He executed the Phantom Shadow Step, a movement technique evading the furious palm at an incredibly precise angle. In the instant he dodged, Su Chun aimed for Su Fei's armpit and slammed his right fist fiercely. Su Fei, with keen reflexes, reached out his left palm and effortlessly blocked the devastating punch. His dodged right palm immediately changed tactics, delivering an elbow strike aimed at the back of Su Chun's neck, one of the most vulnerable spots on the human body. A direct hit would either kill or cripple. Clearly, Su Fei's techniques were lethal moves. Having been slapped earlier, he was furious and intended to kill Su Chun to vent his rage. Years of combat had honed Su Chun's crisis awareness far beyond that of ordinary men. The moment Su Fei's elbow strike shot toward his neck, he had already sensed the killing intent. With a flicker of the Phantom Shadow Step, he slipped away like a phantom, creating distance and causing the murderous elbow strike to miss completely. Think you can escape? Su Fei roared. His aura locked onto Su Chun, and he struck a palm from a distance. The palm force erupted and surged towards Su Chun far away. Unable to dodge in time, Su Chun crossed his arms before his chest, relying on his formidable physique and the power of the 9 dragon tendons to withstand the long-range palm strike. The powerful force pushed him backward, his feet digging into the brick floor, carving 2 long furrows into the... Only when his feet reached the edge of the platform did Su Chun manage to steady himself. At that moment, Su Fei closed in rapidly again, striking a heavy palm towards Su Chun's forehead. The third form of the Thunderclap Fist, Thunderous Rush. In the nick of time, Su Chun executed the third form of the Thunderclap Fist. This punch carried a faint sound of wind and thunder. The momentum was far more domineering and fierce than mountain-shattering strike. This guy. Su Fei narrowed his eyes, sensing the terrifying power of the punch aimed at his abdominal dantian. If he struck Su Chun's forehead, he would inevitably suffer the full brunt of Su Chun's punch. The punch force entering his body could likely destroy his dantian. A suicidal exchange. To kill him and ruin his own martial path. Not worth it. With that thought, Su Fei decisively withdrew his palm and retreated, evading Su Chun's fierce punch. Through this reckless fighting style, Su Chun forced Su Fei back, gaining a brief respite. Then, like a released tiger, he lunged forward to attack Su Fei. Su Fei showed no fear, charging head-on. Soon the two were embroiled in close combat, exchanging purely physical blows. Muffled sounds of fists and feet colliding echoed across the training ground. Their speed was also incredible, their figures flickering unpredictably, making it impossible for many watching Su clan disciples to keep up. Even some elders could only barely catch glimpses of the two. So strong. That Su Chun is only at the 6th level of the martial master realm, yet he can fight Su Fei, a 1st-level martial spirit, with pure physical strength. Truly terrifying. How powerful is his physical body? Not only that, his movement technique is exquisite, his speed and agility rivaling Su Fei's. Is this something a 6th-level martial master can achieve? On the spectators' stands, many Su clan disciples were deeply impressed by Su Chun's performance. Was he a waste? A waste could contend with a 1st-level martial spirit. A waste could engage in close combat with an expert like Su Fei without losing ground. At that moment, everyone realized that the genius who once overshadowed the prodigies of the Great Yin dynasty had returned. Why? Su Chun is only at the 6th level of the martial master realm. How can he fight Fei to this extent? On the high platform, Su Yinglong watched the intense battle, his fists clenched tightly, his eyes gleaming with cold light. This battle must not be lost. Otherwise his position as clan head would vanish again. Fei, what are you doing? Why haven't you killed this scoundrel yet? Use full power. Show Su Chun the true extent of your strength. Finally, unable to contain himself, Su Yinglong leaped to his feet and bellowed at Su Fei on the training ground. This guy. Is he really only at the 6th level of martial warrior? On the training ground, Su Fei and Su Chun engaged in combat, yet with each passing moment unease gnawed within him. For Su Chun's physical strength was no inferior to his own. Indeed, sometimes upon colliding with Su Chun's physique, pain would unexpectedly flare up. A first-level martial spirit, facing a sixth-level martial warrior, feeling pain from mere physical contact. Such a tale would surely invite disbelief. Yet such an absurd circumstance had befallen him. To take down a sixth-level martial warrior, I need this much time. Afterward, even if I win, it will be no honor. Father was right. It's time to unleash my full strength. I must eliminate Su Chen quickly. With that thought, Su Fei's eyes sparkled with renewed vigor. A roar erupted as his terrifying aura surged forth, sending Su Chen stumbling back dozens of steps. Su Chen, I admit your physical might is formidable. But do not forget, I am not skilled in close combat. My true expertise lies in swordsmanship. As Su Fei spoke loudly, he gazed steadily at Su Chen, who had been driven back by his aura. With a gesture, he drew 100 refined steel blade from the weapon rack outside the training ground into his palm. Now clutching the steel blade, Su Fei's presence transformed utterly. The blade seemed fused with himself, radiating a terrifying slashing force. You forced me to use my blade. Even defeat now brings me pride. With those words, Su Fei slashed downward with his long blade. A 3-meter-long blade aura shot toward distant Su Chen at incredible speed. Unable to withstand it, Su Chen deployed his movement technique, narrowly evading the blade aura. Boom! The 3-meter blade aura struck the stone-paved training ground, deeply carving a profound scar. Countless fragments scattered wildly as dust billowed upward. Where shall you flee this time? Sensing Su Chen's silhouette, Su Fei swung his steel blade horizontally, unleashing another terrifying blade aura aimed to cleave Su Chen in half. Whoosh! As the blade aura sliced horizontally, Su Chen's body paused, bending his upper torso downward. The blade aura grazed past the back of his head, severing several strands of hair. Had he not reacted swiftly and executed effective evasion measures, this single strike would have claimed Su Chen's life. Su Fei, do you intend to kill me? On the high platform, Su Zhan roared, rushing onto the training ground to intervene and protect his son from harm. Su Zhan intervening against a family junior at this juncture. Does it not diminish your stature? Su Yinglong scoffed coldly from the side. What did you say? I said as the head of the family, acting against juniors would be unbecoming. Conflicts among juniors should be settled between themselves, is it not so? Having spoken these words, Su Yinglong turned away from Su Zhan and addressed Grand Elder Su Tianyi instead. Grand Elder, this is merely a contest between family juniors. Until one party voluntarily concedes, any unauthorized intrusion would be ill-advised. Su Zhan, return to your seat. Su Tianyi issued the command without emotion. But Grand Elder, since Su Chen has not conceded voluntarily, it implies he wishes to contend with Su Fei. If you intervene now, even Su Chen may not forgive you. Su Tianyi reasoned patiently. Upon hearing this, Su Zhan suddenly realized. Indeed, his son had not conceded voluntarily. Why had he acted so hastily? Was he still insufficiently confident in his son? Yet this time Su Chen had demonstrated remarkable strength. He should trust him. Grand Elder, I understand. Su Zhan suppressed his anxiety and slowly returned to his seat. All he could do now was place faith in his son, believing he could surpass Su Fei. On the training ground, Su Chen repeatedly evaded Su Fei's fierce blade attacks using the Ghost Shadow Step technique. However, continuing to evade indefinitely was unsustainable. Persistent defense would eventually create openings for Su Fei to deliver a fatal blow. He needed to devise a way to shift from defense to offense. During this period, while hunting ferocious beasts recklessly in the mysterious mountains, he had accumulated abundant pure true qi within the 10,000 realms pill. Within half a month, his cultivation realm had advanced to the 6th level of martial warrior. At his current power level, how many layers of the Nine Shadows sword could he possibly unleash? While dodging successive blade slashes from Su Fei, Su Chen continuously assessed his present cultivation level alongside the stored pure true qi within the 10,000 realm pill, determining precisely how many layers of the Nine Shadows sword he could deploy. The Nine Shadows sword, a powerful sword technique discovered by Su Chen during the sect's competition for cultivation resources from a secret realm. This sword manual could not be graded clearly. Su Chen knew only that its potency was tremendous, yet demanded substantial true qi expenditure. Years of dedicated research had made it his ultimate trump card. Relying on this sword technique, Su Chen had previously vanquished numerous opponents stronger than himself. Whoosh! With a remote gesture, he drew 100 refined steel sword from the weapon rack into his hands. Gripping the long sword firmly, Su Chen swiftly unsheathed it. Clang! The sword blade blocked horizontally beside his body, deflecting Su Fei's terrifying horizontal slash. Faint broken sword shadows flickered forth from Su Chen's sword, enveloping his entire figure. The first layer of the Nine Shadows sword technique. Thousand-fold sword shadows. This technique primarily served defensive purposes. Far away, Su Fei holding his long blade witnessed Su Chen forcefully blocking his blade aura with a sword, momentarily stunned. In that fleeting hesitation, Su Chen rapidly closed the distance using the Ghost Shadow Step. Charging closer to me yourself. Foolish. Seeing Su Chen aggressively approaching, Su Fei scornfully remarked. True chi erupted wildly within his body. His 100 refined steel blade emitted a piercing metallic cry. A terrifying blade aura spread throughout, inducing profound heaviness and oppression. Demon blade technique. Sweep across thousands. One slash descended, creating overlapping blade shadows that shimmered across the training ground. Each shadow contained extreme killing intent, like chaotic demonic dancing, determined to tear apart every enemy before them completely. Meanwhile, Su Chen's silhouette was completely submerged beneath the multitude of blade shadows. Chainer. Seeing his son engulfed by countless terrifying blade shadows, Su Zhan felt tightness in his chest, instinctively rising toward the training ground. Yet a persistent voice reminded him, "Trust Su Chen, he won't die easily." Thus Su Zhan remained seated nervously on the high platform, eyes fixed intently on the competing blade shadows flashing on the training ground. It seems my Fei will win this match. Forcing my Fei to employ the demon blade technique already demonstrates considerable merit. Unfortunately, he probably won't survive this. That would cause trouble. Wouldn't my Fei forfeit his contest eligibility? From the sidelines, Su Yinglong observed the overwhelming blade shadows consuming Su Chen, a smile finally forming on his face. The resentment head harbored was finally relieved. "Dog, do you truly believe your son's strike can kill me?" Just as everyone presumed Su Chen faced grave danger, a cold voice echoed across the training ground. All were startled, their gazes following the sound's direction. Beneath the dense blade shadows, a sword-wielding figure emerged at extraordinary speed. "Not dead. Is that kid made of cockroaches?" Seeing Su Chen surviving the blade shadows despite expectations, Su Yinglong's smile froze in surprise, struggling to comprehend what he witnessed. Not just him, but even Su Fei himself found this astonishing. Under his demon blade technique, how could Su Chen remain unharmed? Why? How could this be? He was merely at the 6th level of martial warrior after all. The second move of 9 Shadow Sword swapped the blade and shift the shadow. While Su Fei was stunned and dazed, Su Chen, employing the Ghost Shadow Step technique, had already closed in with his sword drawn. The refined 100 times tempered steel sword thrust forward, fiercely aiming directly at the opponent's scapula. Su Fei reacted quickly. Seeing the blade piercing toward his shoulder, he hastily raised his knife to block. But in the very next instant, he suddenly realized that the blade seemingly aimed at his scapula was merely an illusory shadow. At the moment he raised his knife to parry, the sword shadow vanished like a mirage into thin air. The real strike lay even further behind. With a soft thud, the true blade, imbued with tremendous force, plunged deep into Su Fei's scapula. A horizontal slash sent Su Fei stumbling backward, uncontrollably, blood splashing everywhere. The second move of 9 Shadow Sword swapped the blade and shift the shadow. This martial technique primarily serves to kill, but also functions as a deception. At the moment the blade is released, all hidden lethal moves lie concealed behind the deceptive sword shadows, meant to confuse the opponent, rendering them unable to discern the truth, and thus falling prey to the attack. Su Fei failed to distinguish this move from its surface appearance. Beneath the facade lay the true killing intent, and so he was struck by Su Chen's sword. Feired. On the high platform, Su Yinglong witnessed his son's scapula pierced through by Su Chen's sword, blood gushing forth, and could not help but panic wildly. He prepared to rush onto the training ground without hesitation. Fights between juniors should remain among themselves. If elders intervene, it would compromise their dignity. Just then Su Zhan, who had been quietly observing, noticed Su Yinglong's movement and abruptly spoke these words. "Turn the tables upon the aggressor." Hearing these words from Su Zhan, Su Yinglong's face darkened. He felt utterly helpless, like swallowing bitterness without uttering a word. "Sit down. The match has not yet concluded." At that moment, Elder Xian Tianyi calmly remarked with equanimity. Helpless Su Yinglong gritted his teeth and returned to his seat. His gaze fixed intensely on Su Chen on the training ground, heavy with murderous intent. He swore, if Su Chen dared act recklessly, he would disregard rank and charge forward personally to slay him. Big brother. In the rest area, Su Lin saw his elder brother wounded by Su Chen's sword. Shock etched across his face, his heart filled with dread. Simultaneously, profound fear stirred within him towards Su Chen. Gazing faintly at the figure on the training ground, he seemed to see the once prodigy declaring his return to all members of the Su family. For some reason, Su Lin felt dread, not for himself, but fearing his elder brother might lose. Should he lose, both he and his father would have nothing left. The clan elders would surely reassess the situation and choose to side again with Su Chen and his father. How amazing! What happened with that previous sword? Although Su Fei blocked with his knife, why did he still get struck? On the spectator seats, many disciples of the Su family watched as Su Chen wounded Su Fei, all displaying expressions of astonishment. Too powerful to withstand a martial spirit rank 1 opponent while being only at martial artist rank 6, and wound him with one stroke, is something ordinary martial artists at rank 6 cannot achieve. Especially the sword Su Chen just employed was astonishingly cunning and subtle. Though one blade was blocked, the real one hid behind. Unpredictable and unavoidable. Even someone of Su Fei's caliber possessing martial spirit rank 1 suffered greatly from this tactic. On the training ground, Su Chen paid no heed to the shocked glances from surrounding Su family members. Instead, he carefully sensed the pure qi circulating inside his body. The Nine Shadows sword indeed consumes qi. After executing 2 consecutive strikes, over half of the pure qi contained within the 10,000 worlds pill inside him had already been depleted. The remaining small portion could only support 1 more strike. That means, with this final sword he must defeat Su Fei. Otherwise, with qi exhausted, he would be unable to withstand Su Fei's subsequent ferocious onslaught. You actually dare hurt me? Su Fei roared, his visage twisted in rage devoid of the calm demeanor he initially displayed towards Su Chen. To be slashed by a mere martial artist rank 6 in public. Even worse, having suffered such humiliation than being slapped by Su Chen, was far more disgraceful. Now the sole way to wash away this shame was to kill Su Chen. Suppressing pain in his scapula, Su Fei unleashed terrifying momentum once more within his body. The 100 times tempered steel blade in his hand emitted constant metallic chimes. Pure surges of qi poured violently into the long blade, generating a monstrous, slashing momentum sweeping outward like a hurricane. That wave of knife force, resembling furious waves crashing against cliffs, made Su Chen feel suffocated and oppressed, forcing his body to retreat repeatedly under pressure. You must die. Today I will kill you. Kill you. Su Fei's expression grew increasingly ferocious, his eyes turning completely crimson. His upper body clothes tore apart, revealing a solid chest covered in terrifying muscles. His entire body veins bulged, writhing like squirming worms. The Mad Demon Blade technique truly revealed its power when the practitioner entered the full Mad Demon state. In this condition, the user feels no pain whatsoever and loses all rationality. Their sole objective becomes eliminating whoever stands before them. Until death does they cease. Of course, this state severely depletes one's inner reserves, a tactic costing 1,000 enemies lost while losing 800 oneself. Thus, unless absolutely necessary, normally Su Fei would never lightly enter the Mad Demon state. Observing Su Fiend's current condition, Su Chen narrowed his eyes, his face grave. It seems I cannot engage Hedon anymore. I need to prolong the fight. Under this state, Su Fei likely won't last much longer. Once the effect fades, he will inevitably grow weak. And precisely during that weakness lies my chance to counterattack. Facing Su Fei in his Mad Demon state, though sensing overwhelming pressure, Su Chen remained composed. The more perilous the situation, the calmer one must remain. Panic only digs one's own grave. Through analysis, Su Chen determined that Su Fei in Mad Demon state could not endure much longer. After all, this state represents a foolish strategy costing 1,000 enemies lost while losing 800 oneself. Kill. From Su Fei's mouth emerged a roar unnatural to human ears amidst the Mad Demon state. He swung his long sword downward with force. The terrifying blade energy transformed into a 10-meter-long slash of cutting qi descending straight towards Su Chen's head. This blow came too fast. Only a fleeting moment existed. Fortunately, thanks to the extraordinary nature of Su Chen's ghost shadow step, combined with his highly acute sixth senses cultivated through years of combat experience, he narrowly escaped this strike. Yet even so, Su Chen's left shoulder was grazed by the passing Bladiki. The sensation was akin to being struck violently by a wild beast. His left shoulder instantly went numb, his entire left arm hanging limp. Severe pain caused Su Chen's body to tremble involuntarily, his complexion growing faintly pale. Clearly, if he had fully absorbed this blow, even endowed with special physique reinforced by 9 dragon tendons, he certainly couldn't withstand it. Boom! The 10-meter Bladiki swept destructively, slamming heavily onto the massive training ground. With one stroke, stones flew, scattering dust billowing skyward. Countless rocks shot toward distant spectators, frightening many Su family disciples watching the match. They scrambled frantically to dodge screams erupting everywhere. Chainer! Su Zhan shouted loudly on the high platform. He clearly saw Su Chen's left shoulder grazed by terrifying Bladiki, drooping, obviously suffering severe injury. If this contest continued unchecked, Su Chen faced mortal danger. Quick! Stop the match immediately. Prevent Fei. That fellow's gone mad now. Su Zhan ordered loudly. Around him, several powerful Su family members prepared to act, intending to step onto the field, stopping Fei, whom had fallen into Mad Demon state. No one interferes. This battle between me and Fei belongs solely to us, Su Chen stated solemnly on the training ground. Though his left shoulder lost mobility, it mattered little. He still retained one functional arm. Moreover, he refused to lose, or allow anyone else to interfere carelessly in this encounter. Kill. On the training ground, Su Fei, immersed in the Mad Demon state, resembled a frenzied beast, relentlessly swinging his refined steel blade. One slash after another, he furiously struck at Su Chen. Each strike carried an immensely terrifying blade aura, leaving the vast training ground scarred and battered with crisscrossing cuts. Barely evading those fearsome blade projections with the Ghost Shadow Mirage step, Su Chen still sustained considerable injuries. Thanks to his robust physique, he could endure for now. Any ordinary person would have long collapsed. His mad demon state should be wearing off by now. While struggling to dodge, Su Chen kept his eyes fixed on Su Fei's every move, constantly probing his opponent's aura. Subtly, he noticed that Su Fei's aura was indeed steadily weakening. The mad demon state imposed an immense burden on the body. His opponent's swing speed had slowed considerably compared to before, and even his movement speed had diminished. Along with that, the formidable and fierce blade projections had lost much of their earlier might. Just a little more. If I can hold on a bit longer, Su Fei will surely fall into a weakened state. That will be my only chance. A cold glint flashed in Su Chen's eyes. His right hand gripped the refined steel sword tightly. After half a quarter of an hour, Su Fei's frenzied assault abruptly ceased. He coughed lightly, a mouthful of blood spilling from his lips. His body went limp, and he knelt on one knee. The moment has come. Seeing this, Su Chen's eyes flickered. He knew his opportunity for a counterattack had arrived. The third move of the Nine Shadows sword. One sword piercing the sky. This sword technique was also of the slaying type, even more formidable than the second move. It could unleash sword energy through the air, striking enemies from a distance. With a slash of Su Chen's sword, a sharp sword energy burst forth, hurtling toward the weakened Su Fei. That sword energy resembled a crescent of radiant silver, dazzling, yet concealing extreme lethality. Under that single strike, Su Fei, unable to evade, was sent flying by Su Chen's blow. A long gash appeared across his chest. The terrifying force knocked Su Fei off the arena platform, and he was knocked unconscious. Fair. On the high platform, Su Yinglong, seeing his son gravely wounded by Su Chen's sword, falling off the platform with his life hanging in the balance, was filled with anxiety. Then, fixing his gaze on Su Chen in the training ground, he roared with a grim face, "Su Chen, how dare you harm my son? You're asking for death." In a flash, Su Yinglong dashed towards Su Chen on the training ground, unleashing the formidable power of the martial spirit first layer. He thrust out a palm, and a crushing pressure descended, engulfing Su Chen. That palm strike was Su Yinglong's. After executing one sword piercing the sky, Su Chen was already exhausted and collapsed weakly. It was far from easy for him to withstand the oppressive force of Su Yinglong's palm. A thunderous blast rang out, accompanied by a muffled groan. Su Yinglong's body flew backward like a broken kite, slamming heavily into a wall outside the training ground, blasting a circular crater into it covered in cracks. He slumped to the ground, his face as pale as gold paper. His eyes were fixed on a figure that had suddenly appeared on the training ground, and he growled through gritted teeth, "Su Zhan. With me here you think you can harm my son? Su Yinglong, are you worthy?" Su Zhan stood on the training ground with his hands behind his back, gazing coldly down at Su Yinglong. "Enough, no more fighting. Su Fei is just unconscious, nothing serious. Someone take Su Fei away to rest. This battle Su Chen wins." On the high platform, Grand Elder Su Tianyi immediately stepped forward to prevent the conflict between Su Zhan and Su Yinglong from escalating. At the Grand Elder's command, a clan expert quickly appeared and carried the unconscious Su Fei off the arena platform for treatment. "Su Lin, next is your battle with Su Chen. Come to the platform." Su Tianyi scanned the rest area where a panicked Su Lin stood and said calmly. Su Lin shuddered, snapping out of his shock at his elder brother's defeat. A battle with Su Chen. His face pale and his eyes filled with terror. Su Lin had clearly witnessed the fierce battle between Su Chen and his elder brother just now. With his own meager skills, if not for his father and elder brother backing him, he would have been eliminated in the first round. How could he possibly have the strength to fight Su Chen? Although Su Chen was now extremely weakened, Su Lin had no doubt that even if he fought him now, he would surely. That guy was a monster. Someone whose cultivation had been crippled, yet still managed to rise again. Wasn't that monstrous? "Su Lin, why aren't you coming up?" Seeing Su Lin still hesitating in the rest area, Su Tianyi frowned slightly. "Gee, Grand Elder, I forfeit." Su Lin stammered. At these words, the entire crowd erupted in uproar. "Forfeit? TCH. This Su Lin is such a coward." Yeah, Su Chen had already been weakened by his elder brother, yet he still didn't dare to step up and fight. He chose to forfeit, disgracing both his father and his elder brother. Haha, that guy used to strut around so arrogantly. I thought he was impressive, but he's just a worm. Many Su clan disciples in the audience were openly scornful upon hearing Su Lin choose to forfeit. Each of them felt nothing but contempt. In this world that revered martial might above all, they respected only the strong, not the weak. Someone like Su Lin, who fled without a fight, was even worse than the weak. Timid as a mouse, utterly worthless. Hearing the criticism from the Su clan disciples in the audience, Su Lin lowered his head, his face alternating between pale and flushed. He understood clearly that from now on he would be subjected to cold stares and ridicule in the Su family, looked down upon by many. The thought of that scene sent a chill down his spine, and his face grew even paler. In the distance, Su Yinglong stumbled to his feet, still harboring hope that his younger son would step up and fight. taking advantage of Su Chen's weakness to claim first place in the clan tournament. Unfortunately, the result disappointed him. When he heard Su Lin publicly forfeit, Su Yinglong felt the sky had fallen. How could he have such a worthless son? Father. Su Lin hung his head hurriedly, leaving the rest area to approach his father, reaching out to support him. Get away. I Su Yinglong have no son like you. Timid as a mouse, lacking even the courage to step onto the platform. Are you worthy of your elder brother's earlier sacrifice? Su Yinglong flicked his sleeve, scolding coldly, and left on his own. Su Lin lowered his head, even further, feeling immense frustration and bitterness. Thinking that all this was because of Su Chun, Su Lin raised his eyes to gaze at Su Chun on the training ground, a cold, murderous intent burning deep in his gaze. He swore that one day he would become stronger and then personally kill Su Chun, reclaiming everything he had lost. Su Chun, just you wait. Su Lin growled inwardly, then hurriedly left the training ground like a stray dog. Today I declare the first place of this clan tournament, the victor Su Chun. He will continue to serve as the young master of our Su clan and enjoy all privileges and cultivation resources. Please give a warm round of applause to congratulate Su Chun. On the high platform, Su Tianyi announced loudly. A gentle smile appeared on his aged face. Today Su Chun's performance had greatly surprised him. He never imagined that after being crippled, Su Chun would remain unyielding, retread the path of martial arts, and in this tournament, as a martial master at the 6th layer, defeat Su Fei at the martial spirit 1st layer. Clap, clap, clap. Almost all the Su clan disciples in the audience rose to their feet, offering the most enthusiastic applause to Su Chun on the training ground. Su Chen's performance today stirred everyone's blood, showing them that even a former genius, when fallen into a low point, would never surrender to fate with tenacity. Such a strong man commands awe. Chainer, how are your injuries? Su Zhan hurried forward and quickly supported Su Chun. After this battle, Su Chun was clearly exhausted and his injuries were severe, requiring proper recuperation. Just some minor flesh wounds, nothing serious. Su Chun smiled slightly, reassuring his father not to worry. This battle had preserved his father's position. Next, it was time to heal well, and then personally eliminate Su Yinglong and his 2 sons. Su Fei was an outer disciple of the Feiyun sect. Naturally, he could not casually harm him publicly during the clan tournament. Once the Feiyun sect learned of it, they would surely send people to deal with him. With Su Chen's current cultivation level, he was not yet strong enough to contend with the Feiyun sect. So killing Su Fei and drawing the sect's attention was not worth it. If he were to kill, he would have to find a way to do it secretly, leaving no trace for the Feiyun sect to discover. As for Su Yinglong and Su Lin, he could not kill them openly either. After all, many clan elders were present, and they would not allow him to act recklessly. What do you mean minor flesh wounds? Still putting on a brave face. They'll have someone take you back to rest. Take your time to recover. They'll handle the clan affairs properly. After your performance in the tournament, some elders should reconsider their stand. Then I leave everything to you, father. They'll go to my room and rest. Su Chen smiled slightly. He was indeed very weak and needed proper recuperation. The clan tournament thus came to an end. Su Chen's name, just like years ago, once again spread throughout the Su clan, earning admiration from many clan members and disciples. The jeers and disdainful glances he had faced during his downfall noticeably diminished. Seizing the momentum, Su Zhan used his son's newfound fame to solidify his position as clan patriarch. Many elders who had firmly sided with Su Yinglong in the past now shifted their allegiance to Su Zhan. Young master, the patriarch sent me to deliver healing pills. An old servant's voice came from outside the room. Come in, Su Chen instructed. The old servant entered respectfully, placed a jade porcelain bottle on the table in Su Chen's room, then bowed and withdrew. Rising, Su Chen went to the table and poured all the healing pills from the jade bottle into his mouth. The Wanjia pill immediately absorbed the medicinal power of the healing pills. Then it transferred the energy to his whole body, rapidly healing his injuries. The Wanjia pill is truly miraculous. After absorbing the healing pill's power, my injuries recovered so quickly. Su Chen marveled. He had thought it would take at least 2 or 3 days for his injuries to fully heal. It seems it's not just the Wanjia pill. The 9 dragon tendons have also transformed my physique, giving me an astonishing recovery speed. He muttered softly. Through inner observation, he saw the 9 dragon tendons within him pulsating vigorously as they absorbed the replenishing power from the Wanjia pill, as if brimming with immense vitality. The next day, Fair, your wounds haven't healed yet. Why not rest a few more days before returning to the sect? At the Su clan gate, Su Yinglong gazed at his eldest son with deep concern. My leave is almost over, father. I can't delay any longer. If I don't return in time, I'll be punished. Su Fei replied. Yesterday's clan tournament battle had pushed him into a mad demon state, and he hadn't fully recovered yet. The sword wound on his chest inflicted by Su Chun had been treated with his father's herbal ointment, but it still throbbed. Given his injuries, he really shouldn't be traveling. He needed proper rest. But unfortunately, his leave was ending, and he had to return to the Feiyun sect as soon as possible. Otherwise, he wouldn't leave so easily. He would first find a way to kill Su Chun to vent his hatred before returning safely to the sect. This time I misjudged things. I've put you through suffering. I never imagined that, Su Chun. Su Yinglong sighed, and whenever he mentioned Su Chun, an icy murderous intent flashed in his eyes. Father, after I return to the sect, and he'll find a time to secretly eliminate Su Chun. Su Fei said grimly. His defeat in the clan tournament was a disgrace he couldn't forget. Only Su Chin's blood could wash away this humiliation. When you get back, focus on healing first. Leave Su Chin to me. Su Yinglong replied. All right. Su Fei nodded, mounted his horse, and galloped away, disappearing at the... Father. Su Lin stepped forward and called out softly. Su Yinglong ignored him, turning a deaf. Clearly he was still unable to truly calm his anger over Su Lin's cowardly retreat the day before. Seeing his father still unwilling to forgive or acknowledge him, Su Lin lowered his head, even further clenching his fists. It's all Su Chen's fault. If he hadn't defeated my elder brother, I wouldn't be in this situation. Su Chen, you truly deserve to die. Giddy up. Giddy up. Su Fei rode his Xian steed along the official road from Wuqing to Daijing at breakneck speed. Passing a deserted path, a figure blocked his way at the end. It was a mysterious figure cloaked entirely in black robes, its true appearance hidden. The moment he saw the figure, Su Fei instinctively became alert. Whoa! He yanked the reins sharply, bringing the Xian steed to a halt, his eyes fixed on the mysterious black-robed figure blocking the road. Who are you? Step aside. This road isn't for you to travel. The mysterious figure rasped. Oh. Su Fei narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing in them. The road you should take is the Yellow Springs Road. The mysterious figure continued. Drawing the sword from his chest, he decisively thrust it towards Su Fei. Think you can kill me? Not so easy. Su Fei smacked the horse's back and leaped into the air, dodging the thrust. But contrary to his expectations, the thrust was an illusion. The real strike was hidden behind it. Seeing this, Su Fei's pupils contracted. It was too late to dodge. With a swift, accurate motion, the truly deadly sword sliced across Su Fei's neck. Blood sprayed. Su Fei's body plummeted from midair to the ground. Clutching his slit throat, he stared at the black-robed figure. It's you. The mysterious figure slowly lowered his hood, revealing a youthful, handsome face. It was none other than Su Chun. It turned out that after recovering from his injuries yesterday, Su Chun had secretly learned that Su Fei would leave Wuqing today to return to the Feiyun sect. So he prepared in advance, slipped out of the clan, and waited for Su Fei on the necessary road from Wuqing to Daijing. He wore the black robe to conceal his identity, in order to confuse Su Fei and prevent him from recognizing his true identity. Then during the kill, he used the second form of the Nine Shadows sword, Sword Shift and Shadow Swap, to end his life in a single move. Otherwise, if he had shown his true face, Su Fei, having learned of his current abilities from the clan tournament, would have been prepared and countered differently. Thus he achieved the element of surprise. Safe journey on the Yellow Springs Road. Soon your father and your younger brother will join you. Su Chun looked down at Su Fei and said coldly, You? Su Fei glared at Su Chun, trying to speak several times, but with his throat slit, he couldn't form a complete sentence. Filled with resentment and endless hatred, he surrendered his soul to the underworld. As expected of a martial spirit first layer. After killing him, I obtained such rich and pure true qi. After slaying Su Fei, Su Chun felt the Wanjia pill within him rapidly increase in pure true qi. Relying on this surge of qi, his cultivation smoothly broke through to martial master 7th layer. His physique also strengthened further. The corpse must be cleaned up. Su Chun whispered softly, gazing down at the body on the ground. Su Fei was an outer disciple of Feiyun sect, and his death could not yet be known by the sect. The best course of action would be to dispose of the body and make it appear as a disappearance. Reaching into his pocket, he took out a black medicinal bottle and poured some powder onto Su Fei's corpse. Chit-chit, as the powder touched the corpse, it emitted a scorching sound. Invisibly fast, Su Fei's body rapidly transformed into a foul-smelling puddle of rotting fluid. Corpse-dissolving powder. This was something Su Chun had secretly prepared long before leaving the Su family, meant specifically to erase all traces after killing Su Fei. After carefully clearing the scene and confirming no trace remained, Su Chun put back his hat and removed a storage ring from Su Fei's person. He then quietly departed, returning to the Su family estate. Upon returning home, he avoided every possible eye or ear, ensuring no one noticed his absence. Back in his room, Su Chun examined the contents of the storage ring. All were cultivation-assisting spirit pills, 36 in total, and a martial manual titled Mad Demon Blade Technique. Without wasting time, he swallowed all 36 pills in one breath like candy. The qi within his 10,000 worlds elixir grew slightly stronger. Then he concealed the blade technique close to his body for future cultivation, lay upon the bed, and waited patiently until nightfall. Deep into the middle of the night, confirming that everyone in the Su family was asleep, he changed into nightwear, a dark ghost-like figure, and stealthily made his way towards Su Yinglong's chamber. So late, Su Yinglong's room still has light on. Moving through darkness, he reached Su Yinglong's courtyard and noticed the candlelight burning brightly inside his master's quarters. To avoid alerting anyone, he suppressed his breathing and employed the ghost shadow step technique, leaping onto the roof of Su Yinglong's house. Crouching silently, he gently lifted a tile. Peering through the gap created by the displaced tile, Su Chun looked into Su Yinglong's room and saw him with one of his concubines. They were engaged in intimate relations on the bed. After their passionate encounter, Su Yinglong rose and dressed himself. "Master, don't be angry, what's done is done. Anger won't change anything anymore." The concubine, possessing a certain beauty, climbed off the bed and embraced Su Yinglong from behind, resting her chin on his shoulder. "You woman, you understand nothing. If we miss this opportunity, I may never again gain control over the Su family or become its head. All because of that cursed Su Chun. If only he hadn't." Speaking these words, fire surged once more in Su Yinglong's chest. "Enough, master, don't get upset anymore. Blow out the candle and go to sleep." Unable to comfort him further, she finally spoke. Su Yinglong remained silent for a moment, then raised his hand with a gesture that sent a gust of wind sweeping across the room. The candle flames extinguished instantly, plunging everything into darkness. Above on the roof, Su Chun, who had been holding his breath and watching intently, knew now was the moment. Crash! With a sudden weight shift, he burst through the tile and entered the room. In the dark, just about to fall asleep, Su Yinglong heard the noise of breaking tiles and immediately woke up sharply. "Who's there?" But instead of an answer came a flash of sword light. Swish! A chilling gleam swept through the night, vanishing instantly, cutting off Su Yinglong's throat. During the recent family tournament, Su Yinglong had been struck by Su Zhan and sustained injuries that hadn't. Meanwhile, after killing Su Fei earlier that day, Su Chun had broken through to the 7th layer of martial artist status, greatly enhancing both his physique and combat power. Plus, catching Su Yinglong moments before sleep left him completely unguarded. Su Chun launched his lethal strike without warning, catching him entirely off balance. On the bed, the concubine, who'd been drifting off sleep, felt hot liquid splashing against her face. Dimly, she saw the murdered Su Yinglong let out a terrified scream. The cry echoed throughout the entire Su family compound, shattering the quiet night and drawing numerous patrolling guards. No time to linger, Su Chun vanished into the shadows like a phantom during the cover of night. Crash! Hearing the scream from within the room, the patrol guards kicked open the door and rushed inside en masse. What happened? Leading the squad, the patrol captain walked in while ordering someone to light the candles. Once a guard lit them, they could see clearly. Only then did the patrol captain and his subordinates witness the horrifying sight. Within, Su Yinglong lay sprawled on the bed, his neck slashed, gruesomely, blood spraying everywhere across the mattress, shocking beyond measure. Meanwhile, the concubine sat collapsed on the bed, pale as death, trembling uncontrollably, covered head to toe. "Quick! Quick! Inform the elder and others." Seeing Su Yinglong slain so cruelly at night, the patrol captain's face turned pale. He urgently urged immediate action. That night, every sleeping member of the Su family was awakened. Meanwhile, amidst the chaos, Su Chun slipped back to his own room and disposed cleanly of all tools used in the murder. Just as he finished cleaning up outside his room, an old servant called out, "Young master, the great elder requests your presence." "What could possibly have occurred?" Su Chun asked. Su Lin responded truthfully, "Su Yinglong elder has been murdered." "Oh, how could this happen?" Su Chun opened his door, feigning shock as he saw the waiting old servant. "I'm unclear myself. They're all waiting in the family hall, hoping to speak with you." Sighing respectfully, the servant added, "Since the great elder wishes to meet you, please follow me." Su Chun instructed, accompanying the old servant toward the family hall. At the Su family hall, Su Zhan, Su Tianyi, and many other high-ranking members of the Su clan gathered together. On a stretcher placed centrally in the hall lay the body of Su Yinglong. Hearing the news, Su Lin hurriedly arrived at the family hall. Upon seeing his father's lifeless form, he felt as if the world had crumbled. He fell to his knees, clutching his father's corpse, and wailed uncontrollably. "Who did this? Who absolutely did this?" After crying loudly for some time, Su Lin roared fiercely, with bloodshot eyes scanning over all the senior figures present in the hall, until finally locking onto Su Zhan intensely. "Was it you? Did you kill my father?" As he spoke, Su Lin charged wildly towards Su Zhan, seated at the highest position. "Hold him down," Su Tianyi commanded coldly. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, several hidden Su family guards quickly appeared, restraining Su Lin firmly, so he couldn't move. "If I truly wanted to kill your father, he'd already be dead since yesterday during the family tournament." Su Zhan remained calm and indifferent towards Su Lin's frenzied rage. All present nodded subtly inwardly. Indeed, although there existed tension between Su Zhan and Su Yinglong as the family head, he wouldn't stoop to assassinate Su Yinglong privately. Had he wished to eliminate Su Yinglong, he would have done so immediately when Su Yinglong targeted Su Chun during yesterday's tournament. "Where is Su Chun? Hasn't he arrived yet?" Su Tianyi turned to ask the guards stationed outside the hall. Soon afterward, voices echoed from outside announcing the arrival of the young master. Entering the hall, Su Chun bowed respectfully. "Greetings, father, greetings, great elder, greetings, elders honored." "It must have been you. Definitely you." Seeing Su Chun arrive, Su Lin, with eyes blazing red, roared like a wild beast. What must have been it? Su Chen replied with apparent confusion. My father was killed by you. It definitely was you. You bastard. Snarling furiously, Su Lin gritted his teeth, as if wanting to tear flesh directly from Su Chen's body. Yesterday, during the family tournament, I fought my eldest brother. I suffered severe injuries and stayed recuperating in my room without stepping out once. How could possibly I've killed your father? Your cultivation far surpasses mine. Given my wounded state, am I capable of defeating him? Are you overly flattering yourself, or underestimating your father too much? Along the way here, Su Chen had meticulously planned every line of defense needed today. Since no evidence linked him to the assassination, denying involvement alone would render any accusation against him baseless. You? Su Lin attempted rebuttal, but found himself speechless. Indeed, with his injury sustained previously, how could Su Chen possibly overpower his father? Not only did Su Lin fall silent, but several suspicious elders among the Su clan also grew quiet upon hearing Su Chen's logical arguments, which contained zero loopholes whatsoever. Exactly. Considering Su Chen's injury, defeating Su Yinglong seems implausible, especially considering Su Yinglong was killed swiftly by a single sword strike, an accomplishment beyond Su Chen's current cultivation level. Asserting responsibility on Su Chen feels truly extraordinary. Thus another murderer must exist besides him. Furthermore, the concubine herself admitted she failed to identify the killer clearly. Precisely speaking, with insufficient proof we cannot hastily accuse Su Chen. Murmurs spread around. Seated at the head, Su Tianyi fixed his gaze upon Su Chen. After a long silence he spoke slowly. Since this matter has nothing to do with Su Chen, then Su Chen you may withdraw. Disciple takes leave. Su Chen cupped his hands in salute, bowed, and stepped back. Grand Elder, you must investigate thoroughly. The one who killed my father must be Su Chen and his son. Su Lin wailed and begged. Evidence? Su Zhan asked coldly. In the Su clan besides you and your son, who else would have the motive to kill? Su Lin roared. So you have no evidence. Everything is just conjecture, and on that basis you suspect me, the clan leader, and my son of being the murderers. Is that what you mean? Su Zhan retorted. Su Lin, oh Su Lin. How naive you are. Even if your guess hits the truth, so what? With your current state, can you make the clan elders convict my son? In this world where might makes right, what matters is strength and self-worth. If you are valuable to the clan, even if you break some clan rules, those above will turn a blind eye. But if you are worthless to the clan, no matter how honest and disciplined you are, there will always be those who find fault with you. Even if you are innocent, they will pin a crime on you. This world is very realistic. Everything is about strength above all else. What need is there for evidence? The killers must be you. It is you. Su Zhan, I will definitely kill you. Su Lin roared in fury. Tisk naive. Su Zhan shook his head, then stood up and ordered, Su Lin has openly disrespected me, the clan leader. Now cripple his cultivation and throw him into the dungeon to fend for himself. Su Yinglong was dead. Within the Su clan, there was no one left to protect Su Lin. Naturally, Su Zhan would not miss this chance to eliminate Su Lin for his son's sake. Several Su clan guards stepped forward, broke Su Lin's arms and legs, and dragged him away like a dead dog. In the hall, not even the Grand Elder stepped forward to plead for him. Such was a great clan. Everyone considered only their own interests. No one truly cared about the life or death of a kin, especially someone as insignificant as Su Lin. Such was reality. If you have ability, everyone respects you. If you are useless, everyone bullies you. Just like when Su Chen returned home after being crippled, enduring all those cold stares, insults, and mockery. Everyone disperse. I, the clan leader, should also return to rest. Su Zhan rose, gave the order, clasped his hands behind his back, and walked away straight. In the hall, the Grand Elder and many Su clan high-ranking members also left one after another. Father, why have you come so late? Su Chen, who was about to rest, was startled to see his father appear. Are your injuries better? Su Zhan, thank you for your concern, father. My injuries are much better. Come on, still pretending in front of me. Su Zhan scolded with a good-natured laugh. So father saw through it. It's not just me. The Grand Elder and many clan elders have probably figured it out too. Your injuries have long since healed, and your cultivation has even advanced a step. Su Zhan said as he entered the room. Then the Grand Elder and the others. Why didn't they call you out? Yes. Su Yinglong is dead and thus worthless. But you are different, young, having re-entered the martial path with boundless future potential. To punish a genius who is absolutely certain to rise in the future with clan discipline for the sake of a dead man does not align with the Grand Elder's interests. So that's why the Grand Elder and the others chose to turn a blind eye. Exactly. That's why I found a random excuse in the clan hall and got rid of Su Lin in the process, and the Grand Elder didn't say a word. Su Zhan smiled faintly. Chainer, remember, no matter when or where, only by having true strength and being powerful yourself can you stand firm without being bullied. Just like your current performance in the clan, understand? Then Su Zhan instructed with a solemn expression. Father's advice your son will keep in his heart. Su Chen replied respectfully. Su Yinglong and Su Lin are eliminated. The remaining one is Su Fei. Once he learns of this, he will surely not let it go. Don't worry, father. Su Fei will never return to the Su clan. Su Chen smiled slightly. Could it be? Su Zhan stared at his son in surprise upon hearing this. Father, this matter remains between you and me. For now, it should not reach the ears of Fei Yun's sect. Otherwise, I fear they will come to cause trouble. Good lad. You truly make your father see you in a new light. Su Zhan laughed heartily and lightly punched Su Chen on the shoulder. Rest early. Your father is returning. There are still many clan affairs waiting for me. Farewell, father. Su Chen cupped his hands and watched his father leave. I thought pretending to be still injured and using that speech could fool father and the grand elder. Turns out my clumsy acting had long been seen through by them. And those clan elders who spoke in that manner earlier, were they deliberately playing along with my performance? Truly a bunch of old foxes. Su Chen rubbed his chin and muttered to himself. Through this incident, he now clearly understood what currying favor with the powerful meant. The next day, Su Chen rose early, washed up, and headed to the Spirit Pill Pavilion to collect his daily spirit pill. Along the way, he drew awe-filled gazes from many Su clan disciples. Some disciples even came up to flatter him. But having gone through a low point, Su Chen had seen through these people's true faces and paid them no heed. Entering the Spirit Pill Pavilion, he collected his daily pill and returned to his room. As soon as the pill entered his body, it was instantly absorbed by the Myriad Realms pill within him. Inside the Myriad Realms pill, a strand of pure, dense, true qi grew. Last night, after killing Su Yinglong with a single sword strike, Su Chen's realm had begun to loosen just a hair away from stepping into the Martial Master 8th stage. Now with the aid of this spirit pill, after the Myriad Realms pill absorbed it, Su Chen broke through to the next realm as he wished. The matter of Su Fei's disappearance cannot be concealed for long. With the means and capability of Fei Yun's sect, it shouldn't be too difficult for them to uncover the truth of Su Fei's disappearance. Before that, to be safe, I must raise my cultivation realm as quickly as possible. Only then, before the scandal breaks, will I have the strength to protect myself. Feeling the increase in true qi within him, Su Chen was not particularly happy. He knew well that his current cultivation realm was still weak, even though he could use the special qualities of the 9-Dragon Tendon and the Myriad Realms pill to kill enemies above his level. But within the vast territory of the Great Yin dynasty, it was still far from sufficient. Especially Fei Yun's sect, one of the 3 great sects alongside Tian's sect within the Great Yin dynasty. Fei Yun's sect's foundation was formidable, and it housed many powerful experts. Once they discovered the truth behind Su Fei's disappearance and traced it back to Su Chen, Su Chen would surely be in deep trouble. Young master, the clan leader has ordered this old servant to summon you. Outside the room came the voice of an elderly servant. What is it? This old servant does not know. Lead the way. Su Chen ordered and followed the elderly servant to Su Zhan's study. Father. Entering the study, Su Chen saw his father and cupped his hands in greeting. Sit. Su Zhan said with a smile. Father, what matter has prompted you to summon me here? Su Chen sat down and then asked. It's like this: now that Su Yinglong is dead, I intend to put you in charge of the mineral veins he used to oversee. You are now the young master of our Su clan, and in the future the position of clan leader will inevitably be yours. Before that, you must learn how to manage the clan's properties. This? What? Unwilling. No, it's just that I fear some of Su Yinglong's former subordinates may, if they are unruly, do I need to teach you how to handle them? Su Zhan smiled. No need, father. Rest assured I know what to do. Those mineral veins are very important to our Su clan. You must manage them well for your father. Yes, father. Good. I will personally draft an appointment letter. Furthermore, I have transferred Zhao Mubai to work under your command. Zhao Mubai has been guarding the mineral veins outside for our Su clan over the years and knows many things. If you have any questions, you can consult him. Your son understands. You may go. Our Su family owns 10 mines in the Tsongshan area outside the city, rich in silver, iron, or gold essence, or in jellyfish stone. These are extremely scarce minerals within the city, much sought after by buyers, primarily used for shipbuilding and weapon forging. On the way to Tsongshan, Zhao Mubai briefly introduced the 10 mines of Tsongshan to Su Chen. Those mines were one of the Su family's foundations, and the ores sold each year generated considerable wealth for the family. In the mines, there are over 800 miners in total. There are 96 supervisors. Several of them are trusted confidants of Su Yinglong. Among the master needs to be wary of 3 individuals: Li Sheng-lei, Hu, and Lu Wanli. These 3 were former students and old associates of Su Yinglong, with considerable cultivation strength, all at the Martial Master 9th stage. Zhao Mubai continued handing Su Chen the relevant information on Li Sheng and the other 2. It seems that father's main purpose in entrusting me with overseeing the Tsongshan mines is to eliminate dissenters, Su Chen murmured. Su Chen glanced briefly at the information on Li Sheng and the others, pondering inwardly. Su Yinglong had considerable influence within the family over the years, and otherwise he wouldn't have had the audacity to contend for the position of patriarch. It was only natural that he had many former students and old associates under his command. Li Sheng and the other two were merely a small fraction of Su Yinglong's followers. If these people were not swiftly suppressed and eliminated, they could become a lethal dagger once they gathered strength. Songshan, a massive mining ground nestled within. Around the mining ground, a large stockade had been built with dedicated personnel stationed on the watchtower at the gate responsible for vigilance and patrol. Inside the mining ground, many miners were busy extracting various ores and loading them onto horse-drawn carts. At a high vantage point, 3 middle-aged men in coarse linen clothing sat squatting. While drinking wine and chewing peanuts, they overlooked the busy miners below. I heard that the family sent Su Chun here to take charge of the mining ground, said a burly man with a full beard, drinking deeply with a grim expression. Just a waste. How could he be worthy of managing the Songshan mines? Ridiculous. Lu Wanli, lean and monkey-like, sneered disdainfully. Having stayed in Songshan all along, without stepping out they were cut off from news. Thus they were not well informed about the earth-shattering changes within the Su family. The only news they could know remained that Su Chun had been expelled from Tianzong, returned to the Su family as a failure, and had endured cold stares and contempt from other family members. Of course, this was also because Su Zhan had ordered a news blackout in advance. He feared that news of Su Yinglong's death would reach their trusted ears, provoking a rebellion. Once cornered, rats tried to bite, handling them would become troublesome. Even if he is a waste, his father is still the Su family patriarch. We are merely surnameless disciples of the Su family. When Su Chun arrives, the two of you better not go too far. The middle-aged man in the center had a resolute face and sharp eyes like an eagle, surveying, intimidating those who dared meet his gaze. Brother Shen, what are you afraid of? With Brother Su backing us up, even if we bully Su Zhan's son, what can Su Zhan do? A waste is worthless to the family, not even as good as a dog. Lu Wanli said dismissively. That may be so, but don't overdo it, so as not to ruin Brother Su's plans, Li Sheng warned sternly. All right, well, do as Brother Sheng says. When Su Chen arrives, well, just teach him a little lesson and send him off. Lu Wanli, unwilling to argue further, conceded. Well, just give him a little lesson and send him off. Lu Wanli, unwilling to argue further, conceded. Reporting to Supervisor Li, young Master Su Chen has arrived. At the foot of the hill, a miner supervisor hurriedly ran up the high ground and respectfully reported to Li Sheng, who was drinking wine. Speak of the devil, and he appears. Lu Wanli, with a slight smirk, stood up, dusted off his pants, and slid down the slope in a leap. Brother Sheng, Wanli and I will go have a look. Lei Hu, the one with a full beard, spoke up. Li Sheng nodded. Lei Hu then rose and slid down the slope as well. Open the gate quickly. We are here on orders to take over this mining ground. On horseback, Zhao Mubai produced Su Chen's appointment letter and shouted to a guard on the watchtower. However, the guard turned a deaf ear. Without Lu Wanli and Lei Hu's arrival and command, he dared not open the gate arbitrarily. What? Are you deaf? Young Master Su Chun is here to take over the mining ground. Why aren't you opening the gate immediately? Zhao Mubai, seeing that the guards paid no heed to his words, frowned and roared sternly. Yelling, what's all the racket? A dog barking here early in the morning, noisy as hell. Lu Wanli then appeared on the watchtower, feigning impatience. When he saw that it was Zhao Mubai who had called out, he grinned ingratiatingly. Oh, sorry. So it's Zhao Mubai. I almost thought it was a dog just now. Both Lu Wanli and Zhao Mubai were once surnameless disciples of the Su family. In the past, Zhao Mubai had frequently been ostracized and bullied, with Lu Wanli often leading the charge. The grudge between them had been formed long ago. Lu Wanli. Zhao Mubai's face instantly darkened at the Zhao Mubai, why have you traveled all the way from your territory to my Songshan? Ignoring Zhao Mubai's murderous glare, Lu Wanli said with a mocking smile. I am here on the Patriarch's orders to accompany young Master Su Chun in taking over the Songshan mining ground. Zhao Mubai, suppressing the rage in his chest, stated their purpose again. Young Master Su Chun. Where? I don't see him. Lu Wanli deliberately swept his gaze back and forth, ignoring Su Chun, who was riding beside Zhao Mubai. Are you blind? Su Chun said with a sarcastic smile. Oh, so you are young Master Su Chun. I'm sorry seeing you come with Zhao Mubai. I thought you were some stray dog that crawled out from somewhere. Lu Wanli's eyes flickered with a cold glint at being called blind. Lu Wanli, how dare you be so disrespectful to young Master Su Chun? Zhao Mubai pointed his spear at Lu Wanli on the watchtower in fury. Sorry, it's this mouth of mine, always speaking the truth. Deserves a slap. Lu Wanli feigned a look of shame and slapped himself twice. Now can you open the gate and let us in? Su Chun, without losing his temper, calmly fixed his gaze on Lu Wanli on the watchtower. Young Master Su, sorry, but the gate was broken a couple of days ago and can't be opened for now. How about you two humbly crawl in through the dog hole next door? Lu Wanli said cheekily. So you refuse to open the gate? It's not that I refuse, the gate really is broken. Since the gate is broken, let me fix it for you. Su Chun drew his sword, his true chi surging within his body. The third form of the Nine Shadows sword. One sword, vast sky. With a screech, a silver crescent sword aura 3 zhang long burst forth from the blade with lightning speed, heavily striking the gate, made of thick wooden logs. That sword strike was overwhelmingly fierce. It cleaved the thick stockade gate in one blow, sending wood chips flying and dust swirling. The booming sound echoed throughout the mining ground, startling many miners busy at work. It also shocked Lu Wanli, Lei Hu, and the many guards on the watchtower. Even Li Sheng, who was drinking wine and overseeing from the high ground, was drawn by the sudden commotion. Giddy up! Having broken the gate with one sword strike, Su Chun and Zhao Mubai spurred their horses and galloped straight into the mining ground. On the watchtower, Lu Wanli and Lei Hu's faces turned extremely ugly. They hurried down the watchtower and entered the mining ground, still astonished by Su Chen's sword strike just moments ago. Could a mere waste really produce such a terrifying sword strike? Su Chen, how dare you? Forcing your way into the mine. What crime do you deserve? Lu Wanli led his men storming into the mine and encircling Su Chun and Zhao Mubai. You are the one who dares. The family feeds you for loyalty, not for barking at your master. I am ordered to take over Sanshan Mine, yet you shut the gate against me. What crime do you deserve? On his steed, Su Chun gazed coldly at Lu Wanli, his tone indifferent. A waste dares to spout so many words. Do you truly think you're still the genius you once were? Seize him. Escort Su Chun back to the clan for trial. Lu Wanli, enraged, waved his hand, signaling the mine guards to apprehend Su Chun and Zhao Mubai. Dozens of mine guards, not daring to defy Lu Wanli's command, charged at Su Chun and Zhao Mubai with seeking death. Su Chun snorted from his horse. With a flicker, he dismounted and plunged into the throng of guards, his long sword dancing and weaving countless sword shadows. Each shadow felt a guard, blood splattering and screams rising one after another. Zhao Mubai also dismounted with his spear, charging into the guards and impaling them one after another with. Soon the ground was littered with cold corpses. Under the combined assault of Su Chun and Zhao Mubai, all dozens of mine guards perished. The stench of blood hung over the mine, refusing to dissipate. Young Master Su, are you all right? Zhao Mubai approached, spear in hand, his voice concerned. I'm fine. Su Chun smiled faintly. These lackeys have gall indeed, daring to lay hands on you, young Master Su. Zhao Mubai's eyes glinted with icy murder as he stared at Lu Wanli and Lei Hu in the distance. Their attack suits me perfectly. Otherwise I'd have no pretext to punish them. Su Chen's cold smile deepened as his gaze locked onto Lu Wanli. With a tap of his toe, he executed the ghostly phantom step, his form vanishing like a wraith. In the distance, Lu Wanli instinctively sensed killing intent, his pupils contracting as he hastened backward. Beside him, Lei Hu, already prepared, clenched his fists and punched toward a void. That void was exactly where Su Chen flashed past. Without dodging, Su Chen swept his sword, and a sword shadow flickered. With a wet sound, Lei Hu's punching arm was severed cleanly. My hand. The agony of losing his hand wrenched a scream from Lei Hu. Clutching his bleeding stump, he stumbled backward. Pain racked his entire body, his face turning deathly pale, cold sweat beading on his skin. This? Lei Hu. Lu Wanli, who had retreated, saw that in aiding him, Lei Hu had lost a hand to Su Chen's fleeting sword. His pupils shrank, face filled with shock and fear. Lei Hu's cultivation was no weaker than his own. Yet before Su Chun, he couldn't even last a moment. Was Su Chun truly a waste? Where are your eyes wandering? A cold voice drifted into Lu Wanli's ears like a ghost. With a shudder, Lu Wanli snapped awake. Glancing behind him, he was horrified to find Su Chun, who had been in front, now standing at his back. What incredible speed! With a bang, Lu Wanli stopped retreating, stomped his foot, and lunged forward, trying to avoid the thrusting sword. But however fast his reaction, it couldn't outpace Su Chen's already delivered sword. The blade pierced through Lu Wanli's back, skewering his heart and emerging from his chest. Blood dripped from the cold sword tip onto the ground. Lu Wanli's body stiffened, his eyes wide as he stared at the sword protruding from his chest. Why couldn't he dodge a sword from a waist? Confusion and bitterness filled his mind. But he would never find the answer. His body toppled straight to the ground, his life force quickly fading. Su Chun withdrew his sword, flicked off the blood, and didn't spare Lu Wanli's corpse another glance. Young Master Su, isn't this killing too excessive? A deep voice rang out from afar. Li Sheng leaped down from a height and landed in the mine. He glanced at Lu Wanli's corpse, then at the sword-wielding youth. His face darkened ominously. This man just ordered his men to attack me. Why didn't you appear then and say their actions were excessive? Su Chen cast a sidelong glance and replied coldly. Li Sheng, the strongest in Sangshan Mine. Lu Wanli did offend, but was killing necessary? To me, a dog that bites its master deserves death. Su Chun turned to face Li Sheng, a playful curl on his lips, his words unyielding. When Su Chun was being harassed, Li Sheng had not shown himself. That proved he tacitly allowed Lu Wanli and Lei Hu to provoke him, hoping to make Su Chen retreat. All three were cut from the same cloth, so Su Chen saw no need to be polite. His main goal in taking over Sangshan Mine was to eliminate dissidents and wipe out the former subordinates of Su Yinglong. This was to prevent them from gathering in the future, rebelling and undermining the Su family's foundation. Young Master Su, you are too arrogant. Li Sheng shook his head, his aura erupting. He was at the 9th level of martial master, far stronger than Lu Wanli and Lei Hu. But that was it. Feeling Li Sheng's formidable aura, Su Chun was not alarmed but excited. In his eyes, Li Sheng was experience points to boost his cultivation. Though Li Sheng's cultivation was inferior to Su Fei and Su Yinglong, killing him would still grant some pure true energy. Tiger Fist. With a roar, Li Sheng unleashed a punch. A burst of fist power surged forth like a massive, ferocious tiger, head lunging at Su Chun. With a clang, Su Chun raised his sword to block the charging tiger head. A single slash dispelled the fist power. In that moment, Li Sheng had already closed in. A devastating punch, fully charged, smashed towards Su Chun's face. With a dull thud, Su Chun did not dodge Li Sheng's powerful blow. Instead, he raised one hand and easily blocked it. Impossible. Li Sheng was stunned, seeing Su Chun casually stop his full-force punch. What's impossible? Blocking your punch is nothing. Su Chun sneered. At the 8th level of martial master, his physical strength far surpassed that of others at the same level. Though Li Sheng was a 9th level martial master, one minor level higher, his physical prowess was still insufficient against Su Chun. Otherwise, what would be the point of the 9 dragon sinews and the heavenly Tao Saint body? Damn it! Li Sheng suppressed his shock and cursed. With a sharp glare, he swept his leg towards Su Chun's waist. Su Chun slashed his sword heavily as the leg came. The sweeping leg was severed, blood spurting. A scream echoed across the mine. With another slash, the scream was cut short and silence fell over the mine. Li Sheng's head rolled to the ground, covered in blood and dust. Sheng. Brother Sheng. Lei Hu, clutching his severed hand, watched in horror as Li Sheng's head was lopped off by Su Chun in a few moves. Wasn't Su Chun supposed to be crippled? How could he be so powerful, slaying Lu Wanli and Li Sheng one out? Stop calling. He can't hear you, he's dead. Su Chun approached with his sword, looking down at the collapsed Lei Hu. Lei Hu shuddered and snapped back to reality, stammering, "Young Master Su. Can you?" Without giving him a chance to beg, Su Chun sliced off his head. "Sorry, no. Master Su, these are the accounts for the mine's recent or production." After eliminating Li Sheng and his 2 accomplices, he had purged some hidden threats in the Tsongshan mine. Su Chun entered a tent and ordered Zhao Mubai to fetch the relevant accounts. A thick stack of ledgers was placed on the desk before him, and he began to scrutinize them page by page, checking for any discrepancies. Meanwhile, Zhao Mubai summoned the mine's chief accountant Lu Bijuan. After auditing until late into the night, Su Chun discovered that the recent or production records had been clearly tampered with. These accounts are wrong. Su Chun threw the forged ledger onto the table, his gaze fixed on Lu Bijuan. "I checked the records. Over the past 3 months, the ore output from Tsongshan mine has been secretly dwindling. By my calculations, at least 362 carts of ore are missing. Master Lu, may I ask where those missing 362 carts of ore have gone?" Su Chun stared at the accountant, his tone calm. Lu Bijuan, skilled in bookkeeping, had been assigned by the Su family to oversee the mine's accounts. Every day the ore transported out of Tsongshan mine had to pass through his verification before leaving. "And Master Su, that's impossible. I've reconciled the accounts every day. How could anything be missing?" Lu Bijuan dared not meet Su Chun's eyes, his gaze shifting and his voice trembling. "Clearly guilty. It seems Master Lu has no intention of telling me the truth. In that case, Mubai, what are your orders, Master Su?" Zhao Mubai bowed respectfully. "Take Master Lu away and execute him. Falsifying accounts to deceive me and now daring to lie to my face. He doesn't deserve to live." Su Chun said coldly. "Understood." Zhao Mubai stepped forward and seized Lu Bijuan by the shoulder. A sharp pain shot through him, eliciting a scream. He was not a martial artist, his body frail. How could he withstand Zhao Mubai's grip? Especially when he heard that Su Chun intended to have him beheaded, he panicked and begged for mercy. "Master Su, please don't kill me. Spare me. I have an elderly mother at home and a wife and children to support. If I die, no one will provide for them. If you don't want to die, then tell me truthfully, where did the missing ore go? Was it Li Sheng and his 2 accomplices who embezzled it and secretly sold it?" Su Chun demanded fiercely. Lu Bijuan's heart trembled, and he dropped to his knees, his face ashen. "Master Su, you are wise. The missing ore was indeed embezzled and sold by Li Sheng and the other 2. Knowing concealment was futile, Lu Bijuan confessed everything. It turned out that ever since Su Yinglong attempted to seize power, Li Sheng and his associates had begun secretly plotting, skimming a portion of the ore to sell for profit. They had threatened Lu Bijuan, forcing him to falsify the accounts and report false figures. If he refused, they would kill his entire family. In this world where martial might reign supreme, Lu Bijuan was an ordinary man unable to cultivate. He dared not defy Li Sheng and his men. Under duress, he complied and began cooking the books. Each day, as ore was transported out of Tsongshan mine, he secretly deducted a portion from the records. Then he handed the withheld ore to Li Sheng and his accomplices for distribution. "Master Su, I had no choice. I had to compromise or they would have killed my family. I dared not take the risk." Lu Bijuan spoke with pain and helplessness, pouring out his recent woes to Su Chun. "Do you know where they sold the embezzled ore?" Su Chun's tone softened. Lu Bijuan was just an ordinary man, unable to resist the threats of 3 cultivators. His submission was understandable. He had no intention of pressing further. I'm not sure. Lu Bijuan looked ashamed. What Li Sheng and his men did in the mine was beyond his ability to investigate. Thus he didn't know where they had sold the ore. So much, or they couldn't have handled and sold it all on their own. There must be many underlings helping them behind the scenes. Su Chen murmured to himself. Master Su, I remember, you Urgu. Suddenly Lu Bijuan recalled a name. You Urgu. Who is that? A miner here. He's sly and cunning, good at currying favor. For years he's been following Li Sheng and his men, acting as a minor boss in the mine. Li Sheng and his associates trusted and relied on him heavily. I suspect you Urgu secretly arranged for the ore to be smuggled out of the mine and sold. He has many dubious friends in Wuching and plenty of connections. Lu Bijuan explained. Where is he now? Su Chen asked. He's probably gone into town to enjoy himself at a brothel. Mubai, take a few guards and bring you Urgu back from the city. Su Chen ordered. Zhao Mubai acknowledged and hurriedly left the tent. About an hour later he returned to Tsongshan mine, bringing with him a disheveled, drunken man reeking of alcohol. Su Chen stepped out of the tent and saw the man, who was as limp as mud with a weasel-like face and two thin mustaches. Splash him with water to sober him up. At his command a guard fetched a bucket of cold water and doused Urgu. The night air at Tsongshan mine was already cold and damp. Jolted by the icy water, Urgu sobered up considerably, shivering. When he came to, he cursed, "Damn it! Which bastard threw cold water on me? Show yourself." Looking around he realized he was not at the Drunken Spring Pavilion, but back at Tsongshan mine. How did I get here? Urgu was bewildered. You're Urgu, I presume. Su Chen stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at the drenched man. And you are? Urgu eyed Su Chen curiously. This is young Master Su Chen of the Su family. Open your dog eyes and see clearly. Zhao Mubai barked. Young Master Su. Urgu was dazed at first, then dropped to his knees in terror. I didn't recognize you, Master Su. Forgive my offense. I deserve to die. He had heard of Su Chen's reputation. Although he had been expelled from the heavenly sect, and was now a despised waste throughout the Great Yin dynasty, his status was still far above a lowly mine foreman. I ask you, in recent days did Li Sheng and his men secretly order you to transport, or out of the mine, and Urgu sensed trouble. His eyes darted, and he put on a fawning smile. Master Su, where did you hear some rumors? I've personally checked the accounts, and Lu Bijuan has confessed everything. Do you still think it's a rumor? Urgu's face twisted in dismay. He shot a venomous glare at Lu Bijuan, as if warning him that once Boss Li and the others found out, Lu would be in deep trouble. But he had been away from the mine all day and had no idea that Li Sheng and his men had already been dealt with by Su Chen. So Lu Bijuan paid no heed to the threatening look. Master Su, don't listen to Lu Bijuan's lies. I would never dare to smuggle or out to sell. Even if you gave me 10 times the courage, I wouldn't. It seems you won't confess until you see the evidence. Su Chen shook his head with a sigh. Zhao Mubai understood, drew a dagger, approached Urgu, and stabbed it through his right palm. Oh! The dark, silent Tsongshan mine echoed with Urgu's pig-like screams. Severe pain caused Urgu's body to tremble uncontrollably, his entire frame drenched in cold sweat. His gaze fixed on Su Chen, filled with profound fear and a venom hidden deep within his eyes. One more time, to whom did you sell the ores? Su Chen's face was cold. If you treat me like this, Brother Sheng, and the others won't just stand by. And besides, I have no idea what you're talking about. Urgu panted heavily, enduring the intense pain, and replied in a low, hoarse voice. Li Sheng and his 2 men. Su Chen stroked his chin, then signaled Zhao Mubai to throw the heads of the 3 men before Urgu. This, staring at the 3 bloody heads before him, Urgu was startled, his pupils contracting sharply. Now will you tell the truth? Su Chen crouched down, wearing an innocuous smile. Urgu's eyes darted away, not daring to meet his gaze, his heart filled only with profound fear. With Li Sheng and the other 2 dead, his backing was gone. If he continued to be stubborn, he would definitely suffer the consequences. Sold to the Zhang family. Finally, completely broken, Urgu had no choice but to bow his head and confess everything to Su Chen. The Zhang family. Su Chen narrowed his eyes. The Zhang family, one of the 3 great clans of Wuching. They had always been the sworn enemies of the Su family, clashing frequently in business dealings within Wuching. For years they had been locked in covert rivalry, and had even engaged in multiple open conflicts, resulting in many casualties among their experts. It was only a few years ago, when Su Chen successfully entered the heavenly sect, that the Zhang family finally ceased their provocations and chose to bide their time. In recent years they had not confronted the Su family. The Tsongshan mine yields abundant silver iron or gold essence, or and jellyfish stone, which are among the main material sources for the Zhang family's weapon refining workshops. Brother Sheng and his 2 accomplices knew that the Zhang family urgently needed these refining materials, so they deliberately established contact with the Zhang family, planning to secretly sell the ores to them for exorbitant profits. But Brother Sheng and the others couldn't get too close to the Zhang family, so they secretly had me act as the intermediary to liaise with them. Urgu recounted the matter in full detail. These 3 dogs deserve to die for their audacity to steal from their own post, and secretly sell the ores from our Su family's Tsongshan mine to the Zhang family. Su Chen snorted coldly, his gaze icy. The Zhang family's main source of income came from smelting the Tsongshan mine owned by the Su family had long been coveted by the Zhang family, who had attempted time and again to seize it in order to obtain an uninterrupted supply of silver iron or gold essence, or in jellyfish stone, essential materials for weapon refining. It was over this very mine that the Su and Zhang families had clashed many times in the past. Even Su Chun had participated in those battles, slaying many so-called martial prodigies of the Zhang family. Yet after all these years, the Zhang family's covetous intentions remained undiminished. Failing to seize the mine by force, they secretly contacted Li Sheng and his men to purchase ores from them. Young Master Su, I was merely following orders from Li Sheng and the other two. After confessing everything, Urgu looked at Su Chun with a pleading gaze, hoping for mercy. Don't be naive. When you chose to run with them, you should have anticipated this day. Su Chun patted Urgu's head, snatched the dagger from Zhao Mabai's hand, and slew Urgu on the spot. Take the corpse away and dispose of it. Su Chun commanded. Zhao Mubai acknowledged the order and directed several Tsongshan guards to carry Urgu's body into the deep mountains to feed the wolves. Young Master Su, should we retrieve the ores that Li Sheng and his men secretly sold to the Zhang family? Zhao Mubai asked. Forget it, they can't be recovered. Now that we've discovered this early and eliminated the 3 traitors, it's already a way to cut our losses. Su Chen replied with no intention of retrieving the ores from the Zhang family. After all, it was only a little over 300 cartloads of ore. The Zhang family's weapon refining workshops couldn't sustain themselves for long. As long as we guard the Tsongshan mine, well, their business will naturally plummet and they'll be of no concern. In the following days, Su Chun remained at the Tsongshan mine, overseeing the miners' work. And Liu Bijuan, under Su Chen's supervision, no longer dared to falsify the accounts. Every day, he personally presented the shipment records to Su Chun for inspection. When Su Chun had free time, he would venture into the forest near Tsongshan to hunt demonic beasts and enhance his cultivation. Meanwhile, he would collect the demonic beasts' cores and hides, having Zhao Mubai send someone to sell them at the Wuqing Merchant Guild in exchange for a large number of spirit stones. Spirit stones are stones born from absorbing the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. Cultivators can increase their cultivation by absorbing the spiritual energy within them. Thus, spirit stones became the universal currency in the cultivation world. Spirit stones are classified into low-grade, medium-grade, high-grade, and supreme-grade based on their spiritual energy concentration and purity. The exchange rate between grades is 1 to 100. That is, 100 low-grade spirit stones can be exchanged for 1 medium-grade spirit stone. During these days, by frantically hunting demonic beasts and absorbing the spiritual energy from spirit stones, the pure true qi within Su Chen's universal realm pill grew visibly. Wuqing, the Zhang family estate. The Tsongshan mine has now been taken over by Su Chun, and the 3 men Li Sheng who had been secretly doing business with our Zhang family were killed by Su Chen a few days ago. With Li Sheng and the others dead, there will be no one to trade with our Zhang family. Without the supply of silver iron or gold essence or jellyfish stone from the Tsongshan mine, the various weapon refining workshops under our clan will run out of raw materials in a few days, and we will be forced to close some of them. In the main hall, many high-ranking members of the Zhang family were gathered. Among them, a middle-aged man in a blue robe recounted in detail what had happened at the Tsongshan mine to the head of the Zhang family seated at the head, Zhang Tianyang. Wasn't Su Chun expelled from the heavenly sect and reduced to a cripple? How could he have killed Li Sheng and the other 2? Zhang Tianyang asked. Elder brother, there's something you don't know. According to the informant our Zhang family has placed within the Su family, Su Chun has already embarked on the path of martial arts once more. A few days ago, in the Su family's clan competition, Su Chen shone brilliantly, defeating Su Fei, who was at martial spirit 1st level, while he himself was only at martial master 6th level. Upon hearing this news, Zhang Tianyang fell silent, his brow deeply furrowed, a flicker of astonishment passing through his eyes. Su Zhan's son is truly extraordinary. To rise again even after becoming a cripple. Zhang Tianyang sighed, repeatedly feeling deep envy and resentment towards Su Zhan for having such a son. How long can the silver iron or gold essence or jellyfish stone in our clan's weapon refining workshops last? The family's own mines plus the raw materials purchased from Li Sheng and the others will only last less than 3 days. Send clansmen to the Li family of Yunqing to purchase raw materials. Zhang Tianyang sighed. Su Chen's resurgence made him feel a trace of fear. After all, the nightmare that young man once brought upon the Zhang family was still vivid in his mind. Now that the Tsongshan mine was under Su Chen's control, he dared not take any reckless private actions. Yunqing is far from our Wuqing. We would have to transport by boat via waterways. If we purchase raw materials from Yunqing, the round-trip transportation alone would cost a considerable sum. Moreover, the Li family of Yunqing is known for making exorbitant demands. Then the costs for our clan's weapon refining workshops will inevitably rise significantly. The middle-aged man in blue robes looked at Zhang Tianyang and said solemnly, Ever since a few years ago when Su Chun was specially recruited by the heavenly sect, the Zhang family dared not covet that Songshan mine. For years they had been purchasing large quantities of raw materials from the Leaf family of Yunqing, barely managing to keep their weapon refining workshops running. The Zhang family had truly experienced the true colors of the Leaf family of Yunqing. What do you suggest we do then? Zhang Tianyang inquired. Elder brother, we must find a way to seize the Su family's Songshan mine. But what about Su Chun? Su Chun is nothing but a cripple. Even if he has returned to the martial path, he is far from his peak and not worth worrying about. Moreover, on the Su family side, Su Zhan has been busy sending people to eliminate dissidents and deal with Su Yinglong's many protégés and old associates. If we secretly gather our forces at this time, we can surely seize that Songshan mine in the shortest possible time. Once that Songshan mine falls into our Zhang family's hands, elder brother, our clan's weapon refining workshops will no longer have to worry about raw material shortages. If we don't act now, when will we? At the head of the hall, Zhang Tianyang fell into silence, offering no reply. An eerie stillness pervaded the entire chamber. Fine, I'll assign this mission to you personally. There must be no mistakes whatsoever. If we strike, we must plunder everything, and we must strike swiftly. Considering the interests of their clan, Zhang Tianyang ultimately acquiesced to his younger brother's decision. The clan simply lacked sufficient funds to purchase vast quantities of raw materials from the Leaf family of Yun City. Only by seizing the Su family's Songshan mine could they resolve this pressing urgency. Otherwise, the clan's several weapon forging workshops would have to shut down, costing them yet another major source of income. In the future, maintaining the clan's operations and the cultivation of its disciples would become even more difficult. Rest assured, elder brother. To support your operation, I'll have people keep a close watch on Su Zhan and block any news from the Su family. Zhang Tianyang continued. Zhang Tianyu nodded. This time the battle for the Songshan mine would be a matter of success or death. Leaving the clan hall, Zhang Tianyu immediately gave orders and summoned many of the clan's experts. A total of 68 men, each of the martial master realm ranging from the 3rd to the 7th level. Adding his own cultivation level, the 2nd level of the martial spirit realm. Besides that, there were also 3 family elders at the 1st level of the martial spirit realm to assist. Zhang Tianyu was confident that with such force a night raid on the Songshan mine would easily seize it. Elder Tianyu, the men are ready. A Zhang family guard approached Zhang Tianyu and bowed respectfully. Understood, you may withdraw. Zhang Tianyu waved his hand, dismissing the guard. This time, for the sake of the clan's interests, he would personally take the Songshan mine. Night fell over the Songshan. Su Chun, who had gone hunting in the mountains, returned with a substantial haul of game, drawing admiring remarks from many of the miners. Young Master Su, what impressive skill. You've brought back so much game from the mountains again. Haha, it's much better being with young Master Su. Back when those 3 old codgers Li Sheng were in charge, they often docked our wages. The meals were nothing but coarse grains and wild greens. Poor food that never filled us. Now with young Master Su, we're blessed with delicacies, eating demon beast meat every day. What a delight, right? Eating the flesh and blood of these demon beasts has made me much stronger, and my digging strength has increased. Hundreds of miners gathered around, their eyes gleaming as they saw the carcasses of demon beasts Su Chun had brought back from the hunt. They knew that a feast awaited them. For the past few days, whenever Su Chun returned from hunting, he would give away the unwanted flesh for them to roast. Mubai, have these demon beasts processed. Keep the ones that can be sold for spirit stones, and distribute the remaining flesh to the miners to take home. Su Chun commanded. As you wish. Zhao Mubai acknowledged, and personally led some mine guards to handle the demon beast carcasses. The demon beast flesh was distributed to the miners, overjoyed, who left the mine in high spirits, heading home. Soon the vast mine fell silent. Only Su Chun, Zhao Mubai, a few overseers, and the mine guards remained. Returning to his tent, Su Chun bathed, changed clothes, and went to sleep. Late at night, several assassins clad in black like phantoms infiltrated the mine from outside Songshan. On the watchtowers, some guards responsible for vigilance had already begun to doze off, failing to notice the lurking black-clad killers. The entire mine remained as tranquil as ever. Evading the many patrolling guards, the assassins stealthily crept toward the large central tent. There Su Chen's daily residence lay. Entering the tent, the assassins gripped their daggers, moving silently in the dark toward the bed where Su Chen lay. Within half a meter of the bed, they lunged fiercely. The cold daggers pierced the bedding, sending cotton fibers, yet to their shock no blood spurted. The lead assassin, sensing something amiss, furrowed his brow and yanked. On the bed there was no sign of Su Chun. Only 2 pillows. Retreat. The assassin's pupils contracted, realizing the danger, and he barked the order to withdraw. But before they could retreat, a figure swiftly closed in from the darkness, accompanied by a flash of icy sword light. With a slash, an assassin's head flew off. Hot blood splattered across the tent's curtain. Without pause, the figure struck another sword, cleaving off the heads of 2 more assassins. The remaining 4, terrified, scattered in all directions. The figure in the darkness gave them no chance. A punch blasted forth its fearsome force, shattering an assassin's heart. With a quick step the figure closed in on another, his long sword descending to split him in two. With a kick he sent a fallen dagger flying like an arrow, instantly piercing the chest of an assassin fleeing in another direction. As for the last assassin, before he could escape the tent, the dark figure caught up swiftly, placing a cold blade against his neck, leaving him paralyzed. The commotion in the tent caught Zhao Mubai's attention. He hurriedly grabbed his spear and rushed in with his men, ordering torches to be lit. Seeing the corpses of assassins strewn about and blood splattered everywhere, Zhao Mubai exclaimed in shock, "The assassin hall! Young Master Su, are you all right?" he asked, rushing forward as he saw Su Chen holding a sword to the surviving assassin. "I'm fine," Su Chen replied. He had been about to sleep, but his keen spiritual sense had detected the assassins as they stealthily entered the mine. Realizing they were creeping toward his tent, he guessed they were here to kill him. So he placed pillows under the quilt to He himself hid in the darkness, silently observing everything ready to strike. Those bastards from the assassin hall are too reckless. They dared to assassinate young Master Su. Zhao Mubai stared at the assassin Su Chen had subdued, ready to finish him off with his spear. "Hold, question him first," Su Chen said quickly. This was already the second time the assassin hall had sent killers after him. The first time was at Su Yinglan's request. He wondered who had hired them this time. Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhao Mubai withdrew his spear, then swept it sharply to break the assassin's legs, demanding, "Speak. Who commissioned this night attack on young Master Su?" "I'd rather die than tell," the assassin said, and as he saw no chance of escape, he bit off his tongue to commit suicide. Veiled by night, a canopy of countless stars dotted the sky. On a highland near Tsongshan, Zhang Tianyu silently overlooked the sprawling Tsongshan mine in the distance. He noticed the assassins of the killing hall stealthily infiltrating the mine under the cover of darkness. Behind him stood 3 elders of the Zhang family, all at the first level of martial spirit cultivation. "We may strike now. It must be swift." Zhang Tianyu withdrew his gaze and commanded in a low voice. The 3 Zhang elders acknowledged the order, their figures flickering as they swiftly descended the highland, advancing toward the mine. Behind them followed numerous elite members dispatched by the Zhang family. At the mine's stockade gate atop the enormous watchtower, a guard awakened from his slumber by the pressing need to urinate. "Hey, keep a sharp watch. I'm going to relieve myself." The guard kicked his companion, still lost in dreams, and muttered groggily. Turning, he descended the watchtower and stepped onto a patch of grass near the gate, unfastening his belt. Before he could answer nature's call, a figure appeared soundlessly behind him. With a sweep of an icy dagger, the blade slashed across his throat. The guard's eyes bulged wide. He had no chance to scream before his body crumpled into a pool of blood. "First eliminate the guards on the watchtower and the hidden crossbowmen," commanded one of the Zhang elders. Numerous Zhang elites acknowledged the order. With a leap, they moved like agile spirit monkeys, scaling the watchtower swiftly and silently, slaying all the guards still lost in slumber. Some Zhang elites, guided by the intelligence map obtained beforehand, located the crossbowmen lying in ambush nearby and dispatched them with equal celerity. The entire process was incredibly swift. In no time, the guards stationed before the mine stockade gate were wiped clean by the elites led by the 3 Zhang elders. The vast Tsongshan mine had lost nearly a third of its defensive force in that fleeting moment. "Open the gate," commanded a Zhang elder once the stockade was taken. Soon Zhang elites unbarred the gate. From the highland, Zhang Tianyu watched the scene quietly. Seeing the breach of Tsongshan mine's gate, a hint of a smile curled at the corner of his mouth. "It is time. Elder Tianyu, we are prepared as well." A dark figure materialized and knelt in reverence. "Is that so? Then let us await the grand performance." Zhang Tianyu chuckled softly. As his words fell, the dense forests of Tsongshan behind him erupted with roars of countless demonic beasts. From the woods, dozens, or even 100 terrifying demonic beasts, as if lured by something, charged down the mountain with crimson eyes and an aura of savage ferocity. Their target was unmistakably the Tsongshan mine below. Inside the tent, Su Chen glanced at the black-clad assassin who had bitten off his own tongue, his brow slightly furrowed. Suddenly, he heard the roars of demonic beasts and a thunderous rumble from outside. The ground itself began to tremble faintly. "What's happening?" Zhao Mubai and several Tsongshan overseers, also alerted by the tremendous commotion, were, Master Su Ti, terrible. Beast tide. It's a beast tide." A patrol squad leader rushed frantically into the tent, his face ashen. "Beast tide." Zhao Mubai and the others were alarmed. Tsongshan had not seen a beast tide for years. Why would one erupt tonight? "Let's go see." Su Chen, unperturbed, strode out of the tent first. Zhao Mubai and the rest followed closely. Once outside, they gazed into the distance. Under the moonlight, rolling dust clouds rose from the mountain slopes, and many demonic beasts radiating terrifying bloodlust charged toward their Tsongshan mine. The beasts' roars tore through the silent night, bringing overwhelming oppression. It really is a beast tide," one of the mine overseers stammered in panic, watching the distant hills. Quick, order the gate sealed and activate the defensive barrier. All crossbowmen must be on high alert. Shoot the beasts as they approach. Do not let them breach the mine." A composed overseer regained his wits first and issued a swift series of orders to the patrol squad leader. The beast tide must never break into the mine or the casualties would be catastrophic. This subordinate will relay the orders at once. The patrol leader hurriedly pulled a bamboo tube from his belt and yanked the fuse. With a whoosh, a fireball shot from the tube into the night sky, then exploded with a bang. It was a signal flare used to alert the gate. Yet though the patrol leader had fired the flare, there was no response from the gate. What's wrong? Why no reply? And look, the gate seems to be wide open, not closed. Some overseers noticed the anomaly at the mine's entrance. It's useless. The gate has been taken, Su Chen said calmly. Taken? This beast tide is not a natural occurrence, it was deliberately provoked. Otherwise the commotion would not be so restrained. Su Chen replied. In his years serving the heavenly sect, he had witnessed true beast tides, far beyond what this paltry tide could compare to. Those assassins from the killing hall were hired to kill me, likely as a diversion. Their real aim was to seize the gate, covertly paving the way for the beast tide to strike the mine. This time our enemies came prepared and caught us off guard. Su Chen continued, breaking down the situation with, Master Su, what should we do now? The overseers looked to Su Chen. Order the guards to take cover. Have the crossbowmen move to the high ground on both sides of the mine and secure the terrain. Before the beast tide hits, we avoid its full force. After a moment's thought, Su Chen issued a rapid sequence of commands. The overseers relayed the orders. Upon receiving the commands, many mine guards scattered to hide around the mine, some into or tunnels, others behind massive boulders. Meanwhile, numerous guards wielding powerful crossbows followed Su Chen's plan, climbing the nearby high ground to secure advantageous positions. Mubai, let's move too, Su Chen ordered. Master Su, what do you intend to do next? Zhao Mubai followed Su Chen as they headed for a high ground outside the mine. The enemy lurks in the dark while we stand in the light. The situation is against us. We too will hide in the shadows, watch for the enemy's movements, and strike with lethal precision. Su Chen said coldly. A mere beast tide posed little threat. Songshan Mine lay in a vast depression surrounded by high slopes, with only the gate as its single entrance. As long as his guards concealed themselves and the crossbowmen held the heights, the beast tide, even if it surged in, would not be a major danger. Instead, it would be like turtles in a jar, mere targets for the crossbowmen. In Su Chen's eyes, the true threat was the mastermind who had orchestrated this beast tide. He and Zhao Mubai had to remain hidden in the shadows, locate those who intended to seize his Songshan Mine, and eliminate them one by one. Who could it be? Who would target our Songshan Mine? Zhao Mubai pondered as he followed Su Chen. Who else but the Zhang family? Su Chen replied. The Zhang family. With Li Sheng and his 2 men dead, the Zhang family's refining workshop lost its supply channel. Days have passed since then. Their raw materials must be nearly exhausted. Naturally, their target now falls on the Songshan Mine under our Su family's name. Su Chen said slowly. If that's the case, the Zhang family must have dispatched many elites. We must send word to the clan for reinforcements. It's useless. Why? The Zhang family dared to strike only because they made thorough preparations. Even if the clan receives the news, reinforcements cannot reach Songshan Mine in time. But we can only rely on ourselves. What lies ahead may be a bitter battle. We must hold the mine. If it falls into Zhang hands, it would be a tremendous loss for the Su family. Roars that shook the heavens echoed one after another. On the mountain slopes, hundreds of bloodthirsty spirit beasts charged wildly into the Songshan mining grounds. Within the mining grounds, some guards who failed to evade in time were instantly engulfed by the beast tide. Their bodies were trampled into pools of flesh and blood by the massive beasts, the scene utterly gruesome. Other guards were directly bitten in half by a beast, blood splattering everywhere. Still more fell into the clutches of a beast, watching helplessly as its massive jaws gaped open to devour them. Terrified, their faces turned pale, tears of dread streaming uncontrollably. Their mouths emitted piercing screams of agony. Even frantically brandishing their weapons, they could barely wound the beasts before them. Ultimately, they perished in the beast's jaws. Of course, some crossbowmen who had early taken high ground and advantageous positions began their assault upon seeing the beasts charge into the grounds. Bolts of immense penetrating power shot relentlessly toward the beasts within the grounds. These bolts were forged from special metals and inscribed with talismanic runes. Some bore fire talismans, others thunder talismans. These talismans granted the bolts devastating lethal force. Indeed, a beast struck by a fire talisman bolt had the missile explode instantly. The terrifying blast tore a massive bloody hole in the beast's abdomen, the raging flames searing and curling the flesh around the wound. With a mournful roar, the beast fell dead. The thick scent of blood attracted many other beasts, and soon the corpse was devoured entirely by its own kind. Other beasts struck by thunder talisman bolts had lightning energy surge through their bodies, paralyzing them instantly. Then hidden guards would strike and finish them off. Those crossbowmen at Songshan mining grounds are rather troublesome. On the watchtower before the stockade, 3 elders of the Zhang family silently observed the fierce battle within the grounds. From a distance, they noticed many crossbowmen using bolts inscribed with fire and thunder talismans to crazily shoot down the beasts charging into the grounds. The situation gradually stabilized. They witnessed the prowess of the Su family's crossbowmen. The minor beast tide seemed insufficient to throw the guards into chaos. Send a group to eliminate those crossbowmen. The rest must capture Su Chen alive. Capture Su Chen alive. Why? The clan head's orders. Use Su Chen as a bargaining chip against Su Zhan. After all, if we forcibly seize the Tsongshan mining grounds, the Su family will not let it rest. Only by using Su Chen as leverage can we force Su Zhan and the entire Su family to compromise and sign a transfer deed, making Tsongshan truly ours. Understood. I'll take men to find Su Chen's whereabouts. With so many beasts charging into the grounds, I fear that Brat might have died in their jaws. An elder clad in blue robes with a long beard spoke solemnly. He selected 6 elite Zhang warriors, and with a leap moved toward the depths of Tsongshan to search for Su Chen. In the darkness, Su Chen and Zhao Mubai hid silently behind a rock. Both suppressed their auras, watching every movement within the grounds. Young Master Su, unfamiliar auras are approaching the guards. Zhao Mubai transmitted telepathically. His keen spiritual sense detected multiple strange auras stealthily advancing deeper into the grounds under the cover of night. Their target was clearly the crossbowmen hidden on the heights. Am I no? Su Chen nodded. Should we intervene? They're just elites of the Zhang family. I'll let the guards handle them. Su Chen replied. At that moment, he sensed a powerful aura rapidly approaching. Martial Spirit First Stage. In addition, 6 auras at Martial Master 6th Stage. Someone's coming this way. Su Chen quickly suppressed his aura. Zhao Mubai's mind sharpened as he too could see. In the dark, the blue-robed Zhang Elder and his 6 elites failed to detect Su Chen and Zhao Mubai hidden nearby, passing by their hiding spot in a flash. A Martial Spirit First Stage? Zhao Mubai's pupils contracted. Not just that, there seemed to be 2 more powerful auras at the stockade gate, also Martial Spirit First Stage. Su Chen whispered. Lying in ambush, he observed. He noted that the Zhang family had sent over 60 elites, all with cultivation ranging from Martial Master 3rd Stage to 7th Stage. Among them, 3 at Martial Spirit First Stage were likely elders dispatched by the Zhang family. Whether there were even stronger existences, Su Chen was not yet sure. Stay here and watch the 2 Zhang elders at the stockade gate. I'll intercept the elder who just passed. Su Chen rose, gripping his long sword, ready to leave. Before departing, he gave instructions. Young Master Su, let me accompany you. A Martial Spirit First Stage is not easy to kill. Don't worry, it's precisely the Martial Spirit realm I hunt. Su Chen smiled faintly. Executing the Phantom Shadow Step, he vanished like a specter. Zhao Mubai tried to stop him, but was too late. Helpless, he followed Su Chen's orders, hiding in the shadows to monitor the 2 Zhang elders at the stockade gate. If they moved, he must notify Su Chen immediately. Can old Fifth handle it alone? At the stockade gate, the 2 Zhang elders stood with hands clasped behind their backs, overseeing the situation. Don't worry. Even if Su Chen could defeat Su Fei, that doesn't mean much. Old Fifth's strength is not merely Martial Spirit First Stage. You and I only need to guard here, ensuring no one escapes from Tsongshan alive. But I feel somewhat uneasy. Don't overthink it, you're just overly anxious. Speak. Besides you 3 Martial Spirit First Stage experts, are there any stronger ones from the Zhang family attacking our Tsongshan mining grounds? In a forest outside the grounds, Su Chen held a bloodstained sword. At his feet lay the corpses of 6 Zhang. The elder called Old Fifth sat slumped against a tree trunk, drenched in blood and cold sweat, both arms. Staring at the sword-wielding youth before him, his face bore shock, fury, and disbelief. Su Chen, having retaken the path of martial arts from scratch, now possessed such terrifying combat prowess in such short time. He had slain 6 Martial Master 6th Stage experts with a single sword stroke. Even as a Martial Spirit First Stage using secret arts, he couldn't withstand one blow. How ridiculous. He had initially planned to capture Su Chen alive, only to be annihilated on first encounter. This old man will die before telling you anything. Then die. Seeing he could extract no useful information, Su Chen decisively swung his sword, severing the elder's head. Within his body, the pure chi from the myriad realms pill subtly increased. He was close to breaking through to Martial Master 9th Stage. Killing the 2 Zhang elders at the stockade gate should be enough to push me through. Su Chen murmured. He decided to return to the stockade gate, slay the 2 elders, and attempt to break through. Under the current circumstances, only by advancing in cultivation could he stabilize the situation with sufficient confidence. Young Master Su. Hidden behind the rocks, Zhao Mubai, who had been closely monitoring the commotion near the stockade gate, was startled to see Su Chen's return. Su Chen's safe return could only mean that the Martial Spirit First Layer Elder Zhang, who had gone ahead along with the 6 elite martial masters of the 6th layer he led, had all been slain. With this thought in mind, Zhao Mubai could not help but feel even more awe towards Su Chen. His young master was truly gifted by heaven. Even after having his cultivation destroyed, retreading the path of martial arts, his progress left Zhao Mubai far behind. His strength and methods were terrifyingly formidable. How goes the situation at the stockade gate? Su Chen suppressed his aura and inquired. The two Zhang family elders remain on the watchtower at the gate without moving an inch. It seems they have deliberately sealed the only entrance to the mine, guarding against anyone else escaping from within. Moreover, the restrictions around the mine have been activated, completely sealing off the entire site. Our only way to break out is to eliminate those two Zhang family elders and lift the restrictions. Zhao Mabai's expression was grave. I recognize those two Zhang family elders. Above, the black clouds parted and moonlight poured down. Through the cold moonlight, Su Chen clearly saw the two Zhang family elders standing on the stockade watchtower. One was the third elder of the Zhang family, Zhongli, a martial spirit first layer cultivator. He was also a first-rank puppeteer skilled in sinister puppet arts. The Tianxian continent was vast and boundless. Upon this expansive land existed countless divine kingdoms, religions, sects, ancient clans, noble houses, and also countless demons, evil entities, and so forth. Their existence filled this continent with endless conflicts, giving rise to countless schools of thought. Martial arts reigned supreme. But many did not simply tread the path of martial arts alone. Some cultivated various exotic techniques, giving birth to diverse, specialized professions. The puppeteer was one such school, evolved and created over the endless ages of the Tianxian continent. Ranked from 1st to 9th, with the 1st being weakest and the 9th strongest. Legends said that the most supreme puppeteers could refine the corpses of gods and demons into puppets for battle, easily annihilating a divine kingdom possessing destruction beyond mortal imagination. Of course, the puppeteer was but one among myriad professions on this continent. The Tianxian continent hosted various other specialized professions: artificers, alchemists, beast tamers, illusionists, sorcerers. The other was the 4th elder of the Zhang family, Zhang Han, also at martial spirit first layer and a first-rank artificer. According to Su Chen, the Zhang family's forge workshop was primarily managed by this 4th elder. He was adept at forging various weapons, and rumors said he had crafted a particularly formidable hidden weapon. As for what that hidden weapon was, no one knew. A puppeteer and an artificer, those two Zhang family elders are far more troublesome than the previous 5th elder. Su Chen murmured softly. Though troublesome at his current realm with the 9 shadows sword art paired with the ghost shadow mirage step, he could still handle the two Zhang family elders on the watchtower. Yet his concern was whether other Zhang family experts lurked in the shadows. If while he focused on dealing with those two elders, a hidden Zhang family expert struck, that would be no laughing matter. But in his heart, Su Chen was certain that there were indeed many other Zhang family, for the beasts that had charged into Tsongshan mine were abnormal. They were all manipulated, trespassing under control. This meant that in the shadows there also lurked a beast tamer cultivated by the Zhang family. The question was only their cultivation level. Later he'll sneak into the watchtower and assassinate those two Zhang family elders. Stay vigilant here. If any hidden Zhang family expert emerges, warn me immediately. After much deliberation, Su Chen decided to risk killing the two Zhang family elders first. Understood. Zhao Mabai's expression was solemn. Martial spirit realm existences were beyond his ability to oppose. If he followed Su Chen, he feared he would become a burden. Thus, upon learning that Su Chen wanted him to stay behind and keep watch, Zhao Mubai nodded without hesitation. Executing the ghost shadow mirage step, Su Chen's figure vanished like a specter into the night. With the steady improvement of his cultivation, he wielded the ghost shadow mirage step. With increasing ease, his movement speed mysterious and unpredictable. The moment he flashed into view, he was like a wandering ghost drifting in the dark night, leaving not a trace of. Even the two Zhang family elders on the watchtower, despite fully releasing their 6th sense and spiritual perception, failed to notice Su Chen silently approaching them. Of course, the reason for this was that the two elders' attention was entirely focused on the mine below, watching the brutal and bloody skirmishes. 5th brother has been gone for so long. Why hasn't he returned? 4th elder Zhang Han frowned. His intuition told him something had happened to 5th brother. Yet he couldn't fathom who in Tsongshan mine could kill him given 5th brother's strength. Perhaps he's still searching for Su Chen's whereabouts. Searching for someone always takes some time. 3rd elder Zhongli stroked his long beard, speaking calmly. Though he said this, he too suspected that 5th brother might have met with misfortune. Shall I go take a look? Zhang Han tentatively suggested. Zhongli hesitated long without reply. As he pondered, a flash of sword light burst from the darkness, stabbing straight toward his face. His pupils contracted. Beside Zhongli, a puppet made of unknown metallic material moved under his control, swiftly blocking the rapid sword flash. Clang. The puppet was extremely resilient. Su Chen's sudden thrust could not easily break its defense and destroy it, courting death. At that moment, 4th elder Zhang Han also spotted Su Chen's sword in hand lurking close and roared in fury. He leaped, raising his palm to strike heavily at Su Chen as he retreated. The palm strike, swift and fierce, contained an exceedingly domineering palm force. Yet even though Zhang Han launched the rapid attack in the shortest time possible, the palm still only struck the afterimage left by Su Chen. Beware. Not far away, 3rd elder Zhongli, seeing that his 4th brother's palm had hit only a residue, immediately shouted a warning. Under his control, the puppet beside him charged forward at great speed. Clang! The puppet crossed its arms, blocking behind Fourth Elder Zhang Han, intercepting Su Qin's killing stroke. True enough, puppeteers are a nuisance. I wonder what level Zhang Li's puppet art has reached now. With his ability, how many puppets can he control? With his killing strike blocked, Su Qin quickly flashed aside, putting distance between himself and the two Zhang family elders, avoiding their attack range. As he retreated, he swiftly analyzed the true strength of the third elder in his mind. Su Qin. The offense paused. Zhang Li and Zhang Han finally took a good look at the youth holding the sword. When they recognized his face, they were startled. They hadn't expected Su Qin to come to them willingly. If Su Qin hadn't been captured, then fifth brother. At that thought, Fourth Elder Zhang Han couldn't help but ask first, where is fifth brother? Where is he? Dead. Su Qin smiled lightly. You killed him, Fourth Elder Zhang Han froze in shock, then his face darkened like water, his eyes gleaming with icy killing intent. That's right. I killed him. If you want revenge, come. Su Qin taunted. Fourth Elder Zhang Han stepped forward as if about to charge. Slap. Third Elder Zhang Li grabbed him, warning in a low voice. The skills Su Qin just displayed are no simple matter. Don't act rashly. If you lose your calm, you will die. Hearing this, Fourth Elder's mind cleared considerably. Recalling the earlier encounter with Su Qin, if not for his third brother's puppet timely guarding his back, he would likely be a corpse by now. The fourth elder of the Zhang family, a weapon refiner, must have concealed many blades that could cleave iron as if it were mud. He might even be carrying that legendary powerful hidden weapon on him. Compared to him, the real trouble is the third elder of the Zhang family, a first-rank puppeteer. He can command his puppets to attack from a distance or defend up close, and his own strength is not to be underestimated. It seems I still need to deal with the fourth elder first before taking care of the other. No, with the third elder's puppets protecting him, it's not easy to eliminate the fourth elder either. Otherwise, that near-fatal sword strike would have succeeded just a moment ago, but the puppet blocked it. After all, if I take out the third elder first, the situation will become much easier without the puppets aiding him. As for that so-called hidden weapon on the fourth elder, I can easily evade and deflect it with my Ghost Shadow Step and the first technique of Nine Shadows Sword. Besides, it's still uncertain whether he even brought that weapon with him. Holding his long sword, Su Qin stared fixedly at Zhang Li and Zhang Han in the distance, his expression vigilant. His mind raced once more. After weighing the options, he finally decided to continue targeting the third elder of the Zhang family. Eliminate the puppeteer, remove the support. In the distance, the third elder Zhang Li also stared coldly at Su Qin, daring not to underestimate him. Once a holy son of the heavenly sect, even if his cultivation was crippled and he had to tread the martial path anew, the combat experience accumulated through years of bloody battles was far beyond what Zhang Li could easily match. One misstep could cost him. He had to wait for or create an opening for his fourth brother to seize the chance and capture. On the watchtower, both Su Qin and Zhang Li were lost in thought, analyzing the situation at hand. The atmosphere was eerie and silent. This stifling silence persisted for a while before Zhang Li was the first to break it. He commanded his puppet and swiftly charged at Su Qin in the distance. The puppet moved with incredible speed, appearing right before Su Qin in the blink of an eye. It turned its right hand into a blade and slashed down fiercely. With a swift sidestep, Su Qin evaded the puppet's blade strike. Using the Ghost Shadow Step, he dashed toward Zhang Li like a phantom. With a sudden sweep of his long sword, a flash of sword light flickered past. Clang! That sword light struck against another puppet that materialized unexpectedly. Two puppets. Su Qin's eyes narrowed. Sword in hand, he continuously blocked and dodged the onslaught of the two formidable puppets. The clang of metal collisions echoed across the watchtower. Bursts of shockwaves from the clashes surged outward in all directions. Sparks flickered one after another. Both sides exchanged fierce blows, neither gaining the upper hand. Yet during the battle with the two puppets, Su Qin noticed something. When the distance exceeded 15 meters, the puppets' attacks noticeably weakened. Clearly, Zhang Li's effective control range for commanding his puppets was within 15 meters. Moreover, controlling two puppets was far more taxing than controlling one. After all, manipulating puppets required a cultivator's powerful spiritual sense and abundant true qi. Given Zhang Li's current cultivation level, controlling these two powerful puppets was already his limit. He couldn't possibly command a third one. If he did, he would inevitably suffer the backlash and harm himself. Since the effective control distance is 15 meters, the next steps become much simpler. Through the fight, Su Qin had figured out Zhang Li's hidden cards. The third technique of Nine Shadows Sword. Sword pierces the sky. A silvery sword aura like a crescent moon burst forth and heavily struck one of the puppets. The terrifying sword aura couldn't easily destroy the puppet, but it sent it flying off the watchtower. As that puppet soared far away from the tower, the strands of true qi Zhang Li used to control the puppet were severed. That's Su Qin. Could he have noticed? What kind of freak is this? To calmly analyze his opponent amidst such intense combat. While Zhang Li was still stunned and shocked, Su Qin struck again with his sword, sending the other puppet flying, as well severing its connection with Zhang Li. After dispelling both puppets, Su Chen fixed his gaze on Zhang Li in the distance, a murderous intent surging in his eyes. He lunged forward with his sword. "Brat, don't get cocky." The fourth elder Zhang Han, seeing Su Chen knock away both puppets and charge at his third brother, flicked his sleeve. A volley of hidden blades shot out from his sleeve. Each blade was infused with dense, true qi, delivering a fierce, penetrating force. But Su Chen was unfazed. The first technique of 9 Shadows Sword. 1,000 sword shadows. Under the cover of countless sword shadows, a formidable defensive net formed, deflecting all the hidden blades flung by the fourth elder Zhang Han. At the same time, Su Chen managed to flick several hidden blades back at the fourth elder, forcing him to scramble in defense. "Su Chen, don't forget, I'm not just a puppeteer. I'm also a cultivator. Without puppets I can still fight." At this moment, the third elder Zhang Li erupted with an overwhelming aura. A powerful pressure burst forth, forcing Su Chen back several steps. "Earlier, controlling 2 puppets to fight me must have drained a lot of your true qi, right? How long can you hold out?" Facing Zhang Li's explosive might, Su Chen showed no panic. Instead, a confident smile curled at the corner of Zhang Li's eyes narrowed. "Even so, it's more than enough to kill you." The oppressive pressure intensified, weighing heavily on Su Chen. The entire watchtower began to tremble under the strain. Zhang Li expected this pressure to immobilize or even severely injure Su Chen. But the next moment Zhang Li was horrified, because Su Chen seemed unaffected by his pressure, and instead he sensed a terrifying dragon-like aura emanating from Su Chen's body. Before that draconic might, Zhang Li's pressure crumbled like paper. "Sorry, but people have tried to overwhelm me with pressure before. Unfortunately, their cultivation wasn't high enough to suppress me." Su Chen smiled calmly. He took a step forward, closing in on Zhang Li. With a thrust of his long sword, he aimed for Zhang Li's brow. Zhang Li reacted swiftly, tilting his head to barely dodge the incoming strike. Yet what filled him with despair was that the sword he evaded was merely a shadow. The true killing blow lurked behind that shadow. The second technique of 9 Shadows Sword, shifting sword, before he could dodge Zhang Li's brow, was pierced by Su Chen's blade. His eyes bulged with deep resentment as he muttered weakly, his life force rapidly fading. With Zhang Li's death, the myriad realm pill within Su Chen's body gained a trace of pure, true qi. Third brother Zhang Han, seeing Su Chen kill his brother, felt his eyes burn with rage. "Brat'll kill you." At this moment, Zhang Han completely lost his composure, his mind clouded by vengeance. And in a life-and-death battle, losing one's composure leads only to death. Before Zhang Han could unleash his ultimate move, Su Chen found an opening and decapitated him with a single strike. With Zhang Han's death, Su Chen's cultivation achieved the desired breakthrough, reaching the 9th layer of the martial master realm. "Young master, be careful." Concealed behind a colossal boulder, Zhao Mubai kept his gaze locked on the area near the stockade gate, keeping watch for Su Chen. After Su Chen had slain 2 of the Zhang family's elders, he spotted a monstrous beast charging out of the darkness with a thunderous roar. The beast was the size of a small hill, its entire body covered in dense, sinister scales. It resembled a wolf with glistening fangs and claws as sharp as swords. It radiated an icy, malevolent aura of wild, demonic energy. Its long tail writhed like a venomous serpent, the tip armed with a poisonous stinger. An azure-scaled scorpion wolf. A terrifying beast whose strength rivaled a martial spirit realm second-stage cultivator. The moment it appeared, it exuded an overwhelming presence, its claws crashing heavily against the massive stockade gate. The defensive barrier enveloping the entire Tsongshan mine under the full force of that claw was as fragile as paper, torn and shattered with ease. Simultaneously, the claw's momentum undiminished, it swept toward the watchtower, where Su Chen stood, carrying a devastating power. In that critical moment, Su Chen swiftly executed the Ghost Shadow Mirage Step, leaping from the watchtower and landing firmly on the ground. The massive watchtower he had occupied collapsed thunderously under the azure-scaled scorpion wolf's terrifying claw. The roar echoed across the entire mine. A fierce gale raged. The shattered wooden planks of the watchtower hurtled in all directions like sharp blades, carrying immense penetrating force. Su Chen gripped his long sword and swung it wildly, deflecting every one of the countless sharp splinters flying toward him. It was a long while before the great commotion gradually subsided. The azure-scaled scorpion wolf glared down at Su Chen with chilling eyes, as if regarding a pitiful, insignificant ant. Standing atop its head was a middle-aged man in a blue robe, none other than the Zhang family elder Zhang Tianyu. "Just as I suspected, there's indeed a stronger force behind the Zhang family." Su Chen stared coldly at Zhang Tianyu, not daring to relax in the slightest. He knew that his opponent was at the martial spirit second stage, and was also a beast tamer. The sudden onslaught of numerous demonic beasts charging down the mountain ridge toward his Tsongshan mine was likely the work of Zhang Tianyu. Fortunately, Su Chen had instructed Zhao Mubai to remain vigilant in the shadows when he first decided to eliminate Zhang Li and the other elder. Without Zhao Mubai's timely warning, Su Chen would certainly not have evaded the azure-scaled scorpion wolf's attack so easily. At best, he would have been severely injured, or at worst, he would have died. "Su Chen, you've surprised me. Your cultivation was crippled, yet you managed to step back onto the path of martial arts, and even kill 2 martial spirit first-stage cultivators consecutively. Standing on the massive head of the azure-scaled scorpion wolf, Zhang Tianyu watched Su Chun coldly, his hands clasped behind his back. Earlier he had been observing the battle from a distant high ground, believing that with the 2 Zhang family elders, Zhang Li and the other Su Chun alone could not cause much trouble. Thus he had not intended to intervene. But upon seeing Su Chun slay Zhang Li, he realized he had underestimated the youth. He promptly summoned the azure-scaled scorpion wolf and charged swiftly toward the watchtower, aiming to deliver a killing blow to Su Chun. Yet in the end he failed to harm even a single hair on Su Chun. The young man before him was sharp-witted and highly dangerous. However, this is where your story ends. With me here you are doomed to die today. Zhang Tianyu's tone turned icy. In the distance, Su Chun gripped his longsword tightly, his spiritual senses heightened to the utmost. A martial spirit second-stage cultivator coupled with a fearsome azure-scaled scorpion wolf. Formidable alliance, indeed not to be underestimated. The weakness of the azure-scaled scorpion wolf lies in the venomous stinger at the tip of its tail. If I can sever that stinger, it will lose half its battle power. Once that was done, without the help of the azure-scaled scorpion wolf, Zhang Tianyu would be of little concern. Muttering to himself, Su Chun swiftly activated the Ghost Shadow Mirage Step, leaving a trail of afterimages in his wake. His speed reached an extreme, making it impossible to track his true movements. Especially under the cover of night, ordinary people would find it even harder to detect his whereabouts. Because the Ghost Shadow Mirage Step had a special amplifying ability, night. Beneath the darkness, this movement skill was at its most powerful and most elusive. He may be a discarded waste expelled by the heavenly sect, but he was once its holy son and possesses no small means. Such a movement technique is indeed uncanny. No wonder Zhang Li and the other elder both fell to his hand despite joining forces. Standing atop the azure-scaled scorpion wolf, Zhang Tianyu's expression grew grave. He found himself unable to discern Su Chun's figure. It was as if the youth had vanished into thin air. Even if one managed to catch a glimpse of his silhouette, they would be shocked to discover it was merely an afterimage with the true body nowhere to be found. Azure flame. Zhang Tianyu bellowed. The azure-scaled scorpion wolf beneath him erupted in a blaze of fierce azure flames. The fire was eerie and icy, yet one dared not underestimate its terror. Under the burning of such flames, any cultivator below the martial spirit second stage would be incinerated. Su Chun, who had been rapidly closing and using the Ghost Shadow Mirage Step, immediately retreated, unwilling to risk contact with the raging azure fire. There, with his keen sixth sense, Zhang Tianyu caught Su Chun's fleeting figure and let out a sharp cry. The azure-scaled scorpion wolf abruptly opened its maw and spat a ball of azure fire, shooting it towards Su Chun like a cannonball. Boom! The azure fireball exploded, scattering countless wisps of azure flame, which blazed intensely in every direction. Gripping his longsword, Su Chun could only rely on his footwork to dodge the azure-scaled scorpion wolf's relentless attacks, constantly trying to close in and sever the venomous stinger on its tail. Thousand sword shadows. When he was less than half a zhang from the azure-scaled scorpion wolf, Su Chun decisively executed the first move of the 9 Shadows sword technique. Using the defensive power of 1,000 sword shadows, he withstood the blazing azure flames enveloping the beast's body. Trying to strike the weakness. Not so easy. Zhang Tianyu snorted, immediately discerning Su Chun's intention. He commanded the azure-scaled scorpion wolf to lash its tail viciously at Su Chun. Caught off guard, Su Chun had no time to swing his sword and could only block with sheer force. Thud! A dull sound rang out. The long tail struck Su Chun with tremendous force, sending him flying and slamming him into the mountain wall on one side of the mine, blasting a massive crater into the rock. Young Master Su. Zhao Mubai flashed into the crater, his face full of anxiety. I'm fine. Su Chun responded, staggering to his feet. Fortunately, the earlier blow had been partially absorbed by the 1,000 sword shadows defense, and his own physique was remarkably sturdy. Otherwise, Su Chun would have already lost the ability to fight. Dealing with an azure-scaled scorpion wolf alone would not be difficult at my current cultivation level. But with Zhang Tianyu, a beast tamer, in the picture, the situation changes. Rushing in recklessly to attack the beast's weakness is no easy feat, unless I can divert Zhang Tianyu's attention. Only in that fleeting moment can I deliver a fatal strike to the azure-scaled scorpion wolf. Standing in the crater with his sword, Su Chun stared coldly at the distant azure-scaled scorpion wolf and Zhang Tianyu atop its head. Recalling how his earlier attempt to strike the beast's weakness had been instantly seen through by Zhang Tianyu, Su Chun deeply acknowledged this point. Zhao Mubai, young master, your orders? Can you attack the venomous stinger on the azure-scaled scorpion wolf's tail? Su Chun asked. It's somewhat difficult. However, if I can draw away the attention of both the azure-scaled scorpion wolf and the beast tamer, a sneak attack might just succeed. Zhao Mubai answered after a moment's thought. Then it's settled. It'll attract the attention of the azure-scaled scorpion wolf, and Zhang Tianyu creating an opening for you. After a brief discussion, Su Chun made his decision. With a flicker of movement, he once again charged into the fray, sword in hand, toward Zhang Tianyu and the azure-scaled scorpion wolf. Meanwhile, Zhao Mubai gripped his spear tightly, his eyes fixed unwaveringly on the fierce battle unfolding before him, not daring to slacken for even a moment. The opportunity would vanish in a flash. He had to focus entirely to seize that fleeting instant. After taking a direct hit, you can still move, eh? Zhang Tianyu watched Su Chun charging with his sword, showing no signs of being injured. His eyes narrowed, a flicker of surprise crossing them. Although Su Chun had impressive abilities, he seemed to have withstood the blow using a powerful defensive sword technique. But he was only at the 9th layer of the martial master realm. No matter how formidable that defensive technique was, it couldn't negate all the impact. The residual force should have been enough to incapacitate him, if not kill him. Yet the sight before him left Zhang Tianyu utterly perplexed. Helpless, he could only continue commanding the azure-scaled scorpion wolf to launch relentless attacks at Su Chun. Su Chun, executing the Ghost Shadow Mirage step, moved with the agility of an eel, evading each assault from the azure-scaled scorpion wolf. Su Chun, how long can you dodge? Zhang Tianyu's gaze was icy, his tone indifferent. Under his control, the azure-scaled scorpion wolf's attacks grew fiercer and swifter. Clusters of cyan flames spewed continuously from the scorpion wolf's maw, burning everything in their path. The flames enveloped the surroundings, sealing off Su Chun's escape routes. Then the azure-scaled scorpion wolf raised its long tail, the sinister venomous hook radiating malevolent energy. It blossomed like a flower, revealing countless sharp, poisonous spines. Hissing sounds filled the air as innumerable poisonous spines shot toward Su Chun. With his movement confined, Su Chun could no longer evade the barrage. Gripping his longsword tightly, he swung wildly, deflecting each spine. The deflected spines struck the ground, their potent venom causing a corrosive sizzle upon contact. This demonstrated the terror of these spines. If struck, death was certain. You might withstand the first volley, but do you have the strength left for a second? Zhang Tianyu sneered coldly. After such a prolonged battle, Su Chun must be exhausted. Indeed, his movements in deflecting the spines had noticeably slowed. As he spoke, Zhang Tianyu continued to command the azure-scaled scorpion wolf, preparing a second barrage to slay Su Chun. You're right, I don't have the strength to block a second wave. But have you considered only me? Did you think nothing unexpected might happen? Su Chun gasped heavily, gripping his sword tightly. The prolonged battle had drained him, and his internal true qi was nearly depleted. Blocking another volley in his current state seemed impossible. Zhang Tianyu frowned, a sense of foreboding instinctively rising within him. Suddenly he sensed something. He whipped his head around, his pupils contracting. Damn it. It turned out that Zhao Mubai, who had been waiting for the right moment, had seized the chance, while Su Chun occupied all of Zhang Tianyu's and the scorpion wolf's attention. With utmost speed, he charged forward, spear in hand. A terrifying aura erupted. His spear, like a dragon, thrust swiftly toward the massive venomous hook. This strike contained Zhao Mubai's full power. Moreover, the attack caught them completely off guard, leaving Zhang Tianyu and the scorpion wolf without time to react. With a thunderous crash, the spear's fearsome force slammed into the vulnerable part of the scorpion wolf's venomous hook. Blood splattered. The massive hook snapped off, and the agonizing pain drove the azure-scaled scorpion wolf into a earth-shaking roar. Its huge body trembled uncontrollably from the pain, finally collapsing heavily against a nearby cliff wall. Due to inertia, Zhang Tianyu, who had been standing on the scorpion wolf's head, was violently flung off. Seeing this, Su Chun sprang forward, his sword thrusting straight for Zhang Tianyu's brow. Trying to kill me. Midair, Zhang Tianyu saw Su Chun charging with his sword. His eyes sharpened, he tapped the void and veered aside, attempting to dodge the incoming thrust. However, the dodged sword was merely an afterimage. The true strike lay hidden behind it. Zhang Tianyu had no time to evade, and Su Chun's blade pierced through his chest, drawing a trail of blood. Damn it! Zhang Tianyu roared, using a palm strike to sever the sword that had penetrated his chest. Then he landed, retreated swiftly, and fled into the distance. Mubai, give me the spear. Seeing Zhang Tianyu trying to escape, Su Chun shouted loudly. Zhao Mubai immediately tossed his silver spear to Su Chun. Su Chun caught the flying spear, his eyes fixed coldly on Zhang Tianyu, rapidly retreating. Channeling all his strength into the spear, he hurled it with immense force. With a sharp whistle, the spear, like a dragon, tore through the void, emitting a piercing sonic boom. It shot toward the fleeing Zhang Tianyu at incredible speed. Sensing the danger behind him, Zhang Tianyu instinctively tried to sidestep, but the wound in his chest caused him to. In that moment of hesitation, the spear had already arrived, piercing his chest once more, tearing a gaping hole. His body stiffened, and Zhang Tianyu collapsed heavily into a pool of blood, his eyes filled with unwillingness and disbelief. He never thought he would die at Su Chun's hands. It shouldn't be like this. I prepared thoroughly this time. Why? Why did it still end this way? With deep regret, the light in Zhang Tianyu's eyes quickly faded, and his life force extinguished. After his death, a surge of pure, true qi entered Su Chun's body. With this replenishment, the exhaustion from the prolonged battle vanished like smoke. There's still one azure-scaled scorpion wolf. Su Chen's gaze snapped toward the fallen scorpion wolf. After Zhao Mabai's spear struck its weakness, this beast, comparable to a second-layer martial spirit realm cultivator, had its aura significantly weakened. Su Chen rushed forward and delivered a furious punch to the scorpion wolf's head. The overwhelming force surged into its skull like a tidal wave, causing it to explode. With one punch, killing the azure-scaled scorpion wolf, another wave of pure, true chi added to Su Chen's myriad realms pill. Let's go clean up the remaining beasts and Zhang family experts causing havoc in the mine. With his true chi increased and weariness dispelled, Su Chen looked toward the distant battlefield and led Zhao Mubai charging forward. Inside the mine, the battle between the Zhang family experts and the mine guards was fierce. The mine guards were struggling against these Zhang family experts. Fortunately, Su Chen and Zhao Mubai arrived to turn the tide. In the end, many Zhang family experts were slain, while some cunning ones slipped away under cover of night, unwilling to fight. As the battle ended, the distant horizon began to glow with the pale light of dawn. Unbeknownst to them, the battle had lasted an entire night. 85 mine guards died. Arrangements for the aftermath have been made. The family will properly care for the fallen brothers and provide substantial compensation to their families. Additionally, the family has dispatched strong cultivators to settle scores with the Zhang family and the Assassin Hall. They will also send a new batch of guards and experts to garrison here. In the tent, Su Chen listened quietly to Zhao Mabai's report. The battle at Songshan Mine had been costly. However, the Zhang family had also suffered severe losses. With 3 first-layer martial spirit realm cultivators and 1 second-layer dead, the Zhang family had after mobilizing so many strong warriors, we still lost. At the Zhang family's main hall, the atmosphere was heavy with tension. Zhang Tianyang, seated in the center, looked extremely grim upon hearing the news of the failed attempt to seize Songshan Mine. Especially in this battle, his younger brother and 3 clan elders had all fallen, along with many elite warriors. A devastating loss. Trying to steal a chicken only to lose the rice. Nothing could be more bitter. That Su Chen is truly terrifying. Indeed. 3 martial spirit first-layer experts and Elder Tianyu himself made a move, yet still couldn't subdue him. A man whose cultivation was crippled and only recently returned to the martial path still possesses such formidable means. Our Zhang family. The days ahead will be hard. In the hall, many of the Zhang elders present wore grim. The battle at Songshan Mine had sent them an extremely ominous message. Those present could almost foresee the Zhang family's future in Wuqing. Zhang Tianyang, get out here. A thunderous roar echoed across the entire Zhang residence from outside the hall, accompanied by a formidable aura. This shout startled many guards in the Zhang estate. It also jolted Zhang Tianyang and the Zhang elders. It's Su Zhan. Su Zhan actually came personally. Shouting in our Zhang residence like this. Does he think our Zhang family has no one? Many Zhang elders recognized the voice and the powerful aura. Their faces turned dark with extreme fury. Let's go. Go out and see. Zhang Tianyang slowly rose with a calm expression. With his hands clasped behind his back, he led the clan elders out of the hall. Arriving at the front courtyard, he saw Su Zhan leading a group of Su family elites. Su Zhan, what is the meaning of your visit with such a force? Zhang Tianyang stared at Su Zhan, his tone indifferent. Don't play dumb. Last night your Zhang family dared to send men to seize my Songshan Mine, killing many of my Su family guards and nearly taking my son's life. Shouldn't you, Zhang Tianyang, give an explanation? Su Zhan's gaze was icy. He had only just learned of the attack on Songshan Mine. Upon receiving the news, the entire Su family was furious, especially Su Zhan, who immediately brought many elite Su experts to the Zhang residence to demand an explanation. What explanation do you, Su Zhan, still want? My younger brother and 3 elders died at the hands of your son Su Chen. I, the clan head, haven't even led men to your door to demand an explanation. And yet you, Su Zhan, dare to come with a crowd to shout at my Zhang residence. Zhang Tianyang retorted coldly. The guilty party filing suit first. Zhang Tianyang had truly perfected the art of shamelessness. Heaven's calamity can still be avoided. Self-inflicted calamity cannot be escaped. Your brother Zhang Tianyu and your 3 elders brought this on themselves. And you still have the nerve to demand an explanation from my Su family. Su Zhan replied bluntly. Then without further ado, he fiercely attacked Zhang Tianyang. He wanted to make it clear that the Su family was not to be trifled with. Don't think I'm afraid of you. Seeing Su Zhan attack, Zhang Tianyang showed no fear. With his brother killed, he harbored a fury with no outlet. Whoosh. With a flicker of movement, Zhang Tianyang and Su Zhan clashed swiftly. Both were at the martial spirit 3rd layer. Their duel was evenly matched. But after several dozen exchanges, Zhang Tianyang was defeated, taking a heavy punch from Su Zhan to the chest. On the spot, he coughed blood and several ribs were broken. Clan head. Many Zhang elders, seeing Zhang Tianyang defeated, hurried forward to support him. Su Zhan, you've gone too far. A Zhang elder glared at Su Zhan and shouted angrily. Boom. Su Zhan, without a word, threw a punch from afar. The terrifying force sent the speaking Zhang elder flying backwards, spitting blood. This is too oppressive. Let's all attack together. Seeing Su Zhan so arrogant, the other Zhang elders could no longer stand by. One by one, they angrily surrounded and attacked Su Zhan. A bunch of ants, and you dare to scream. Su Zhan, fearless, flashed into the midst of the Zhang elders. Fists clashed, and energy burst forth. In the blink of an eye, all these Zhang elders were defeated by him alone, lying on the ground, coughing blood. 3 days. He'll give you 3 days to transfer all of your Zhang family's weapon forging workshops in Wuqing to my Su family. Otherwise, I Su Zhan will come again with my men. When that time comes, it won't be as simple as today. By himself, he swept through all the top experts of the Zhang family. Su Zhan's terror was deeply etched into the hearts of Zhang Tianyong and other high-ranking Zhang members. Having said this, Su Zhan then left with the Su family experts. As for the Zhang guards who had rushed to the front yard upon hearing the commotion, none dared to act rashly. They could only watch helplessly as Su Zhan and his men came arrogantly and left freely. Powerless. This is too much. Absolutely too much. Staring at Su Zhan's retreating figure, Zhang Tianyang's eyes were filled with deep malice and murderous intent. When the ancestor returns, well, make the Su family pay. A Zhang elder said with a ferocious expression. Don't say that. The ancestor has been wandering for years with no news. I'm afraid. A Zhang elder sighed, his words full of sorrow. The Zhang family was once one of the 3 great clans of Wuqing, with deep foundations no worse than the Su family. But since Su Qin's rise, the Zhang family had lost many martial geniuses, leading to the current state of having no one to carry on. Their clan's experts had long been inferior to the Su family, and this time the failure at Songshan Mine had dealt a severe blow to their vitality. Currently, the only one they could rely on was their own ancestor. But ironically, the Zhang ancestor had been away wandering for years with no word, alive or dead, unknown. Otherwise, with their ancestor presiding, how could Su Zhan have dared to come with his men and act so arrogantly? Upon hearing this elder's words, Zhang Tianyong and the others all looked dejected. How they wished their ancestor was still alive. If their ancestor had also fallen outside, then the Zhang family would indeed be close to destruction. Before long, they would certainly be expelled from the ranks of Wuqing's 3 great clans. Clan head, what should we do next? Could it be that we really have to do as Su Zhan said? Hand over all our Zhang family's weapon forging workshops? A Zhang elder looked at the silent Zhang Tianyong with anxious expression. The weapon forging workshops were one of the Zhang family's main sources of income. Once the workshops in the city were taken over by the Su family, the Zhang family would be completely finished. How could that be? Only over my dead body. Zhang Tianyong growled with a ferocious face. He swore that the humiliation of today would be repaid 100-fold, 1,000-fold to Su Zhan and the entire Su family. Clan head, why didn't you just kill Zhang Tianyong and the others just now? After leaving the Zhang residence, a Su family elite looked at Su Zhan with curiosity. Just giving them a lesson is enough. A bloody conflict between both sides would bring no benefit to my Su family. It would only benefit the Wu family, who are watching from the sidelines. Moreover, the Zhang family still has an ancestor wandering outside. Until we confirm whether that ancestor is alive or dead, it's unwise to strike too hard at the Zhang family. Besides, the former disciples and old connections of Su Yinglong have not yet been completely eradicated. The assassination hall still needs to be dealt with. There are many matters to face. My Su family currently lacks the foundation and capability to swallow the entire Zhang family. But that day will not be far off. The family head personally led people to their doorstep today, teaching Zhang Tianyong and his men a lesson and venting our spite. Moreover, he threatened the Zhang family to hand over all forging workshops in Wu City within 3 days. Inside the tent, Zhao Mubai reported the news he had obtained to Su Qin in full detail. Why not directly annihilate the Zhang family? A mine manager wore a venomous expression. In last night's battle, his close brother had died at the hands of the Zhang. His heart was filled with deep hatred toward the Zhang family, wishing they would be utterly destroyed right now. Our Su family is not yet ready for an all-out war with the Zhang family, who otherwise it would only benefit the Wu family. Su Qin replied. Upon hearing this, many mine managers in the tent fell silent, their minds clearing considerably. Indeed, Wu City also had the Wu family, one of the 3 great clans. If the Su family were to fight to the death with the Zhang family at this moment, it would only allow the Wu family to profit for nothing. Furthermore, young master, this is a confidential letter sent by the family head. Zhao Mubai reached into his bosom and handed a confidential letter to Su Qin. Su Qin took the letter, opened it, and examined it carefully. After a long while, he burned the confidential letter in his hand. Although Zhao Mubai and the others were curious about what the letter said, they did not ask further. All right, stop sitting around. The mine's operations must continue. Su Qin ordered. Your subordinates take their leave. Zhao Mubai and the group of mine managers bowed and retreated out of the tent. Mubai, stay. Su Qin ordered. Young master, what are your instructions? Zhao Mubai looked curious. Leave that Songshan mine to your subordinates for now. Now you will accompany me to Shirley County. Su Qin ordered. What for in Shirley County? Zhao Mubai asked curiously. The Wild Wolf gang has encountered some trouble and sought help from our Su family. Su Qin replied. The Wild Wolf Gang was one of the vassal forces under the Sioux family stationed in Shirley County under Wu City's jurisdiction and was a major gang within Shirley County. Every year, the Wild Wolf Gang would present a large amount of spirit stones and treasures to the Sioux family in exchange for their protection. Now that they were in trouble, the Sioux family naturally would not stand idly by. I understand, Zhao Mubai realized. Immediately he and Su Chun rode purple flame steeds and headed straight for Shirley County. Shirley County, the Wild Wolf Gang. Chief, the Sioux family has sent someone. In the hall, a member of the Wild Wolf Gang rushed in hurriedly and knelt respectfully before a middle-aged man with a rugged face. Is that so? Excellent. Quickly come out to welcome them. The Wild Wolf Gang's chief Han Lang, upon hearing that the Sioux family had sent a powerful figure, was overjoyed and immediately led the gang's high-ranking members out to greet them. But when he saw that the arrival was Su Chun, he was taken aback. How could the Sioux family send this good for nothing? This showed that they didn't take my Wild Wolf Gang seriously at all. Could sending such a useless person really handle matters? Greetings, young Master Su. Coming back to his senses, Han Lang gave a respectful bow. Although Han Lang was dissatisfied that the Sioux family had sent someone as useless as Su Chun, he still had to show the due respect. After all, Su Chun was still the young master of the Sioux family, not someone a mere chief of a small gang like himself could easily offend. Chief Han, there's no need for such formalities. Su Chun said calmly. Tell me, what trouble has your gang encountered? This matter? It's rather eerie. After a moment of deliberation, Han Lang spoke with a grave expression. Eerie. Su Chun was curious, wondering just how eerie the matter Han Lang referred to could be. Young Master Su, don't stand and talk. Please come inside, and I will tell you slowly. Han Lang gestured invitingly. Su Chun nodded and followed Han Lang into the hall, where they each took their seats. Then Han Lang slowly began to recount the eerie events that the Wild Wolf Gang had encountered in Shirley County during this period. It turned out that over the past month, members of the gang had been disappearing one after another. At first, 1 or 2 disappearances didn't bother the gang much. But then the number of missing persons kept increasing. Moreover, each one seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving no clues or traces behind. It was then that Han Lang and the other high-ranking members realized that the matter was not so simple. After the entire gang exhausted all efforts in searching to no avail, Han Lang ultimately decided to report the matter to the Sioux family and request them to send someone to help investigate. Have you reported it to the authorities? Zhao Mubai inquired. We did. The county office has been assisting all this time, but they have no leads at all. It seems you have encountered an enemy. My Wild Wolf Gang has many enemies, but we have dealt with them all over the years. Within Shirley County, there shouldn't be anyone who dares to make a move against my gang. Han Lang replied. The Wild Wolf Gang was the top gang in Shirley County. All their former rivals had been with the Wild Wolf Gang's current prestige and standing. What enemy would dare covertly attack them? CHFO. Found them. Just as Han Lang and Su Chun were conversing, a member of the Wild Wolf Gang rushed in. Found what? Han Lang asked. The missing brothers. We've found them all. However what? They're all dead, and their deaths are extremely eerie. Eerie. Han Lang and the others were startled, not understanding how eerie the death they mentioned could be. Young Master Su, brother, Zhao, please wait here a moment. We'll go take a look first. Someone treat our 2 distinguished guests well. If there is any negligence, you will be severely punished. Han Lang rose and gave a polite bow to Su Chun and Zhao Mubai, then instructed his subordinates to take good care of the 2 honored guests. Then he led the high-ranking members of the Wild Wolf Gang and followed the messenger away in haste. Let's go. Su Chun stood up and followed with Zhao Mubai. He also wanted to see for himself just how eerie the deaths of those missing gang members were. Shirley County, the dock. The Wild Wolf Gang had already cordoned off the area, with many local residents gathered around out of curiosity. The county office had also sent constables and a coroner to inspect the scene. In the middle of the area lay rows of cold corpses, unmistakably the missing gang members of the Wild Wolf Gang from this period. However, these corpses were not like ordinary ones covered in livor mortis and turned purple all over after death. On the contrary, they looked just like living people, as if they had merely fallen asleep. If not for the coroner's confirmation that these people had long ceased to have any signs of life, no one would believe that the dozen or so Wild Wolf Gang members lying on the ground were corpses that had been dead for many days. Moreover, each of them had a bizarre talisman drawn in blood on their chest. The talisman seemed to contain some kind of magical power, sending a chill down one's spine at just a single glance. Constable Chong. Han Lang led his men to the dock and met the county constable Chong Sheng. Chief Han. Chong Sheng returned the greeting with a fist and palm salute. The Wild Wolf Gang had close ties with the county office. Over the years, they had offered many fine gifts to the magistrate. Even he himself had received considerable benefits from the Wild Wolf Gang. How exactly did my brothers die? Han Lang looked at the dozen corpses lying on the ground, his face dark. The coroner is still examining them, but no obvious wounds have been found on the surface. Later we will move the bodies to the county office for an autopsy to check if they were poisoned. Chong Sheng replied. What about those talismans? We're not sure yet. After returning to the county office, I will ask an expert to identify what kind of talisman this is. Thank you for your trouble. Please make sure to find out who the murderer is. Afterward, the Wild Wolf Gang will offer a generous reward. Han Lang clasped his hands. He harbored extreme hatred for the person who dared to secretly harm his brothers. Once caught, he vowed to personally kill them. Those talismans are soul-capturing curses. A voice came from outside the crowd, and it was none other than Su Chun. Hearing his words, Han Lang, Chang Sheng, and the others all turned to look at Su Chun, their faces full of curiosity. And you are? Chang Sheng gazed at Su Chun, his curiosity piqued. Captain Chang, allow me to introduce you. This is the young master of the Su family from Wu City, Su Chun. Han Lang introduced with a smile. Su Chun. Chang Sheng was taken aback. The holy son of the heavenly sect. No, he was no longer the holy son of the heavenly sect, but a castaway, a worthless outcast. Why is he here? Chang Sheng inquired in a low voice. With all that has happened in my Wild Wolf Gang and no culprit in sight, I thought to request the Su family's assistance. I recall your Wild Wolf Gang has paid tribute to the Su family of Wu City every year with many treasures. Now that trouble has befallen your gang, the Su family sends only this useless young master. It seems they hold your Wild Wolf Gang in no regard at all. Chang Sheng sneered. Han Lang, at a loss for a reply, could only offer an awkward smile. Su Chun, however, had taken every word of Chang Sheng's to heart, but paid them little mind. After all, his reputation in the Great Yin dynasty was indeed tarnished. Arguing with petty people was pointless. Young Master Su, you mentioned earlier that the talisman inscribed on these men is a soul-seizing curse. Han Lang glanced at Su Chun. Correct. Su Chun nodded. On the Tianxian continent, countless schools of practice existed. Talisman arts were one of those myriad schools. This school had given rise to many experts known to the world as talisman masters. Different talismans had different effects. Some were for killing, like the fire talisman and thunder talisman used by the crossbowmen at Sangshan Mine. Others were for sealing and defense, like the forbidden talismans carved around at Sangshan Mine that could seal the entire site once activated. And some talismans could capture a person's soul, killing unseen, like the soul-seizing curse drawn on the chests of those Wild Wolf Gang members before us. The soul-seizing curse on these men is crudely drawn. Clearly, it's the work of a novice talisman master just starting out. Moreover, the soul-seizing curse primarily captures living souls. The enemy likely aimed to use those souls to cultivate some evil technique. You'd best find the culprit quickly, or once his evil technique is complete, dealing with him will become far more troublesome. Su Chun explained calmly. Thank you for the information, young Master Su. I'll have my men thoroughly search Shirley County to see who is secretly practicing talismans. Any leads will notify you immediately. Han Lang bowed respectfully after hearing Su Chen's account. And Captain Chang, please also lend your support from the county office in the investigation. He then turned to Chang Sheng, seeking his assistance. Very well. Upon returning to the county office, I will order a thorough search within the county. Chang Sheng nodded, then ordered his constables to carry away all the bodies. Young Master Su, shall we head back too? Han Ling gestured, leading Su Chun and Zhao Mubai back to the Wild Wolf Gang. The onlookers from Shirley County also dispersed. How did those bodies end up at the dock? No one said. Su Chun asked on the way back. No. According to my brothers, the bodies appeared out of nowhere at the dock. In my opinion, they couldn't have appeared out of thin air. That talisman master must be hiding near the dock. Perhaps a porter, a laborer, or even some of your Wild Wolf Gang brothers guarding the dock. Why do you say that, young Master Su? Only someone familiar with the dock's conditions could abandon so many bodies there without leaving any trace or clue. Su Chun replied. Han Lang found the reasoning sound. Then the search scope is much smaller. What I'm curious about is why the enemy abandoned those bodies at the dock. Is there another reason? Or is it a deliberate provocation? Su Chun rubbed his chin, pondering. It must be a provocation against my Wild Wolf Gang. A declaration of war. Han Lang said in a deep voice, his eyes flashing with cold light. Is it really just a provocation? Su Chun frowned. His instincts told him it was more than that. There had to be deeper meaning. But why? Night fell. Inside the Wild Wolf Gang, all was quiet. Many members had been dispatched by Han Lang to the Shirley County dock, aiming to quickly uncover the hidden talisman master. Young Master, aren't you sleeping late? Thinking about something? What is it? Why did that hidden talisman master abandon those bodies at the dock? Young Master, don't overthink. Perhaps it was just a provocation. No, I feel something is off. Wait, we've been tricked. Su Chun suddenly realized something, bolting upright from the bed. Let's go to the dock. Grabbing his sword, he hurriedly left with Zhao Mubai. Young Master, what's wrong? Why the rush? The enemy abandoned the bodies at the dock to lure the Wild Wolf Gang into a trap. Huh. By discarding the bodies, he deliberately directed our attention to the dock, making us believe he was hiding among the people there. In reality, while revealing his supposed hiding place, he had already set an ambush waiting for the entire Wild Wolf Gang to come searching for him. Su Chun explained. A resonant hum filled the air as Su Chun and Zhao Mubai raced toward the dock. In the distant night, a beam of red light shot into the sky, catching their eyes. That crimson light was eerie and unnatural, exuding a chilling aura, even from afar. The spot where the light appeared was unmistakably the Shirley County dock. Help! Chief, save! Save me! Save me! It hurts so much. I feel like something is burrowing into my body. At the dock, many Wild Wolf gang members were enveloped by eerie red light. Under that red glow, a strange force coalesced into a spectral, ghostly hand reaching violently into their bodies. The ghostly hand roamed inside them, extracting wisps of living soul essence carrying life energy. As the living souls were extracted one by one, the gang members collapsed limply to the ground, their vitality fading. After death, a sinister blood-red, soul-seizing curse mark appeared on each of their chests. This calamity did not only befall the Wild Wolf gang members. Innocent bystanders at the dock were also wrapped in the blinding red light, their living souls drawn out by the ghostly hand within their life force severed. Damn it! What is happening? Han Lang too was trapped in the eerie red glow. A ghostly hand extended from the light, trying to pierce his body and extract his soul energy. But a piece of Buddha jade on his chest blazed with dazzling golden light, repelling the sinister hand. That Buddha jade had been given to him long ago by an eminent monk during a temple visit, said to protect him. Han Lang had never taken it seriously, yet now trapped in the eerie light, it was this jade that saved his life. I never thought you carried such a spiritual artifact. A voice emerged from the darkness. A figure slowly materialized, entirely cloaked in black robes, like a specter, exuding an oppressive chill. Who are you? Han Lang glared at the mysterious figure that appeared like a phantom, his face ashen. It's only been a few years, and you've already forgotten your old friend. The man in black slowly removed his hood, revealing a delicate and handsome face. Yet even upon seeing it, Han Lang still could not recall where he had seen it before. Oh right, I'm wearing a human skin mask, so you wouldn't recognize me. Suddenly remembering something, the man in black reached down to the nape of his neck and peeled off a corner of the mask. Then he peeled off the entire human skin mask covering his face. With his true visage exposed, he was exceedingly hideous. The left side of his face was twisted and deformed, covered in burn scars. Only the right side faintly revealed a semblance of its former contours. You're still alive. As he beheld the man in black's true face, Han Lang's pupils contracted, his countenance brimming with murderous rage. How could I possibly die before wiping out your Wild Wolf gang? I've been lying low all these years waiting for this. I want to avenge the blood-deep enmity from back then. I want to slaughter every last one of your Wild Wolf gang with my own hands. I want you, Han Lang, to die without a burial place, to be buried together with my wife, my child, and all of Lu gang. The man in black's face was twisted with ferocity as he fixed his gaze on Han Lang, filled with deep-seated hatred and venom. Just you. Can you do it? Han Lang replied coldly. The aura within him erupted wildly, trying to break free from the red light's restraint. But the red light was eerie. No matter how violently his aura surged, he could not easily shatter it. What was more, the red light voraciously absorbed his erupting aura, growing ever more balefully radiant. You've fallen into my soul-seizing curse. Stop struggling and just wait to die. As it happens, I've been secretly practicing a talisman art that can control dead bodies to obey my commands. Though I haven't mastered it yet, using it on you won't be difficult. The man in black let out a sinister laugh. With one hand forming a hand seal, he was about to intensify the soul-seizing curse, trying to breach the obstruction of the Buddha jade on Han Lang's chest. But just as he was about to act, a group of people charged at him from behind. Turning to look, he saw that it was Chang Sheng from the county office, leading a number of skilled officers who had rushed to the scene. Unexpected that the county office's men would arrive so soon. Fine, he'll deal with them all at once. The man in black showed no sign of panic. With a swift movement, he darted like a specter, charging into the midst of the county officers. With one palm strike, the foremost officer was sent flying backwards, spitting blood. His ribs shattered, and he died on the spot. With a light tap of his toe, the man in black dodged a slashing blade from another officer. He reached out, grabbed the officer's wrist, twisted it sharply. Crack. The officer's wrist snapped, and he let out a shrill scream. Yet in the next second, the scream abruptly ceased. The man in black had snatched the long blade from his hand and slashed his throat in one stroke. Waning willow blade. Gripping the long blade tightly, the man in black let out a fierce cry. The blade descended, unleashing a terrifying saber light that swept like a withered willow. Where the saber light passed, nothing grew. Many of the county officers were struck down in that single slash, their bodies cleaved in two. Lu Gang, Lu Hanfei. As the chief constable of Shirley County, Chang Sheng naturally recognized the blade technique the man in black was using. It was the signature skill of Lu Hanfei of Shirley County, with which he had once led Lu Gang to the top of the county. Constable Chang, long time no see. You're still alive. With the blood debt of hundreds of lives from Lu Gang still unpaid, how could I die? So that's it. All the trouble the Wild Wolf Gang has been facing lately was your doing behind the scenes. Chang Sheng suddenly understood. He was well aware of the feud between the Wild Wolf Gang and Lu Gang. Constable Chang, enough talk. Tonight your life will be left here too. Lu Hanfei gave a cold laugh, raised his blade, and charged at Chang Sheng. Several county officers tried to block him, but they were all slain in an instant by Lu Hanfei's blade. At the first rank of martial spirit, his formidable cultivation made it impossible for these officers to hinder him even for a moment. Trying to kill me. Dream on. Chang Sheng was undaunted, drawing his waist blade and springing forward to meet him. Their blades clashed, erupting in a shower of dazzling sparks. Blade met blade, cold shadows flickered. Their sword techniques were so swift that a single lapse could mean death. After dozens of exchanges, Lu Hanfei ultimately relied on his superior strength and sent Chang Sheng's blade flying with a single strike. With a spurt of blood, the terrifying blade force slammed into Chang Sheng's body, sending him hurtling backward as he coughed up a mouthful of blood. He crashed heavily to the ground, his face pale as gold leaf. At that moment, murderous intent descended. Lu Hanfei, wielding his blade, charged in swiftly and slashed down at his face. At the critical juncture, a figure flashed in and blocked the fatal blow for Chang Sheng. Chang Sheng was stunned. He never expected that at the crucial moment the one who rushed out to save him was that good-for-nothing young master of the Su family in his eyes. Another meddler. Lu Hanfei snorted coldly, his blade power surging, forcing Su Chun back more than a dozen steps. As Su Chun retreated, he grabbed Chang Sheng by the collar and dragged him to the rear, avoiding the heavy slash Lu Hanfei brought down. I thought that since the Wild Wolf gang was in trouble, they'd seek help from your Wuching Su family, and that your family would send at least a second-rank martial spirit expert here. But who'd have thought the Su family would send a good-for-nothing young master like you? Lu Hanfei stared at Su Chun, his face full of contempt. Lately he had heard about Su Chun, a useless young master cast out by the heavenly sect like a homeless dog. Still, you managed to withstand my blade just now. That caught me off guard. Looks like you haven't been crippled after all. Or have you, having been crippled, stepped back onto the path of martial arts? Lu Hanfei continued, recalling the moment Su Chun appeared and blocked his blade. That strike of his was not something a crippled waist could casually deflect. You talk too much. Su Chun, with a light tap, he drew his sword and charged at Lu Hanfei. Lu Hanfei, unimpressed, instinctively raised his blade to block the thrust. He thought he had blocked it, but then realized with alarm that this thrust was merely an afterimage. The real sword strike came from further behind. Damn it. His pupils contracted. Lu Hanfei leaped back rapidly, trying to evade the truly lethal stroke. But he was a step too late. With a soft sound, the long sword pierced straight through his brow, bringing up a splash of blood. Lu Hanfei stared wide-eyed at Su Chun, unable to utter a word. He never imagined Su Chun could be so strong that he couldn't even block one of his strikes. Not only him, but the severely injured Chang Sheng was also dumbstruck. A single sword stroke killing a first-rank martial spirit. What terrifying skill and combat power. Even Han Lang, trapped in the eerie red light, stared in disbelief at the scene before him. So powerful. Earlier, when Su Chun came to his Wild Wolf gang, he had looked down on him, thinking the Su family didn't value his gang. But it turned out they didn't disregard them at all. They had simply sent a big shot. As Su Chen's sword pierced Lu Hanfei's brow, the eerie red light beams all over the dock dissipated. Han Lang and the other Wild Wolf gang members, freed from the bindings, breathed sighs of relief. Thank you, young Master Su, for your help. If not for you, my entire Wild Wolf gang would have fallen into that bastard's hands. Han Lang stepped forward and bowed respectfully to Su Chun. This time his heart was filled with awe towards Su Chun. Chang Sheng also stepped forward to thank Su Chun for saving his life, no longer showing any trace of his earlier contempt. For Su Chun had proven his strength through action. Something's wrong. Without acknowledging Han Lang or Chang Sheng, Su Chun quietly stared at Lu Hanfei, lying in a pool of blood, his brows furrowed. Lu Hanfei was dead, but the myriad world pill within Su Chun did not gain a single iota of pure. The reason for this could be either that as his cultivation increased, slaying a first-rank martial spirit no longer yielded much pure true qi, or that Lu Hanfei was not dead at all. But how could a living person whose brow had been pierced through still be alive? What's wrong, young Master Su? Seeing Su Chen's grave expression, Han Lang and the others were taken aback. Fall back. Suddenly sensing a strong crisis, Su Chun issued the order decisively. At the same time, he swiftly retreated backward. Though puzzled, Han Lang, Chang Sheng, and the others also retreated. The very moment they all withdrew, the corpse of Lu Hanfei, lying in a pool of blood, exploded with a loud bang. A sinister blood mist spread in all directions. Many members of the Wolf Pack gang who were too slow to dodge were engulfed by the eerie blood mist. Screams erupted everywhere. Visibly, the moment their skin touched the strange blood mist, it began to ulcerate and putrefy rapidly, emitting a pungent stench. Before long, those Wolf Pack gang members, contaminated by the blood mist, dissolved into pools of bloody water. Their living souls were seized by tentacles extending from the mist. Then they were pulled into the depths of the mist. Witnessing this, Han Lang and Chang Sheng felt their scalps tingle. Though both were cultivators who considered themselves knowledgeable, this was the first time they had encountered such a bizarre scene. What is going on? Suppressing his shock, Han Lang stared fiercely at the surging eerie blood mist. An evil specter. Su Chen's expression was grim. Evil specter. Zhao Mubai, Han Lang, and Chang Sheng were all bewildered, unsure what that meant. Within the Great Yin dynasty there exists a cult called the Blood Lotus sect. Its members are all demonic cultivators and practitioners of dark arts, adept at using all kinds of sinister. Because they train in malevolent arts, when killed they transform into aberrations after death. Different Blood Lotus sect villains morph into different monsters possessing unpredictable and eerie abilities. The dynasty's Demon Suppression Bureau calls them evil specters. Su Chen narrated calmly. Having once been a holy son of the heavenly sect, he had heard much about the Blood Lotus sect and evil specters. Who would have thought this Lu Hanfei was a Blood Lotus sect fiend? Chang Sheng stared at the ominous blood mist, his face full of astonishment. He had heard many tales of the Blood Lotus sect, knowing it was a terrifying heretical cult that even the Great Yin royal court found extremely troublesome. For years it had been secretly clashing with the royal family. Not good, keep retreating. His keen spiritual sense made Su Chen sense another imminent crisis. He leaped backwards swiftly while shouting a warning. Zhao Mubai, Han Lang, and Chang Sheng dared not hesitate and also retreated. Just as they fell back, the eerie blood mist shot out blood-red tentacles. The tentacles were crimson, covered with countless grimacing, agonized human faces that struck terror into the heart. From the mouths of those faces protruded sharp black barbs, densely packed and gleaming with a cold sinister. Some Wolfpack gang members who failed to retreat in time were ensnared by the blood-red tentacles and dragged into the mist after a single scream. Crunch, crunch. From within the eerie blood mist came a sickening sound of chewing. Sword in hand, Su Chen watched the thick, nearly dripping blood mist warily. Around him, Zhao Mubai, Han Lang, and Chang Sheng were also on high alert. It was their first time facing a Blood Lotus sect fiend. Moreover, they had never encountered the bizarre abilities of a being that transformed into an evil specter after death. Who would have thought I'd be killed by a loser like you from the Su family? A ghastly laugh, as if from the depths of hell, echoed from the blood mist. Gradually the mist converged from all directions toward the center, slowly revealing a humanoid silhouette. No, it could no longer be called human. It was a monster covered in hideous human faces. The creature stood 3 meters tall, its body entirely blood-red, while the grotesque faces on it were pitch black and eerily lifelike. The sight was enough to make one's soul tremble. Those faces bore expressions of anger, despair, fear, terror. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the faces belonged to the Wolfpack gang members, county constables, and innocent dockworkers whose souls had been devoured earlier. The more faces on the monster's body, the more souls it had consumed. At the center of its abdomen, where the faces converged, lay a single enormous eerie face. From its outline, Su Chen and the others could vaguely recognize it as Lu Hanfei's face. Wah! What kind of monster is that? A Wolfpack gang member stepped back in terror, his face filled with fear. He had never seen such a creature, dark and sinister like a demon released from hell, sending chills down his spine. It wasn't just him. More and more gang members turned pale and began trembling. Even some constables were panic-stricken, instinctively backing away. Their instincts told them this monster was terrifying. They would surely die at its hands. Damn it, is this what a Blood Lotus sect fiend is like? Chang Sheng cursed under his breath, the hand holding his blade trembling slightly as he stared at the monster that was once Lu Hanfei. Fear was taking root in the depths of his heart. Steady. Don't be afraid. Now more than ever we must not panic. Han Lang shouted, trying to calm his subordinate, even though he himself was terrified. I thought I wouldn't need this evil art, but here I am using it. Though not yet perfected, it's more than enough to kill you all. Transformed into an evil specter, Lu Hanfei sneered. From the mouths of the countless faces on his body shot out scarlet tentacles. The tentacles lashed out at lightning speed, entangling and striking at Su Chen and the others. With a single sword stroke, Su Chen severed the blood-red tentacle, hurtling toward his face. Beside him, Zhao Mubai swept his spear, slicing through another tentacle. Han Lang and Chang Sheng also relied on their formidable cultivation to block the incoming tentacles. But the other Wolfpack gang members and constables were not so fortunate. They were all pierced through by the blood-red tentacles, their vital essence and souls devoured entirely by the evil specter. Thud thud. Corpses fell to the ground one after another. That monster is too terrifying. Chang Sheng's face darkened as he saw that in an instant most of their men were dead. Su Chen, however, was indifferent. His sole focus was on how to kill the evil specter that Lu Hanfei had become. That is. Su Chen stared intently at the evil specter. After devouring the living souls of the Wolfpack gang members and constables, its hideous body swelled further and its aura grew even stronger. At the same time, more eerie black faces sprouted on its blood-red form. So that's how it is. This evil specter gains power by consuming living souls. Each soul it devours increases its strength, and each time another eerie black face appears on its body. Moreover, those blood-red tentacles are spat from the mouths of those faces. That means those faces are both the evil specter's attack method and its weakness. With this realization, Su Chen immediately executed the ghost shadow step, his figure flickering like a phantom as he rapidly closed in on the evil specter. In an instant, Su Chun was upon it, thrusting his sword through one of the eerie faces on its body. The face let out a despairing, agonized wail before dissolving into black smoke that slowly dissipated. Its weakness is the faces. With a single successful strike, Su Chun promptly warned. He flickered, evading several swiftly shooting blood-red tentacles. A single sword stroke cleaved through the air. The blade's radiance extinguished the two human faces on the sinister entity. In the distance, hearing Su Chen's words, Zhao Mubai was the first to snap back to reality, lifting his spear and charging toward the abomination. Han Lang also drew a long blade and swiftly rushed to slay the demon. As for Chang Sheng, fear gripped his heart, rendering him hesitant to advance. The scene of the monster's recent killing left a deep impression on him. Unkillable. It's unkillable. We can never slay it. Chang Sheng stared blankly at the demon locked in fierce combat, with Su Chun and the other two murmuring incessantly. Captain Chang, why not lend a hand? Han Lang severed a blood-red tentacle that burst forth, then flickered, driving his long blade deep into a pitch-black human face, shredding it to pieces. This? Chang Sheng hesitated, reluctant to act. If you don't join, well, I'll die. Now that young Master Su has found the creature's weakness, why not assist? Han Lang bellowed. He hadn't expected Chang Sheng to prove so cowardly at the critical moment. Chang Sheng's face contorted with inner struggle. After weighing the options, he finally chose to intervene. Han Lang was right. If the three of them perished, he could never escape either. With that thought, he let out a fierce roar, trying to suppress his fear, and charged with his blade toward the demon. A sweeping slash severed several blood-red tentacles that had lashed out. The next instant, he closed in, driving his sword into a pitch-black face. The face of one of his own capable. That single thrust obliterated the dark visage, causing it to dissolve into black smoke. Chang Sheng felt a surge of relief, his courage slightly restored. He leaped, dodging a blood-red tentacle that shot from the side, then brought his blade down, severing several more. Simultaneously, he threw a punch, unleashing a fearsome force that smashed into a pitch-black face, shattering it. That's it. Press the attack, relentlessly strike the weak point, but don't give it a single moment to breathe. Su Chun, long sword in hand, continuously wove among the blood-red tentacles. With each dodge, he would cleave away another dark face from the demon's body. With the combined efforts of Zhao Mubai, Han Lang, and Chang Sheng, the four worked feverishly to clear the demon's surface of its pitch-black faces. As those terrifying visages were systematically erased one by one, the demon's aura also weakened at a rapid pace. How many dark faces are left? About 38. Han Lang roughly counted and replied. Speed up, suppress it, Su Chun commanded. His sword strokes grew faster. Under the cover of night, the ghost shadow mirage step grew increasingly effective. At this moment, Su Chen's form flickered and shifted, truly like a wraith lurking in the darkness. No matter how cunningly the blood-red tentacles angled toward him, Su Chun evaded them with finesse. That good-for-nothing young master. He's quite a nuisance. Lu Hanfei, now transformed into the demon, noticed Su Chen's eerie footwork, his expression darkening. The pitch-black faces on his body were dwindling. If this continued, the demon he had become would surely be slain by the four of them. What is it trying to do? Zhao Mubai noticed the demon retracting all its blood-red tentacles, gripping his spear tightly. He instinctively grew wary. Trying to flee. Han Lang's eyes flickered. No, Lu Hanfei's demon form has never moved an inch from it. If it wanted to escape, it would have done so long ago. Su Chen replied. From the initial onslaught, he had observed that the demon remained rooted in place. Despite the coordinated assault of four opponents, the demon only used various blood-red tentacles to resist and counterattack. Yet under this barrage, it never once dodged or retreated. That could only mean one thing: Lu Hanfei's demon form could not budge at all, like a tree with roots buried in the earth. It can only remain stationary. Then why did it suddenly stop attacking? Han Lang wondered. What else could it? It must be afraid of us. Now that it's weak, let's finish it off together. Chang Sheng, emboldened, brandished his blade. After a fierce clash with the demon, he discovered it wasn't as terrifying as he had imagined. As long as they attacked its weak point, such a monster could be killed. This was what they called overconfidence. With that, Chang Sheng charged forward, blade first toward the demon. Su Chen warned, but it was too late. The moment Chang Sheng rushed up, the demon, having retracted all its blood-red tentacles, let out a beastly roar. From the pitch-black faces on its body, mouth spewed streams of eerie blood mist. The mist spread rapidly, engulfing Chang Sheng. Unable to dodge, Chang Sheng let out a piercing scream the moment the eerie mist touched him. Su Chen clearly saw that the moment the man's body contacted the eerie mist, it instantly rotted and dissolved into a pool of scarlet blood. After his death, his spirit and soul were devoured by a blood-red tentacle that shot out from the demon. Fall back. Avoid the mist, Su Chen commanded decisively. He led Zhao Mubai and Han Lang to swiftly retreat, keeping clear of the eerie mist. Damn it. As Han Lang retreated with Su Chen, he tripped over the corpse of a wild wolf gang member. At that moment, the eerie mist surged forward with terrifying speed, on the verge of swallowing him. Seeing this, Zhao Mubai wanted to pull Han Lang to safety. But Su Chen's voice echoed in his mind, leave him. Protect yourself first. If the mist touches you, even I can't save you. In times of crisis, selfishness takes. Su Chen was no exception. No one would willingly sacrifice themselves to save another at death's door. Hearing this, Zhao Mubai suppressed the impulse to help Han Lang and continued retreating. Whether by luck or fate, the eerie mist stopped advancing when it was less than half a meter from Han Lang. At the same time, a blood-red tentacle that shot out from within also halted abruptly, just half a meter from his body. This, Han Lang, certain he was about to die, stared at the scene before him, his face pale, with terror, feeling on the verge of collapse. Su Chun and Zhao Mubai also noticed this. What's happening? Why isn't Lu Hanfius demon killing Han? Zhao Mubai was astonished. It seems the demon's attack range is limited. Both the tentacles and the eerie mist can only extend within a radius of 20 zhang from its body. Su Chun, with his keen battle instincts, immediately grasped the situation. Pull Han Lang back. Zhao Mubai nodded, cautiously stepping forward to drag the terror-stricken, weak-kneed Han Lang to safety. As Su Chun had predicted, even when the demon fully activated its eerie mist and blood-red tentacles in an attempt to kill Zhao Mubai and Han Lang, it could not break past the 20 zhang radius. Thank you, young Master Su. If not for you. After his narrow escape, Han Lang's fear gradually subsided. Don't thank me. In that moment, I wasn't planning to save you. You survived by luck. Su Chun said, expression. Is that so? Han Lang gave a wry smile. He too realized that under those dire circumstances, Su Chun and the other had no time to save him. Surviving was indeed sheer luck. This demon is rooted to the spot and cannot move freely. From the previous attack, I estimate its range is within a 20 zhang radius. As long as we don't recklessly step into that range, it can do nothing to us. I see. Zhao Mubai and Han Lang nodded in understanding, inwardly awed by Su Chen's sharp perception. In the midst of such peril and life-or-death combat, he could still calmly analyze the enemy's situation. Young Master Su, without getting closer, we cannot approach it. What should we do next to eliminate the human faces on that evil entity and slay it? After a moment of gasping, Han Lang looked at Su Chun with a solemn expression. Isn't this simple? Not having to engage in close combat actually makes things easier. Su Chun smirked. What do you mean? Attack from a distance. As the leader of the Wild Wolf Gang, Han Lang was sharp-witted. Upon hearing Su Chen's words, he immediately understood the implication. Exactly. That evil entity can only remain stationary, and its attacks cover a radius of 20 zhang. If we stand outside its attack range, it becomes nothing but a target in our eyes. Su Chen replied with a smile. As it happens, the brothers in the gang were dispatched to the dock for a mission and brought quite a few items. We have several diamond crossbows in hand. Powerful penetration with a range of 30 zhang. Han Lang's face lit up at this. Using ranged attacks to shoot down that evil entity was indeed much easier. However, there remained a challenge. That challenge was the eerie blood mist enveloping the evil entity, which obscured its form and hindered sight, making it far from easy to hit with the diamond crossbows. Moreover, those tentacles were unfathomably unpredictable. Once the crossbow bolts were fired, they would likely be intercepted by the opponent's appendages. Thinking of this, Han Lang laid out his concerns in detail to Su Chun. The blood mist and tentacles are both the evil entity's offensive and defensive measures. As you said, with the mist and tentacles working together, killing the black human faces on the demon is no easy task. But does that matter? 1 or 2 bolts the demon might block. What about dozens, hundreds, or thousands? Su Chen gave a cold laugh. Han Lang was taken aback. Exactly. Under a volley of thousands of arrows, how many could that demon possibly withstand? With that many arrows, at least one is bound to hit you, monster. Whether you use blood mist to obscure vision or those cunning tentacles, none of it matters. We only have one tactic here. Overwhelming slaughter. Young Master Su, wait a moment. I'll immediately notify the gang to carry over several crossbow cases. Han Lang laughed. Go ahead. They'll keep watch here lest that demon undergoes any changes. Su Chen instructed. He sat cross-legged in stillness, his gaze fixed intently on the surging eerie blood mist. The abilities of the evil entity were unpredictable and hard to fathom. Although Su Chun had exchanged blows and discovered some weaknesses in its capabilities, he could not guarantee that the demon had no other tricks left. The eerie blood mist gradually dissipated, revealing the ferocious demon that Lu Hanfei had transformed into. What's the matter? Scared? Why don't you charge in like before? Why all the nonsense? Why don't you come at us? Su Chun watched the demon incarnated by Lu Hanfei, a playful smile curling his lips. Useless is useless. And I thought you were formidable. Turns out you're just a coward. After seeing my true power, you only dare to hide far away. Lu Hanfei snorted coldly, trying to goad Su Chun with words. His current body could not move freely. Otherwise, he would not have wasted words with Su Chun, but would have charged forward to kill him and vent his hatred. Right. I'm a coward, useless, worthless. You're awesome. Since you're so awesome, why don't you come in? Su Chun was not provoked by Lu Hanfei's taunts and waited calmly in place. Lu Hanfei's eyes flickered vaguely, sensing that the young man before him had discovered something from their earlier battle. Young Master Su, the items are here. At that moment Han Lang stepped forward respectfully. Hurry up. Don't, Su Chen ordered. Han Lang immediately commanded the arriving members of the Wild Wolf gang to place the crossbow cases around the area. These gang members, upon seeing the demon that Lu Hanfei had become, trembled in terror. Especially when they saw the pools of foul-smelling blood and the soulless corpses on the ground, their faces grew. If not for their chief urging them repeatedly, these Wild Wolf gang members would likely have fled in fear long ago. How could they have mustered the courage to place the heavy crossbow cases around the demon incarnated by Lu Hanfei? The demonic Lu Hanfei saw Han Lang ordering people to carry heavy crossbow cases and place them all around. Moreover, as if prearranged, every single case was positioned at a distance of over 20 zhang from him. That brat has indeed figured it out. Lu Hanfei stared at Su Chen in the distance, his gaze icy with murderous intent. By now he understood perfectly what Su Chen planned to do to him. During their earlier exchange, the opponent had clearly discerned his weaknesses and attack patterns. You think these things can kill me yet? Lu Hanfei's voice was frigid. On his body, each eerie black human face immediately spewed streams of grotesque blood mist from their mouths. The blood mist spread rapidly, surging outward. Many Wild Wolf gang members witnessing this fled in panic, terrified of being engulfed by the eerie mist, with no thought left for preparing the crossbows to fight. Don't panic. Don't run. Whoever dares to flee, you'll kill them. Han Lang roared. At this command, the fleeing gang members stopped in their tracks. They stood frozen, watching helplessly as the eerie blood mist swept toward them at lightning speed. Yet the mist came to an abrupt halt just 2 meters away from them. What's happening? The terrified gang members saw the blood mist stop abruptly, no longer spreading out. All were bewildered, unable to comprehend what was going on. Still, they didn't dwell on it, merely thankful to have survived. Otherwise, if that eerie mist had enveloped us, we would likely have died. Load the crossbows. Han Lang raised his hand and shouted. One by one, the Wild Wolf gang members snapped back to reality and began fiddling with the heavy, glinting. Each massive crossbow case was 3 meters long, 1 meter wide, and half a meter high. Rows of neat black apertures were aimed squarely at the surging blood mist in the center. Inside every black aperture were sharp bolts. These crossbow cases had been purchased by Han Lang through special channels at great expense. Each case could fire 36 steel-forged bolts in succession with a range of up to 30 zhang and tremendous penetrating power. Surrounding Lu Hanfei, there were 8 such cases. Over 200 steel-forged bolts. Even if they couldn't completely kill the demon that Lu Hanfei had become, they would certainly give him a terrible ordeal. Chief, everything is ready. A gang member reported. Give the order. Release the bolts. Han Lang's eye sharpened as he commanded decisively. Upon receiving the order, the gang members triggered the mechanisms of the crossbow cases. With a series of sharp whistles, steel bolts gleaming with cold light shot from all directions, converging on the surging blood mist in the center. Thud, thud, thud. Over 200 steel bolts pierced into the eerie blood mist, accompanied by the sound of bolts sinking into flesh. Along with them came a chorus of harrowing screams. Clearly, even by using the blood mist to obscure vision and deploying those blood-red tentacles to intercept Lu Hanfei shrouded in the mist, could not block all the bolts at once. His physical form was being riddled by these highly penetrating bolts. The first volley was over. Han Lang, decisive as ever, ordered a second volley, all for the sake of caution. Neither Su Chen nor Han Lang wanted any unforeseen changes to occur. Upon hearing their leader's command, the Wild Wolf gang members reloaded their crossbows and pulled the triggers once more. Whizzing through the air, a hail of bolts rained down upon the surging eerie blood mist in the arena. Soon the sound of arrows piercing flesh echoed once again. Gradually, the eerie blood mist began to dissipate. The wicked entity that Lu Hanfei had transformed into slowly revealed its form. The field was strewn with steel bolts, and the massive wicked body was also bristling with bolts resembling a hedge. Each bolt penetrated deep into its flesh, piercing the dark human faces on its surface. As time passed, those pierced faces turned into wisps of strange black smoke and slowly faded away. The wicked entity's body shrank continuously. Half an hour later, it had completely dissipated, leaving only a pitch-black mask that fell to the ground with a clatter. Let's go and have a look. Han Lang ordered, ready to lead his men forward. Stay put. Su Chen commanded. Upon hearing this, Han Lang halted immediately, and the other Wild Wolf gang members who were about to advance also stopped. Young Master Su, the wicked entity has vanished. Han Lang responded, puzzled as to why Su Chen wouldn't let them approach rashly. Wait a bit longer. Su Chen was always cautious and didn't want to capsize in a ditch due to impatience. Wicked entities were bizarre, and no one could fully grasp their abilities. What if they suddenly changed upon approach? To be safe, it was better to wait a while and observe. Not daring to defy Su Chen's orders, Han Lang could only wait with his men at the perimeter. Half an hour passed, and the fallen pitch-black mask remained motionless. An hour passed, and the mask still showed no sign of movement. Stay here, or go and check. Su Chen, gripping his longsword tightly, Su Chen cautiously approached the pitch-black mask. Han Lang and his men watched alertly from the periphery, ready for any anomaly. Fortunately, the wicked entity that Lu Hanfei had become was thoroughly dead. The fallen pitch-black mask was none other than Lu Hanfei's face. Even when Su Chun approached with his sword and poked at the mask remained inert. Put this thing into the prison suppressing pagoda. A cold, clear voice suddenly echoed in his mind, startling Su Chun. He recognized the voice as that of the woman in red. Trusting her, he complied without hesitation. The woman in red would not harm him, otherwise she wouldn't have helped him rebuild his meridians and dantian, allowing him to return to the path of martial arts. Kneeling down, he picked up the pitch-black mask that Lu Hanfei had transformed into. With a thought, the mask entered the prison-suppressing pagoda within Su Chun's body. Young master. Zhao Mubai stepped forward, and seeing that Su Chun had collected the mask without incident, felt, "The wicked entity is dead. Let's go back," Su Chun replied. Hearing this, Han Lang was fully assured and ordered his men to clean up the battlefield. He personally escorted Su Chun and Zhao Mubai back to the Wild Wolf Gang's base to rest. After a night of battle, both were physically and mentally exhausted. Returning to his room, Su Chun lay on the bed and immediately entered the Nine Dragons prison-suppressing pagoda in his consciousness. He saw the deep dark palace and the woman in red seated on the throne at the head. He noticed she was toying with the pitch-black mask that Lu Hanfei had become. "Why did you want me to bring this thing into the pagoda?" Su Chun looked at the woman in red, full of curiosity. "You'll know soon enough," she said with a faint smile, tossing the mask into the bottomless abyss beneath the dark palace. As the mask vanished, the dim palace began to emit a faint glimmer of light. "The Nine Dragons prison-suppressing pagoda is damaged. This thing can help restore it. In return, after absorbing it, the pagoda will grant you a portion of special abilities," the woman in red said. Su Chun was somewhat confused, not fully grasping her meaning. However, he didn't ask. He knew the answer would come in time. "What exactly is this Nine Dragons prison-suppressing pagoda? And who are you?" he asked. "Also, that mask was a wicked entity, and you seem to recognize it." Su Chun stared at the woman in red, posing 3 questions in succession. He had always been curious about the origins of the pagoda and the woman. Besides that, upon seeing the wicked entity, she immediately told him to bring it into the pagoda, claiming it could restore the pagoda and grant him special abilities. Clearly, she knew the true identity of the wicked entity. Its origin likely wasn't simply a corruption from the Blood Lotus sect's evil arts on the Tianxian continent. There must be secrets hidden behind it. But what were those secrets? Su Chun didn't know. However, the woman in red before him certainly did. "You're too weak to know these things yet. When you grow stronger, you'll learn what you need to know," the woman in red said, unwilling to reveal everything. As she said, Su Chun was too weak. For now, he just needed to follow her plan and grow stronger step by step. Things not meant to be told, yet wouldn't help him much even if he knew. Su Chun remained silent, asking no more. As she said, when the time came, he would know. "By the way, a word of warning. Strive to become as strong as possible. A great upheaval is coming to your world. As for the timing, it could be a year, 2 years, or perhaps it will erupt tomorrow. If you don't want to die, train with all your might. Only by becoming stronger can you survive the impending chaos," the woman in red said with a light laugh. Su Chun's mind stirred. A great upheaval. What kind of upheaval? Could it be related to the wicked entity? He wanted to ask further, but wisely chose silence. Because even if he asked, she wouldn't tell him much. "All right, it's time for you to leave." With a wave of her sleeve, she sent his consciousness back to his body. When he opened his eyes again, the room was flooded with daylight. Su Chun sat up and sensed his body, but he noticed no immediate change. Was the woman in red playing with me? No, she wouldn't do that. Perhaps the pagoda's feedback hasn't reached my body. As he reached for the sword on his bedside, a crimson tentacle shot out from his palm, coiled around the blade, and pulled it into his grasp. "This?" Su Chun was startled. The crimson tentacle that emerged from his palm was clearly one of the abilities of the wicked entity that Lu Hanfei had become. "Can I use the tentacle? What about the eerie blood mist?" he wondered. With that thought, a wave of strange blood mist emanated from within him. The mist enveloped his entire body and spread rapidly, corroding everything around, but not harming Su Chun's own flesh. "Indeed, both the tentacle and the blood mist abilities have been transplanted to me. The Nine Dragons prison-suppressing pagoda is truly marvelous to accomplish such a feat." Su Chun was overjoyed, a gleam in his eyes. His instinct told him that these tentacles and eerie blood mist would become his ultimate trump card in the future. I wonder what the maximum range of these tentacles and blood mist is now, and how much true chi do they consume? As my cultivation level rises, will the range of the tentacles and blood mist continue to expand? After his initial excitement, Su Chun fell into contemplation. He felt that he should take the time to thoroughly study how these 2 newfound abilities would impact him. Young Master Gang Leader Han requests an audience. Zhao Mabai's voice came from outside the room. Su Chun rose, washed up, and went directly outside, where he found Han Lang waiting early. "Gang Leader Han, what brings you here?" Su Chun asked, looking at Han Lang. "Master Su, this is a small token of gratitude from my Wild Wolf Gang. Please accept it." Han Lang's face was full of flattery as he ordered large chests to be brought in. The chests were filled with low-grade spirit stones, each containing 1,000 stones. There were nearly 8,000 low-grade spirit stones in total. "Many thanks." Su Chun did not refuse. The spirit stones were useful to him as he could absorb their spiritual energy to enhance his cultivation realm. Master Su, you flatter me. If it weren't for your intervention this time, my wild wolf gang would have ceased to exist. This trivial gift is hardly worth your thanks. Han Lang was entirely deferential, holding immense respect for the young man before him, especially after witnessing Su Chen's skills, terrifying combat intelligence, and calm demeanor during the dock battle. His instincts told him that Su Chun would regain his former pinnacle and perhaps even surpass it. Seizing this opportunity to connect with Su Chun could only bring benefits. If there's nothing else, gang leader Han Zhaomu by, and I will be heading back to Wu City shortly, Su Chun said, not wanting to extend the pleasantries further. The Tsongshan mine still required his supervision. Actually, there is one more matter I need to report to you, Master Su. What is it? When Shuyuan, the magistrate of Shirley County, wishes to see you. I hear that some important personages from the imperial capital have also arrived at the county office and wish to meet you, Han Lang reported truthfully. This intelligence had been delivered by the county office that very day. Meet me? For what? Su Chen asked curiously. I am not certain. Perhaps if you go to meet them, you will. If you are unwilling, I can convey your refusal on your behalf, Han Lang said with a smile. Turning down important personages from the imperial capital might not be wise. Lead the way. Let's go see what kind of important personages they are. After a moment's thought, Su Chun decided to visit the county office. At the Shirley County office, magistrate Wen Shuyuan stood respectfully in the hall dressed in official robes. Seated at the head of the hall was a middle-aged man in black martial attire, a war blade hanging at his waist. The middle-aged man also wore a black token at his waist inscribed with 3 bold characters, Demon Suppression Bureau. The Imperial Bureau under the Great Yin royal family answered only to the Great Yin Emperor. This bureau wielded immense power within the Great Yin dynasty, established specifically to handle and resolve all manner of strange and sinister cases. The bureau cultivated many formidable experts. Their primary mission was to combat the Blood Lotus sect, investigate their hideouts, and slay the evil anomalies transformed from the sect's demonic cultivators. Beyond the Blood Lotus sect, they also handled other bizarre and uncanny cases, slaying demons, vanquishing evil, and exorcising monsters, all part of their duties. All for the sake of safeguarding the peace of the Great Yin dynasty, ensuring that the demonic entities lurking in the shadows did not slaughter innocents, commit atrocities, and undermine the dynasty's destiny. Reporting to the Honorable Sir, the young master of the Su family and Han Lang have arrived. A county constable hurried in from outside the hall and reported respectfully. Quickly invite them in. Wen Shuyuan immediately ordered. Before long, Su Chen, Zhao Mubai, and Han Lang entered the hall one after another. They saw Wen Shuyuan standing nervously within the hall, and also noticed the middle-aged man in black martial attire seated at the head along with his attendants on either side. Demon Suppression Bureau. Su Chun immediately recognized the man's attire, identifying him as a member of the Imperial Bureau. As expected of the former heavenly sect, Holy Son, you recognized my identity at a glance. The middle-aged man set down his teacup, looked at Su Chun, and smiled faintly. Few within the Great Yin dynasty knew of the Imperial Demon Suppression Bureau. Only some mountain sects and martial families were aware of their existence. Yet even among those few had actually seen the token hanging at your waist. I can read, I'm not blind. Su Chen replied. The middle-aged man paused, twitching his lips awkwardly. Ahem. Enough of that. Please have a seat, Master Su. The middle-aged man coughed to cover his embarrassment, then personally invited Su Chen to sit. My name is Wang Li, a first-grade commissioner of the Imperial Demon Suppression Bureau. These are my subordinates, Lu Yao and Huang Xiao. The man began introducing himself. The Imperial Demon Suppression Bureau had a strict internal hierarchy. According to Su Chen's knowledge, the officials were divided from high to low into first grade, second grade, third grade, and fourth grade commissioners. Below the commissioners were collectively called detainers, the frontline combatants for demon slaying and evil eradicating. Their main duty was to accept various missions issued by the Bureau's higher-ups. They investigated strange cases occurring within the Great Yin dynasty, determined the causes, and eliminated or detained the source behind each case. Above the commissioners was the chief commissioner, who managed all matters of the Bureau, big and small. The chief commissioner's authority was so vast that he could override any court official, answering only to the Great Yin Emperor. Those who held this position were invariably members of the Great Yin royal family, either the future crown prince or a prince of the realm. Wang Li, as a first-grade commissioner of the Demon Suppression Bureau, evidently possessed considerable skill and held an awe-inspiring official rank. Even high-ranking ministers of the imperial court would have to flatter him upon meeting. No wonder Wen Shuyuan, a mere magistrate of a small county like Shirley, could only stand trembling in the hall when Wang Li arrived, not daring to sit. This time I came because I heard that evil anomalies had appeared in Shirley County and that you, Master Su, had already dealt with them, Wang Li said, fixing his gaze on Su Chun and stating the purpose of his visit. Commissioner Wang came to me just to say this. Su Chun asked. Not exactly. I hope you will join the Demon Suppression Bureau and become one of us. In doing so, you will gain access to greater resources and authority. Those resources and powers far exceed what you obtained as the heavenly sect Holy Sun. What do you think, Master Su? Wang Li asked with a smile. He admired Su Chen greatly. First, despite being deposed as the heavenly sect Holy Sun, Su Chen had managed to tread the martial path anew, a testament to his fortune, destiny, and willpower qualities many lacked. Second, Su Chen was a natural-born fighter. Even when facing evil anomalies for the first time, he had made such calm analyses, a feat few could match. Indeed, evil anomalies wield bizarre powers. Even some cultivators from mountain sects could not remain as cool-headed as Su Chen when facing them. I'm sorry, but I have no interest in joining the Demon Suppression Bureau, Su Chen politely declined. Joining the Bureau would mean taking on more responsibilities and obligations. Su Chen had no interest in that. As a former heavenly sect Holy Sun, he knew well with greater resources and power came corresponding sacrifices and costs. Sometimes no matter how much you sacrificed and gave it all came to nothing in the end. Once you lost your ability and value, you were nothing but a rag to be discarded at will. For this reason, he only wished to stay quietly in the Wu City area, cultivate diligently, help his father manage the Su family, and tend to his own small patch of land. As for other matters, he had no mood to concern himself with them. Master Su, don't be too hasty. Perhaps you could think it over, Wang Li said, unfazed by the refusal, hoping Su Chen would reconsider. Then let me think about it. When I've made up my mind, I'll give you an answer, Su Chen replied. Very well. Here is a communication token. Keep it. When you've reached a decision, you can contact me through this token. Wang Li reached into his bosom, took out a token, and handed it to Su Chen. Farewell. Su Chen accepted the token, rose, bowed respectfully to Wang Li, and left with Zhao Mubai and Han Lang. My lord, forgive my impertinence. Why must you come in person just to recruit this Su Chen? In the hall, Huang Xiao, watching Su Chen depart, finally dared to voice his query. A first-class deputy director, such an exalted rank within the Demon Suppression Bureau, rarely left the imperial capital to venture into an insignificant county like Shirley. Even if the Bureau had taken notice of Su Chen's abilities, dispatching a few custodians to escort him would have sufficed. Admittedly, when Su Chen dealt with the evil spirit transformed from Lu Hanfei at the docks, he displayed astonishing combat intelligence and a demeanor far beyond ordinary men. Yet such feats alone hardly warranted Wang Li's personal journey. There must be a reason I am unaware of. Why do you meddle? The director must have his profound reasons for coming. Beside him, the woman named Lu Yao cast a cold, sidelong glance at Huang Xiao. I was merely curious. I admit that Su Chen, once the holy son of the Tianzong sect, possessed extraordinary martial talent, and that after being crippled he managed to retread the path of martial arts, truly beyond ordinary imagination. His handling of the evil spirit transformed from Lu Hanfei also demonstrated formidable prowess. But all that still doesn't warrant the director's personal visit, does it? Huang Xiao knew his question was somewhat rash, yet it was in his nature to be curious about everything he didn't understand, to insist on getting to the bottom of matters. In truth, my primary purpose in coming was to observe Su Chen. Wang Li spoke slowly. Observe? Huang Xiao was taken aback, unsure what he meant. Even Lu Yao felt a flicker of curiosity, but her sense of duty as a subordinate kept her from asking. The Bureau has traced the source of the evil spirits to the Great Ruins, and a year ago Su Chen ventured deep into the Great Ruins to seek a longevity elixir for Tianzong elder Qin Yan. Moreover, he is one of the few who walked out of the Great Ruins alive, Wang Li said in a grave tone. Huang Xiao and Lu Yao were startled. Su Chen had actually survived the Great Ruins. This was something they hadn't known. All they knew was that the Great Ruins were an ancient forbidden zone within the Dian dynasty, existing for incalculable years. Many who entered never emerged alive. Even those who did suffered dire fates. Some were crippled, some lost their minds, and others became deeply tainted, doomed to transform into evil spirits. After Su Chen came out of the Great Ruins alive, he remained a cripple for a full year. The Tianzong sect kept him under covert observation during that time. Throughout that year, he displayed no anomalies. Wang Li continued. Yet after being expelled from the Tianzong sect, the Bureau recently discovered that Su Chen has resumed his martial path. This is quite peculiar. So that's why you came personally, my lord, to see if Su Chen has been possessed by some malevolent spirit from the Great Ruins. Huang Xiao suddenly grasped his master's implication. Precisely, Wang Li grinned. He had no intention of divulging more confidential information to Huang Xiao and Lu Yao. Matters concerning the secrets of the Great Ruins were best known to as few as possible. That ancient forbidden zone harbored countless unknown perils. According to the intelligence in his possession among the cultivators who had emerged alive from the Great Ruins alongside Su Chen, some had lost their sanity, while others had transformed into evil spirits no longer human. Su Chen was the only one who remained normal. Hence the higher-ups had personally dispatched him to try to recruit Su Chen with the primary objective of extracting more secrets from him. As for why they didn't resort to force, the higher-ups feared that pressing Su Chen too hard might trigger a potential. After all, someone who could walk out of the Great Ruins alive and appear completely normal was in itself an embodiment of unfathomable strangeness and danger. am entrusting the covert surveillance of Su Chun to you too. There are still many matters in the bureau that need handling. I must return first and report on Su Chun to the higher-ups. Wang Li rose and conveyed the mission to Huang Xiao and Lu Yao. We obey your orders. And remember, don't arouse Su Chin's suspicion and don't let him notice. Otherwise, if he does something drastic afterward, I cannot guarantee the consequences. Wang Li cautioned. Understood. Huang Xiao and Lu Yao replied respectfully. Young Master, the first-class deputy director of the Demon Suppression Bureau, came personally to extend an olive branch. Why did you refuse? Zhao Mubai was perplexed. The Demon Suppression Bureau was the most powerful institution in the entire Dian dynasty, answering only to the Dian Emperor. Joining the Bureau would grant access to unimaginably abundant resources and greater authority, far surpassing even the status of a holy son of the Tianzong sect. And yet Su Chun had actually turned down this temptation. The more you gain, the more you sacrifice. I have no grand ambitions. I only wish to tend my own little plot of land. Su Chun replied. Besides, if the Bureau wanted to recruit me, they could have simply sent any ordinary custodian. Why would they dispatch a high-ranking first-class deputy director like Wang Li? Don't you find that strange? Su Chun continued. Well, Zhao Mubai was taken aback. He hadn't considered that. Under the guise of recruitment, it's actually surveillance. Impossible, right? Zhao Mubai was startled. Nothing is impossible. Su Chun replied. He didn't want to dwell on this matter. During the year after his return from the Great Ruins while under the Tianzong sect's surveillance, he had privately gathered intelligence and learned that the source of the evil spirits was most likely the Great Ruins, especially those cultivators who had emerged alive from there. Aside from himself, some had lost their sanity while others had transformed into evil spirits. In the Bureau's eyes, he too was likely a ticking time bomb. Thus, the Bureau had sent someone to recruit him, aiming to prevent him from undergoing a mutation like the other survivors and to keep him under control within their sphere of influence. Of course, whether there were other hidden motives behind this, Su Chun did not know. But instinct told him it was necessary to keep a certain distance from the Demon Suppression Bureau for now. Let's go. Back to Wu City. Packing up, Su Chun, accompanied by Zhao Mubai, bid farewell to Han Lang, mounted the purple flame steed and galloped straight toward Wu City. Upon returning to the Tsangshan mine, Su Chun instructed Zhao Mubai to deliver a sealed letter to his father informing him that the Wild Wolf Gang matter had been perfectly resolved. Then alone he ventured deep into Tsangshan, intending to experiment with the capabilities of the blood-colored tendrils and the eerie blood mist while no one was around. At my current cultivation level, I can use the blood-colored tendrils and the eerie blood mist 5 times. After 5 uses, my true chi will be depleted. Additionally, the maximum attack range for both abilities is 20 zhong, the same as the evil spirit that Lu Hanfei transformed into. However, as my cultivation level increases, the effective attack range will grow. But if I push beyond the limit, my true chi will be instantly exhausted. This requires caution. And most importantly, against opponents whose cultivation exceeds mine by more than 3 minor realms, the threat posed by the blood-colored tendrils and eerie blood mist will be greatly diminished. Over these days, Su Chun would steal time to enter Tsangshan, using the blood-colored tendrils and eerie blood mist to hunt ferocious beasts relentlessly. With these 2 large-scale attack abilities, his hunting speed was swift, and the pure true chi generated by the myriad worlds pill within him grew rapidly. In just 3 days, his cultivation level had successfully broken through to the first layer of martial speed. Not only had his cultivation improved, but through 3 days of battling the beasts in Tsangshan, he had also explored the capabilities and limits of the blood-colored tendrils and eerie blood mist. He had gained a general understanding and preliminary mastery of these 2 abilities. Upon returning from the depths of Tsang Mountain, Su Chun spotted Zhao Mubai and several mine overseers whispering among themselves in private. What are you chatting about? Su Chun approached, asking with a smile. Nothing. Zhao Mubai and the mine overseers, startled noticing Su Chun's return, and quickly forced awkward smiles. As they spoke, their eyes evaded, not daring to meet Su Chun's gaze. Mubai, how have I treated you? Su Chun sensed something amiss. Zhao Mubai and the others were definitely hiding something from him. The young master has treated me exceptionally well. Over the years, the position I hold in the family today is solely due to the young master's grace. Zhao Mubai's expression was sincere. Then be honest with me. What were you all really discussing just now? What is it that I cannot know? Su Chen's face darkened. Intuition told him something must have happened. It was just that Zhao Mubai, not wanting him to worry, had chosen to deliberately conceal it. Young master, it's really nothing. Zhao Mubai forced a smile. The other mine overseers quickly put on apologetic grins as well. Mubai, you should know that the one thing I despise most is being lied to. Su Chen stared fixedly at Zhao Mubai, his tone laced with coldness. Zhao Mubai's heart trembled. He dared not meet Su Chen's eyes. After a long hesitation, he sighed. Young master, if I tell you, you must not act recklessly. Speak. The family head has been injured, Zhao Mubai said with a quivering voice. Who did it? Su Chen remained outwardly calm, but a cold fury flickered in his eyes. It was The Zhang family ancestor. The Zhang family ancestor returned from his travels, learned of the Zhang family's plight, slaughtered many of our Su family experts, and even wounded the family head. Zhao Mubai spoke truthfully. Without a word, Su Chun turned and left the mine. Young master, you promised not to act rashly if I told you. The Zhang family ancestor's cultivation is formidable. Even the Grand Elder is no match for him. According to the family's intelligence, the Zhang family ancestor is at least at the 5th level of the martial spirit realm. If you act impulsively and seek revenge against the Zhang family ancestor, you will die. Zhao Mubai hurried forward to dissuade him. I am not acting impulsively. I plan to go back into the mountains. Su Chun replied calmly. Zhao Mubai heard this and could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. He had feared Su Chun would rashly charge to the Zhang residence to settle scores with the Zhang family ancestor, losing his life in vain. Re-entering Tsang Mountain, Su Chun began frantically hunting demon beasts to continuously elevate his cultivation level. Zhao Mubai had already told him that the Zhang family ancestor's strength was at least at the 5th level of the martial spirit realm. Currently, I am at the 1st level of the martial spirit realm. Relying solely on my current means, killing the Zhang family ancestor is no easy task. Therefore, I must elevate my cultivation to at least the 2nd level of the martial spirit realm. Only then will I have the confidence to slay the Zhang family ancestor. Su Chun swung his sword, cleaving a colossal 5-colored python in two. Within him, the myriad worlds pill refined another thread of pure, true qi. Just a little more. At this pace, along with the low-grade spirit stones Han Lang gave me, I should be able to break through before nightfall. Feeling the surge of pure, true qi within him, Su Chun murmured softly. Gripping his blood-stained sword, he pressed deeper into Tsang Mountain. Night descended, the bright moon hung high. At the Zhang residence in Wu City, the courtyard was ablaze with lights and bustling with excitement. To celebrate the ancestor's return from his travels, Zhang Tianyang had specially ordered the household servants to prepare a feast in honor of this momentous occasion. This time, truly heaven has pitted us. Fortunately, the ancestor has returned from his journey. Otherwise, our Zhang family would have been utterly finished. At the banquet, Zhang Tianyang raised his wine cup, his face beaming with joy. As he spoke, his gaze fell upon the elderly man beside him. The old man had a head of white hair and wore a simple blue robe, giving off an air of immortality. He was Zhang Hu, the Zhang family ancestor. He had been traveling abroad for years and only returned the previous night. After his return, Zhang Hu learned from Zhang Tianyang and others of the Zhang family's current predicament. Thus, the very next day, when the Su family came to take over the Zhang family's weapon workshop, Zhang Hu decisively struck. He killed all the Su family experts who had come on the spot. He also personally severely wounded Su Zhan. If not for Su Tianyi leading a large number of Su family experts to rescue Su Zhan in time, Su Zhan would have died at his hands then and there. Ancestor Tianyang here first toasts you. Zhang Tianyang said with deep respect, downing the strong liquor in his cup in one gulp. Zhang, who smiled faintly, also picked up the wine cup before him and drained it. Then he spoke slowly. Since I have returned, no more trouble shall befall the family from now on. As for the Su family, once the family has recovered some strength, I will lead you to personally raise the Su family to the ground. And that Su Chun, I will deal with him as well. A cold glint flickered in Zhang Hu's eyes. He had only been traveling for a few years, yet the Su family had dared to bully his Zhang family like this. As for that Su Chun, he was no longer the holy son of heaven sect, having been reduced to a waste. Even if he had now stepped back onto the path of martial arts in Zhang Hu's eyes, he was ultimately insignificant. With the ancestor here, our Zhang family is certain to ascend to one of the 3 great families of Wu City. Exactly. Once our family has recovered a bit, I will rally all the faction members under our command and lead them to assist the ancestor in conquering the Su family. Yes, conquer the Su family. Over the years, the Su family has amassed considerable wealth in Wu City. If we can take over the Su family and seize those abundant resources, our Zhang family will surely flourish even more. During the banquet, many senior members of the Zhang family were visibly excited. They all anticipated that their ancestor would lead them to greater heights and claim the throne of the premier family in Wu City. Come, eat and drink to your heart's content. Tonight we drink until we drop. Zhang Tianyang laughed heartily. All the Zhang clan members at the banquet cheered in unison, the noise echoing through the courtyard. Little did they know that in the dead of night a figure was silently approaching their courtyard like a specter. That ghostly silhouette stood in the darkness at the corner of the courtyard, its icy gaze fixed on Zhang Tianyang and the other Zhang family high-ranking members. At the banquet, Zhang Hu's ear twitched. He keenly detected the eerie figure hidden in the shadows. He abruptly turned his head and barked, "Who goes there?" The shout immediately startled Zhang Tianyang and the Zhang family members who had been feasting merrily. The once raucous banquet fell into dead silence in an instant. Everyone followed their ancestors' gaze to a dark corner of the courtyard. In the shadows, several Zhang family experts had already assumed combat stances, gripping their weapons tightly, their expressions alert. Still not coming out. Zhang Hu rose to his feet, staring intently at the pitch-black corner. Having reached the 5th level of the martial spirit realm, his spiritual perception and sixth senses were exceedingly sharp. He could even clearly hear the sound of an ant crawling on the ground 20 yards away, so he could not be mistaken. Just now someone had definitely sneaked into the family courtyard. What is that? Suddenly a Zhang family member noticed wisps of blood mist seeping out from the dark corner. The mist, as if condensed from fresh blood, was eerie and sinister. A single glance made one's scalp tingle. At the sight of the approaching blood mist, many Zhang family members were so terrified they dared not breathe, frozen stiff in place. Not could fall back. Zhang, who saw the eerie mist, wherever it passed, the courtyard's vegetation and stones corroded and dissolved at an alarming rate. His expression changed, and he was the first to leap back. As he retreated, he did not forget to shout a warning. Zhang Tianyang and the other Zhang family members at the banquet snapped out of their shock and quickly retreated as well. But those who were too slow to escape were instantly engulfed by the sinister blood mist. Immediately screams rose and fell in succession. Zhang Tianyang and the others clearly saw that in the moment their clansmen were enveloped by the eerie mist, they rapidly rotted and dissolved into pools of foul-smelling, putrid water. What the hell is that? An elder of the Zhang family exclaimed, staring at the surging, eerie blood mist. Upon contact with the mist, the Zhang clansmen dissolved into pools of corrosive liquid before they could even scream. His face was a mask of shock and terror. Despite his extensive experience, he had never encountered such a bizarre phenomenon. Everyone fall back. Do not approach the blood mist rashly, Zhang Tianyang said in a low, grave voice. The fear evoked by the blood mist was overwhelming, stirring a deep unease within him. Look, there seems to be someone inside the mist. A sharp-eyed elder from the Zhang family noticed a faint silhouette flickering within the eerie blood mist. Someone. The thought was terrifying. Zhang Tianyang and the other stronghold members were horrified. How could a living being exist within that mist which could effortlessly corrode flesh and reduce it to a puddle of liquefied remains? Order the troops to ready crossbows. Whatever is inside that mist is likely not human. Zhang He's eyes flickered with wariness. His years of wandering had exposed him to strange and unnatural occurrences. This eerie blood mist that had suddenly appeared in the Zhang residence was likely one of those bizarre incidents that could trouble even seasoned cultivators. If they didn't find a solution soon, every Zhang clansman, including himself, would perish today. He recalled a border town in the Dian dynasty where he had once encountered a similar anomaly. The entire town had died mysteriously, their bodies transforming into shadows. Even powerful cultivators were not spared. Some of the deceased had even reanimated as aberrations, wielding terrifying and unimaginable abilities. Upon hearing their ancestors' command, Zhang Tianyang wasted no time and immediately gave orders. Guards rushed to the armory and returned with a large number of crossbows. Knock arrows, Zhang Tianyang commanded coldly. Dozens of guards drew their bows, aiming at the surging, ominous blood mist. Inside the mist, Su Chun saw the Zhang guards aiming at him. He quickly activated his ghost shadow step, his figure flickering as he charged toward the group of guards. The blood mist had a limited range, but unlike Lu Hanfei, who was bound to a single location after becoming an aberration, Su Chun could move freely. Lu Hanfei had perished helplessly under the arrows of the Wild Wolf gang. But Su Chun could shift the mist along with his movements, enabling him to attack over a wide area. Thus Zhang Tianyang's plan to kill Su Chun from a distance with arrows was doomed to fail. No good. The mist is approaching. Run! The guards who were about to release their arrows panicked as Su Chun flickered toward them, the eerie blood mist surging forward with him. Their faces turned pale as they scrambled to retreat. But their speed was no match for Su Chun's ghostly agility. Many were swallowed by the mist, disintegrating into pools of liquid in an instant. After their deaths, the Wanjia pill within Su Chun absorbed and refined their essence, providing him with a steady stream of pure, true qi. Damn it! Fall back! Keep retreating! Zhang Tianyang's face darkened as he shouted orders, leading the Zhang stronghold members in a desperate retreat. The blood mist was too terrifying, and no one dared to touch it. Where are the array masters? Zhang, who also retreated, his eyes fixed on the encroaching mist. If ranged attacks were ineffective, they needed to trap the mist and immobilize it. Only then could they find a way to swish, swish, swish. As Zhang, who spoke, several Zhang stronghold members shot out talismans. The talismans hovered in the air, radiating brilliant light. Runes swirled within the radiance, forming a dome that enveloped the rapidly moving blood mist. Excellent. Zhang He's eyes gleamed as he saw the family array masters jointly trapping the blood mist. His perception stretched to its limit, clearly sensing a silhouette at the center of the mist. With a flick of his hand, he seized a spear from one of the Zhang stronghold members. True qi surged into the spear, and he hurled it violently toward the blood mist, aiming directly at the mysterious figure at its core. With a sharp hiss, the spear tore through the air, generating a powerful spiral of wind. Protected by this spiral airflow, the spear pierced through the array master's barrier, plunged into the blood mist, and dispersed it as it headed straight for the target. Great! Ancestor's strike will surely kill the monster in the mist. Indeed. That thrust was incredibly powerful, true to a martial spirit 5th layer cultivator. The Zhang clansmen watched as the spear with irresistible force scattered the blood mist and closed in on the mysterious figure. Excitement was palpable on their faces. Zhang Tianyang clenched his fists, confident that with their ancestors' intervention, no matter what the monster was, it would die. But the next moment, they were utterly stunned. Just as the spear was about to strike the figure, a blood-red tentacle effortlessly deflected it. Impossible! Zhang Tianyang and the others cried out, their minds reeling with shock. Even Zhang He's expression grew grave, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. As expected of a martial spirit 5th layer, that spear carried immense piercing power. Fortunately, after absorbing Lu Hanfius' aberrant ability, I've gained initial control over the blood mist and the tentacles. With these combined abilities, blocking the Zhang ancestors' full-powered strike at my current cultivation level is not difficult. Otherwise, I would be in deep trouble. But I need to finish this quickly. My true chi can only sustain the blood mist and tentacles for a limited number. If I drag this out, I'll be in danger. For now, the biggest threat is the Zhang ancestor. I must find a way to eliminate, but he's far too alert. Attacking him recklessly might backfire. So we'll kill Zhang Tianyang and the others first, then deal with the ancestor. The blood-red tentacle clenched the spear tightly as the mist surged back, rapidly corroding and melting the weapon. Within the mist, Su Chen's eyes fixed on Zhang Tianyang, and the rest, his mind racing as he weighed them. After deliberation, he decided to eliminate Zhang Tianyang and his group first. Their presence was a linger. Otherwise, while he focused on the ancestor, they could strike from the shadows with arrows spelling his doom. Moreover, killing them would remove potential dangers and replenish his true chi, giving him the energy needed to sustain the blood mist and tentacles. After all, these two abilities were his only trump cards against the Zhang ancestor. With this resolve, Su Chun used the blood mist to break through the barrier laid by the array masters. At the same time, he burst out of the mist, sword in hand, charging straight at one of the Zhang elders. The martial master 9th layer elder didn't even have time to react. His head was severed by Su Chen's blade. First one, Su Chun muttered, then glided like a specter toward another elder. A single thrust pierced the second. Within a single breath, 2 elders were dead. Without pause, Su Chun unleashed the ghost shadow step at full power, aided by the knight's cover. His movements became ghostly, flickering as he struck down another Zhang clansman. No one could stop him, no one could even track his form. With each appearance and disappearance, another Zhang clan. This silent slaughter made him resemble a death god risen from hell, descending upon the mortal world to mercilessly reap lives. All who stood in his way perished. How audacious! Do you truly believe our Zhang family is defenseless? Zhang He's face darkened as he witnessed Su Chen wielding his sword, wantonly slaughtering his clansmen. A formidable aura suddenly erupted from within him. The surging cultivation of the martial spirit 5th layer pressed towards Su Chun like a raging tide. That invisible pressure instantly enveloped Su Chun, bringing an unprecedented and overwhelming force. His ghost-like flickering form abruptly stiffened and froze in place. Attack! Kill him! As soon as they saw Su Chun pinned down by their old ancestors' pressure, unable to move, many Zhang clansmen quickly reacted, seizing this chance for a counterstrike. Each one raised their long blades, released surging true chi, and unleashed their signature techniques, all converging on Su Chun with the intent to annihilate him instantly. For a moment, flashes of saber light, sword shadows, and spear momentum appeared one after another, carrying a terrifying aura. In the midst of it all, Su Chun struggled against the vast pressure emanating from the Zhang family's old ancestor. As he saw the combined assault of many Zhang clansmen bearing down on him, he immediately released the eerie blood mist from within his body. Whoosh! The blood mist surged swiftly, enveloping Su Chun. Under the concealment of the blood mist, Su Chen's figure vanished rapidly. At the same time, the combined might of the Zhang clansmen's assault was directly devoured and corroded by the blood mist. The eerie blood mist had the ability to corrode others' attacks, and could also alleviate the pressure exerted by it. Of course, for those whose cultivation far exceeded Su Chen's, even the eerie blood mist could not easily neutralize their attacks or pressure. Fortunately, the Zhang old ancestors' cultivation realm did not surpass Su Chun by too much. Otherwise, the eerie blood mist released by Su Chun would not have been able to effortlessly offset that pressure. Is he dead? I don't know. The combined strike we just unleashed, that monster shouldn't be able to withstand. No, that eerie blood mist he released seemed to neutralize and corrode our attack. A Zhang clansman said this, his expression grave. He gripped his long blade, tightly staring intently at the surging eerie blood mist, not daring to relax for even a moment. The next instant, a blood-red tentacle shot out violently from within the eerie blood mist. The tentacle moved with incredible speed, giving the Zhang clansman no time or chance to react. With a wet thud, the tentacle pierced through his head, instantly devouring his essence, blood, and soul completely. Damn it! That monster isn't dead. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Realizing that even their combined attack failed to kill Su Chun, many Zhang clansmen's faces changed drastically. Many frantically retreated again. As they fell back, blood-red tentacles kept shooting out from the eerie blood. With successive wet thuds, one blood-red tentacle after another, like sharp swords, pierced through the bodies of Zhang clansmen, bringing forth splashes of dazzling blood. Then came a series of eerie, horrifying sounds of sucking. The essence, energy, and souls of these Zhang clansmen were frenziedly devoured and absorbed by those blood-red tentacles. Old ancestor, what kind of monster is this? Zhang Tianyang flashed to Zhang He's side, watching the scene before them, his face as pale as paper. His eyes were filled with deep terror. A sinister anomaly, Zhang He said in a low voice. A sinister anomaly. Zhang Tianyang was taken aback. He had never heard of such a thing. It's a type of monster with bizarre abilities mostly formed by cultivators who have undergone mutation. If you can't find its weakness, it's virtually immortal. Zhang He explained, grimly sharing what he knew with Zhang Tianyang. So that's it. Zhang Tianyang, old ancestor, do you have a strategy to counter it? If this continues, that monster will slaughter all our Zhang clansmen. I'm trying to find its weakness, but so far I still don't know what it is. Moreover, every time it kills one of our Zhang clansmen, it devours their essence and soul, continuously replenishing its own losses. Zhang He's expression was grave. He had no good way to kill Su Chun. Order everyone to stay far away. Don't rush in and throw away your lives in vain. Next, he'll try to lure it away and eliminate it in an uninhabited place. After some thought, Zhang He decided he couldn't let things worsen like this. Every clansman that died became a source of energy for that monster. Once all were dead, even he would find it extremely hard to kill the creature. The only feasible plan for now was to lure the monster away himself to a desolate place and slay it there. With no one around, the monster would be unable to kill and absorb. Then he could fight it with all his cultivation and perhaps have a chance to kill it. Old ancestor, can you handle it alone? Zhang Tianyang voiced his concern. I have to whether I can or not. Zhang He had no time to dally. He reached out and grabbed a long spear. With a flick, the spear shot fiercely towards Su Chun in the blood mist. Su Chun didn't dare to be careless. He controlled the blood-red tentacles to tightly entangle the incoming spear. Break! Zhang He shouted, his true chi erupting violently. The spear in his hand burst with dazzling silver light, shattering all the tentacles wrapped around it. With the tentacles broken, Su Chun summoned the blood mist to surge toward Zhang He. Trying to corrode me. Do you think it's that easy, eh? Zhang He bellowed, his aura surging and stirring a gust of fierce wind. The violent gale wildly scattered the eerie blood mist that was spreading toward him. As the mist dispersed, Su Chun's figure was revealed. With a glint in his eyes, Zhang He hurled his spear straight at Su Chun. In the blink of an eye, Su Chun raised his sword to block, deflecting the incoming spear. At the same time, he swiftly retreated, dodging Zhang He's furious punch. With a thunderous boom, Zhang He's terrifying fist power blasted the ground where Su Chun had stood, creating a circular pit several zhang in diameter. This old man is indeed strong. Thankfully, I didn't target him first. Otherwise, it would have been far from easy to take him down. As Su Chun retreated, he couldn't help but marvel at Zhang He's power. His combat reflexes were also astonishingly fast. Blazing flame ignite. Seeing Su Chun retreat and dodge his punch, Zhang He was not surprised. Instead, he took out a talisman between two fingers and infused it with true chi. The talisman burned, transforming into a blazing crimson flame. The flame coiled like a dragon, forming a ring of fire that enclosed Su Chun from both sides. One fiery snake after another condensed from the flame, shot towards Su Chun, seeking to consume him. 9 shadow sword. 1 sword, endless sky. Even surrounded by the flame, Su Chun did not lose his composure. He gripped his sword tightly, and a bright silver crescent-like sword aura shot forth, cutting a gap in the ring of fire and extinguishing the many flame snakes that lunged at him. With a tap of his toes, Su Chun quickly darted through the gap, only to meet Zhang He's palm hurtling toward him. His pupils contracted and a blood-red tentacle shot out from his body, rushing straight toward Zhang He's incoming palm. Zhang He did not dare to take the risk. He withdrew his palm and swiftly retreated, avoiding being entangled by the blood-red tentacle and having his essence and soul devoured. That tentacle is indeed a bother. Once you get close, a single slip-up could mean falling into that guy's hands. After retreating more than 10, Zhang He stared fixedly at Su Chun's sword in hand, his expression extremely grim. He could sense that Su Chun's cultivation was merely at the martial spirit second layer. Normally, with his current strength, killing such an existence would be trivial. Yet the opponent possessed an extremely elusive movement technique, formidable sword skills, and sharp reflexes. Even more troublesome was the eerie blood mist and blood-red tentacles that could strike at any moment, delivering a fatal blow. Now that I've been tangled with the monster for a while, it should have drawn its hatred toward me. Next, it will target me. It's time to lure it away from the family, so it can't continue wreaking havoc here. With this thought, Zhang He's figure flickered, about to leave, and Su Chun's gaze indeed fell upon him. Yes, that's right. Follow me, old man, to an uninhabited place. There I will kill you. Feeling Su Chun stare, Zhang He's lips curled slightly, believing his plan was working. But the next moment, Su Chun did not follow him. Instead, he raised his sword and charged toward Zhang Tianyang and the others who were hiding far away. Why Why is this happening? Damn, it is a sinister anomaly, truly so unpredictable. He had assumed that his previous offensive had successfully drawn the hatred of the sinister entity. Now all he needed to do was lure it away and find a way to eliminate it. But things clearly exceeded Zhang He's expectations. That sinister entity seemed far from simple, as if it had guessed his intentions. In a swift motion, Zhang Hu leaped forward without a second thought, charging straight at Su Chun. Sensing Zhang He's approach, Su Chun immediately shot out a mass of blood-red tentacles from his body, ensnaring toward Zhang Hu. Zhang Hu, well aware of their eerie and terrifying nature, dared not make contact. With a light tap of his toes, he swiftly retreated. Meanwhile, Su Chun had already charged before Zhang Tianyang, bringing his long sword straight down. With a sharp slash, Zhang Tianyang, caught completely off guard, had his right arm severed by Su Chun's blade. A piercing scream echoed through the Zhang family courtyard, filled with Zhang He's anguished cries. The searing pain twisted his face into a grimace, drenching him in cold sweat. Don't move. Su Chun held his blade reversed, pressing it against Zhang Tianyang's neck, his tone icy. Around them, many Zhang clan members were startled. Could that monster actually speak human words? Not only were the Zhang clan members astonished, even Zhang, who was stunned. Based on his limited understanding of sinister entities, they were mindless beings driven solely by slaughter. How could one possibly speak human language? No wonder it didn't fall for my bait earlier. It still retains human consciousness. Zhang, who stood frozen, daring not move, recklessly, his gaze fixed on Su Chun. Deep in his eyes lay shock, awe, and profound confusion. Sir, who exactly are you? Zhang, who stared intently at Su Chun, his voice low and cold. Since the other still retained human consciousness, he could not have completely turned into a sinister entity. As long as he was human, there was room for negotiation. He could still find an opportunity to kill him. Otherwise, facing a true sinister entity would be far more difficult to handle. Who I am doesn't matter. Now I want you to sever your own arms. Under the eerie black mask, Su Chun's eyes locked onto Zhang, who was tone indifferent. Zhang, who was not easy to deal with before that, he had to find a way to weaken him as much as possible. Arrogant. Who do you think you are? How dare you demand that our patriarch sever his own arms? A Zhang clan member burst out in rage. The moment he finished speaking, a blood-red tentacle shot out, violently drilling into his mouth and instantly devouring all his vital essence and soul. Retreat! Retreat! The other Zhang clan members, witnessing this scene, turned pale with fear and retreated several Zhang further away, terrified that the next instant another blood-red tentacle would come and claim their lives. My patience is limited. Sever your arms, or I will kill him immediately. Su Chun stared fixedly at Zhang, who issuing a cold threat. The long sword pressed against Zhang Tianyang's neck, a slight pressure, drawing a thin line of blood that began to seep out. At this moment, Zhang Tianyang was petrified with fear, held hostage by Su Chun. He dared not move a muscle, afraid that any slight movement would prompt Su Chun to behead him. Sir, everything can be discussed. I don't know what offense our Zhang family has caused you. However, if you are willing to stop here, my Zhang family will let bygones be bygones. Moreover, we will present you with a generous reward. Zhang, who fixed his eyes on Su Chun, beginning to feign compliance. Do you take me for a child? Su Chun replied coldly. They'll give you 3 breaths to decide. Either sever your arms, or he dies. Sir, is there really no room for negotiation? Zhang He's face darkened slightly. Zhang Tianyang, as the patriarch of the Zhang family, was one of the few top-tier experts. If he died, the Zhang family would suffer a heavy loss. After all, nurturing a martial spirit triple realm expert required immense resources and countless hours. It was extremely difficult. I've lost the mood to waste words with you. Su Chun replied coldly, sweeping his sword decisively and slitting Zhang Tianyang's throat. With Zhang Tianyang's death, the myriad realm pill within Su Chun's body gained a surge of pure, true qi. This surge instantly replenished the enormous consumption from the previous battle. Moreover, his cultivation base became more stable, and his aura grew even denser. Patriarch. The Zhang clan members around, seeing Su Chun kill Zhang Tianyang, without hesitation, were filled with grief and rage. Zhang, who also stared in disbelief at the scene, watching Zhang Tianyang's fallen body gradually lose life. In his eyes, a towering killing intent suddenly surged. How dare you show me no respect? Zhang, who glared at Su Chun and roared. Why should I give you face? Su Chun replied bluntly. With a flicker of movement, he raised his sword and charged at the other Zhang clan members. With a flash of the blade, a Zhang clan member's head flew off. After his death, the myriad realm pill within Su Chun grew by another ounce of pure, true qi. Next, it's a war of attrition with the Zhang family's ancestor. These Zhang clan members are my nourishment. Each kill replenishes my true qi. In endurance, I am not weaker than Zhang Hu. As long as I drag it out long enough, even if Zhang Hu is at the martial spirit 5th realm, his true qi will eventually be exhausted. When that time comes, it will be my chance to kill him. Unable to force Zhang Hu to cut off his own arms, Su Chun had to find another way to deal with him. The only feasible method now was to engage in a drawn-out battle with Zhang Hu and see who could outlast whom. Too much. Seeing Su Chun kill Zhang Tianyang, and then turn to slaughter his Zhang clan members, Zhang He's eyes turned bloodshot with fury. He stomped his foot, launching himself like a sharp sword straight at Su Chun. A palm strike sent wind surging and energy roiling, as if a stormy wave had arisen in the Zhang family courtyard. The startling wave palm was Zhang He's trump card martial technique, a yellow great superior technique. With his cultivation level executing this technique, his palms were like raging waves, surging and overwhelming. Once struck by this palm, even an opponent of the same realm would have their meridians snapped and their body shattered. Too slow. Su Chen's face was cold, and the eerie blood mist within his body surged, neutralizing most of the force from Zhang He's startling wave palm. At the same time, using the blood mist as cover, he executed the ghost shadow footwork, moving like a specter. Each flash was accompanied by a sword gleam, and every sword gleam claimed the life of a Zhang clan member, their essence transforming into true qi that fed the myriad realm pill within Su Chun. Damn it! Damn it! You monster, damn you! Zhang He's eyes were completely bloodshot with rage. Watching Su Chun like a reaper of souls mercilessly harvest the lives of his clan members, while he himself was powerless to stop him, forced to watch his rampage unfold. That helplessness filled Zhang Hu with deep fury and hatred. And under the weight of that fury and hatred, he gradually lost his calm and reason. Feeling helpless, feeling furious. That's exactly what I want. For you to lose your composure. Su Chun, while executing his movement technique and using the eerie blood mist's power to dodge and block Zhang He's relentless attacks time and again. Watched Zhang Hu, whose eyes were bloodshot, driven mad by fury and hatred, and had lost all calm. A faint mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. He knew clearly that if he just dragged on a bit longer, it would be the perfect moment to counterattack and kill Zhang Hu. A martial spirit 5th realm expert. If he could slay him, the myriad realm pill would surely gain even more pure, true qi. Perhaps he could even break through and step into the martial spirit 3rd realm. Elder, save me, save me. Feeling Su Chun advancing with his sword as Zhang family clansman was filled with despair. Alas, no matter how desperately he cried for help, he could not escape his inevitable demise. After the slaughter, the courtyard became a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, the air thick with a heavy stench of gore. Zhang family clansmen lay lifeless in pools of blood, their vitality utterly extinguished. The scene resembled a purgatory on earth. Su Chun, wielding his long sword amidst the carnage, stood like a demon bringer of death. The sight alone inspired terror in the hearts of onlookers. Damn you! You deserve to die. After a prolonged chase and combat, Zhang Hu was thoroughly exhausted. Yet he forced himself to remain standing, refusing to collapse. His bloodshot eyes fixed on Su Chun, who stood in the distance with his long sword. A gaze filled with nothing but venomous hatred. Seeing the courtyard littered with the bodies of his clansmen, a surge of fury erupted within Zhang Hu like a volcano. Tonight, I will use your blood to sacrifice to the spirits of my Zhang family, no matter who or what you are. I will make sure you accompany them to the grave. His aura has weakened considerably, and his mind is on the verge of breaking. It seems my opportunity has arrived. Ignoring Zhang He's verbal threats, Su Chen's spiritual senses keenly detected that Zhang He's aura had noticeably diminished. Moreover, his emotions were extremely agitated, having completely lost his initial composure. With that thought, Su Chun tightened his grip on his longsword and prepared to charge forward, delivering a fatal blow to Zhang Hu. But before he could act, Su Chen's pupils constricted. No. How did his aura drop so suddenly? His acute spiritual senses allowed him to clearly perceive that at this moment Zhang He's aura was plummeting. Such a rapid decline was not something a normal cultivator should experience. Moreover, Zhang He's temperature was also dropping. Su Chun clearly saw his skin turning a deathly gray. A cold, deathly gray that belonged not to the living, but to corpses that had been dead for days. His eyes, the whites gradually overtaken by an eerie, profound darkness devoid of any human emotion, were as dark and deep as 2 bottomless abysses. Locking eyes with him gave the illusion of one's soul being drawn into those depths. Simultaneously, the fingernails on both of Zhang He's hands grew rapidly, becoming sharp, blood red, and exuding a sinister strangeness. This guy is an evil demon. Su Chen's expression grew grim. I want you dead. Dead. Having transformed into an evil demon, Zhang, who had completely lost his human consciousness, repeatedly muttering that single sentence. Stomping his foot, he launched himself at Su Chun like an arrow. His speed was so great that even Su Chun had no time to react. In desperation, Su Chun activated a flurry of blood-red tentacles, attempting to block Zhang Hu. But with a single swipe of his claw, Zhang Hu sent a crimson claw shadow tearing through the air, effortlessly severing the encroaching blood-red tentacles into countless pieces. Whizzing through the air, Su Chun executed the ghost shadow mystic step, leveraging the power of the night to barely evade Zhang He's ensuing ferocious assault. With a thunderous crash, Zhang He's claw slammed down, shattering the ground where Su Chun had stood moments before, kicking up countless dust and debris. The blast echoed like a clap of thunder. His aura has dropped, yet his strength and speed surpass his peak form. Truly, the abilities of evil demons are unpredictable. I wonder where the weakness lies in this Zhang family ancestor's demonic power. And why did he transform into an evil demon? Could it be like Lu Hanfei back, then he secretly cultivated some forbidden technique left by the Blood Lotus sect? While retreating, Su Chun analyzed the abilities of the Zhang family ancestor in his demon form. But with only one brief exchange, he could not glean more useful information. The only thing he knew was that Zhang He's aura had dropped drastically, making it difficult to track his movements by spiritual perception. Only two means remained to follow his actions: seeing with the eyes and hearing with the ears. However, those methods were obviously inadequate. After all, in his demonic form, Zhang He's speed had increased at least several-fold. Relying solely on eyesight and hearing was utterly impractical. The other ability was his claws, tough and far sharper than ordinary divine weapons. A single strike from those claws would mean death or severe injury, and the claws seemed to be coated with a potent venom. After some deliberation, Su Chun concluded that with his current cultivation level, he must not engage in close combat with Zhang, who in his demonic form. He had to maintain as much distance as possible, observe carefully from the shadows, and look for an opportunity to strike. A blood-red mist surged outward, spreading several Zhang from Su Chun as its center. Under the cover of the blood mist, Su Chun was temporarily safe from Zhang Hu. After all, the mist corroded everything except Su Chun himself. If Zhang Hu dared to intrude recklessly, he would be corroded. More importantly, within the blood mist, Su Chun could sense all movements in its range. As soon as Zhang Hu stepped into the mist, he would detect it instantly and make effective preparations. "I want you dead. Dead." An icy voice drifted into Su Chun's ears like a specter. His pupils constricted as he sensed a chilling, killing intent from behind. Acting on pure instinct, he sidestepped, narrowly dodging Zhang He's claw that came slashing out. How? When did he break in? Su Chun leaped back, staring in shock at Zhang Hu, whose face was ashen and entirely devoid of any living. He had assumed that by releasing the eerie blood mist, even if Zhang Hu transformed into an evil demon, he would think twice before charging in recklessly. Even if he forced his way in, the mist would immediately alert Su Chun. But just now, Zhang He's appearance had not triggered the mist's senses. Furthermore, even after entering the mist, he suffered no corrosion. He simply appeared out of thin air, exactly like a true apparition. The blood mist is useless against him, and his appearance just now was sudden without any warning. Does this mean the Zhang family ancestor's demonic form has the ability to teleport? Can he appear anywhere at will? But how does he do it? The more Su Chun faced the evil demon, the more. No wonder the mountain sects and cultivators of many martial families suffered heavy losses when encountering such evil demons in the wild. These monsters' abilities were truly unfathomably bizarre. Eliminating them was no ordinary challenge. Just as Su Chun was astounded by the grotesque powers of Zhang He's demonic transformation, Zhang Hu vanished again from the distance. When he reappeared, his claws were already sweeping towards Su Chun's neck. That claw was so fast that Su Chun had no time to react. With a sharp clang of metal, a figure suddenly appeared, a blade raised to block Zhang He's swift claw aimed at Su. Su Chun regained his senses and recognized the person before him. Huang Xiao, the keeper of the Demon Suppression Bureau, who had been with Wang Li. Simultaneously, another silhouette as graceful as a specter flashed behind Zhang, who wielding a pair of sickle-shaped, curved blades in both hands. With a single stroke of those twin sides, Zhang He's head was severed. Rolling on the ground, Zhang He's head kept muttering, "I want you dead. Dead," and similar words. Meanwhile, his body stood still, completely motionless. Is he dead? Su Chun was stunned. Evil demons are not so easily killed. Cutting off its head only temporarily halts its actions. Soon the head will reattach. Lu Yao, wielding the twin sickle-shaped blade, stared coldly at the decapitated Zhang Hu. As her words fell from the severed neck of Zhang He's head on the ground, gruesome veins began to sprout wildly. Veins writhed incessantly like disgusting maggots. Finally, these veins connected to the severed neck, quickly fusing together. The severed head was visibly reattaching itself to the body at an astonishing rate. Indeed, one must locate the weakness of the evil spirit to slay it. Before his eyes, Zhang He's severed head was regrowing back onto his body. Su Chun's expression was gravely solemn. As detainers of the Demon Suppression Bureau, you should be capable of confining evil spirits, right? He turned to Huang Xiao and Lu Yao, inquiring. Confining an evil spirit requires a special vessel. We were dispatched on a mission and didn't bring such an item. Huang Xiao replied. The abilities of evil spirits were unfathomably mysterious. Without discovering their weakness, slaying them was no easy task. Hence, detainers of the Demon Suppression Bureau usually carried a specially crafted vessel when assigned to deal with such beings. That vessel, forged from unique materials by the capital's top refiners, was designed exclusively for imprisoning evil spirits. Now the only way is to find this evil spirit's weakness and slay it. Lu Yao spoke up from the side. For now, this is the only option. Fortunately, this evil spirit poses a low threat. Finding its weakness should not be too difficult. Huang Xiao nodded in agreement. Evil spirits were ranked by levels. Most were born from corrupted cultivators wielding bizarre and unpredictable abilities. The higher a cultivator's cultivation base, the more powerful the evil spirit they transformed into, and the greater the threat. The stronger the evil spirit, the harder it was to eradicate, for their weaknesses were deeply concealed and not easily discovered. Su Chun, we will engage the evil spirit. You must find its weakness as quickly as possible. Once you discover its weakness, inform us immediately. Huang Shao gripped his obsidian battle blade tightly, giving these instructions. The moment he finished speaking, he charged toward the distant Zhang Hu. Lu Yao also leaped forward, her figure flickering as she dashed at the evil spirit. Both were formidable, at least at the 7th or 8th level of the martial spirit realm. Combined, they easily suppressed the evil spirit that Zhang Hu had become. Yet the reason these beings were called evil spirits lay in their abilities, which far exceeded ordinary cultivators' imagination. Every time Huang Shao and Lu Yao struck, the evil spirit would vanish eerily, then reappear behind them to deliver a lethal blow. Had their cultivation not been sufficiently high and their spiritual senses exceptionally keen, both would have fallen prey to the evil spirit's tricks. They could not have so easily parried its assaults. Meanwhile, while Huang Shao and Lu Yao occupied the evil spirit, Su Chun steadily searched for the nature of its abilities. For instance, how could it teleport out of thin air? Was there a range limit to its teleportation? Could it only move within a fixed radius centered on itself? Or could it teleport infinitely unrestricted by range or location? I will kill you. Kill you. The evil spirit that was Zhang Hu chanted this phrase repeatedly. The words like a curse echoed across the dark, deep courtyard of the Zhang residence, cold and sinister. As the words were uttered, Su Chun faintly noticed that an invisible thread of qi had formed, locking onto Huang Shao and Lu Yao. That invisible qi was like two thin, barely perceptible threads connecting Zhang Hu with Huang Shao and Lu Yao. The moment the threads connected, Zhang Hu's figure vanished. He teleported from one end of the thread to the other. Neither Huang Shao nor Lu Yao, caught in the midst of battle, were aware of this. But Su Chun, who had been intently observing the battlefield, detected the subtle shift as he concentrated on the evil spirit's changing abilities. No wonder the moment Zhang Hu transformed into an evil spirit, his qi suddenly plummeted as if he were dead, making it impossible to sense any aura from him. So his qi didn't vanish entirely. At that instant, it condensed within his body into those barely noticeable threads. And these threads are the medium for his teleportation. Their length determines how far he can move. The key to activating these threads to lock onto an enemy's qi is the curse-like chant he utters. Su Chun mused, gradually discerning the truth. His teleportation relies on the curse. Once the curse takes effect, the threads formed from his qi connect to yours, enabling instant movement. Find a way to interrupt the curse. The weakness likely lies in those strange threads. Hold out a while longer. They'll locate where the threads are stored within his body. Upon discovering this, Su Chun immediately shouted the information to Huang Shao and Lu Yao on the battlefield. They understood at once. At the instant Zhang Hu teleported close, one of them drove the obsidian blade deep into Zhang Hu's mouth. The other decisively sliced off half of Zhang Hu's head. As half his head flew off, the curse muttered by Zhang Hu was temporarily halted. But Huang Shao and Lu Yao didn't let their guard down, their eyes locked onto the severed half. They clearly saw at the broken edge of the severed head tendons writhing like disgusting worms, rapidly reconnecting with the main body. It seemed the head was about to be reattached once more. Su Chun is right, the weakness might indeed be those. Lu Yao with keen eyes noticed that what truly linked the severed parts were not regenerated tendons, but faint, barely perceptible pale white threads. Those threads seemed alive, methodically reconnecting the severed head to the body. From bones to muscles to skin, these nearly invisible threads were visibly stitching the tissue back, like sewing a wound with fine thread. In the body, the lungs govern qi. If the qi suddenly drops and transforms into those strange threads, they must be hidden in the lungs. Watching Zhang Hu's severed head reconnect and regrow at an alarming speed, Su Chun continued his search for the true hiding place of the threads. As he pondered, he used his inner sight to examine Zhang Hu's body. As expected, deep inside Zhang Hu's lungs, he detected two thumb-sized thread bundles. Both lung lobes contained such a small thread bundle. The weakness is in the lungs. Su Chun roared. Huang Shao and Lu Yao acted instantly, both attacking Zhang Hu's lungs. But they were too late. Just as they were about to pierce Zhang Hu's lungs, a vertical slit opened on his forehead, revealing a bizarre black eye. The moment the eye opened, a ferocious, violent aura surged forth, manifesting as an invisible force that blocked the combined assault of Huang Shao and Lu Yao. 9 Shadows Sword. 1 Sword, Endless Sky. Su Chun moved, taking advantage of the moment when the black eye erupted with power to repel Huang Shao and Lu Yao. He executed the ghostly phantom steps, appearing before Zhang Hu in an instant, and swept his sword. A flash of sword light. Zhang Hu's head was severed. Seeing the head trying to reattach to the body, Su Chun lunged forward and stabbed his sword deep into the ground, pinning the head firmly. Even as an evil spirit, you won't rest in peace. Now that your head is nailed to the ground, let's see how you regrow it. Su Chun held the sword, tightly suppressing Zhang He's head. Now, seizing the perfect opening created by Su Chun, Huang Xiao and Lu Yao wasted no time. The obsidian blade and the scythe-shaped blade simultaneously pierced through Zhang He's lungs. At virtually the same instant, they destroyed the two thumb-sized thread bundles inside his lungs. The bundles collapsed, severing the chi connection. Zhang He's body then dissipated like ash from burning paper carried away by the wind. The three of them joined forces and finally slew the demonic being that Zhang, who had transformed into. Looking at the pile of ashes on the ground, Su Chun stepped forward slowly and picked up a black eyeball from the ashes, resembling a piece of black jade flickering with an eerie and cold luster. Su Chun remembered that this was the black eye that had opened on Zhang He's brow. Once it opened, it could unleash formidable might and suppress enemies. However, the abilities of this black eye were probably not limited to that. With this thought, Su Chun stored the black eye in his hand into the 9-dragon prison suppressing pagoda within his body, wondering what special ability it would confer when the time came. You two knew it was me. After putting away the black eye, Su Chun scanned his gaze and fixed a cold stare on Huang, Xiao, and Lu Yao. From the moment he entered the Zhang residence to kill, he had been wearing an eerie black human face mask, never revealing any hint of his identity. But just now, as soon as Huang Xiao appeared, he called out his name directly. Clearly the other party had known his identity all along. And this situation could only mean that every move he made these days had been under the surveillance of Huang Xiao and Lu Yao, including the fact that he could use the abilities of demonic beings. I'm afraid they already knew. Huang Xiao and Lu Yao exchanged a glance, knowing they could no longer hide it, so they straightforwardly admitted, "That's right. Did Wang Li send you two to monitor me?" Su Chun narrowed his eyes and tightened his grip on the longsword, assuming a posture that suggested he would kill Huang Xiao and Lu Yao to silence them if things went wrong. He did not want his secret to be divulged by the two before him to the Demon Suppression Bureau. Otherwise, who knew what the Bureau might do to him in private? If the Demon Suppression Bureau found out that a cultivator could devour and use the abilities of demonic beings, they would probably capture him and cut him up for research. That's right. Huang Xiao nodded, intending to hide nothing. Su Chun, don't be impulsive. We too are just following orders to monitor you. We bear no ill will towards you. Lu Yao sensed the chilling, murderous intent radiating from Su Chun and knew that he had already decided to kill. She quickly stepped forward to explain, trying to ease the tense atmosphere between them. How can I be sure that you mean me no harm? If I meant you harm, I wouldn't have intervened when that demonic being was about to kill you. Huang Xiao said urgently. In his heart, he was cursing this brat was so ungrateful. After all, he was the one who saved his life. Speaking of which, I really should thank you just now. If you hadn't helped, I might have died. You understand, good. But you two have also learned about my ability to use demonic powers. Therefore, I do not wish for either of you to live, lest you inform the Demon Suppression Bureau and send people to capture me for slicing and research. Su Chun said coldly. He was genuinely grateful that Huang Xiao had saved him. But whether the other parties helped carried other motives, Su Chun had to cautiously probe. To be honest, deep down he did not want to turn against Huang Xiao. He could not be ungrateful. But if the other party's rescue was merely for another purpose, such as capturing him alive and bringing him to the Demon Suppression Bureau for research to see why he could use demonic abilities, then for self-preservation, Su Chun would have to set aside benevolence and righteousness. Everything above all self-protection. Su Chun, don't be impulsive. We won't take you back. Why should I believe you? You might not know, but in fact within the Bureau many capable individuals have already acquired means to control demonic abilities. Existences like yours are not uncommon in our Demon Suppression Bureau, and they are all the Bureau's most elite combatants. Lu Yao told the truth. Su Chun stared fixedly at Lu Yao, carefully observing her facial expressions and breathing changes, trying to determine if she was telling the truth or lying. After a careful inspection, he found that Lu Yao was not lying. Lord Wang ordered us two to secretly— Actually, it's because you came out alive from the Daxu ruins, and recently, you suddenly resumed the path of martial arts. We were worried about you. Lu Yao said truthfully. Worried that I would turn into a demonic being and cause harm. Su Chun responded expressionlessly. That's right. So he sent you two to secretly monitor me, and if I showed signs of mutation, you would immediately act. Su Chun's tone was calm. Exactly. You've also seen the terror of demonic beings. If they are allowed to develop, they will inevitably cause great harm. Therefore, we too do not see anything improper in carrying out this surveillance mission. She understood very well that to make the young man before her fully believe her words, then she must not conceal even a shred of truth. Otherwise, any of her ulterior motives or tricks might not escape his eyes. Once Su Chun sensed any concealment, their relationship would inevitably deteriorate. Next, Su Chun would definitely attack them. To be honest, when you were hunting demonic beasts deep in the Tsang Mountain, Lu Yao and I considered taking action. But later we thought it unwise and decided to observe a bit longer. Until now, we too dare to truly confirm that you have not been corrupted by demonic beings. On the contrary, you are one of the rare beings who can master demonic abilities while maintaining a normal human consciousness. Such existences are extremely rare in our Demon Suppression Bureau. Therefore, we chose to reveal ourselves and intervene, this time, not only to save you, but also in hopes of recruiting you to join our bureau. At this moment, Huang Xiao spoke. Ever since they were ordered to monitor Su Chun, he and Liu Yao had secretly followed Su Chun into the depths of Itsong Mountain, and had witnessed Su Chun using strange blood mist and bloody tentacles to madly hunt down demonic beasts. At that time, he thought Su Chun was about to mutate, and nearly couldn't resist killing him. Fortunately, Liu Yao timely dissuaded him, advising him to observe for a few more days. Until Su Chun went to the Zhang residence and displayed various methods and signs, it became clear that Su Chun had not been assimilated by demonic beings, but was a rare existence possessing demonic abilities while retaining a normal human consciousness. And such people have always been the key talents that the Demon Suppression Bureau seeks to recruit and cultivate. You flatter me, but I have no interest in joining the Demon Suppression Bureau. Su Chun lowered his guard, his tone softening considerably. Are you really not considering it? Huang Xiao frowned. I've made myself very clear and don't want to repeat myself. Also, don't follow me anymore. Otherwise, I won't be polite. Su Chen's tone suddenly turned icy as he turned to leave. Su Chun, within the domain of our great Yin dynasty, demonic beings are appearing more and more frequently. The Demon Suppression Bureau is currently severely understaffed. Can you really not consider joining our bureau to protect the common people together? Liu Yao gazed at Su Chen's retreating figure and advised. Su Chen's combat talent and intelligence, coupled with his demonic abilities, would make him a formidable weapon if they could recruit him into their bureau. Such talent would be a true pity to let go. Am not that noble, I can't protect all living beings. In the future, if demonic beings run rampant and Wuqing falls into chaos, even your Su family might find it hard to protect itself. Watching Su Chen's receding figure, Liu Yao continued. With me here, I can ensure the Su family remains safe. Su Chen's figure disappeared into the darkness. A remark drifted lightly into the ears of Huang Xiao and Liu Yao. That brat is truly... Huang Xiao grumbled. He refuses to join the Demon Suppression Bureau, probably because he doesn't want to take on too much responsibility. Liu Yao sighed. A man's ambition lies in the four corners of the world. What is it to just stay in this small Wuqing? Alright, let's stop. Everyone has their own aspirations. Hurry up and inform Lord Wang about Su Chen's situation. Surely once Lord Wang knows, he will report to the higher-ups to re-evaluate Su Chun. Perhaps by then they will offer some generous conditions to recruit Su Chun into the Demon Suppression Bureau. I will send word to Lord Wang immediately. How should we dispose of these corpses? After sending the message, Huang Xiao glanced at the scattered bodies of the Zhang clan members, a helpless expression on his face. The Demon Suppression Bureau did not concern itself with conflicts between clans or sects, nor did the imperial court meddle excessively. They tacitly allowed such rivalries and vendettas among the powerful. This was precisely why Huang Xiao and Liu Yao, who had been trailing and observing Su Chun, did not intervene when he unleashed a massacre upon the Zhang clan. Notify the local authorities to send someone to handle it. Liu Yao replied. All right. Huang Xiao nodded, intending to inform the Wu City government. I thought this was merely a feud between martial clans in Wu City, but I never expected the Zhang family's ancestor to have turned into a sinister entity, Huang Xiao suddenly remarked. The Zhang ancestor once traveled abroad, apparently spending time in a remote border town plagued by eerie incidents. Bureau records show that every single person in that town turned into shadows. Few survived. We assumed those who lived were simply lucky and would be fine. But it turned out that after that event, the Zhang ancestor had already been assimilated by the evil entity. Liu Yao had browsed numerous archives of the Demon Suppression Bureau and knew many things. Now, gazing at the pile of ashes left after the Zhang clan ancestor's death, only now did it dawn on her that the Zhang ancestor was one of the survivors of that bizarre incident. Send another confidential message to the Bureau informing them of the Zhang ancestor's transformation into a sinister entity. Have them dispatch agents to secretly monitor the other survivors of that shadow incident. Liu Yao continued. You fear that the others who lived through that event might also end up like the Zhang ancestor. Huang Xiao immediately grasped Liu Yao's meaning. Exactly. We cannot let our guard down. I've reviewed the files. There are quite a few survivors from that incident. Though they haven't transformed into sinister entities and run rampant now, we cannot guarantee they won't succumb one day. I understand. Huang Xiao nodded gravely. Incidents involving evil entities were occurring with increasing frequency, and if mishandled, the entire Great Yin dynasty would be thrown into turmoil. Thus, whenever a situation arose, the Demon Suppression Bureau would act swiftly to nip such evil threats. The next day, Wu City was in shock. The government announced that the entire Zhang clan had been slaughtered, leaving only a handful of the elderly women and children. As for the perpetrator's identity, the Wu City authorities disclosed nothing because Huang Xiao had privately hinted that this was merely a conflict between clans. Thus, the government chose to drop the investigation. After all, deaths were common in feuds between clans and sects. Even the imperial court rarely bothered, and the officials serving under them had even less desire to get entangled lest they invite trouble by meddling in such matters. Who would have thought that one of the three great clans, the Zhang family, would be wiped out overnight, leaving only the old and weak? In a tavern, a crowd of patrons gathered. A sharp-faced, middle-aged man sat with a couple of friends lamenting the tragedy that had befallen the Zhang residents the previous night. Who could have been the one to annihilate the Zhang family, someone wondered. No one knows, and the authorities don't seem intent on investigating either. It looks like a clan feud, another replied. It was an unwritten rule within the Great Yin dynasty that the imperial court and local governments would not interfere in deadly conflicts between clans and sects. After all, the fiercer and more chaotic the infighting among clans and sects, the less they threatened the dynasty's rule. If they coexisted peacefully and prospered, they might eventually form a formidable force capable of challenging the throne. For this reason, ordinary citizens of the Great Yin dynasty knew that whenever the government refrained from releasing information about a culprit, it signaled a conflict between clans or sects. Which clan could be so ruthless? It must be either the Su family or the Wu family, someone replied. Probably the Su family. Why do you say that? Recently, tensions flared between the Su and Zhang families. Especially after the Zhang ancestor returned, he personally slew many of the Su clan's elites. Even Su Zhan, the Su family patriarch, was severely wounded by the Zhang ancestor. Had the Su Grand Elder not arrived in time with reinforcements, Su Zhan would have died at the Zhang ancestor's hands. I don't think it was the Su family. Their strongest member is Grand Elder Su Tianyi, reportedly at the 4th layer of the martial spirit realm. But the Zhang ancestor, after returning from his travels, had broken through to the 5th layer of the martial spirit realm. Who in the Su family could possibly annihilate the entire Zhang clan? Especially with the Zhang ancestor guarding them. Now that you mention it, that makes sense. Alas, this matter grows ever more puzzling. Ever since the government issued a bulletin announcing the massacre of the Zhang family, many in Wu City speculated about the truth behind it. Some said it was the Su family, others the Wu family, and still others claimed the Zhangs had offended some other clan or sect outside Wu City. In short, opinions varied, but no one could state a definitive truth. Thus, the incident grew even more enigmatic, becoming another unsolved mystery in Wu City. Meanwhile, the perpetrator Su Chun was already back in the Su residence at his father's bedside. After eradicating the Zhang ancestor and Zhang Tianyang the night before, Su Chun had immediately returned to the Su estate and stayed with his father all through the night. His father, gravely wounded by the Zhang ancestor, had been unconscious ever since and had yet to awaken. Su Chun, you've been at your father's side all night. Go and rest. Grand Elder Su Tianyi entered the room, saw Su Chun sitting by the bed, and urged him. Thank you for your concern, Grand Elder. I'm not tired. Su Chun replied with a faint smile. Your father's condition has stabilized. There's no immediate danger. The physician says he just needs rest and will wake up on his own. Don't worry too much. Su Tianyi spoke earnestly. I understand. Also, I learned this morning that the Zhang family was wiped out. I don't know who did it, but this news is a great boon for our Su clan. We plan to take over the Zhang family's forge and some of their properties in Wu City. When the time comes, the Wu family will inevitably make some underhanded moves. If we clash head-on with them, Su Chun, we will need your strength. Su Tianyi stated the purpose of his visit. A couple of days ago, the Zhang ancestor had slain many of the Su clan's elites, and Su Zhan was gravely wounded and unconscious. The Su family was in dire need of capable hands. Thus, Su Tianyi planned to enlist Su Chen's help when they moved to absorb the Zhang family's forge and other assets. Grand Elder, rest assured. If there's anything you need of me, just command it. Su Chen replied with a smile. I want to disturb you further. Since your father can't handle clan affairs for now, I'll manage them temporarily. If he wakes up, do inform me. I will see you out, Grand Elder. Su Chen rose and escorted Su Tianyi to the door. Now it's the Wu family. Su Chen's expression turned grave. The Wu family, also one of the three great clans of Wu City, had always maintained a low profile. But according to Su Chen's knowledge, despite their quiet demeanor, the Wu family had grown rapidly, boasting numerous experts and a generation of outstanding youths. Compared to the declining Zhang family, which had relied solely on its ancestors' presence, the Wu family's foundation was far stronger. With the Zhang family destroyed, the remaining assets were a massive piece of fat that the Wu family would not ignore. The Su family would inevitably clash with them in a violent conflict. It seems I need to improve my cultivation as quickly as possible. With this thought, Su Chen opened his palm. A vertical line suddenly split open, revealing a sinister, cold black eyeball. This was the dark eye left behind by the Zhang ancestor after his death. Only now had the Nine Dragons prison pagoda absorbed it and channeled its power back to Su Chun. And Su Chun had yet to fully understand the abilities contained within that dark eye. In the martial city of Wuqing at the Wu family estate, beside a vast artificial lake, an elderly man in brocade robes sat leisurely, fishing rod in hand. Behind him stood respectfully the high-ranking members of the Wu family, including the current patriarch Wu Shan. The Zhang family was annihilated. According to our scouts, it seems the Su family was behind it, he said. Wu Shan stood respectfully beside the old man, speaking softly. The Su family. Even Zhang, who had just returned from his travels. How could the Su family have wiped out all the Zhang family's high-rankers in a single night? The old man cast some bait into the lake, his tone indifferent. That's not entirely clear yet, but according to information leaked from the government, it was indeed the Su family's doing. With the Zhang family destroyed, it seems the Su family has some hidden expert backing them. Ancestor, now that the Zhang family is gone, should we seize the opportunity to take over their refining workshops and other properties? Wu Shan inquired. With an expert backing the Su family, it won't be easy for us to claim what the Zhangs left behind, the Wu family ancestor replied. Then should we just stand by and let the Su family snatch that fat prize? Wu Shan's expression turned. Upon learning of the Zhang family's annihilation, he had immediately assembled the family's high-rankers to discuss the matter, debating whether to act and seize the Zhang's various properties. For a time, the high-rankers expressed differing opinions without reaching a consensus. At a loss, Wu Shan led them to seek the Ancestors' counsel. The Ancestors' cultivation was profound, not much weaker than Zhang Ha's. Moreover, he had extensive connections and knew many experts outside. If the Ancestor gave his approval, Wu Shan would immediately prepare his men to seize the Zhang family's properties, ensuring the Su family wouldn't get ahead. Not so fast. First, send someone to investigate whether the Su family truly has an expert backing them. When the time comes, I will arrange some people, the Ancestor instructed. Disciple understands. Wu Shan accepted the order, fully aware that caution was necessary. If the Su family indeed had an expert backing them, the Wu family would face disaster by rashly contending for the Zhang family's legacy. Certainly they would contend, but only after thoroughly investigating the Su family's backgrounds and preparing full. Also remember to deliver the virgin boys and girls I asked you to procure, the Ancestor added. Rest assured, Disciple has secretly sent a new batch, 6 boys and 6 girls as usual. Good. Well done. However, Disciple has another matter to report. What is it? In the past year or two, our family has secretly captured many children. The Wuqing government has become suspicious. Disciple fears that one day the authorities will trace it back to us. Wu Shan's expression was grim. For the past couple of years, he had been secretly capturing children within Wuqing's borders to present to the Ancestor. At first, everything went smoothly. The various outposts remained undetected. But recently, the government's investigations have accelerated and many of our hard-won outposts have been destroyed. Moreover, most of the renegades who secretly served our family have fallen into the hands of the Wuqing government. Wu Shan worried that eventually the authorities would extract clues from those renegades that could harm the Wu family. If you've covered your tracks, well, there's no problem. The Ancestor remained calm, unperturbed by the prospect of government investigation. Once his plan succeeded, what was a mere Wuqing government? Disciple understands. Now leave. Don't disturb my fishing. The Ancestor waved them away. Just then a fish tugged at his line. In a secret chamber, cold and dark, the air was thick with a strong stench of rot and blood. In one corner cowered a group of children, all about 5 or 6 years old. 6 boys and 6 girls. Their faces were filled with deep terror and fear, crying loudly, calling for their parents. But no one answered. The only response was the cold darkness of the chamber and the pervasive smell of decay. A clicking sound came from a mechanism. A sliver of light appeared in one corner, and a figure stood before an. The figure entered, and the door closed tightly. Then eerie green flames sprang up along the walls, illuminating the vast chamber. Under the sinister green light, the chamber seemed even more strange and cold. The flames revealed the figure. It was an elderly man in brocade robes, his face pale and haggard. Amid the eerie green flames, he resembled a vengeful spirit about to devour its prey. The 12 children huddled in the corner trembled, all over, their cries stifled as they stared at the old man with sheer horror. The old man shuffled forward, grabbed a 6-year-old boy, and dragged him deeper into another chamber. The boy wailed and struggled, but the old man's withered corpse-like hands were as hard as iron and possessed tremendous strength. How could a delicate 6-year-old break free? Time to eat, the old man rasped, reaching to press a switch on the wall. With a click, a heavy bronze door swung in. A surge of sinister evil chi gushed out, so cold it made one shiver, as if the room beyond were an eye. Along with the chilling chi came a powerful, pungent stench of blood and decay. A deep unease settled over the mind, as if something terrifying was imprisoned behind that door. Without hesitation, the old man threw the 6-year-old boy through the doorway. From the darkness inside came the clap. The boy's helpless cries ceased abruptly, replaced by a horrifying sound of crunching and chewing from the deep, dark interior. The remaining children were terrified. Though young and naive, they understood that beyond that bronze door lay a horror that threatened their lives. Ignoring the children's despair and fear, the old man shuffled forward again, grabbed a girl, and tossed her into the bronze doorway as well. Soon another chilling crunching sound emerged. The girl's cries ceased. Eat slowly, don't fight, and don't rush. As long as you obey me, there will be plenty of tender young ones, the old man murmured before the bronze door like a demon whispering. All the children were thrown into the bronze door, becoming the blood sacrifices of an unknown horror. Within Wuqing City, the Zhang family owned a total of 13 weapon-forging workshops. 3 in the south, 6 in the north, 2 in the east, and 4 in the west. These past days I have sent people to take over the Zhang family's weapon-forging workshops. In addition, the Zhang family also possesses over a dozen mines yielding a variety of ores. Grand Elder, you may dispatch men to take control of those. Moreover, the Zhang family has accumulated considerable wealth over the years. I have already sent people to secure those assets and in the process deliver a portion to the official authorities. In the Su family's main hall, many of its high-ranking members were seated, each recounting the intelligence gathered from their respective tasks. Su Tianyi sat at the head, listening silently, gaining a general understanding of the situation. Over these days, as our Su family moved to take control of the Zhang family's enterprises and assets, have the Wu family made any moves? After a long pause, Su Tianyi asked, I have dispatched men to secretly monitor every move of the Wu family. They have shown no abnormality, as though they do not care about the Zhang family's assets. An elder responsible for surveillance reported truthfully, the Wu family will never let go of such a tempting prize left by the Zhangs. Their current inaction conceals other schemes. We must not be careless. Su Tianyi warned in a grave tone. Rest assured, Grand Elder. I will soon increase our surveillance and continue monitoring the Wu family closely. Good. Dismissed. This is a critical period. Our Su family must stand on full alert. By the way, where is Su Chun? Is he in the residence? Su Tianyi inquired. The young master left the estate 2 days ago and returned to Tsongshan mine. I heard something went wrong over there. Trouble. Su Tianyi frowned. Was the Wu family planning to strike at Tsongshan mine? I heard that many miners' children have mysteriously disappeared. Now the miners are desperate to find their children and have no heart for work. The elder answered honestly. I understand. Everyone, you may leave. Su Tianyi realized. Since Su Chun was in charge of Tsongshan mine, he would naturally find a solution if the miners' children were missing. At Tsongshan mine. Young Master Su, you must help me. My child. Inside the tent, a burly man covered in grime knelt before Su Chun, weeping bitterly and pouring. As the saying goes, men do not easily shed tears. Unless their own child had vanished without a trace, how could such a stout fellow break down so helplessly before others? Old Li, stop crying, get up. I will find a way to locate your child. Su Chun stepped forward and helped the sturdy middle-aged man to his feet. Old Li was a miner in his Tsongshan mine. Though usually quiet and reserved, he was the most diligent worker. Su Chun had a deep impression of him. Now Old Li was in deep trouble. His only child had disappeared mysteriously. The official authorities had searched for days without finding any trace. As the manager of Tsongshan mine, Su Chun naturally could not stand idly by. He would offer help whenever possible. Thank you, young Master Su, thank you. Old Li was overwhelmed with gratitude and was about to kneel again. No more bowing. Go home and rest these days. As soon as there is news about your child, I will notify you immediately. And all of you, stop kneeling. Get up. The authorities and my Su family will handle the search for your children. We will bring them back. Su Chun addressed the other miners who were also kneeling in supplication. Hearing his words, they repeatedly expressed their thanks filled with gratitude. After dismissing the miners, Su Chun summoned Zhao Mubai. Do we have any spare manpower in the family? Not at the moment. The Grand Elder has dispatched many to secretly watch the Wu family's every move. The family is also busy taking over the Zhang family's various enterprises. Manpower is stretched thin. The mine guards are needed to ensure security here. Young Master, we currently have no extra hands to help these miners find their missing children. Everything will have to wait until the family's affairs are settled before we can allocate personnel for investigation. Zhao Mubai answered honestly. Write a letter to Han Lang of Shirley County. Su Chun suddenly said. Young Master, do you want the Wild Wolf Gang to send people to investigate? Since the family has no spare hands, we must rely on these subordinate gang forces. I understand. Zhao Mubai nodded solemnly and immediately went to deliver the message. By nightfall, Han Lang, the chief of the Wild Wolf Gang, having received Su Chin's secret letter personally, led several trusted subordinates on horseback to Tsongshan mine to pay respects to Su Chun. Along with him came the leaders and strong figures of many other gang forces, such as the Black Tiger Gang of Yunnan County, the Water Snake Gang of Chaoyan County, and the Ancient Bear Gang of Huaishui County. Over a dozen gang chiefs in total. Han Lang led these gang chiefs from various regions toward the large tent at the center of the mine. Entering the tent, they saw Su Chun waiting at the head. Greetings, young Master Su. Han Lang and the other chiefs respectfully saluted Su Chun. Be seated. Su Chun gestured. Thank you, young Master Su. Everyone took their seats. May I ask why young Master Su has summoned us here? Han Lang had received a secret letter saying Su Chun had business with him and to bring along other local gang leaders. I want you to help find someone. Find someone. Han Lang and the others were surprised. To be honest, many of my miners' children have mysteriously disappeared. The authorities have searched everywhere, but found no trace. Currently, the Su family's warriors are occupied with other matters, leaving no spare hands to help find the missing children. That is why I have called you here. Su Chun explained calmly. Just because a few lowly miners' children are lost, you waste our time summoning us here. Young Master Su, don't you think this is far too childish? A cold snort rang out. It was Tu Heihu, the chief of the Black Tiger Gang, a master with cultivation not inferior to Han Lang. The Su family had many affiliated local gangs, but usually these gang chiefs rarely gathered together. Unless the Su family issued a strict order and faced a life-or-death battle, they would only then be summoned to Wuching from their respective regions, now merely to find lost children of minors. Su Chun had casually ordered such a large gathering. In Tu Heihu's eyes this was nothing but a farce. Of course Tu Heihu dared to speak so bluntly to Su Chun for another reason. Su Chun was just a useless outcast from the heavenly sect with no real ability. What right did he have to command them? If not for Han Lang's sincere invitation, he would never have brought his men to listen to Su Chen's nonsense. Chief Tu, it seems you are dissatisfied with me. Extremely dissatisfied. If you want someone to find your children, ask others, but don't bother my Black Tiger gang. And in the future, don't issue summoning orders casually. What qualifications does a useless young master have to order us around? Tu Heihu replied rudely. Tu Heihu, show some respect to young Master Su. Han Lang scolded. Han Lang, I came here out of respect for you. Don't think I'll let you shout at me just because I gave you face. And that waste doesn't deserve my respect. I already showed courtesy by bowing and calling him young Master Su at the start. Tu Heihu muttered angrily. He stood up and prepared to leave with his men. Stop. Did I say you could leave? Su Chen, seeing Tu Heihu's disrespect and attempted departure, shouted, What? You think this trash can stop me? Tu Heihu turned around, staring contemptuously at Su Chun. The other gang chiefs watched from the sidelines, waiting for a show. In truth, they had only come out of respect for Han Lang, and because daring to offend Su Chun could mean offending the Su family. They had no choice but to appear. Now Tu Heihu was willing to take the lead and challenge this worthless young master, which would teach Su Chen a lesson. They thought Su Chen shouldn't assume his family's backing gave him the right to boss them around. And he says help find children. Bunch of nonsense. A thunderous boom echoed. Above, Su Chen's countenance was cold and stern as a terrifying pressure surged violently from within him. An astonishing aura enveloped the entire arena. The assembled gang chiefs from various regions all startled, their eyes filled with profound terror. Under that oppressive force, Tu Heihu instantly collapsed to his knees in a wretched state. The invisible pressure bore down on him like a massive mountain, causing his bones to crackle and leaving him utterly unable to move an inch. At that moment his face turned a livid purple, extremely unsightly. He lifted his head with difficulty, gazing at the indifferent Su Chun above, his eyes deep with terror and disbelief. Hadn't Su Chen's cultivation been utterly destroyed, and hadn't he been expelled from the heavenly sect? How could he still unleash such a fearsome aura? Not only Tu Heihu was bewildered, but the other gang chiefs were also perplexed. Only Han Lang remained composed, knowing that Su Chun had now risen again and would soon reclaim his peak. For Tu Heihu to seek Su Chen's embarrassment was nothing but self-inflicted torment. Chief Tu, can we now sit down and have a proper talk? Su Chun said expressionlessly. Su, young Master Su, please calm your anger. Your subordinate admits fault. A true man knows when to bend and when to stand tall. Having risen to lead a gang, Tu Heihu was naturally a shrewd and ruthless figure. Now that Su Chun had demonstrated overwhelming power, how could he not bow his head? Knowing the opponent was too strong to confront heat-in, yet still fighting was not courage but folly. Then sit back down properly. Su Chun withdrew his pressure, his tone calm. Relying solely on one's background was useless in controlling these people. The true method to subdue them lay in one's own skills and abilities. Only by being strong oneself would others fear and obey, daring not to act recklessly. Otherwise, no matter how formidable one's background, it amounted to nothing. If one were a useless waste, not only would these underlings despise him, but even his own clan would show him no respect. This was a truth Su Chun had deeply learned after experiencing a trough. Relying on others was inferior to relying on oneself. One's own strength was the only way forward. Once the invisible pressure dispersed, Tu Heihu felt relieved and immediately collapsed limply to the ground. By now he was drenched in cold sweat. After a long moment, he came to his senses, dared not meet Su Chen's gaze, and staggered to his feet, returning to his seat. Is there anyone else who disobeys orders? Without acknowledging Tu Heihu's disgrace, Su Chen swept his gaze around, his expression indifferent. The entire tent fell silent. After this incident, which gang chief present would dare to recklessly provoke Su Chun? Since no one speaks, then follow my orders and investigate the clues regarding the missing children. Report to me immediately if you find anything. Su Chen said coldly. He waved his hand, signaling Han Lang and the others to withdraw. Your subordinates take their leave. Han Lang, Tu Heihu, and many other gang chiefs rose and bowed to Su Chun with respect. This time all of them genuinely revered him. The weak revere the strong, an eternal truth. Who would have thought that even with his cultivation crippled, young Master Su retains such divine might? Indeed, even I trembled with fear under that aura just now. Fortunately, I didn't recklessly offend young Master Su, or I would have met the same fate. The gang chiefs left the tent one after another, whispering among themselves. They recalled the terrifying pressure Su Chun had unleashed in an instant earlier. Even now they were still shaken. Han Lang, what exactly is going on? Why does young Master Su still possess such divine power? Do you know something? Tu Heihu stared at Han Lang ahead and demanded in a deep voice. Hearing this, the other gang chiefs also turned their gazes toward Han Lang, awaiting his answer. It was Han Lang who had led them to Su Chun. They all knew Han Lang's character. He had always despised the weak and the worthless. If Han Lang didn't know something, why would he so readily obey Su Chen's orders and specifically gather them here? Especially when Tu Heihu had intentionally disrespected Su Chen earlier. Han Lang had actively stepped forward to defend Su Chen. They wouldn't believe there was no hidden agenda behind this. Young Master Su has already resumed his martial path and will soon reclaim his peak or even surpass it. What? Haven't you all heard of this yet? Han Lang turned back, glanced at Tu Heihu and the others, and replied with a knowing smile. Resumed the martial path. Tu Heihu and the others were startled, their faces full of incredulity. They truly hadn't known this news. Since you knew, why didn't you warn me earlier? Were you deliberately waiting for me to make a fool of myself? Tu Hai, his face darkened as he felt Han Lang had played. Don't say that. I thought everyone was clever enough to understand the situation when I brought you here to see young Master Su. But it seems I overestimated you all. Han Lang grinned, a hint of mockery in his tone. Damn it. Tu Heihu exploded with rage, suddenly drawing his warblade and charging at Han Lang. Tu Heihu, I advise you not to cause trouble here, or young Master Su won't be pleased. Han Lang was unfazed by Tu Heihu's fury and even offered a kind reminder. At the mention of young Master Su, Tu Heihu froze, instinctively showing fear in his eyes. He sheathed his war. Han Lang, I will settle scores with you one day for what happened today. Tu Heihu snorted coldly, then left Songshan Mine with his trusted followers. Hurry and send word to the gang, destroy all the strongholds, clean everything up, and leave no trace behind. Once out of Songshan Mine, Tu Heihu immediately ordered a trusted subordinate. Chief, why do we need to do this? Su Chun has resumed his martial path. With his talent, he will soon reach his peak again. This year our Black Tiger gang has done too much for the Wu family of Wuqing. It's time to sever ties with them. A year ago, upon learning that Su Chun had become a cripple, Tu Heihu had considered leaving the Su family and secretly established contact with the Wu family. Over the past year, he had set up secret dens, kidnapped numerous boys and girls, and sold them at high prices to the Wu family. Now knowing that Su Chun had resumed his martial path and would soon reclaim his peak, Tu Heihu understood it was time for his Black Tiger gang to disconnect from the Wu family to avoid being discovered by Su Chun. Otherwise his gang would be doomed. Also tip off Wu Shan that Su Chun is already investigating the missing children case. If Su Chun finds out and informs the Wuqing authorities, the Wu family will be finished. Tu Heihu continued. Over the past year, his Black Tiger gang had done many shady things for the Wu family. If the Wu family was exposed, his gang would not escape unscathed. Although he wanted to temporarily distance himself from the Wu family for now, they were still tied together like grasshoppers on the same rope. Your subordinate obeys. Giddy up. After giving all the orders, Tu Heihu spurred his horse and disappeared into the night with his trusted followers. At the Wu family estate in Wuqing, a message from the Black Tiger gang. Su Chun has summoned several local gangs under the Su family to secretly investigate the missing children. Ancestor, the Wuqing authorities are conducting a city-wide investigation. Now Su Chun is also preparing to investigate. What do you think? Should your disciple send someone to deal with Su Chun? Entering his ancestor's study, Wu Shan reported everything, making a throat-slitting gesture at the end. I heard that Su Chun has resumed his martial path, the Wu family ancestor asked. Yes. Then we cannot strike at him for now. Why? Have you forgotten what happened when the Zhang family sent people to deal with Su Chun trying to seize Songshan? You're right, ancestor. That reminds me. Wu Shan was jolted awake. That Su Chun is no ordinary man. He was once a holy son of the heavenly sect. His methods far exceed our imagination. Though he has resumed his martial path and has not yet reached his peak, there's no guarantee your men won't fall into his. Moreover, our Wu family is still under the Su family surveillance. If you try to send men against Su Chun, the Su family will know immediately. Would they allow you to act recklessly? You're thorough, ancestor. But if we don't kill Su Chun, do we just let him investigate? Let him investigate. As long as we clean up everyone who knows about our Wu family's affairs, no one will be able to trace it back to us. The Wu family ancestor's eyes turned cold and a sinister grin crept onto his lips. Wu Shan remained silent, knowing his ancestor had already made arrangements. The night was deep with stars scattered across the sky. Inside the Black Tiger gang's headquarters, lights blazed brilliantly. Tu Heihu led his men in feasting heartily on meat and wine, savoring the sight of beautiful dancers moving gracefully in revelry. Some danced closely with the maidens. Others, drowned in drunken stupor, lay collapsed on the ground. A few, bursting with the urge to relieve themselves, stumbled dazedly toward a dark corner of the courtyard to answer nature's call. Since when did a chamber pot appear here? A gang member, desperate to urinate, made his way to a dim corner of the courtyard, just about to loosen his belt. In his haze, he noticed a dark green earthenware jar sitting there, one that hadn't been there before. The jar was entirely a pale corpse-like green, exuding an eerie, chilling aura. It stood silently in the corner, an intangible coldness seeping from its mouth, causing the drunken gangster to shiver involuntarily and sober up somewhat. Gazing at the jar that radiated an uncanny presence, instinctive fear flickered deep in the man's eyes. His urge to urinate vanished instantly, and he turned to flee without a second thought. But before he could escape, a deathly pale arm shot out from within the jar, its fingers clamping tightly around his ankle. Before he could even scream, he was yanked into the jar. Soon the jar emitted a series of hair-raising crunchings. Then the jar spat out a set of blood-soaked, flesh-laden clothing and boots. Unmistakably the garments of the missing gangster. "Where's Bowsy?" At the feast, Too-Hee-Hoo, thoroughly enjoying himself, tilted his head back and drained the cup of wine before him. He glanced around, noticing that one of his trusted lieutenants had disappeared. Brother Bao went to relieve himself, it seemed. A gangster responded. "Look, Chief, here comes Brother Bao." Another gangster pointed out Bowsy returning from his trip. "Come, Bowsy, sit quickly and drink with me." Too-Hee-Hoo called out cheerfully as he spotted the returning man. "Brother Bao, why are you carrying that jar back from your piss?" One gangster noticed the eerie dark green jar cradled in Bowsy's arms and asked curiously, "Brother Bao, are you planning to use it as a chamber pot?" Someone chuckled. "Brother Bao, why won't you speak?" Another man, startled, realized his brother's complexion was off. "Brother Bao, are you feeling unwell? Why do you look so pale?" Hearing this, Too-Hee-Hoo also noticed Bowsy's face. A ghastly corpse-like pallor, his eyes vacant and lifeless. He looked less like a living man and more like a corpse long dead. More importantly, Too-Hee-Hoo could detect no trace of human vitality from Bowsy. Instead, he caught a faint odor of decay emanating from him. Frowning, Too-Hee-Hoo sank into thought. "Brother Bao, don't just stand there holding that jar. Come sit and drink with us." A burly gangster rose and approached Bowsy, intending to pull him to a seat. "Saner, stay away from Bowsy." Suddenly, Too-Hee-Hoo bellowed. "Boss, what's the matter?" The burly man turned to look at Too-Hee-Hoo in confusion. In the next instant, Bowsy lunged forward, sinking his teeth into the burly man's neck, tearing through his throat. Blood sprayed wildly. The sight stunned the feasting gang members. The terrified dancers let out piercing screams, scrambling away in retreat. "Damn it! Grab your weapons!" Too-Hee-Hoo ordered, immediately sensing danger. A clatter arose as many gangsters snapped out of their shock and snatched up whatever arms were at hand. They stared in horror at Bowsy, his face cadaverous, his mouth smeared with blood like a hideous demon. "Boss. What's going on?" One man gazed in disbelief at the scene, his heart filled with terror. He had never witnessed such a thing before. "Bowsy's not right. He's no longer alive," Too-Hee-Hoo said grimly. How can that be?" Many gangsters were bewildered. "Not alive? Then how could their brother be walking?" As they stood stunned, Bowsy slowly set down the jar. A puff of dark green, icy mist erupted from the jar, spreading swiftly across the entire courtyard. Then Too-Hee-Hoo and his men watched as tiny palm-sized infants began crawling out of the jar's mouth. They were all a ghastly green, their bodies covered in strange black runes. Their eyes were eerily black as well, like two deep abysses. From their navels extended black chains, the other ends disappearing into the jar. From a distance, the chains resembled umbilical cords connecting the infants to a mother. At the sight of those crawling dead babies, a chilling dread seized Too-Hee-Hoo and his men. It was as if the gates of hell had opened and vengeful spirits were crawling forth. A scream rang out. Startled, Too-Hee-Hoo and the others turned to see a gaudily dressed dancer being viciously bitten on the neck by one of the dark green infants. Her whole body trembled as she vomited thick bloody foam. Soon she collapsed into a pool of blood life. Her neck was torn to shreds, flesh and blood a ghastly mess. "Attack!" Too-Hee-Hoo, realizing the dire situation, gave the order. He charged ahead, battle blade in hand, toward one of the infants. With a flash of his blade, he cleaved the creature in. Mere sorcery, nothing but tricks. Too-Hee-Hoo sneered, seeing how easily he had dispatched but in the next moment he watched in shock as the bisected flesh knitted itself back together at an alarming speed. How? Impossible. What in blazes are these things? Too-Hee-Hoo was stunned. He had never encountered such abominations. He had assumed his cultivation would make short work of them. Now it seemed these creatures were far more formidable than he imagined. Were they immortal? "Everyone be careful. These things can't be killed," Too-Hee-Hoo commanded. Yet many gangsters caught off guard were slaughtered, their screams filling the air. Worse still, the bodies of Saner and the dancer began twitching into unnatural positions, as if puppets manipulated by strings, each movement accompanied by a disconcerting crack. When their eyes snapped open, they were filled with a profound, ominous darkness, and their skin took on the same corpse-like hue as the infants. An eerie, malevolent aura radiated from their forms. Resurrected, they let out inhuman roars and lunged at the remaining gangsters. Damn it! What the hell is happening? Why are Saner and that woman coming back to life? Too high his fear grew. How could such monstrosities be real? What terrified him more was that the more of his men fell, the more of these zombie-like monsters arose. Compounded by the indestructible infants, Too high his Black Tiger gang was plunged into an unprecedented, hopeless crisis. Some weaker-willed members, witnessing the carnage, either wet themselves or lost their minds entirely. Many screamed in madness, trying to flee in every direction to escape the hellish place. but the dark green mist enshrouded them as if they were trapped in a bizarre illusion. No matter how they ran, they couldn't break free from the fog's embrace, and death claimed them one by one. In the end, even Tu Heihu, his true chi exhausted, was overwhelmed by the swarming infants. Then he was devoured by the ghastly creatures, letting out a blood-curdling scream unlike any human cry. Young master, a secret letter from Han Lang. Zhao Mubai strode into the tent and handed a confidential message to Su Chun. Unsealing the letter, Su Chun examined it closely, his brow furrowing. Young master, have we found the whereabouts of those missing children? Zhao Mubai asked curiously. No, the Black Tiger gang has been wiped out. Su Chen's expression grew grave. How did this happen? I'm not sure. Han Lang only learned of it today. The officials in Yunnan County have sealed off the entire Black Tiger gang and are investigating. Su Chen replied. Could the Black Tiger gang have discovered something leading to this massacre? Possible. Su Chun nodded, then ordered, saddle the horses, we're going to Yunnan County to see for ourselves. Right away. Zhao Mubai quickly left the tent and brought 2 purple flame steeds. Mounting, he galloped with Su Chun toward Yunnan County. By noon, the two had reached the outskirts of Yunnan County. Everywhere on the roads, the voices of passers-by. Such a tragedy. Indeed. Who would have thought that the largest gang in Yunnan, the Black Tiger gang, would be annihilated like this? What happened exactly? Who knows? All we know is that every member of the Black Tiger gang died a gruesome death, their bodies, especially the chief Tu Heihu. Something devoured him until only half his torso remained. Could a demon beast have broken into the Black Tiger gang? Nonsense. If a demon beast had invaded, there would have been a huge commotion. It's impossible that nothing stirred all night. Then could it be an evil spirit? Chill. Keep your voice down. Such taboo matters should not be spoken lightly. Overhearing the conversation, Su Chun and Zhao Mubai headed straight for the Yunnan County courthouse. Han Lang, who had been waiting long at the courthouse gates, immediately approached with his trusted men. Greetings, young Master Su. Where are the bodies? Su Chun wished to examine the remains of Tu Heihu and the others to understand what had happened. Had they truly died from a demon beast's attack, or had they encountered an evil spirit? Inside the courthouse, the officials have sent coroners to inspect them. Han Lang reported truthfully. Let's go in. Su Chun ordered, leading Zhao Mubai and Han Lang directly into the Yunnan County courthouse. Upon entering, Su Chun saw rows of corpses strewn carelessly on straw mats. All the bodies were horribly mangled, a mess of flesh and blood reeking of a pungent stench of decay. Around them, many courthouse constables held their noses, their faces twisted in agony, evidently overwhelmed by the overpowering stench. Even the Yunnan County magistrate stood far off, covering his nose. Only the coroners, wearing white cloth masks, were using their tools to examine the bodies of the fallen Black Tiger gang members one by one. Magistrate Chow. Han Lang stepped forward and respectfully bowed to the portly official. Chief Han, you're too polite. The magistrate named Chow and was over 40 and had met Han Lang at a banquet. This is the young master of the Su family, Su Chun. With the Black Tiger gang wiped out, young master Su has come personally to inspect the situation. After exchanging pleasantries, Han Lang introduced him. Young Master Su, I've long heard of you. Chow wore a broad smile. But Su Chun caught a deep contempt and disdain in the man's eyes. Clearly Chow regarded him as nothing more than a worthless outcast expelled from the Tianzong sect. He was only being courteous because Su Chun had the backing of the Su family. Su Chun paid no heed to the contempt lurking in Chow's eyes. Returning the salute with a cupped fist, he walked with Zhao Mubai toward the corpses of Tu Heihu and the others. The closer they got, the stronger the stench of rot. Up close, Su Chun could even sense a trace of eeriness and chill emanating from the bodies. An evil spirit again. Having dealt with evil spirits twice, Su Chun was all too familiar with this aura. Your Honor, the autopsy is complete. After a meticulous examination lasting 1 or 2 hours, several coroners finally rose and approached Chow and with respectful tones. Report in detail. We carefully examined every victim. All wounds are bite marks, and those bite marks are identical to human teeth. The fatal injuries are on the necks. It doesn't seem to be the work of a demon beast. Are you telling me that these people were all bitten to death by humans? Chow was dumbfounded. Theoretically, yes. And some victims have bite wounds so small, roughly the size of a newborn baby's mouth. So you mean they weren't just bitten by humans, but potentially by infants? Chow's forehead was covered in dark lines. Yes. The senior coroner reported with absolute seriousness. Bam. Chow angrily gave the old coroner a rap on the head. Don't be absurd. A newborn hasn't even grown teeth. How could it bite someone to death? If you can't figure it out, don't spout nonsense, or I'll throw you in the dungeon for a few days. The old coroner rubbed his aching head, looking aggrieved. He was only reporting the facts. Yet seeing Chow so furious, he fell silent. And indeed, the idea of a newborn biting someone to death was utterly absurd. He's not spouting nonsense. Su Chun spoke up. While the coroner had been reporting to Chow, and he had secretly used the black eye in his palm to examine the wounds on Tu Heihu and the others. These were human bite marks. Among them, many small wounds on several bodies were indeed the size of an infant's bite. and the eerie cold aura emanated precisely from those wounds. Young Master Su, I can overlook my subordinates' rambling, but please don't add to the confusion here. Shaoan replied with a forced smile. You claim these people were bitten to death by infants. What kind of infant possesses such power? Su Chun was silent. He himself didn't know what kind of infant could bite someone to death, especially a master like Tu He. But one thing was certain. The infant that killed Tu He was no ordinary baby. Seeing Su Chun unable to answer, a smug expression crept onto Chao An's face. Young Master Su, I am aware that the Black Tiger Gang is one of the Su family's subordinate factions. Now that the entire gang has been wiped out under mysterious circumstances, I will thoroughly investigate and bring the culprit to justice. But please refrain from interfering and muddying the clues in my case. He is not interfering. A cold voice rang from afar. Lu Yao and Huang Xiao appeared. And who might you two be? Chaoan scowled as he saw strangers enter his. Lu Yao, detainer of the Demon Suppression Department, and this is my colleague Huang Xiao. Lu Yao unfastened her token and tossed it to Chaoan. Taking the token, Chaoan examined it carefully, confirmed it as genuine, and was startled. As the county magistrate, he knew of the special institution called the Demon Suppression Department, established in the capital, dedicated to handling bizarre and uncanny cases. Its authority was immense. So it's the esteemed envoys of the Demon Suppression Department. This lowly official failed to recognize you. Please forgive me. Chaoan bowed obsequiously and respectfully returned the token to Lu Yao with both hands. This case is no longer under Yunnan County's jurisdiction. The Demon Suppression Department will take over. Lu Yao continued. This official obeys. Chaoan quickly agreed. When an envoy of the Demon Suppression Department spoke, a mere county magistrate dared not refuse. Suchin, how have you been? Lu Yao smiled slightly. You two again. Suchin frowned. What, not welcome? I told you I didn't want to see either of you again. Don't be so cold. You must have noticed by now that the destruction of the Black Tiger Gang was the work of an evil spirit. If you want to investigate, you cannot do without the Demon Suppression Department. Lu Yao said calmly. Su Chun fell silent. Indeed, to uncover the evil spirit behind this, he would need the intelligence and resources of the Demon Suppression Department. After all, the Demon Suppression Department was the entire Great Yin Dynasty's special institution dedicated to investigating and handling such cases. With their help, much time and effort would be saved. Otherwise, conducting the investigation on his own would cost who knows how long. Nearby, Chaoan was stunned. He couldn't believe that Su Chun was acquainted with people from the Demon Suppression Department, and judging by Lu Yao's demeanor, she almost seemed to be deliberately ingratiating herself. What was going on? Wasn't Su Chun just a waste expelled from the Tianzong sect? Raising ghosts. Inside the county office, Chaoan ordered his men to arrange seats for Su Chun and Lu Yao and served tea. At this moment, Su Chun sat in the main hall of the county office. After listening to Lu Yao's account, he couldn't help but frown. Yes. Lu Yao nodded. Previously, similar incidents occurred elsewhere according to the findings of my Demon Suppression Bureau's agents. In secret, someone is raising little ghosts. This method is a heterodox art belonging to the Extreme Yin lineage. The one skilled in this art was a Taoist named Extreme Yin Elder who had joined the Blood Lotus sect in his early years, once wreaked havoc in a region, and used his raised little ghosts to slaughter many people. Lu Yao replied. So the annihilation of the Black Tiger Gang was the work of that old Taoist called Extreme Yin Elder? Su Chun inquired. No, the Extreme Yin Elder was eliminated by my Demon Suppression Bureau 3 years ago. Then why? The Bureau suspects that someone has obtained part of the Extreme Yin Elder's inheritance, learning the arts of controlling ghosts and raising little ghosts. And this person is hiding in Wuching. As for who exactly, we still need to find a way to investigate further. Lu Yao took a light sip of tea and said slowly. She had originally planned to return to Daijing with Huang Xiao since Su Chun had said he didn't want the two of them to continue surveilling him. Naturally, they had no reason to stay in Wuching. But on their way back to Daijing, they received a message from the Demon Suppression Bureau about the annihilation of the Black Tiger Gang in Yunnan County. It was highly likely related to the Extreme Yin Elder who was killed back then. So they turned around and returned to Wuching, heading straight to Yunnan County. Thus they met Su Chun at the Yunnan County office. I wonder, where do you two plan to start your investigation? Su Chun gazed calmly at Lu Yao and Huang Xiao. He was naturally pleased that the Demon Suppression Bureau was willing to lend a hand. After all, let professionals do professional work. We don't know either. We're also racking our brains over this. Lu Yao shook her head with a wry smile. However, the Black Tiger Gang was wiped out overnight. Clearly, they were deliberately targeted. May I ask, Master Su, did the Black Tiger Gang have any enemies? No. Su Chun replied. He had sent Zhao Mubai to investigate the Black Tiger Gang's recent situation, and they had no history of conflicts with anyone. As for any past enemies, they had long been nipped in the bud by the Black Tiger Gang. To say they were targeted by an enemy was clearly impossible. After all, too high, his character was always ruthless. If he had an enemy, he would definitely eradicate them root and branch, never leaving any trouble for himself. Otherwise, the Black Tiger Gang wouldn't have grown step by step under his leadership to become the top gang in Yunnan County. So that means it wasn't an enemy coming after them. Actually, I suspect the Black Tiger Gang's annihilation might be because someone else had their eyes on them. Suchin suddenly said, "Oh, Master Su, could you elaborate? Some miners at my Tsongshan mine lost their children some time ago. Out of concern, I specially summoned the Black Tiger Gang and other local gangs to secretly look for clues about the missing children. This time the Black Tiger Gang was wiped out overnight. They must have discovered something in secret and thus met this calamity." Suchun said in a deep voice, "That must be it. Combined with someone secretly raising little ghosts. The condition for raising such ghosts is to feed them with the blood of virgin boys and girls. It seems that in Wuching the case of the missing children and the case of the Black Tiger Gang's annihilation are connected in some way. The culprit behind them is very likely the same person." After hearing Su Chin's account, Lu Yao murmured with a grave expression, "So the only way to investigate is to start from the Black Tiger Gang annihilation case to see what exactly Tu Heihu and his men had discovered that led to this disaster. Perhaps by following this clue we can also solve the case of children going missing throughout Wuching." Su Chin continued, "That's a good start." Lu Yao smiled sweetly, then swept her gaze toward the trembling Chowan. "Lord Chao, Lord Lu, you summoned me. Do you have any instructions?" Chowan hurried forward. "During this period, please have your county office personnel move around more. Investigate thoroughly what the Black Tiger Gang has been doing recently. Who have they been in contact with? No matter what it is, you must investigate clearly. Even if it's about when their gang members urinate or sleep, you must have your men recorded in detail in a notebook. If there is any omission, I will hold you accountable." The Demon Suppression Bureau had the authority to mobilize all local government agencies. This case involved sinister and eerie elements. It was naturally impossible to have Chowan and his people confront this heathen. But asking them to run errands and gather some clues and information was something they could do. In that case, I'll take my leave now. They'll leave the Black Tiger Gang case to you to investigate. On my end, I can investigate the case of missing children in Wuching. Working from both sides should speed up progress, and we can strive to locate the culprit in the shortest time possible. Seeing that Lu Yao was taking the lead in investigating the Black Tiger Gang case, Su Chun didn't bother to get further involved. Those who could serve in the Demon Suppression Bureau were no ordinary individuals. Next, what he needed to do was urge Han Lang and other local gangs to quickly find the whereabouts of the missing children and see if there could be any new discoveries. "Alright, as soon as I have any leads, I'll notify you immediately." Lu Yao smiled slightly, then watched Su Chun leave. As for the recruitment matter, she did not bring it up for now. After handling this case, finding the culprit, and eliminating them, she could find a suitable opportunity to have a proper talk with Su Chun. Otherwise, mentioning it now might incur Su Chin's disdain. "Hurry, hurry, hurry. Carry all the corpses to the backyard and burn them." As soon as he arrived at the courtyard, Su Chun heard from a distance a county constable ordering his men to carry the corpses of Tu Heihu and others to the backyard of the county office to be burned. These corpses were too foul-smelling. A long-term exposure would breed various bacteria to avoid an epidemic that could threaten the safety of ordinary people in Yunnan County. Su Chun understood this and paid it no further mind. Over the next few days, Su Chun returned to the Tsongshan mine and continued to study the various abilities of the Black Eye. As Su Chun studied it, he discovered that besides the ability to erupt with terrifying might and exert pressure on it, this Black Eye also had the power to pierce through falsehoods and see through illusory scenes. Moreover, the higher the holder's cultivation level, the stronger the ability to see through illusions. At the same time, after several days of secret investigation, the Wu family learned that there was no expert backing. They were already secretly preparing to strike against the Su family. As for their primary target, naturally, it was to eliminate the Su family experts who had been secretly monitoring them during this time. At the same time, the Wu family also dispatched many experts to the various mines formerly under the Zhang family, engaging in bloody battles with the Su family experts stationed there. Relying on their powerful methods and abilities, the Wu family gained the absolute upper hand and seized many mines that once belonged to the Zhang family. As for the final period, their target was the various artifact forging workshops that the Zhang family once owned in Wuching. The experts that the Su family secretly sent to monitor our Wu family have all been secretly disposed of by my orders. Moreover, many of the mines formerly under the Zhang family have been seized from the Su family by my orders. Next, we plan to seize the artifact forging workshops that once belonged to the Zhang family. The workshops are guarded almost entirely by Su family elites. If we act, it will surely be a hard battle. Ancestor, we may need your help later. In the study, dim candlelight illuminated Wu Shan's face and the pallid, withered countenance of the Wu family ancestor that seemed not of the living. You've worked hard during this time. The family members don't need to act for now. I will personally deal with the Su family elites. Once the Su family elites are wiped out, you can then lead the men to take over the Zhang family's workshops and the Su family's assets. The Wu family ancestor said in a hoarse voice slowly. After so many days of preparation, everything was proceeding according to plan. It was time for the Su family to be erased from Wuching. Everything as the ancestor commands. The moonlight cascaded like water, and the stars adorned the sky in a scattered pattern. The vast Sioux estate lay enveloped in a serene tranquility. Many members of the Sioux family had already succumbed to slumber. Only a multitude of Sioux family guards patrolled the expansive Sioux mansion. The Wu family has been incredibly arrogant lately. Indeed, they dare to wage war against our Sioux family, even seizing several mines from us. Sooner or later our Sioux family will eradicate the Wu family, erasing them forever from Wu City. Rest assured the Grand Elder and the others will not allow the Wu family to act with impunity. Recently the Grand Elder has begun issuing summons to gather the strong from the various factions under the family's rule, preparing to counterattack against the Wu family. If that is the case, then all the better. In the courtyard a group of Sioux family guards conversed about the ongoing conflict between their Sioux family and the Wu family, while patrolling their designated areas. Enough talk. Patrol diligently. These times are critical, and it's hard to say whether the Wu family might launch a night raid on our Sioux family. A middle-aged man, burly and exuding an imposing aura, gave the order. He was the captain of this 10-man squad at the cultivation level of 8th level martial master. Since the conflict between the Sioux and Wu families had escalated into open and covert battles, the Sioux family had recently dispatched many elite forces to patrol and guard, preventing the Wu family from sending spies for a night raid. Brother Lu, rest assured. Now the Grand Elder has recalled many family elites who were on missions elsewhere. At this moment our Sioux family is teeming with formidable power. If the Wu family dares to send anyone for a night raid on our Sioux family, I guarantee that every one of them will die. None will escape alive. A Sioux family guard replied confidently. Even so, do not let your guard down. The burly middle-aged man caught. Brother Lu, we understand. Strange why as fog suddenly appeared. At that moment another guard in the squad noticed that imperceptibly the courtyard had become shrouded in mist. A dark cyan fog, eerie and chilly, filled him with a deep sense of unease. Moreover, the dense fog obscured the stars and moon above, hindering their vision. Even though they carried lanterns, the candlelight could only illuminate a meter or two around them. Anything beyond was completely obscured, as if the bizarre dark cyan fog swallowed and devoured the light. Something's wrong. The leading Brother Lu instinctively sensed that this sudden eerie fog was far from ordinary. With a swift clang, he drew the long blade from his waist, watching the surrounding eerie fog, warily fearing some unknown horror might emerge from within. Hearing Brother Lau's words, the other Sioux family guards also sensed the anomaly. One by one they drew their long blades and stood alert. They formed a circle back to back, each holding a long blade, closely monitoring every movement within the. Yet from within the eerie fog, only the howling of the wind echoed like the wails of vengeful spirits. No unknown horror appeared. Stay close together, do not scatter. Let's see if we can leave this fog first. After a moment's thought, Brother Lu decided to first leave the fog's domain. He feared that lingering in the eerie mist might cause unforeseen changes, leading to even greater trouble. The other Sioux family guards nodded solemnly, closely following Brother Lu as they moved slowly deeper into the eerie fog, attempting to escape its grasp. However, no matter how they walked, they could not leave the eerie and sinister fog. It was as if they were trapped. After several attempts, they always returned to the starting point, as if they were circling endlessly within the fog like a group of headless flies. Brother Lu. What? Why is this happening? A Sioux family guard began to panic, sensing a phenomenon reminiscent of the ancient legend of the ghost blocking the way. Are we encountering ghosts? Another guard said, his face full of dread. Don't scare yourself. Brother Lu barked sternly, trying to calm the men's nerves, preventing panic from spreading and leading to fatal mistakes. After all, in times of crisis, one must not lose composure. A level head must be maintained at all times. We don't want to scare ourselves either. But the fog is thickening. How will we ever get out? A guard stammered, his voice trembling with a hint. He was not afraid of fighting Blade, but he dreaded encountering inexplicable phenomena that would lead to an unexplained death. It seems we are trapped in some kind of illusion. From now on, stay put and don't move. Perhaps nothing will happen. Brother Lu tried to reassure them. He wasn't sure if it would work, but for now he could only wait and see. Tap, tap, tap. Brother Lu, do you hear that? I do. Brother Lau's expression grew. From within the dark cyan fog came a series of eerie sounds. The stiff, dull footsteps of what seemed not a living person, but a corpse walking. Now those footsteps were drawing closer, growing clearer. As the eerie steps approached, the unease in Brother Lu and the others intensified. Many guards had already donned faces of terror. After an unknown time, a human silhouette emerged from the startled Brother Lu and the others raised their lanterns to illuminate. Under the candlelight, what first appeared before their eyes was a dark cyan face with hollow, lifeless eyes, exuding a dense aura of death. Ghost! Ghost! It's a ghost! A guard, upon seeing the deathly face emerging from the eerie fog, let out a terrified scream. He dared not stay any longer and rushed headlong in another direction through the fog, desperate to escape a ghost. Not only him, but several other guards also scattered in panic, each hoping to flee the eerie fog's cover as quickly as possible. Don't panic. Calm down. This is all an illusion. When Brother Lu saw many of his men lose their composure with some already scattering into the bizarre dark cyan fog, he roared in anger. Though he too felt fear, he forced himself to stay calm. If he also lost his head, the 3 remaining men would be doomed. From within the eerie fog, the deathly face suddenly thrust out both hands, grabbing Brother Lau's arms. An extreme chilling cold surged through his entire body. This made Brother Lu shudder, and fear crept onto his face. It's not an illusion. How is that possible? With a swift reaction, he swung his long blade, severing the outstretched hand of the deathly face in front of him. At the same time, he leaped backward rapidly. It's not an illusion. Retreat. Fall back. Brother Lu shouted. Unfortunately, there was no place left. From the dark cyan fog emerged more and more deathly faces with that same dark cyan hue. A thick stench of decaying corpses invaded Brother Lu and the others' nostrils. They were surrounded by these deathly faces. From all directions, dark cyan hands reeking of death slowly extended from the fog, intent on tearing them apart. Though Brother Lu led the defense with valor, they could not withstand so many ghostly claws. In the end, Brother Lu and the 3 remaining Su family guards were completely overwhelmed beneath the swarm of hands emanating a thick stench of corpses and death. As for the other guards who had fled in all directions, they too had long met the fate of being hacked into pieces. And this scene wasn't limited to Brother Lau's group. Throughout the Su mansion, the same tragic and eerie scenario was unfolding in every corner. Many Su family disciples and retainers were all facing this same sinister threat. Young Master Lu Yao and Huang Xiao of the Demon Suppression Division request an audience outside. Zhao Mubai entered the camp tent and saw Su Chun reviewing the mine accounts. Let them in, Su Chun ordered. Lu Yao and her companion must have come with news about the Black Tiger Gang. Young Master Su, Lu Yao and Huang Xiao entered the tent and courteously bowed to Su Chun, who sat at the head. Please have a seat. Su Chun gestured. Indeed there is. According to the Yunnan County Magistrate's investigation, the Black Tiger Gang had established numerous secret strongholds and abducted many young boys and girls. Indeed there is. According to the Yunnan County Magistrate's investigation, the Black Tiger Gang had established numerous secret strongholds and abducted many young boys and girls. Behind it all, they seem to have reached an agreement with someone to engage in trafficking. Lu Yao relayed the clues uncovered in Yunnan County to Su Chun. You mean the missing children cases in Wuching were all the work of the Black Tiger Gang? Su Chun frowned. Perhaps they were merely one of the participants. To uncover more truth behind this, we rushed here. We wanted to ask young Master Su if you found any other clues in your investigation of the missing children in Wuching. Lu Yao's expression was serious. Han Lang is handling that investigation. He hasn't reported back yet. Su Chun replied. He was also waiting for Han Lang's findings. At that moment, a group of people entered the tent led by Han Lang, who were the leaders of various local gangs. Your subordinate Han Lang pays respects to young Master Su. Any leads on the missing children case in Wuching? Su Chun immediately asked. Young Master Su, we've found out. The true mastermind behind it all is the Wu family. The Wu family. Yes, based on our extensive inquiries, we discovered that over the past couple of years, the Wu family has secretly contacted and reached agreements with many local forces. The Black Tiger Gang was one of them. The Wu family needed a large number of young boys and girls, and these local forces were responsible for secretly abducting children from various places, selling them to the Wu family at high prices. These are some clues we found from the Xiaoyu Gang. Please take a look, young Master Su. Han Lang then took a confidential document from his bosom and handed it to Su Chun. The document detailed the number of children and the amounts of money exchanged between the Xiaoyu Gang and the Wu family over the past 2 years. Now the Xiaoyu Gang has been wiped out and the deaths of its members are identical to those of the Black Tiger Gang under Moreover, several other local gangs have also been massacred. All these gangs secretly had connections with the Wu family. All clues point to the Wu family. It seems they are indeed the ones stirring up trouble. Su Chun remained calm. Young Master, bad news. An urgent letter has arrived from the family. At that moment, a manager from Songshan Mine hurried into the tent handing an urgent letter to Su Chun. Upon opening it, Su Chun's face turned extremely grim. Mu by Han Lang, gather everyone and follow me back to the Su mansion immediately. Su Chun rose and quickly led Zhao Mu by Han Lang and the others out of the tent, preparing to head to the Su family. Young Master Su, what happened? Seeing Su Chun's urgency, Lu Yao quickly asked. A strange phenomenon has occurred at the Su mansion. A dense fog has enveloped it. Those inside can't get out, and those outside can't get in. It's very likely some evil spirit causing trouble. I must return as soon as possible. Su Chun replied. In that case, this matter requires the Demon Suppression Division's intervention. Lu Yao smiled lightly. Su Chun didn't respond, which was taken as tacit consent. With Lu Yao and Huang Xiao's help, the pressure would be. After all, ordinary cultivators have no experience dealing with evil spirits and don't know how to counter such eerie phenomena. But Lu Yao and her companion have that experience and are quite strong in cultivation. They can certainly help in critical moments. Mounting his horse, Su Chun led Zhao Mubai and the others straight to the Su mansion in Wuching. Along the way, he wondered whether the eerie occurrence at his home was the same as what the Black Tiger Gang had encountered, or was it a different evil spirit? After some thought, Su-chun decided to first return to the Su mansion to assess the situation, which would determine if the eerie phenomenon was the same as the Black Tiger Gang's. If it was the same, then he could confirm that the Wu family was using this evil spirit to target his family. What exactly is this fog made of? How bizarre. We can't get in. It feels like some invisible force is blocking us. Could it be a barrier? At that moment outside the Su mansion, many Su family experts had gathered. They had discovered the anomaly, and at the same time, they heard piercing screams from within the mansion, knowing that their kin were under siege by some unknown terror. Each of them wanted to charge in and rescue people, but the eerie, greenish-black fog acted like an invisible wall blocking them all outside. The fog seemed to completely isolate the Su mansion from the outside world, creating two separate realms. Whether it's a barrier or not, we must find a way to break in, an elder of the Su family said with a dark expression. As he spoke, he heard another agonizing scream from within the mansion from some disciple or guard. Accompanying it was a chilling sound of chewing. In this urgent situation, they couldn't afford to ponder what this eerie fog enveloping their entire mansion really was. They had to find a way to break in quickly, otherwise with time who knew if all the guards and disciples inside would fall to the unknown horror. Forcing your way in won't work. A cold voice came from afar. The elder and the other Su family experts all turned to look. They saw Su-chun arriving on horseback with his entourage. The speaker was the woman beside Su-chun, Lu Yao. And you are? Lu Yao of the Demon Suppression Division. The Demon Suppression Division. The elder was startled. He knew the Demon Suppression Division was an agency specializing in handling strange and eerie cases. With the Demon Suppression Division's presence now, it seemed that the fog enveloping the Su mansion was indeed some unknown evil spirit. If so, this was not something they could handle easily. While the elder exchanged pleasantries with Lu Yao, Su-chun studied the eerie fog that shrouded his family estate. A chilling aura struck him, bringing a sense of profound unease. Some evil spirits can use their powers to seal off an area, trapping prey like a barrier. We call it a domain. Just as you can use the scarlet blood mist of that evil spirit Lu Hanfei, different evil spirits' domains have different special abilities. The scarlet blood mist corrodes everything, while this eerie fog, we don't yet know its ability. We need to investigate carefully to find out. Seeing Su-chun studying the eerie fog, Lu Yao stepped forward and explained in detail. After hearing her explanation, Su-chun gained a general understanding. There's no time to waste. I'm taking people inside to see what's happening. My father is still in the mansion. Su-chun said solemnly. Then he called out Zhao Mu by Han Lang and some others preparing to enter the eerie fog. Lu Yao and Huang Xiao quickly followed. Su-chun, what are you doing? The elder was taken aback. Going into, Su-chun replied. That fog blocks the outside. We've tried every method, but couldn't break through. What makes a sneering voice came from Su Yang, the one whom Su-chun had brutally beaten in the last family competition. Su Yang held a grudge against Su-chun and had been looking for a chance to get even. Now seeing Su-chun attempt to lead people into the fog to rescue their kin, he seized the opportunity to mock and humiliate him. Ignoring Su Yang, Su-chun led Zhao Mubai and the others straight into the eerie greenish-black fog, their figures swallowed up. He went in. How is this possible? Watching Su-chun enter the eerie fog with his men, Su Yang was stunned, his face a picture of utter disbelief. He hadn't expected such a swift slap in the face. Su-chun could effortlessly lead others into the eerie, dense fog, all thanks to the black eye in his palm. The intangible power emanating from the black eye could pierce through illusions and dispel the strange fog, thus opening a passage for Su-chun to enter. Stay close. As they stepped into the eerie fog, the scene before them instantly darkened. Even though Zhao Mu by Han Lang and the others carried lanterns, the candlelight struggled to penetrate the thick, eerie mist. Trapped within the dense fog, they felt as if cast into a pitch-black abyss where one couldn't see their own hand. Despite their considerable cultivation realms and keen spiritual senses, all were suppressed by the eerie mist. Even Lu Yao and Huang Xiao, the detainees of the Demon Suppression Bureau, could not extend their spiritual senses far, only reaching a radius of about 2 meters around them. With the aid of the black eye in his palm, Su-chun could see up to 5 meters, but that was the limit. What lay hidden within the fog beyond 5 meters? Even he was uncertain. Footsteps. After advancing several dozen meters, Su-chun faintly heard stiff, dull footsteps emerging from the darkness ahead. Clatter, clatter. The footsteps did not sound like those of a living person, rather they resembled the gait of the dead. Zhao Mu by Han Lang and the others also clearly heard the muffled footsteps from the dark ahead. Each gripped their weapons tightly, eyes fixed on the direction of the eerie footsteps, even though they could see nothing. Clatter, clatter. The dull, uncanny footsteps grew closer and clearer. Suddenly, a livid, dead face emerged from the eerie fog, its hollow, numb eyes staring fixedly at Su-chun and the others. By the faint candlelight, Zhao Mu by Han Lang and the others clearly beheld the dead face surfacing from the darkness. Pale with fright, they nearly screamed. Even Su-chun was startled by the sudden appearance of the eerie, dead face. This isn't that dead face, Tu Heihu. Someone recognized the dead face, discovering it was indeed Tu Heihu. How is this possible? Tu Heihu's corpse was clearly burned. Someone exclaimed. Tu Heihu's body had been disposed of and burned. They all knew this. But how could his corpse? Heavy doubts weighed on Zhao Mu by Han Lang and the others, making the atmosphere even more eerie and oppressive. While Han Lang and the others cried out in confusion about why the cremated body of Tu Heihu was appearing here. The dead face, identical to Tu Heihu's, suddenly thrust two icy pitch-black ghost claws from the darkness, striking viciously at Su Chun. With a swift reaction, Su Chun swept his long sword, severing the two livid mottled ghost claws. Su Chun stared at the severed claws on the ground. The moment his sword cut through, he distinctly felt a real sensation of severance. This made him realize that the corpse of Tu Heihu before him was no illusion. Moreover, he had used the black eye to examine once more, confirming its reality. Yet if not an illusion, how could Tu Heihu's corpse, which had been burned, appear here? Be careful. The ghost claws emerging from the darkness are not illusions. Guard against their attacks. Without time for further doubt, Su Chun, after severing the ghost claws, shouted a warning. Zhao Mu by Han Lang and the others tensed, scanning their surroundings warily. Faintly, they heard more eerie footsteps from all directions in the darkness. Soon after, countless eerie, cold, dead faces surfaced from the darkness, coming into the view of Zhao Mu by Han Lang and the others. The Black Tiger Gang. All are dead members of the Black Tiger Gang. Not only that, but also members of the Little Fish Gang and other local gangs. Damn it, their bodies were cremated. How can they be here? Han Lang and the others recognized the dead faces emerging from the surrounding darkness, confirming that these were members of the Black Tiger Gang and Little Fish Gang, who had clearly died and whose remains had been reduced to ashes. Now is not the time to ponder this. Break out quickly and beware of the ghost claws. Su Chun shouted in a deep voice. His long sword swung repeatedly, each sword light, severing the icy ghost claws that lunged from the darkness. Zhao Mu by Han Lang and the others were battle-hardened. Though the scene was fraught with uncanny danger, it was not enough to unsettle them. They reacted swiftly, brandishing their weapons to fend off the relentless icy claws from the dark. Let's move. Get out of here first. With his formidable strength, Su Chun repelled wave after wave of the icy claws, but this was no long-term solution. He discovered that these claws regenerated once severed. If they kept fighting these claws, they would eventually be worn down. The priority was to leave this area and avoid being encircled and attacked again. Hearing Su Chun's words, Zhao Mu by and Han Lang agreed. They too noticed that these claws could never be fully destroyed. Each time they killed one, it would swiftly regenerate and attack again from the darkness. Endless. With a unified resolve, the group joined forces, carving a bloody path and escaping the predicament of being surrounded by countless ghost claws. This is the domain ability of the hidden evil. After it kills, such aberrations are born within its domain, usually called ghost slaves. After escaping the claw encirclement, Lu Yao spoke solemnly. So this is the reason why Tu Heihu and the others, though their bodies were burned, appear here? Su Chun asked. Exactly, Lu Yao nodded. What we must do now is not fight these ghost slaves. They cannot be killed. Only by finding the hidden evil and eliminating it, cutting off the source, can we truly resolve these ghost slaves. Then Lu Yao's expression turned grave. But first I must ensure my father's safety. After listening to Lu Yao's explanation, Su Chun understood that finding and eliminating the hidden evil was the key to solving all current problems. Let's split into two groups then. Huang Xiao and I will seek the evil's source. You lead your people to rescue the Su family. Lu Yao knew that Su Chun had only waded into this mess to save his father. Until his father's safety was confirmed and he was rescued, persuading him to join the hunt for the evil source. Thus she proposed the split. Su Chun would take his men to rescue the trapped Su family, while she and Huang Xiao would search for the evil source and find a way to eliminate it. Agreed. Su Chun nodded without delaying further, leading Zhao Mu by Han Lang and the others straight toward the depths of the Su residence. As for Lu Yao and Huang Xiao, they ventured deeper into other areas, hoping to locate the hidden evils. The evil's domain always radiates outward with itself as the center. Now the Su residence was shrouded in eerie dark green fog. Thus Lu Yao deduced that the evil source was hiding somewhere within the Su manor, not outside. As long as the scope was determined, a thorough search within the Su mansion would present an opportunity to find and eliminate the evil source. The Su family hall. It had already been engulfed by a thick, eerie fog. At this moment, many Su family experts were gathered inside the hall. Among them were Grand Elders Su Tianyi and Su Zhan, who had only awakened a few days ago. Additionally, there were many young disciples of the Su family, huddled in corners, their faces pale, their eyes filled with deep fear. Dead, all dead. Wait, we will all die. I don't want to die. I really don't want to die. Inside the hall, many Su family members gathered together, their gazes vacant as they murmured softly. The emergence of this eerie fog brought them unprecedented fear. All of them had witnessed with their own eyes the darkness deep within the fog, from which emerged ashen gray dead faces, followed by ghostly claws emanating a chilling aura. In the end, those ghostly claws tore their companions and relatives beside them into pieces. Under that wave of despair and terror, many of those who survived against all odds had already lost their sanity. Especially since the fog around them had not dissipated, the dull and eerie footsteps echoed continuously in the cold mist, inflicting even stronger fear and oppression on their spirits. Death hung over all their hearts. Many people having experienced this terror have begun to lose their wits. Sujan, who had recovered from severe injuries, glanced at the Su family members huddled together in the corners and could not help but sigh. Faced with this sudden eerie fog, he too was unable to discern its source, and his heart was filled with deep despair toward this unknown terror. But as the head of the Su family, Sujan knew that he must not fall or break down. Once he collapsed, these Su family members who had barely survived would surely all lose their minds. We must find a way to break out of this fog's encirclement. Nearby Grand Elder Su Tiany's expression was, "It's useless. According to some surviving clansmen, this fog blanket is like a huge maze if there's no way," Sujan said in a deep voice. "So is this sudden fog an illusion? I also suspected it was an illusion, but the corpses moving within this fog are not illusions. Perhaps this fog is some other kind of ability we don't know about." Sujan frowned, his expression solemn. Trapped here, he and many Su family elites had been exploring what this fog actually was. Was there any other way to break out of this fog? But the result was cruel. No matter what they did, they could not easily escape the fog's blockade. On the contrary, the Su family elites who ventured deep into the fog to investigate died one batch after another. "Are we really going to die here?" Su Tiany sighed. Most of the Su family elites were in the mansion. If none could escape and all perished in this eerie fog, it would be a catastrophic disaster for the Su family. Sujan remained silent, unsure how to respond. Perhaps staying here they really could only await death. "Oh, Grand Elder, save me." At that moment, a Su family disciple let out a scream. From the darkness, a pair of ghostly claws suddenly shot out, grabbed that disciple, and instantly pulled him into the darkness. This scene immediately startled the other Su family members huddled together. Many began to flee in panic, uttering desperate wails. At the same time, many Su family elites were also startled, hastily gripping their weapons and warily watching the eerie darkness around them. "Don't panic. Don't get distracted. Everyone gather together. All of you gather together." Sujan was the first to react, shouting loudly. Those Su family members who had lost their wits from fear upon hearing Sujan's voice gradually steadied their minds. Then one by one they quickly huddled behind the Su family elites, avoiding the ghostly claws that could reach out from the darkness at any moment. "Damn, did those corpses find this place so quickly?" Sujan and the others had extremely grim expressions. They clearly heard stiff and dull footsteps echoing around them in the darkness, drifting in slowly. Those were the footsteps of the walking corpses, like death warrants resounding through this eerie darkness. Gradually the footsteps grew closer and more urgent. Judging by the sound, many corpses had found this place, and their number was enormous. Everyone prepared to fight at any moment. Sujan decisively ordered, gripping a long spear in his hand. Around him, many Su family elites also looked solemn and prepared for battle. "Patriarch, it's useless. Those corpses can't be killed," a Su family member wailed in despair. The corpses in the darkness simply could not be killed. They were too eerie. Even if chopped into countless pieces, they would restore themselves to their original state. Although there were many people here, including numerous Su family elites. But faced with so many approaching corpses in the darkness, they would eventually be worn down and die here. "What? Just because they can't be killed, should we obediently wait to die?" Sujan replied coldly. He was not one to resign to fate. Even though these corpses in the darkness were all inscrutably bizarre and possessed immortality. But he would never yield easily. Even if he fought until his strength gave out and died, it would be better than waiting to die without doing anything. Hearing Sujan's words, that Su family member fell silent, not knowing how to respond. "Fu. Uncle Fu." At this moment, a Su family disciple was startled, seeing a dead face emerge from the eerie darkness. That dead face was ashen gray, covered with corpse spots, exuding dense, deathly aura. Its eyes were hollow, filled with deep darkness, lacking any trace of living breath, as if they could devour one's soul. And this Su family disciple recognized that dead face. It was one of the Su family's old servants. As Uncle Fu's dead face emerged, a pair of ghostly claws in the darkness shot violently toward that disciple. That Su family disciple immediately came to his senses, swung his battle blade, and severed the ghostly claws that had shot toward him. At the same time, he stabbed the blade into the center of that dead face's forehead, driving it back into the darkness. "It's Su Yao and Xiao Yu, Brother Su." Many Su family disciples gathered together, watching those dead faces emerging from the darkness. They recognized at a glance that these people were all Su family members, some even Su family elite guards, and so on. And they were all dead. Moreover, after death, they had transformed into the eerie beings within this fog. "Attack!" Sujan ordered, sweeping his long spear to repel the pairs of ghostly claws shooting out from the darkness. At the same time, he also drove those familiar faces that had turned into dead faces back into the darkness. Following Su Zhan's lead, the other Su family elites and disciples also took action, repelling the repeated bursts of ghostly claws and dead faces from the darkness. Unfortunately, it was unknown how many eerie corpses had arrived in the darkness. Su Zhan and the others repelled the first wave only to immediately face a second wave of attacks from the eerie corpses. The attacks were continuous, leaving them barely able to cope. Moreover, during these repeated confrontations, inevitably, some Su family members and elites caught off guard were directly grabbed by ghostly claws reaching out from the darkness and pulled in to vanish. Before long, bone-chilling chewing sounds rang out. As more Su family members died, the number of corpses in the eerie darkness would keep increasing. Watching this scene, many of the remaining Su family members and elites truly understood what despair and powerlessness meant. Such an eerie existence was not something they could easily resist. More and more people are dying. It's over. Completely over. We'll never make it out alive. What's the point of fighting back? Just wait to die. As they clashed repeatedly with the ghostly claws in the darkness, they could never truly repel the onslaught of those claws and the rotten faces. Instead, their own side kept losing people. The number of corpses in the darkness continued to increase. Many members of the Su clan had completely lost their nerve, seeing no hope of survival. Death and deep despair awaited them. Despite Su Zhan's repeated loud encouragement to boost morale, it was all in vain. When not a single glimmer of hope remained, despair engulfed them like the boundless darkness, drowning them utterly. One by one, the Su clan members' faces were etched with despair as they abandoned resistance. The ghostly claws in the darkness struck faster and faster. One after another, Su clan members were dragged into the darkness, devoured by the corpses lurking there. Then, transformed into the eerie beings of the dark, they launched fierce assaults on the surviving Su clan members. Su Zhan, I will now break through with all my might to carve a bloody path for you. Find a way to lead the remaining clansmen out. Remember, do not die here, or the Su clan will be utterly At this moment, the Grand Elder, Su Tianyi, stepped forward. Watching countless Su clan members die tragically, with the survivors bereft of any fighting spirit, even their will and hope to live extinguished, he resolved to sacrifice himself to carve a path of life for Su Zhan and the remaining Su clan members. Even knowing his effort might be futile, the duty of the clan's Grand Elder compelled him to step forward at this critical moment for the Su clan's survival. Grand Elder, we live or die together, and we escape together. Su Zhan, wielding his long spear, swung wildly, repelling the ghostly claws and rotting faces that came from the darkness. He could not bear to let Su Tianyi stay behind alone to die. Moreover, even if Su Tianyi could carve a bloody path, what good would it do? Without escaping the seal of this eerie mist, they could never truly be safe. Don't be stubborn, Su Tianyi bellowed. I'm not being stubborn. Even if you carve a path, we can't escape this eerie mist. The priority now is to survive as long as possible. Sacrificing yourself alone is just throwing your life away. Su Zhan replied. Hearing this, Su Tianyi fell silent at a loss for words and could only emit a helpless sigh. As Su Zhan and Su Tianyi argued, faint sounds of fighting came from the darkness. In the distance, Su Zhan and the others even heard Su Chen's voice. Charge in. That commotion, I sense many of our clansmen's auras. Is it an auditory hallucination? Su Zhan did not feel elated. Hearing Su Chen and Zhao Mabai's voices from the darkness, he frowned. After successive battles and facing all kinds of eerie phenomena in the dark, he was mentally exhausted. Now Su Zhan wondered if he was hallucinating, or were the voices from the darkness another trick of the eerie entities deliberately luring them to their deaths. Not only Su Zhan was alarmed, Su Tianyi and the other Su clan members also tensed up, suspecting that another eerie presence had emerged in the darkness. After all, this mist was terrifying beyond measure. How could Su Chen and his group possibly appear here? The ghostly claws in the darkness seemed to have decreased. At that moment, Su Tianyi noticed that the number of ghostly claws attacking from the darkness had diminished. He even clearly heard the stiff, dull footsteps seemingly receding, as if something had drawn them away. Have those corpses all left? Su Zhan wondered. Patriarch, it sounds like there are other footsteps approaching us quickly. A sharp-eared Su clan elite heard hurried footsteps in the darkness. No idea what it is. Prepare. Su Zhan gave the order, his eyes fixed on the darkness ahead. When he saw a handsome young face emerge from the gloom, he thrust his long spear violently. Father, it's me. Su Chen. Having fought through countless dangers with Zhao Mubai, Han Lang, and others to reach this spot, Su Chen suddenly sensed the spear thrust from his father. He jerked his head to the side, narrowly dodging the attack. Chainer, is it really you? Su Zhan quickly withdrew his spear, halting the assault, incredulous. It's me. Su Chen nodded. Why did you bring people here? Su Zhan confirmed the young man before him was indeed his son, and his face filled with anxiety. Knowing you were trapped here, I came with help to rescue you. Oh, how foolish. Chainer, this eerie mist is inescapable. Coming in here is just suicide. Su Zhan was deeply distressed. Faced with this sudden eerie mist, he wouldn't mind dying here himself as long as his son survived. But now Su Chen had risked his life to save them and brought people into this place. Their fate was sealed, they too would die in this strange mist. Father, rest assured I can lead you out, Su Chen reassured. Tr. Truly, Su Zhan was stunned. Not only he but Su Tianyi and the other surviving Su clan members also stared at Su Chen in disbelief. They had exhausted every method to escape this eerie mist, but failed. How could Su Chen possibly lead them out? Yet with no time to think too much, they had no choice but to trust him. Having even a sliver of hope to escape was better than none. Everyone stay close. Without time for explanations or pleasantries, Su Chen gave the order and prepared to lead these surviving clansmen out of the eerie mist. Young master, why have all those corpses retreated just now? What's happening? Walking through the darkness, Zhao Mubai. Earlier as he followed Su Chen into this place, they encountered numerous rotting faces and ghostly claws that blocked their path. No matter how many they slayed, more corpses surged forward. But for some reason those corpses suddenly receded like a tide, vanishing into the darkness. Otherwise they would never have been able to reach the Su clan's main hall and reunite with Su Zhan. Perhaps something else has drawn them away, Su Chen replied, also puzzled. Now is not the time to dwell on this. We must take advantage of their retreat to leave, Su Chen ordered. He led Zhao Mubai and the others, quickening their pace. Along the way, surprisingly, they were not assailed by the ghostly claws in the darkness. Even the stiff, dull footsteps in the dark had vanished completely. It was as if the eerie corpses roaming in the darkness had dissipated into nothingness in an instant. But Su Chen knew they could not have disappeared entirely. After all, the bluish-gray mist had not yet fully dispersed. As long as the mist remained, those eerie corpses would wander the area like masterless specters. The fact that they had silently withdrawn now must have some unknown reason. Without the intrusion of those wandering corpses, Su Chen led Zhao Mubai and the others to the Su clan's main gate in no time. In his right palm the black eye opened, and an invisible force tore a rift in the eerie mist that enveloped. Through that rift, Su Chen led the Su clan members out of the encirclement of the eerie mist. Oh, great, great. I can't believe we actually made it out alive. Many of the Su clan members who had been trapped in the eerie mist, upon seeing the other Su elites waiting outside and the familiar streets and sights, one after another they wept with joy. They had thought they would die in that eerie mist, but Su Chen's appearance truly led them out alive. Chainer, well done. We owe it all to you this time. The joy of surviving a catastrophe was written on Su Zhan. He was also astonished that his son possessed such ability, actually managing to bring them out of that eerie mist. Lu Yao Huangshao still not out. After settling his father and the others, Su Chen turned to gaze at the eerie thick fog shrouding the entire Su family estate. The fog had not dissipated, on the contrary it grew denser. Not yet, Zhao Mubai replied. It seems they are, Su Chen said grimly. Rescue them. Members of the Demon Suppression Bureau cannot die on my family's grounds. His gaze was resolute. The Demon Suppression Bureau held a high position in the Dine dynasty. If one of their agents died at the Su residence, who knew whether they would find a pretext to harass his family? He'll go with you. No, you stay here to protect my father. He'll go alone. Having just rescued his father, Su Chen was uneasy leaving him without sufficient protection. Moreover, after glimpsing the corpses of Tu Heihu and others in the fog, he was certain that the Wu family was behind this treachery. If Zhao Mubai and the others followed him inside, the Wu family elites might seize the chance to strike, and the remaining members of the Su household would be hard-pressed to repel the assault. But the fog still lingers, and the manor is filled with those eerie corpses. It's dangerous for you to go in alone. Rest assured those corpses are strange, but cannot threaten me. Su Chen spoke calmly. In his palm lay a black eye through which he could escape the eerie fog at any moment. Moreover, the black eye exuded an intangible pressure that could intimidate the eerie corpses. After instructing Zhao Mubai and Han Lang to stay and protect his father, Su Chen turned and stepped into the eerie fog. Chainer. Su Zhan, seeing his son enter the eerie fog again, grew frantic. He tried to rush in, but the eerie fog blocked him, and no matter what he did, he could not easily break through. Once inside the eerie fog, the surrounding darkness deepened. Gripping his longsword, Su Chen relied on the black eye in his palm to constantly scan the dark vicinity. As when they had escaped earlier, the darkness held no wandering eerie corpses. They had vanished to some unknown boom. While Su Chen searched the darkness for traces of Lu Yao and Huang, Shao, a rumble echoed. Accompanying it were the low growls of countless eerie corpses. Following the sound, Su Chen hurried toward the source. These little fiends have summoned all the eerie corpses from the surrounding darkness to this spot. Huang Shao, wielding a combat blade, swept horizontally and severed numerous ghostly claws that thrust out from the darkness. His face was ashen. We must find a way to eliminate these dead infants quickly. Only by destroying them can we break the fog seal and end the corpses. Beside him, Lu Yao's expression was grave. Earlier, she and Huang Shao had searched a long while before discovering the source of the eeriness, the many dead infants dwelling in a pottery jar. Without hesitation, they launched a fierce assault on the dead infants, attempting to eliminate the source. But the dead infants saw through their intent. To quickly deal with the intruders, they summoned the many eerie corpses hidden in the darkness to oppose them. These dead infants are unkillable. Getting rid of them won't be easy. Huang Xiao replied. Do you see that pottery jar? Yes, what about it? That jar may be their vital point. Destroy it, and we should be able to finish them. As Lu Yao spoke, her gaze was fixed on the dark cyan jar in the shadows. But more and more eerie corpses appeared, and the dead infants blocked their path fiercely. Thus getting close to the jar and destroying it was no easy task. They'll draw the attention of the dead infants and the eerie corpses. You seized the chance to get near the jar and shatter it. Lu Yao commanded, gripping a sickle-shaped blade and launching an extremely swift assault. A terrifying aura erupted. Countless blade edges dense like a meat grinder madly slaughtered the eerie corpses and the howling dead infants that surged forward. Under Lu Yao's frenzied slaughter, the attention of many dead infants and eerie corpses was diverted to her. Meanwhile, Huang Xiao charged to the dark cyan jar and brought his battle blade down fiercely. With a flash of the blade, the jar was cleaved in two. Having succeeded, Huang Xiao immediately retreated to Lu. Did it work? Huang Yao stared at the split jar, his expression tense. It should have, Lu Yao replied, because after Huang Xiao shattered the jar, the surrounding eerie corpses all halted their assault. Even the dead infants, which had been radiating fierce malevolence, stopped attacking and fell silent. But if it worked, why hasn't the fog dissipated? And these dead infants haven't vanished either. Huang Xiao wondered. For some reason, he instinctively sensed an unprecedented danger. Perhaps shattering the jar had been a grievous. Even Lu Yao vaguely felt something was wrong. Tap, tap, tap. Under their puzzled stare, the eerie corpses walking in the darkness all shuffled toward the group of ferocious dead infants. Then to Lu Yao and Huang Xiao shocked, the dead infants opened blood-red maws and began devouring ghosts. These dead infants were actually eating ghosts. What is happening? Lu Yao was momentarily baffled. According to the records, she knew the ghost-raising technique required only breaking the vessel that housed the spirits, and the raised ghosts would automatically dissipate. Yet now, with the vessel destroyed, the dead infants not only persisted, but wildly consumed those eerie corpses. Moreover, as they devoured more, their bodies swelled. Then one by one, the dead infants connected like puzzle pieces, forming a new head, arms, and legs, transforming into a different kind of aberration. The emerging aberration radiated an increasingly violent and ferocious aura. A woman. Yes, the clusters of dead infants merged into a female ghost with dark cyan hair, dressed in tattered white robes, exuding thick, deathly energy. The exposed skin was covered with the sinister faces of dead infants. The overwhelming, baleful aura made Lu Yao and Huang Xiao feel an unprecedented oppression. Those dead infants have fused into a new evil entity. This scenario is completely different from what the Demon Suppression Bureau's archives describe. Lu Yao's face darkened. She realized that telling Huang Xiao to shatter the jar had been a mistake. That jar must have been the mother vessel of these dead infants. Someone had raised the little ghosts using a secret art to seal the mother within the jar. The chains connecting the dead infants' navels to the jar were actually the umbilical cords linking them to the mother. With the jar broken, the seal was released. Thus came the fusion of the dead infants and the revival of the mother. It seems what we face now is the true form of this evil entity. Lu Yao's tone was heavy. Retreat. The aura of this mother entity is beyond what we can resist. Retreat. Where? Without Su Chen's abilities, we can't even escape this entity's domain. Moreover, if we withdraw and leave this evil entity unchecked as it continues to develop, the entire Wu City will face unprecedented danger. Once everyone in Wu City becomes its blood sacrifice, it will grow even stronger. At that point, even the Bureau's top-tier keepers might find it difficult to eliminate such a terror. Lu Yao's innate sense of justice refused to let her back down. No matter how terrifying the entity, she had to eradicate it. Otherwise, if it expanded its domain to cover all of Wu City, it would not be just a small Su family that perished. The entire city would be buried. Before the mother entity became uncontrollable, they had to find a way to nip it in the bud. The Wu family. In the dim study, the Wu family ancestor suddenly opened his eyes. He rose and walked to the window, looking toward the Su family's direction with a sinister gaze. They actually broke the seal. The people of the Su family are truly seeking their own doom. Wu Shan. Then the Wu family ancestor withdrew his gaze and said calmly, "Ancestor, what are your orders?" The Su family is utterly finished. Now you may take your men to eliminate the remaining Su family members who are still alive. The Wu family ancestor gave the order. Disciple at your command. Having waited for a long time, Wu Shan, upon hearing his ancestor's order to attack the Su family, could no longer contain himself. He immediately gathered the many Wu family elites who had been standing by. With a series of whooshing sounds, hundreds of Wu family elites, led by Wu Shan, left the Wu family estate in a mighty procession, heading straight toward the Su family's direction. In the gloomy, thick fog, Huang Xiao was struck by the terrifying force erupted from the evil anomaly mother, and his body flew backward like a cannonball, spurting a mouthful of blood. As for Lu Yao, she was pinned to the ground by the cold, dead infant faces on the surface of the evil anomaly. Each dead infant face stretched out stiff, icy ghost claws from within. The power of these ghost claws was far greater than that of the ghost claws from the earlier anomalous corpses. Lu Yao was suppressed by these ghost claws, unable to move her hands or feet at all. Moreover, the icy aura carried by the ghost claws frantically invaded her body, causing her to tremble and her complexion to gradually turn a livid green. As soon as her face turned completely livid, Lu Yao would die under the ghost claws that violently thrust out from the dead infant faces. Indeed, this evil anomaly mother is too powerful. There is no way to kill her. Not to mention, killing her, even getting close to her, is extremely difficult. Feeling the icy aura frantically invading her body, Lu Yao sensed her consciousness gradually fading. She knew death was imminent. I initially wanted to eliminate this evil anomaly mother as soon as possible, but now it seems impossible. I only hope that after I die, this evil anomaly mother will not undergo further growth, otherwise she will definitely become a major threat to my great Yin dynasty. The breath of death like boundless darkness swiftly enveloped Lu Yao's body and consciousness. On the verge of death, she felt neither excessive panic nor fear. Instead, she prayed that someone would quickly discover this evil anomaly mother and eradicate her, never giving her a chance to grow. Perhaps Lu Yao's prayer worked. Just before her consciousness completely faded, the cold ghost claws that had been pressing down on her were all severed by a sword aura that came streaking through the darkness. Once the ghost claws were severed, the icy aura inside her quickly dissipated. Lu Yao's fading consciousness immediately cleared, and her body regained its mobility in an instant. Circulating the true qi within her body, she gripped the sickle-shaped curved blade and slashed fiercely at the evil anomaly mother before her. At the same time, she performed a kip-up, sprang to her feet, and with a light tap of her toes swiftly retreated. The moment she steadied herself, a young man holding a long sword emerged from the darkness. Sensing his familiar aura, Lu Yao knew it was Su Chun. It was Su Chun who had delivered that earlier sword strike. Thanks to his timely appearance and rescue, she had returned from the brink of death. Otherwise, she would surely have died under that evil anomaly mother. Thank you. Lu Yao stared at the evil anomaly mother in the distant darkness, which had been cut in two by her curved blade, and now its body was rapidly healing and regenerating at an astonishing speed. Without forgetting to thank Su Chun, who stood in the darkness beside her. Consider it even. Su Chun replied. He had been able to lead his father and the others safely out of this hellish place without being attacked and invaded by those anomalous corpses along the way. That was all thanks to Lu Yao and Huang Xiao for luring away those anomalous corpses. Therefore, by stepping in to save Lu Yao now, Su Chun was repaying a debt of gratitude to both of them. Are your father and the people of your Su family safe? Lu Yao asked with a smile. Yes, they are all safe. Su Chun nodded, his gaze fixed on the eerie female corpse dressed in ghastly white. Is that thing before us the source of this strange, thick fog? Yes. Lu Yao's expression turned serious. Be careful, the power of this evil anomaly mother cannot be underestimated. Those dead infant faces on her surface will stretch out ghost claws. Once you are caught by those claws, your true qi will be instantly suppressed, and death aura will invade your body, leaving you immobile, forced to watch yourself die. Recalling how she had been attacked by those explosively extending ghost claws moments ago, completely unable to resist, Lu Yao offered her warning. She had rushed forward recklessly and almost died at the hands of the evil anomaly mother. But there was still some benefit. At least she had figured out part of the Mother Boda's abilities. That is, its explosively extending ghost claws had the power to suppress a cultivator's true qi and immobilize their body. At the very least, any cultivator below the martial ancestor realm once suppressed by those ghost claws would be utterly unable to move. And if the evil anomaly mother continued to grow, killing more people, then even dispatching martial ancestor realm experts might not be enough to deal with her. So it can instantly suppress a cultivator's true qi and physical movement. Truly troublesome. In that case, I must beware of the ghost claws within that female corpse. Upon hearing Lu Yao's warning, Su Chun murmured, Have you found the weakness of that evil anomaly mother? Su Chun suddenly asked. To eliminate an anomaly, either use a special container to imprison it, or find its weakness and truly eradicate. Unfortunately, neither Lu Yao nor Huang Xiao had brought a container capable of imprisoning the anomaly. The only path left for Su Chun and the other two was to find the weakness of that female corpse and destroy it. We haven't found it yet. Her abilities are special, and we dare not approach recklessly again. Discovering her weakness won't be easy. Then I will try to suppress that female corpse. You two take the opportunity to hold her off, and you'll find a way to locate her weakness. Su Chun responded. He raised his right palm, and in the center the black eye opened. With a deep hum, an invisible pressure suddenly burst forth from the black eye. Under that invisible pressure, the evil anomaly mother whose body had been healing was about to move. But it seemed as if invisible ropes had bound it tightly, stiffening it in place, unable to stir. The power of the black eye. I have used it 3 times today. Now my true qi is almost depleted, and I cannot sustain it for too long. You two act quickly. The aura of this evil anomaly mother is too strong. I fear I cannot suppress her for long. Su Chun shouted. Both Lu Yao and Huang Xiao were well-trained confiners of the Suppression Demon Division, and they understood the urgency. The two raised their weapons and charged at the eerie female corpse. With sharp, sizzling sounds, streaks of blade light flashed continuously in the cold, eerie darkness. Each blade light slashed freely at the suppressed evil anomaly mother. One cut after another with the evil anomaly mother's flesh was soon hacked to pieces by Lu Yao and Huang Xiao. Chunks of reeking rotten flesh fell to the ground with plopping sounds. Moreover, those chunks of flesh kept squirming, moving toward the mother body, as if they were intelligent living. Su Chun, standing aside, used the black eye both to suppress the evil anomaly mother, giving Lu Yao and Huang Xiao the chance to attack, and to continuously observe everything through the black eye. He tried to see if he could use the black eye's ability to see through illusions to find the evil anomaly mother's weakness in the shortest time. Her aura is weakening. Su Chun noticed that as Lu Yao and Huang Xiao continued to hack at the evil anomaly mother, the more her flesh fell to the ground, the more her terrifying aura dropped dramatically. I wonder if this method can kill the evil anomaly mother. But even if it cannot kill her, we can at least weaken her. Then Su Chun took out a handful of fire talismans. With a flick of his wrist, those fire talismans flew toward the piles of fallen flesh. With a whoosh, the talismans landed on the flesh and immediately burst into flame. A stench of burning flesh instantly spread through the darkness. At the same time, before the flesh was completely burned to ashes, a series of sorrowful wails from dying vengeful spirits came from within. So that's it. Hearing the wails of the vengeful spirits as the flesh burned, Su Chun's eyes lit up as he suddenly discovered something. Clumps of flesh were continuously burning. As the flesh was incinerated into ashes, the vicious ghosts residing within them also dissipated without a trace. Meanwhile, the aura of the eerie mother entity plummeted sharply. A collective of all ghosts. Su Chun stared intently at the eerie mother entity, realizing that the female corpse was a conglomerate formed from countless malicious ghosts. Every piece of flesh on her body was a ghost. The way to kill her was simple. Cleanse and burn each piece. If not for Su Chun discovering this through his black eye observation ability, no matter how he suppressed it, or how Lu Yao and Huang Xiao slashed at it, the eerie mother entity before them would remain immortal. On the contrary, the longer they delayed, the more energy they would consume, and the more perilous their situation would become. The mother entity fears fire. Try using fire. Su Chun, fully occupied with suppressing the eerie mother entity, could not employ other means to directly set it ablaze, and could only shout loudly. In the distance, amidst the darkness, Lu Yao and Huang Xiao, who had been frantically attacking the eerie mother entity, quickly reacted. They knew that if Su Chun said such a thing, he must have discovered something. Without any hesitation, the two each took out fire talismans. A dozen fire talismans flew together toward the eerie mother entity in the field. Instantly, they transformed into blazing flames, completely engulfing the eerie mother entity. The crackling sound of burning flames and the stench of charred, rotting flesh drifted through the boundless, profound darkness. Did it succeed? Lu Yao and the others ceased their attacks and retreated to Su Chun's side, their gazes fixed on the eerie mother entity, burning fiercely in the darkness filled with uncertainty. Only Su Chun stared fixedly at the eerie mother entity, daring not to show any carelessness. It's not dead yet. Suddenly, using his black eye observation ability, Su Chun discovered that the eerie mother entity had not completely dissipated. Instead, at the moment the flames engulfed it, layers of burning flesh on the mother entity's surface slowly slid off, like a dress unbuttoned. It was shedding its skin. To avoid being completely incinerated, the eerie mother entity was using skin shedding to isolate itself from the flames. Correspondingly, after shedding that layer of flesh, the terrifying aura emitted by the eerie mother entity had significantly diminished. The strange dense fog that enveloped the entire Su family manor also thinned considerably. Su Chun and the other two, standing in the darkness, clearly sensed that their released spiritual senses could extend much farther than before. Are there any more fire talismans? Su Chun asked. None left. Those were all the fire talismans I had. Lu Yao's expression darkened. She too realized that fire attacks were effective. Unfortunately, she and Huang Xiao did not carry many fire talismans, making it difficult to continue using fire attacks to kill the eerie mother entity. My Su family has a spiritual treasures pavilion, which stores many fire talismans. What do you plan to do? You two hold off this eerie mother entity. Use any means to buy me time. I will go to the spiritual treasures pavilion to fetch fire talismans and return as quickly as possible. Su Chun replied. With a flicker of his figure, he turned and dashed toward the spiritual treasures pavilion. Without hesitation, Lu Yao and Huang Xiao engaged the eerie mother entity in fierce combat once again. In the absence of Su Chun's black eye ability to suppress it, the eerie mother entity fully unleashed itself. Its figure flickered with extreme speed, instantly closing in on Lu Yao in the darkness. From the dead infant faces on its body, cold and rigid ghost claws abruptly shot out, reaching ferociously for Lu Yao. Knowing that the ghost claws of the eerie mother entity could easily suppress a cultivator's true chi and render the body immobile, Lu Yao dared not be the least bit careless. Her extended spiritual senses keenly tracked the trajectories of the ghost claws lashing out. Then employing agile footwork, she dodged each one. This was also because the eerie mother entity having been attacked by fire earlier had its aura drastically reduced, and the surrounding strange fog had dissipated considerably. Otherwise, given the state of Lu Yao and Huang Xiao, easily evading the mother entity's attacks would have been far from simple. The only outcome awaiting them would be death. In the darkness, relying on his black eye, Su Chen swiftly made his way to the spiritual treasures pavilion. Soon he entered and found many fire talismans. Without delay, he turned around and retraced his path, fearing that if he lingered too long, Lu Yao and the other might not hold on. Chainer. Outside the Su family manor, Su Zhan stared at the strange dense fog shrouding the sky above their residence, his expression filled with deep concern. Patriarch, please rest assured. With the young master's abilities, he will not easily perish in that strange fog. Zhao Mubai stepped forward to offer reassurance, even though he himself barely believed these words. I hope so. Su Zhan let out a sigh. If his son died in that strange fog, then he would have no reason to live. Suddenly a scream of agony rang out. A member of the Su family was struck through the heart by a sharp arrow, dying on the spot. This scene startled the other Su family elites nearby. Enemy attack. Someone spotted the situation and shouted loudly. Fall back. Fall back. The Su family elders immediately organized the people to avoid further casualties. Many Su family experts reacted swiftly, raising their weapons to deflect the arrows shooting out from the darkness. Damn it. Who in the world is it? A Su family elder saw many of their clansmen slain by those arrows, his face darkening with fury. Su Zhan and Su Tianyi, hearing the commotion, also came to the front line to assess the situation. It's the Wu family. Su Zhan noticed a small Wu character carved on the arrow shafts. Sure enough, all of this is the Wu family's doing behind the scenes. Instantly, Su Zhan's face turned grim. After escaping from the strange fog, Zhao Mubai had reported all related information to him in detail. And Su Zhan, based on that simple intelligence, deduced that tonight's encounter with the strange fog that caused heavy casualties to the Su family was indeed the Wu family's machination. Originally, it was only speculation, but now it was clearly the Wu family. Yo, Su Zhan, you're quite lucky to be alive. You actually didn't die in that strange fog. From the distant darkness emerged Wu family elites clad in black and exuding a formidable aura. Hundreds of Wu family elites completely surrounded Su Zhan and the surviving Su family members. From among them stepped a middle-aged man with a sinister countenance, the Wu family patriarch Wu Shan. Flanking Wu Shan were the various Wu family elders, all of the martial spirit realm. Is all of this your Wu? Su Zhan locked eyes with Wu Shan, his gaze chillingly cold. Isn't it obvious? Wu Shan was nonchalant, unafraid of information leaking. For tonight, all Su family members present would die, none would escape. With them all dead, who could reveal that the Wu family ancestors secretly raised little ghosts? You killed hundreds of my Su family. Wu Shan, tonight I, Su Zhan, will make your Wu family pay with blood. Su Zhan roared, gripping his spear tightly, and charged fiercely at Wu Shan. With an explosive thrust, the terrifying spear momentum aimed straight for Wu Shan's brow. Wu Shan remained unmoved. Several Wu family elites beside him immediately stepped forward, striking together to easily block Su Zhan's spear. Heh, looks like you expended a lot of true qi in that strange fog. Things are about to get troublesome, because if you keep this up, you might die. Wu Shan saw that Su Zhan's spear momentum was clearly far from its peak, undoubtedly, because he had barely escaped the strange fog and was severely drained. A mocking smile curled at the corner of his mouth. However, I am rather curious right now. How exactly did you escape from the mist? Immediately after, Wu Shan's gaze turned sinister. The ancestor said that once the mist envelopes, no one can come out alive. Because the mist isolates everything, and only after the terrifying entity within has slaughtered everyone will the strange fog dissipate. Yet Su Zhan and many Su family members had actually emerged from the mist alive. This made Wu Shan sense something amiss, feeling that the Su family might have a hidden master backing them. But after days of covert investigation, the results continuously reminded him that the Su family had no such hidden master. For a moment, Wu Shan was uncertain about the Su family situation. Things have already come to this. Who cares if there's a hidden master or not? Wu Shan snorted, raising his hand and waving. The many Wu family elites in the surrounding darkness charged together at Su Zhan and the others. Thus a great battle commenced. Fight to the death. Seeing many Wu family elites charging towards them fiercely, Su Zhan let out a roar and rushed forward first with his spear. Behind him, many members of the Su family also joined the fight. Su Tianyi, Zhao Mu by Han Lang, and others engaged in fierce combat with the Wu family's powerful warriors. Among them, Su Tianyi was the most ferocious. As the strongest member of the Su family, he single-handedly held off 3 Wu clan elders without losing ground. Even more so, those 3 Wu clan elders were suppressed by Su Tianyi alone. Go help the second elder and others join forces to defeat Su Tianyi. As long as Su Tianyi dies, the morale of the Su family will surely plummet. Standing in the rear, Wu Shan watched the situation unfolding calmly. His eyes immediately locked onto the ferocious Su Tianyi, his gaze flashing with cold determination. Understood. 3 Su family elites, each at the martial spirit level, respectfully received his order. With a flash of movement, they rushed toward the battlefield to team up with their elders and eliminate Su Tianyi first. Boom! A terrifying aura erupted from within Su Tianyi, sending the 3 Wu elders crashing backward, blood spurting from their mouths. That old man is still this ferocious. One of the Wu elders, with a sinister gaze fixed on Su Tianyi, who was unleashing that terrifying aura, had a grim expression. Su Tianyi's state was obviously not as strong as before, undoubtedly having suffered greatly in the mysterious dense fog. If we join our efforts, wear him down, and kill that old villain, it will surely be possible. Stop wasting time and attack. Don't give Su Tianyi even a moment's chance to catch his breath. The second elder of the Wu clan commanded sternly. He surged forward again, charging wildly at Su Tianyi. With a furious punch, he aimed directly at Su Tianyi's chest. The terrifying fist force raised a violent wind, utterly domineering. For an ordinary person, such a blow would be impossible to dodge or block easily. But Su Tianyi clearly perceived the trajectory of the punch, reaching out his hand to intercept the elder's furious strike and completely neutralize it. However, at that very moment, the attacks of the other 2 Wu elders arrived. One wielded a long blade, slashing fiercely downward toward Su Tianyi's head. The other clasped a talisman, lightning flickering within it as it shot rapidly towards Su Tianyi. Great cloud palm technique, clouds rolling and surging. Feeling the combined ferocious assaults of the 2 Wu elders, Su Tianyi remained calm and unleashed his ultimate martial skill. A palm strike shot forth like surging boundless clouds, carrying overwhelming force and charging ahead fiercely. The figures of the 2 Wu elders were once again blasted away by Su Tianyi's palm. Even the second elder of the Wu clan could not avoid the terrifying palm and spouted blood as he flew outward. It was precisely when Su Tianyi had just repelled the 3 Wu elders, and his momentum had not yet stabilized. In secret, 3 Wu family elites, each at the martial spirit level, charged madly toward him. Faced with this sudden assault, Su Tianyi had no time to dodge or defend, and was directly struck by the long blades of the 3 Wu elites on his shoulder, waist, and thigh. Painful, Su Tianyi frowned, and suddenly roared, "Get lost!" An invisible aura erupted violently, blasting those 3 Wu elites who had been lurking and attempting to surprise him into the air. Elder first. Many Su family members, seeing their elder first ambushed and severely wounded, became extreme. However, they were all tightly suppressed by the Wu elites and had no capacity to assist. Even Su Zhan was surrounded by a dozen Wu elites, unable to break through to aid Su Tianyi. Ha ha ha. Excellent. That old villain has expended much energy in the mysterious fog, and now he is grievously injured. Next, killing him will be easy. The second elder of the Wu clan, enduring the injuries within himself, gazed at the severely wounded Su Tianyi and could not help but laugh arrogantly. At his command, many more Wu elites charged towards Su Tianyi from all sides. These Wu elites did not expect to kill someone as powerful as Su Tianyi, as long as they could exhaust him enough. Their own elders and remaining warriors would eventually kill that old villain. Outside the arena, Wu Shan calmly watched the ever-changing situation. For him, the outcome was already decided. The Su family members were doomed to die. Whether it was Su Tianyi or Su Zhan, everyone must perish. However, to ensure safety and prevent any unexpected developments mid-process, he chose to act, and his target was none other than Su Tianyi. "Bring me my bow," Wu Shan ordered. Immediately, a Wu elite presented a heavy bow crafted from black shin. Drawing the bow and nocking an arrow, Wu Shan aimed from afar at Su Tianyi, who was being besieged by numerous Wu elites. He infused qi into the arrow. Whoosh! The fully charged arrow tore through the darkness, striking the distant Su Tianyi. How could Su Tianyi possibly evade this arrow while under siege? Moreover, in the mysterious dense fog, he had expended much energy protecting Su Zhan and his clan members. Earlier, he had also been grievously injured by a sneak attack from the Wu elites. In his weakened state, he could not easily dodge Wu Shan's full-strength arrow. Thwack! The sharp arrow instantly pierced through Su Tianyi's chest, penetrating his heart. Instantly, Su Tianyi froze and placed large gouts of blood spurting from his mouth. Attack! Keep attacking. Cut that old man to pieces. Around him, many Wu elites saw Su Tianyi hit by a fatal arrow with no hope of survival. Considering that Su Tianyi's cultivation was too high, they feared further complications might arise. They shouted furiously and charged forward, one slash after another, relentlessly cutting into Su Tianyi's body. Blood and flesh scattered everywhere. Already struck by a fatal blow under the fierce assaults of many Wu elites, countless shocking wounds covered Su Tianyi's entire body. Even though his breath had long since ceased, some Wu elites did not forget to deliver finishing blows. Around them, the Su family members desperately resisting the Wu elites' assaults, seeing their elder first tragically killed under the combined attacks of Wu Shan, the Wu elders, and numerous Wu elites. Their eyes turned red, faces filled with grief and anger. Even Su Zhan, upon seeing Elder First Su Tianyi hacked into a bloody mess by the Wu elites, was furious beyond measure. Wushan. Su Zhan thrust his spear with explosive force, piercing through several Wu elites. Then he threw their bodies like trash, slamming heavily onto the Wu elites still charging behind them. His glance swept across the arena, locking firmly onto Wushan, watching from outside, exuding a shocking killing intent. What? Are you getting angry already? The show is just beginning. Tonight, not only will our Wu clan kill your Su family elder first, but also you, Su Zhan. All members of the Su family shall live. Completely unfazed by Su Zhan's rage, Wushan continued provoking him, attempting to provoke Su Zhan into losing his composure as much as possible. As long as Su Zhan lost his composure, eliminating him afterward would be much easier. After all, what is most taboo in battle on the battlefield is losing one's calm and thus failing to assess the situation correctly. You're asking for trouble. Su Zhan could no longer suppress his fury. Even though he knew Wushan deliberately provoked him, thinking of the scene where Su Tianyi died horribly, he could not remain composed. In a fit of rage, he brandished his spear, massacring wave after wave of Wu elites charging at him, determined to kill Wushan and avenge the brutally slain Su Tianyi. At this moment, Su Zhan truly transformed into a god of slaughter, ruthlessly harvesting the lives of Wu elites one after another. Su Tianyi is dealt with, and next is Su Zhan. Once he's dead, the rest of the Su family members won't matter. Having eliminated Su Tianyi, the second elder of the Wu clan, and others glanced around like hungry wolves, fixing their deadly stares on the distant Su Zhan, who was slaughtering recklessly. Patriarch, allow me to assist the second elder in slaying Su Zhan. A young prodigy of the Wu family spoke with reverence. No need, you juniors need only watch quietly. Wushan replied. He had brought the younger generation of the Wu family here, not wishing for them to engage in battle. For the Wu family, these youths were the continuation of their bloodline and heritage, the cornerstone of future progress. The reason he brought them here was to let them witness firsthand that this world operates on the law of the jungle. The weak are eliminated, and only the strong truly survive. He wanted them to remember the tragic downfall of the Su family at all times, spurring them to diligence and progress. Otherwise, should the Wu family decline one day, they would face the same fate. Hearing that the patriarch permitted them only to observe and not to participate, the younger disciples of the Wu family dared not disobey. One after another, they silently stood behind Wushan, watching their family's warriors fight with bloodshed, mercilessly slaughtering members of the Su family. Just then Wushan frowned, noticing that the eerie fog shrouding the Su family estate had thinned. Especially from deep within the mist came harrowing screams, as if countless vengeful spirits were wailing. Soon after, faint flickers of fire emerged within the fog, accompanied by a burnt, putrid odor. Not only Wushan, but also the young disciples behind him noticed the strange fog over the Su estate. When they heard the shrill cries, their faces turned pale and their scalps tingled, as if a terrifying ghost had appeared before their eyes. On the battlefield, both the Su and Wu families engaged in combat also heard the piercing screams from the Su estate. I saw the rapidly dissipating eerie mist and witnessed the blinding flames that illuminated the entire estate. The mist has dissipated. Zhao Mubai, covered in wounds, first looked shocked at the vanishing fog, then erupted in wild joy. He knew exactly what the dissipation meant. My son is safe. Su Zhan roared with laughter, wielding his spear and flipping a stunned Wu elite off his horse. Impossible. The little ghost raised by the ancestor has been eliminated. Wushan's face darkened as he watched the swiftly clearing mist. Who could it be? A hidden expert backing the Su family. Wushan muttered. Suddenly he saw three figures emerging from the Su family estate as the fog dissipated. The leader was a handsome young man in brocade robes, flanked by a woman in black and a burly middle-aged man. When Wushan spotted the attire of Lu Yao and Huang Xiao, his pupils contracted. The Demon Suppression Bureau. No wonder the ancestor's little ghost was destroyed. The Su family has the Bureau's support. Damn it. This is going to be troublesome. Exhausted from the perilous ordeal of eradicating the sinister spirit's mother entity, Su Chen, Lu Yao, and Huang Xiao dragged their weary bodies out of the Su estate. As soon as they emerged, they witnessed the fierce clash between the Su and Wu families. Su Chen saw the cold bodies on the ground, both Su and Wu clan members. Among them he spotted the mangled corpse of Grand Elder Su Tianyi, hacked to death by swords. The Wu family raided us tonight and killed the Grand Elder. Zhao Mubai shouted loudly after skewering a Wu elite who tried to ambush him. Many of our Su clan members have fallen by Wu hands, another Su clansman declared. He had been rescued by Su Chen from the estate, feeling grateful and recognizing Su Chen's strength. Patriarch is being besieged by several Wu elders and elites. Please go help young master. Han Lang, having cut down a Wu warrior, said grimly. After quickly assessing the situation, Su Chen scanned the battlefield and saw the Wu family's second elder leading a group of elites and encircling his father. His father was utterly exhausted, covered in wounds, drenched in blood. If Su Chen had been even a moment later, his father would have died. The evil spirit is dealt with. Now this is a matter between the Su and Wu families. Su Chen said, ignoring Lu Yao and Huang Xiao. He charged into the fray with his sword. With one horizontal slash, 3 Wu elites were cut in half. At the same time, the 3 warriors' deaths transformed into a stream of essence, energy, merging into the all-realms pill, within Su Chen, continuously replenishing his true qi and alleviating his fatigue. Should we help? Huang Xiao asked, watching the brutal conflict. As members of the Great Yan's Demon Suppression Bureau, they were typically not required to intervene in mundane martial conflicts. We help, Lu Yao said firmly. Why? Huang Xiao was puzzled. The sinister spirit mother entity was created by the Wu family. Since they harbor methods of raising evil spirits, this falls under the jurisdiction of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Lu Yao replied. Huang Xiao nodded inwardly. It did make sense. Moreover, we both owe our survival to Su Chen. We must repay this debt. It would be heartless to watch the Su family perish at Wu hands, wouldn't it? Lu Yao continued. I understand now, Huang Xiao nodded. With a flicker, he vanished like a ghost into the battlefield, warblade in hand. One sweeping slash sent out a terrifying saber aura, surging like a tidal wave, raising everything in its path. Under that single stroke, over a dozen Wu elites at the Martial Master realm lost their heads. Martial Spirit 8th Layer. Huang Xiao's fearsome display stunned many Wu family fighters. They instantly recognized him as a Martial Spirit 8th Layer powerhouse. Such a cultivator was an apex existence in the entire martial city, unmatched. This guy used too much energy fighting that sinister mother entity. After that strike, only a dozen or so martial masters died. Huang Xiao was deeply dissatisfied. That was the best he could manage. However, he had expended too much and was heavily injured from the previous battle. Martial Spirit 8th Layer. How do we fight that? A Wu elite stared at Huang Xiao in terror. Such an existence could slaughter all of them combined. Don't panic. His qi is not at its peak, and he's badly wounded. Even a Martial Spirit 8th Layer can be worn down by our numbers. Wu Shan, commanding from the rear, had already noticed Lu Yao and Huang Xiao. The Demon Suppression Bureau agents could not be allowed to escape alive. If news reached the capital, the Wu family would be doomed. Hearing their patriarch's words, the Wu elites calmed down, summoning their courage to charge at Huang Xiao. Meanwhile, Wu Shan's gaze swept towards Su Chen, who was cutting through enemies with his sword. He frowned. That's Su Chen. There's something strange about him. He noticed that Su Chen seemed to grow stronger with each passing moment. Others' true qi depleted in battle, but Su Chen's appeared inexhaustible. That's Su Chen. On the battlefield, the elite members of the Wu family noticed Su Chen's terror, their faces filled with shock. They could not believe that a waste expelled from the heavenly sect could still be so formidable and terrifying. So many of their Wu family experts had surrounded and attacked him alone, yet they could not withstand a single strike of his sword. Moreover, even the tactic of overwhelming numbers seemed to have failed. Su Chen only grew more ferocious with each kill, as if his stamina had no limit and his true qi would never run dry. What's there to fear from a mere reject of the heavenly sect? A slender Wu family elite sneered coldly. He gripped his hook-like claws, his form silently melting into the shadows as he attempted to creep close to Su Chen, planning to launch a surprise attack and gravely wound him. However, Su Chen's divine sense and 6 faculties were exceptionally keen, and the black eye in his palm constantly surveyed the surroundings. As soon as the slender Wu family elite approached within half a zhang of Su Chen before he could launch his assault, a sword beam slashed horizontally. The strike was so swift that the Wu family elite had no time to react or dodge. With a soft sound, his head was cleanly severed by Su Chen's sword. Even in death, he could not understand why Su Chen, a so-called waste, had easily detected and slain him despite his use of a concealment technique. This is getting tricky. At that moment, many Wu family elites encircling Su Chen sensed something amiss. They retreated a safe distance, watching him warily, no longer charging in recklessly. That waste must be using some secret art. The more he kills, the denser his true qi becomes. Since he's using a secret art, it must have a time limit. Once the art wears off, side effects will follow, and then the waste will be at his weakest. A Wu family elite discerned Su Chen's state. With each kill, he seemed to absorb the victim's essence and convert it into his own true qi. Unfortunately, though he noticed this, he did not realize Su Chen was not using any secret art. It was instead the effect of his body being transformed by the 9 dragon tendons and the myriad realm essence. Thus there would be no weakening or side effects. Many other Wu family elites overheard their comrade, and they immediately kept their distance, merely skirmishing with Su Chen rather than engaging him head-on. Not coming in, Su Chen narrowed his eyes. Good, saves me the trouble of dealing with them one by one. Within his body, waves of crimson blood mist erupted violently. The Wu family elites who had retreated were astonished, unsure what this sudden crimson mist was. When some were engulfed by the mist and found their flesh rapidly corroding and dissolving, they fell into sheer pain. This mist corrodes people. Retreat. Retreat now. Several Wu family elites shouted, unwilling to withstand the mist's assault. They discovered that even defense talismans or protective formations could not hold against the mist for long. The only option was to keep a great distance to avoid the crimson mist corrosion. Shrouded by the mist, Su Chen's figure was invisible to the surrounding Wu elites. Even when some tried to probe the mist with their divine sense, they were horrified to find that the mist blocked their perception. Damn it! The mist is blocking our spiritual sense. We can't see or detect Su Chen. Stay alert. Be on full guard against Su Chen's sudden attack. The Wu family elites grew increasingly. Grouped in twos or threes, they constantly watched their surroundings, wary of Su Chen bursting out from the mist. Yet no matter how well they prepared, the gap in cultivation made it impossible to avoid everything. 3 Wu elites grouped together were caught off guard as a figure emerged like a phantom. In the darkness, a cold sword beam flashed. 3 heads flew off simultaneously. Watch out. Seeing 3 comrades dead, someone shouted. But no sooner had he yelled than a sword beam sliced him in half. By now Su Chen was in a bloodthirsty frenzy. With the aid of the myriad realm pill, each kill replenished his expended true chi. Truly, the more he fought, the stronger he grew. The Wu elites before him were nothing but nourishment. Bring me my... From the rear, Wu Shan watched Su Chen slaughtering his elites with impunity, employing an endless array of bizarre techniques. Worse still, the enemy's true chi seemed inexhaustible, rendering the swarm tactic useless. He finally realized that Su Chen, the waste expelled from the heavenly sect, was the true primary threat. His potential danger surpassed even Su Tianyi and Su Zhan. Even if the Wu family slaughtered every Su clansman tonight, failing to kill Su Chen would leave them sleepless for years to come. A Wu disciple quickly brought Wu Shan his heavy bow. Seizing it, Wu Shan drew the bowstring, releasing his spiritual sense to lock onto his target. His eagle-sharp eyes fixed on Su Chen, who was rampaging across the battlefield. Though Su Chen moved like a phantom in the night, Wu Shan, relying on his cultivation, barely managed to track Su Chen's trajectory. Die, you damn Su waste. Wu Shan sneered and released the bowstring. The arrow shot through the air with a piercing shriek, aiming straight for Su Chen in the thick of battle. As the arrow was about to pierce Su Chen's skull, a cruel grin formed on Wu Shan's lips. But the next second, a bloody tentacle bizarrely extended from Su Chen's body, entangling the supposedly fatal arrow tightly. Impossible. Wu Shan was utterly stunned. He couldn't believe Su Chen had grown a bloody tentacle from within. Was that waste some kind of monster? A creature resembling a demon? Not only Wu Shan, but the younger Wu disciples behind him were also incredulous. Su Chen had grown a bloody tentacle like a monster, effortlessly deflecting the arrow shot by their clan leader at full power. Kill Su Chen. Everyone kill Su Chen now. Second elder, bring your men. Forget Su Zhan. Realizing the urgency, Wu Shan grew more uneasy with every strange ability Su Chen displayed. Such an existence must be killed immediately, never allowed to grow. Otherwise tonight's destruction would not be the Su families, but the Wus. The Wu second elder and his men, who had been jointly besieging Su Zhan, heard Wu Shan's command and immediately turned to attack Su Chen. During their earlier fight with Su Zhan, they had also witnessed Su Chen's terror and strangeness. A man whose true chi never seemed to deplete, controlling both eerie blood mist and a bloody tentacle. How could they allow such a person to continue growing? If not eliminated swiftly, the Wu family's situation would become extremely dire. All of you attack at once. Kill Su Chen, Wu Shan ordered grimly. Behind him, hundreds of young Wu disciples charged forward immediately. They too now understood the gravity of the situation. At the start of the siege on the Su family, Wu Shan had only told them to watch from the sidelines. But Su Chen's appearance had changed everything. Protect the young master. Hold back the Wu family men, don't let them attack the young master. Zhao Mubai, Han Lang, and the others, seeing many Wu family elites turning their spears towards Su Chen, immediately roared loudly. They all recognized Su Chen's mysterious methods as the key to turning the tide of this battle. If many Wu family elites joined forces and killed Su Chen, then their own fate would surely be miserable. Unfortunately, they were outnumbered with no advantage in numbers. Even if they tried their utmost to block, they could only hold back a few. Especially some Su clan members and disciples had never been friendly towards Su Chen. Now seeing the Wu family elites all targeting Su Chen, they secretly gloated, hoping for it. Among them, the Wu family men have all gone to kill Su Chen. A Su clan disciple noticed that all the Wu family elites had abandoned them and charged straight at Su Chen. Don't mind him, suits me just fine. That Su Chen better die at the hands of those Wu family men. Su Yang sneered coldly, not caring at all about Su Chen's life or death. This battle, as long as I survive, that's all that matters. That's right, Su Chen is just a waste, why should we save him? Now we can barely save ourselves. Another Su clan disciple said coldly from the side. You ingrate, don't forget you all managed to survive that eerie mist thanks to young Master Su. Han Lang's gaze turned icy, staring fiercely at those Su clan disciples, burning with deep anger at their shameless ingratitude. Ha! You just a leader of a subordinate gang of our Su clan dare to shout at us, direct disciples. Exactly, a dog-like creature. If you know what's good for you, get lost and don't provoke us. Otherwise on the battlefield we'll kill not only the Wu family, but you too. Ingratitude. What ingratitude? Su Chen rushed into the eerie mist to save us on his own. Did we ask him to? Don't make it sound like we owe him something. Hearing Han Lang's rebuke, many Su clan disciples, as if struck in a sore spot, started yelling. Don't mind this dog. While the Wu family deals with Su Chun, let's go rest on the sidelines. Su Yang said in a deep voice. He had no intention of paying attention to Han Lang, leading his dozen or so Su clan disciples straight out of the battlefield. A bunch of bastards. Han Lang watched the retreating figures of Su Yang and the others' murderous intent surging in his eyes. But reason told him that the direct disciples of the Su clan were not to be touched. Go help the young master. At that moment Zhao Mubai came to Han Lang's side. Those people. Han Lang was about to say that Su Yang and the others were too much, but Zhao Mubai raised his hand to stop him. Ignore them. Those people will come to a bad end sooner or later. You're right. Han Lang nodded. Then ignoring Su Yang and the other Su clan disciples, he gripped his long blade and followed Zhao Mubai to charge at many Wu family elites, doing his best to hold back as many as possible. At the center of the battlefield, Su Chun fought alone against many Wu family elites and for a moment was suppressed. Fortunately, he had the help of the Scarlet Blood Mist and Blood Red Tentacles. He didn't immediately fall at the hands of these Wu family elites. Beware of that blood mist and tentacles. This attack has a range limit. As long as you don't get close, you won't be harmed. The second elder of the Wu family said solemnly. The second elder is right. Everyone attack from range. A Wu family elder echoed. Upon hearing their elder's words, many charging Wu family elites chose to keep a distance from Su Chun before launching ranged attacks. Unfortunately, their wishful thinking was sound. But Su Chun was no fool. Why would he stand still waiting for them? Activating the Ghost Shadow Labyrinth step, Su Chun's figure approached the surrounding Wu family elites like a ghost. The scarlet blood mist released from his body could instantly cover a radius of 20 zhang. Some Wu family elites, seeing the scarlet blood mist suddenly closing and instinctively dodged backward. But how could their movement speed match Su Chun's? One by one, before they could escape the range of the scarlet blood mist, they were swallowed by the surging mist. Off from within the mist, bursts of terrifying screams immediately erupted. A dozen Wu family elites were instantly dissolved into pools of corpse fluid by the blood mist. Some were even pierced by the blood red tentacles, their vital essence and blood energy drained, and their deaths would continuously transform into true qi within Su Chun's body, replenishing his Damn it, I forgot that when Su Chun releases that blood mist, he also moves along with it, not standing still for us. Every time he moves, the blood mist surges, immediately impossible to defend against. Ranged attacks seem useless against him. The second elder of the Wu family retreated far away, listening to the terrifying screams of his clansmen trapped in the blood mist. His face was dark enough to drip water. If we keep on like this, our Wu family people will all die sooner or later. Then the second elder said solemnly again. Second elder, don't rush. Su Chun must be using a secret art. He can't sustain it for long. A Wu family elder beside him responded confidently. Secret art. Can't sustain for long. Then why has so much time passed? His secret art's duration hasn't ended yet. Instead, his aura is still surging. The second elder saw the blood mist surging again and quickly retreated backward. At the same time, he didn't forget to retort the elder beside him. Upon hearing the second elder's words, that elder was left speechless. Indeed, too strange. If it were a secret art with such a long time and fierce battle, logically, Su Chun's cultivation level should have collapsed long ago. Why hasn't he shown any sign of weakness so far? On the contrary, after killing so many Wu family elites, his aura is still madly surging. Boom! Suddenly a shocking force erupted from within the eerie blood mist. That aura stunned the second elder and many surrounding Wu family elites. Breakthrough. That Su family waste has broken through. Some Wu family members cried out in astonishment, feeling that aura with disbelief. How can anyone break through in the middle of a battle? Another Wu family man was also shocked, unable to understand how Su Chun could calmly break through while being besieged by many. Martial spirit, triple realm. That Su Chun's cultivation is now not inferior to this old man. The second elder's face darkened, his eyes flickering as he sensed the powerful aura from the blood mist, a storm surging in his heart. It's not a secret art. That Su Chun is simply raising his cultivation by killing. The more people he kills, the stronger he becomes. At that moment, the second elder suddenly realized something and shouted loudly. This, second elder, impossible, right? Some Wu family members heard their elder's words and found it utterly incredible. Raising cultivation by killing. What kind of freak is that? That Su Chun can use blood mist and tentacles growing by devouring others' essence. Such methods are already bizarre. What's impossible about raising cultivation by killing? Retreat. Everyone retreat. Don't fight Su Chun hidden. Human wave tactics are useless against him. We cannot kill him. Unless someone far above his cultivation level can kill him in one blow. Otherwise, if we keep wasting time, the ones who will truly die are us. The second elder elaborated, having discerned Su Chun's methods and abilities. He immediately made a judgment and ordered everyone to retreat, denying Su Chun the chance to raise his cultivation by killing. Otherwise, the stronger Su Chun becomes, the faster these people will die. Patriarch, that Su Chun is not someone we can handle for now. The second elder of the Wu family retreated to Wu Shan's side, his expression solemn. Never mind. Take your men and slaughter all the other Su family members. Also capture Su Zhan alive to blackmail Su Chun. After a moment's deliberation, Wu Shan found it unwise to confront Su Chun directly. The youth was far too uncanny. The more Wu family members who died, the stronger that young man became. Such a freak was beyond anything he had ever. Thus he had to resort to other methods, ordering the second elder and his men to capture Su Zhan alive and use him to force Su Chun to surrender. I have already considered your idea, Patriarch. However, once we make a move on Su Zhan, Su Chun will certainly. The second elder's face darkened. He did not fear the severely injured Su Zhan, but the terrifying freak that was Su Chun. Go ahead and do it. I will personally hold off Su Chun. Wu Shan said coldly. Understood. The second elder nodded, quickly gathered some men, and charged straight. The other Wu elites also abandoned Su Chun and turned to attack the rest of the Su family. Capture my father alive to threaten me. Su Chun saw the second elder abandon him and lead men toward his father. His eyes narrowed, a cold glint flashing within. He tapped his toes and was about to rush toward his father to block the second elder and his men. But a sharp arrow suddenly shot toward him. Su Chun reacted swiftly. A blood-red tentacle extended from his body and grabbed the arrow. Boom. However, the arrow was not ordinary. It was engraved with explosive runes. The moment the tentacle touched the arrow, the runes were triggered, causing a violent explosion. The blast instantly severed Su Chun's tentacle. The shockwave from the explosion also sent Su Chun staggering back dozens of steps. Want to save your father? Let's see if you can block my arrows. From a distance, Wu Shan sneered. He drew his bow and shot 3 more arrows engraved with explosive runes. The 3 arrows flew in a triangular formation, aiming to kill Su Chun. Su Chun flickered and dodged the 3 arrows. Then with a tap of his toe, he tried to dash forward, only to have another arrow force him to parry with his sword. The arrow exploded, releasing a chilling cold. The bone-piercing frost made Su Chun shiver involuntarily, his body growing stiff. Ice rune. Su Chun's eyes narrowed as he sensed Wu Shan shooting another arrow. Without hesitation, he released blood mist to engulf the arrow. But at the same time, the lightning rune on the arrow activated. Bolts of lightning traveled through the blood mist, paralyzing Su Chun. Indeed, even though I have some of the evil entity's abilities, my cultivation realm is still too low. I cannot underestimate the Wu family. Their combat experience and intelligence are formidable. Especially Wu Shan, who observed from afar for a long time. By now he must have a complete strategy to counter my blood mist and tentacles. Shrouded in blood mist, Su Chun stared intently at Wu Shan, who was drawing his bow in the distance, his mind racing. But let's see how many arrows he has. No, that's not it. His arrows may be limited, but his goal isn't to kill me. It's to stall me. Suddenly, Su Chun remembered that his father was still under siege by the second elder. They clearly intended to capture his father alive and use him as leverage. Su Chun, I admit you are powerful and resourceful. In this battle, you have killed the most Wu family members. But so what? Under my arrows, you are helpless. From a distance, Wu Shan spoke smugly, then shot another arrow. Su Chun dared not use his tentacle to grab the arrow, nor his blood mist to corrode it in case it carried a lightning rune. Instead, he flickered and dodged the arrow. Clang! The sharp arrow embedded itself into the ground without exploding or emitting lightning. Seeing this, Su Chun's pupils contracted. He sensed something was wrong. The previous arrow had no lightning rune. The real threat must be coming. Wu Shan was bluffing. As Su Chun expected, the moment he dodged that arrow, another arrow with a lightning rune shot into the blood mist. The rune activated. Lightning traveled through the mist, striking Su Chun, paralyzing him once more and causing excruciating pain. If not for the strength of his 9 dragon tendons and heavenly Tao Saint body, his body would have collapsed after suffering 2 lightning rune arrows. He can still move. From behind, Wu Shan frowned as he saw Su Chun still mobile after taking 2 light. Without pausing, he took out another lightning rune arrow and shot it at Su Chun in the distance. Inside the blood mist, Su Chun immediately retracted the spreading red mist to avoid the area effect damage from the lightning rune. Retracting the blood mist to avoid the area damage from my lightning arrows. That Su family trash is indeed the former heavenly sect saint's son, rich in combat experience and quick on his feet. Wu Shan saw his lightning arrow deftly dodged by Su Chun and scowled. He shook his quiver and took out 3 more arrows, ready to continue shooting. This time, Su Chun used his footwork to dodge repeatedly. His uncanny speed made it difficult for Wu Shan to. Seeing Su Chun rapidly closing in, Wu Shan grew anxious. He was not adept at close combat. Protect the patriarch. Su Chun is approaching. The guards stationed around Wu Shan saw Su Chun flickering like a ghost closing in, and they braced themselves. The leading guard shouted. But before he could finish, a flash of sword light cut off his head. Before the other guards could react, Su Chun charged into their midst like a tiger into a flock of sheep. Flash after flash of sword light, and the guards fell beheaded into pools of blood. Fast. Su Chun's footwork was fast, and his sword was even faster. As Su Chun closed in, Wu Shan immediately retreated to keep his distance. As an archer, he could not engage in melee. Only by keeping distance could his ranged attacks be effective. But Su Chen, well aware of this, would never give him the chance to pull away. Swish. When Su Chen got within a certain distance, a blood-red tentacle shot out from his body, rapidly entangling toward the retreating Wu Shan. Damn it. Seeing the tentacle hurtling toward him, Wu Shan's face twisted. He swung his heavy bow hard, but blocking one tentacle could not stop the second, the third. In an instant, Wu Shan was tightly bound by multiple blood-red tentacles. With a slight squeeze, he screamed in agony, and the heavy bow fell to the ground. Everyone stop, or I'll kill him. The moment he captured Wu Shan alive, Su Chen immediately threatened. In the distance, the second elder and his men were still trying to capture Su Chen alive to blackmail Su Chen. But before they could succeed, Su Chen had already taken their patriarch hostage. They were furious. They should have assigned more guards to protect Wu Shan earlier. Otherwise, Su Chen would never have gotten this chance. Su Chen, release my clan leader. The second elder of the Wu family thundered. Lay down your weapons and surrender, and I might consider sparing him. Su Chen replied icily. Surrender? You must be dreaming. At Su Chen's words, the second elder's face instantly darkened. After all the preparations the Wu family had made for today, how could they let it all be in vain? So it seems you want him dead. Su Chen's eyes narrowed as the longsword pressed against Wu Shan's neck tightened slightly. A thin line of blood immediately appeared on Wu Shan's throat. Wait, the second elder of the Wu family called out hastily. What? Have you changed your mind? Su Chen asked coldly. Lay down your weapons. Everyone drop your weapons. The second elder ordered reluctantly, unable to ignore Wu Shan's safety. Hearing the command, the surviving Wu family members threw down their arms one after another. Hurry, take people, and tie them all up. An elder of the Su family urged. The other Su family strong members snapped back to reality and rushed forward, binding all the Wu family members who had discarded their weapons and chosen to submit. Even the second elder of the Wu family and his men were captured. Young master, Zhao Mubai approached, holding ropes refined through secret arts that could easily bind cultivators and render them immobile. Tie up Wu Shan. Su Chen instructed. Yes. Zhao Mubai nodded and activated the ropes, firmly securing Wu Shan. With a swift leap, Su Chen arrived at his father's side, his face full of concern. How are your injuries? Nothing serious. Su Zhan forced a pale smile. Han Lang. Su Chen called out loudly. Young master Su, your orders. Take my father to recover from his wounds. Su Chen instructed. At once. Han Lang clasped his fists and personally led Su Zhan away. Chainer, the aftermath. Father, leave everything to me. Su Chen replied. Then I am at ease. Su Zhan had faith in Su Chen's abilities. After all, the bloody battle between their clan and the Wu family had ended in victory, largely thanks to Su Chen's full efforts. The Martial City official mansion has already sent people. These Wu family members will be taken into custody by the officials. Moreover, the officials will extract information from Wu Shan and others about who in the Wu family raised the little demons. Lu Yao stepped forward, glancing at Wu Shan and the second elder, who were tightly bound. Her mission was not to help Su Chen eradicate the Wu family, but to learn from them who was behind the raising of the little demons. Were the recent disappearances of children in Martial City related to the Wu family? All right, handle the rest. Su Chen nodded. Having the Martial City officials deal with Wu Shan and his men was better than handling it himself. Now his Su family faced a great calamity. The Grand Elder was dead, and his father was severely wounded. In the days ahead, internal turmoil was very likely. Many would seize the opportunity to stir up trouble. In the distance, torches appeared as numerous officers from the Martial City official mansion arrived in a grand procession. Seeing the corpses scattered on the ground and the brutal struggle, the officers who arrived were utterly shocked. I am Lu Yao of the Demon Suppression Division, sent here on a mission. According to our investigation, the Wu family is connected to the recent disappearances of children in Martial City. Furthermore, they have been raising little demons and practicing dark arts in secret. After you take these people back, you must interrogate them severely. Find out the whereabouts of the missing children and who exactly is privately raising little demons behind the Wu family. Report any information to me immediately. Lu Yao stepped forward and removed the token from her waist. The leading officer immediately recognized the token as a genuine Demon Suppression Division medallion. His superior had long warned him to treat members of the Demon Suppression Division with utmost respect and never to offend them. I shall obey your orders. The officer saluted respectfully, then ordered his men to escort Wu Shan and the other Wu family members back to the official mansion. Lu Yao and Huang Xiao followed the officers back as well. They had to remain stationed at the official mansion at all times to prevent anyone from breaking in and rescuing Wu Shan and his men. Order the men to clean up the battlefield. Su Chen watched the departing figures of the Martial City officers and gave the command. Zhao Mubai, Han Lang, and others acknowledged and began clearing the site. They washed away the pools of blood and carried the bodies of the fallen Su family members and sect fighters to the backyard for cremation. There was also the body of the Grand Elder Su Tianyi. The night passed without sleep. By dawn, the Su family servants had set up a funeral hall holding a memorial ceremony for the Grand Elder and the many fallen Sioux clansmen. The surviving Sioux family members draped in mourning robes stood guard around the hall. Among them were young disciples like Su Chun and several surviving Sioux family high-ranking members. Now that the Wu family is completely finished, our Sioux family must act immediately to seize the Wu family's industries within Marshall City. Exactly. We must also reclaim the mines they took from us. Moreover, the clan's casualties last night were severe. The 5th and 8th have died, so we should divide their businesses among ourselves. That's right, this matter must be discussed and settled as soon as possible. In the funeral hall, several surviving high-ranking Sioux family members gathered beginning to discuss the division of assets. Everyone racked their brains to secure as many benefits as possible for their own branch. The family head is still recovering. Everything must wait until he is well enough to decide. The third elder of the Sioux family spoke up. Why wait for the family head to recover and decide? Exactly, we can decide among ourselves. Correct. At worst, we can set aside some properties for the family head's branch after the discussion. Now that the Grand Elder and Second Elder had fallen in battle, the Third Elder was the only one with any prestige among these high-ranking members. Yet the others would hardly heed his words easily. With the Zhang family destroyed and the Wu family eliminated, the Sioux family was now the foremost clan in Marshall City. Every high-ranking Sioux family member was eager to seize as much profit and property for their own branch as quickly as possible. Who was willing to wait for Su Zhan to recover and then decide? Gentlemen, the Grand Elder's body is not yet cold. The 7th-day mourning period has not passed, and you are already scheming privately over the family assets. Isn't that going too far? At that moment, Su Chen stepped forward, his gaze sweeping over them with icy coldness. He knew that after the deaths of the Grand Elder and so many high-ranking members, the survivors would inevitably covet the family's properties to benefit their own branches. But he hadn't expected that before the Grand Elder's body was even laid to rest, before the mourning period was over, these people would already be unable to restrain themselves. Especially since his father was not dead, only severely injured and recovering. Yet they dared to overstep their authority, privately discussing and plotting everything among themselves, clearly showing no regard for his father Su Zhan. What do you mean by too far? How many of my branch died in last night's battle? How many sacrifices we made? Now I just want to take some properties as soon as possible. How is that unreasonable? Exactly. Our branch also suffered heavy losses. You are but a junior, albeit the young master, but such clan affairs are not for you to meddle in. Seeing Su Chen step forward and presume to issue orders, these high-ranking members grew indignant. If not for the young master risking his life to rescue you from the strange mist, would you even have the chance to discuss family matters here? Zhao Mubai rebuked from the side. Get lost. A surname outsider dares to shout at us. Believe me, I can order your limbs broken and have you thrown into the dungeon, never to see the light of day again. One of the high-ranking members bellowed. Besides, did we ask Su Chun to save us? He did it of his own free will. Then that same high-ranking member sneered coldly. With a flash of sword light, the head of the speaking elder flew off. Silence. A deathly stillness fell over the scene. The third elder of the Su family, along with other high-ranking members, watched in shock as Su Chun, without a word, struck down a clansman with a single blow. One by one, they stood frozen in place. After a long moment, a senior member finally came to his senses and glared at Su Chun. Su Chun, you've gone too far. How dare you slay a fellow clansman in public? This man owed me his life. I merely reclaimed what was mine. Is there a problem? You what? If I recall correctly, even you were rescued by me from the eerie fog. If you're dissatisfied, I wouldn't mind reclaiming the life you owe me as well. Su Chen's voice was icy cold. The senior clansman's face paled in fright, and he immediately fell silent. He knew well the terror and power of Su Chun. There was no way he could contend with him on his own. Are there any others who object? Su Chen's gaze swept across the room, his tone calm. Around him, many high-ranking members lowered their heads in fear, not daring to meet his eyes. Strength. That was the ultimate confidence anywhere. Only with formidable power could one command respect and make others obediently follow orders. The Su family members before him were no different. If Su Chun were still a useless waste, how could he have intimidated everyone present today? Third Elder Su Chun is so unbridled. Won't you enforce the family rules? At that moment, Su Yang stepped forward with a group of young disciples, shouting in protest. These young disciples, except for Su Yang himself, had all been rescued by Su Chun from the eerie fog. Last night, when Su Chun was surrounded by Wu family elites, not only did they refuse to help, but they turned their backs on him, showing no regard for his life. Some even wished for Su Chun to die at the hands of the Wu family. Keep your mouth shut. The third elder coldly rebuked, silently cursing Su Yang for being brainless and blind to the situation. Was the Su Chun before them someone they could casually punish now? Without him, their entire family would have been finished last. Third elder, are you afraid of Su Chun? As a member of the Su family, he acts so recklessly. He deserves severe punishment by family law. The Su family does not belong to him alone. Su Yang said, full of self-righteousness. The third elder's face darkened, and he ignored the foolish Su Yang. If this brat wanted to court death, he wouldn't bother to help him. That's right. Su Yang is correct. The Su family is not decided by Su Chen alone. He killed someone and still acts so arrogant. On what grounds? Punish him. He must be punished. Many younger disciples around Su Yang echoed his words, their faces filled with indignation. The third elder, however, remained silent throughout. He no longer wanted to be involved in this matter. He had realized that from now on the Su family would truly be under the control of Su Chun and his father Su Zhan. These people lacked sufficient strength and capability. It was utterly impossible for them to threaten the position of Su Chun and his father. Punish me. Are you all so naive? Can't you see the situation clearly? Su Chun, holding a long sword, looked at Su Yang and the others with a cold smile. Su Chen, don't be arrogant. The Su family isn't yours to command. Don't think that because you're the young master you can flaunt your power. Exactly. Without us, the Su family would fall apart sooner or later. What's a young master like you worth? If we don't support you, what can you do? One after another, the Su disciples glared at Su Chun with hostility. It's not about doing much. From now on, my father and I will run the Su family. Since you refuse to submit, there's no need for me to keep. After all, I saved all your lives. Killing you would be no different. Su Chen's eyes grew increasingly murderous. His figure flickered as he charged toward the Su disciples with his sword. Blades of light flashed. Whip, whip. The heads of those disciples flew off one after another. Not a single one could withstand even a single strike from Su Chun. Everything happened so fast that the other high-ranking members had no time to intervene. Watching his companions being cut down in an instant, Su Yang was filled with terror. Third elder. Save me. Su Yang cried out, his face pale, as he noticed Su Chen approaching with his sword. But the third elder had no intention of sparing him. This was all Su Yang's own doing. Knowing full well Su Chen's irreplaceable status now, he had still chosen to court disaster. With a single sweep of his sword, the cold blade severed Su Yang's neck. With a thud, Su Yang's body crumpled into a pool of blood, his life swiftly fading. Having finished this, Su Chen paid no further heed and turned to leave with Zhao Mubai. Third elder, what should we do now? Yes. Su Chun grows more arrogant by the day. We may not be able to control him in the future. Watching Su Chen's retreating figure, groups of high-ranking members stepped forward, their eyes filled with resentment and deep fear. Why control him? The third elder asked in return. The crowd was taken aback. Remember, the Su family became the premier clan of Wu City and survived the Wu family's assault only thanks to Su Chen's efforts. With Su Chen, our family will thrive even more. Why would we want to restrain such a person? Just to provoke his resentment. The third elder reasoned calmly. Hearing this, many of the high-ranking members fell silent, sensing the logic in his words. If you work obediently under Su Chun and his father, each branch will naturally get what it deserves. What good is fighting tooth and nail now? The third elder continued. Young master, was your recent action meant to kill the chicken to scare the monkeys? Zhao Mubai asked with, you're sharp as always. Some in the family harbor ulterior motives. To prevent trouble, it's necessary to cut them down to size. Zhao Mubai nodded, secretly admiring Su Chen's way of governing people. Young master, a letter came from the government. All the missing children in Wu City have been found and safely returned home. However, some children perished in the demon's mouth, becoming its blood nourishment. Their remains were found in a secret chamber deep within the Wu residence. A great many victims. Han Lang stepped forward to report on the missing children case. What about the children of the miners? Su Chen asked. He had investigated the missing children case to give the miners of Tsongshan mine a proper answer, as their children had vanished. All of them have been found and safely sent home. Han Lang replied with a smile. Additionally, the true mastermind behind the Wu family's raising of evil spirits is the Wu family's ancestor. The government couldn't find his whereabouts in the Wu estate and has issued a city-wide wanted notice. I see. That Wu ancestor is now Lu Yao and Huang Shao's business, not ours. Our next task is to stabilize the situation in Wu City and take over the properties of the Zhang and Wu families, incorporating them into the Su family domain. The process of acquisition requires many hands. Han Lang, you will lead the leaders of other gangs to handle this. Upon success, there will be a generous reward. Your subordinate obeys. Han Lang clasped his fists respectfully. In the following days, Su Chun stayed at the Su family estate, handling all the aftermath affairs. On the seventh day, Lu Yao and Huang Shao came to visit. On the seventh day, Lu Yao and Huang Shao came to request an audience. The Wu family's patriarch has already been dealt with. Lu Yao entered the hall and met Su Chun, reporting the situation clearly. Did you come to me just to say this? Su Chen's expression shifted slightly. Master Su, you should see clearly now. Evil entities are emerging everywhere, and similar cases are happening more frequently. Your Su family has already suffered the first calamity. It's hard to guarantee there won't be a second or even a third. Lu Yao spoke slowly. Speak plainly. I don't like beating around the bush. Still the same request. I hope Master Su will join my Demon Suppression Bureau. With your abilities, you will certainly become an outstanding warden. Lu Yao's expression was sincere. By now Su Chun had already handled 3 cases of evil entities, one involving Lu Hanfei, one involving the Zhang family patriarch, and another involving the Wu family patriarch. This capability in handling evil entities far surpassed that of most colleagues in the Demon Suppression Bureau. Such a person, if he couldn't join the Bureau, would be a great pity. Of course, don't rush to refuse. You can name any conditions. Oh, as long as our Bureau can fulfill them, my superior will do everything possible to satisfy you. Lu Yao fixed her gaze on Su Chun and continued. I have only 3 requests. After a moment of contemplation, Su Chun spoke. The Su family's experience with an evil entity had deeply impressed upon him how frequent such occurrences were, especially since the woman in red had mentioned that a great calamity would descend in the future. And that great calamity was surely connected to the current surge of evil entities. To protect his father and the Su family, Su Chun had to consider his plans for the future. The Demon Suppression Bureau was clearly an excellent ally. A professional team specializing in eliminating evil entities, a special agency directly under the royal family. Its intelligence, personnel capabilities, and resources were all top-notch. If he could establish a connection, many matters would become easier in the future. But to be safe and avoid being worked like a mule by the Bureau, Su Chun decided to lay out 3 conditions first. Please state them, Master Su. Seeing Su Chun speak, Lu Yao felt encouraged. As long as he relented, she could do everything to recruit such talent. First, the Demon Suppression Bureau shall not restrict my personal freedom. My existence is not bound by the Bureau's various regulations. Second, after joining the Bureau, I will only be responsible for overseeing the area of Wuching. All evil entity incidents occurring within Wuching's borders, I will find a way to handle. As for other places, I neither wish to nor will I get involved. Third, after entering the Bureau, it must provide me with ample resources. Furthermore, when I deal with evil entities, the expenses incurred must also be reimbursed by the Bureau. Su Chun stated calmly. No problem. Lu Yao smiled lightly. Agreed so readily. My superior said that as long as we can recruit a talent like you, Master Su, whatever conditions you raise he will accept. All right then, let's have a pleasant cooperation. Su Chun nodded. Now with the Demon Suppression Bureau as his backing, handling certain matters would be much easier. Next, I must make my father and the entire Su family stronger to deal with the impending crisis. Here is the Demon Suppression token. With this token, Master Su can mobilize all official troops within Wuching's territory. If you need anything, feel free to ask them. Lu Yao took out a token and handed it to Su Chun. Good. Su Chun accepted the token and nodded lightly. Additionally, after we return, we will send a batch of resources to Master Su at the earliest. Your monthly salary will also be distributed by the Bureau in due course. Then it'll trouble you. Su Chun, you're welcome. Lu Yao smiled faintly, then stood up to leave with Huang Xiao, intending to return to the imperial capital to report. Young master people from the Feiyun sect have arrived. At that moment, Zhao Mubai strode in and reported respectfully. Feiyun sect. Su Chun frowned. After such a long time, it seemed they had traced the clue of Su Fei's disappearance back to him. Let's go see. Su Chun stood up and left the hall with Zhao Mubai. In the front courtyard of the Su residence, the third elder and many senior Su family members had gathered to receive several young disciples from the Feiyun sect. They had intended to invite these Feiyun sect disciples into the main hall for tea and rest. However, the disciples showed no hospitality. Spare us the pleasantries. The sole purpose of our visit is to see Su Chun. The leading disciple of the Feiyun sect had a slender build and an extraordinary demeanor. His aura was formidable. He was a cultivator at the 6th level of martial spirit. The disciples behind him were also at the 2nd to 4th levels of martial spirit. Such a force could easily dominate the city of Wuching. From this glimpse, one could see the terrifying power and foundation of the Feiyun sect within the Great Yin dynasty, far beyond what ordinary forces could match. That's right, hurry up and tell Su Chun to get out here and face us. Another Feiyun sect disciple who seemed hot-tempered shouted harshly. Where is the young master? Has no one gone to fetch him? The third elder quietly asked those nearby, sensing that these Feiyun sect disciples were ill-intentioned. Zhao Mubai went to call him. A Su family elder reported truthfully. Just as the third elder was conversing with others, Su Chun, accompanied by Zhao Mubai, arrived at the front courtyard. At this moment, everyone in the courtyard fixed their eyes on Su Chun, including the Feiyun sect disciples. The leading Feiyun sect disciple stared coldly at Su Chun, his tone icy. Gentlemen traveling such a distance, is there something you require? Su Chun smiled faintly. Stop playing dumb. Confess, did you cause Su Fei's disappearance? The hot-tempered disciple glared at Su Chun and demanded sternly. Su Fei had been on good terms with him, a close friend. But ever since Su Fei took leave to visit the Su family, he had not returned to the sect for a long time. At first they thought he was delayed by something. But after such a long absence, the sect sent people to investigate, only to discover that Su Fei had vanished without a trace. To this day, they had found no clue to Su Fei's whereabouts. Finally, after a thorough investigation, their suspicion fell upon Su Chun. The reason Su Fei's disappearance occurred right after he left the Su family, immediately following his defeat by Su Chun during the family competition. Throughout the entire Su family, the only one with a grudge against Su Fei was Su Chun. What makes you think I am the culprit? Su Chen sneered. What makes us? Because in the whole Su family, you are the only one who had a conflict with Su Fei. So based on that alone, you conclude that Su Fei's disappearance is related to me. What else could it be? Where is your evidence? Su Chen demanded coldly. At this, the hot-tempered Feiyun sect disciple was momentarily speechless. They had no evidence at all. If they had evidence, they wouldn't have traveled so far just to interrogate him. They would have subdued him outright. Accusing me without any proof. Your Feiyun sect's methods are truly laughable. Su Chen scoffed. The hot-tempered disciple flew into a rage. How dare you insult my Feiyun sect? Su Chen, you're asking for death. With that, the disciple struck, decisively charging at Su Chun. On the way there, he had already decided, regardless of whether Su Chun was truly responsible. Anyone who had any conflict with Su Fei and was under suspicion, he would kill them all. This disciple of the Feiyun sect acted swiftly. In an instant, he closed in on Su Chun. The formidable aura of the martial spirit fourth layer erupted from within him. An ordinary cultivator would have found it impossible to easily withstand or counter the sudden assault of this Feiyun sect disciple. However, Su Chun effortlessly caught the trajectory of his opponent's attack. Reaching out, he grasped the incoming fist with ease, neutralizing the terrifying force contained within that punch. How is this possible? The attacking Feiyun sect disciple was utterly stunned. He knew that Su Chun had become a cripple and had been expelled from the celestial sect. That was why, accompanying his senior brother to confront Su Chun, he had dared to act so recklessly. In his eyes, Su Chun was no longer the man he once was. There was no need to fear him anymore. Yet now, expecting to easily dominate Su Chun, his first strike had been effortlessly blocked and neutralized. At this moment, not only the hot-tempered Feiyun sect disciple was shocked and bewildered, even the other disciples behind him wore expressions of astonishment. They could not believe that Su Chun, even after becoming a cripple, still possessed such formidable skill, able to effortlessly block a full-force punch from a martial spirit fourth-layer cultivator. Is this all you've got? Su Chun said coldly. With a sudden twist of his hand, a crack echoed as the wrist bone of the Feiyun sect disciple snapped, causing him to shriek in agony. Su Chun, release him. From behind, several Feiyun sect disciples shouted angrily upon seeing Su Chun harm their fellow sect brother. Release him? Fine. Su Chun sneered, then kicked the Feiyun sect disciple hard in the stomach. With a loud spurt, blood gushed from the disciple's mouth. His body flew backward like a cannonball. Only because his senior brother caught him in time did he avoid a humiliating fall to the ground. How dare you strike? The imposing young man, after catching his junior brother, stared coldly at Su Chun. Do you mean that only your Feiyun sect disciples may attack me, but I cannot retaliate? Su Chun retorted. Hearing this, the young man narrowed his eyes, momentarily at a loss for words. He knew that it was his junior brother who had acted impulsively and struck first, losing his composure. Yet that did not mean Su Chun had the right to severely injure a Feiyun sect disciple. My junior brother was impulsive and struck first. That was indeed an offense. But you had no need to be so ruthless, the young man said coldly. Huh? How ridiculous. When your junior brother attacked me, he wasn't thinking about being ruthless, was he? Now you come to accuse me acting as if I'm the culprit and he's the victim. Is he supposed to feel wronged? Is it always wrong to defend oneself? Or is it that the weak are always in the wrong no matter what they do? Su Chen spoke dismissively, meeting the young man's gaze without fear. Senior brother Tang, why waste words on— Exactly. He injured junior brother Sun. He deserves a beating. The nearby Feiyun sect disciples stepped forward, shouting and inciting. Su Chen, I did not wish to fight you, but your actions have truly gone too far. The young man shook his head, letting out a helpless sigh. Don't speak so sanctimoniously. You just want trouble, don't you? Come on if you dare. Su Chen scoffed, disgusted by the young man's feigned helplessness, as if he was reluctant to fight, and Su Chen was the one at fault. It nauseated him to the core. Such people were nothing but hypocrites. Since you're so ungrateful, don't blame me for being ruthless. The young man said no more. A terrifying aura suddenly erupted from within him. That pressure instantly enveloped the entire Su residence. In the front courtyard, many senior members of the Su family felt their breath catch, collapsing to their knees with heavy thuds. Under that overwhelming pressure, it was as if a mountain weighed down on each of them. The only one who remained calm and composed was Su Chun, thanks to the 9 dragon tendons within him and the fact that his cultivation base was not far behind the young man's. Thus, facing the young man's fierce aura, Su Chun felt no pressure at all. Seeing Su Chun unaffected by his imposing presence, the young man narrowed his eyes, a flicker of wariness crossing his face. Intuition told him that Su Chun was not simple. Perhaps he had not truly been crippled. Maybe he had returned to the martial path and obtained a new opportunity. Being able to withstand my aura. You do have some skill. Now let me see how many moves you can last. As he was about to strike, a reprimand rang out. Tang Tian, stop. Startled, Tang Tian looked around and saw Lu Yao and Huang Xiao. Lord Lu. Tang Tian was surprised. Recognizing Lu Yao, he quickly withdrew his aura and bowed in greeting. He knew Lu Yao was a keeper of the Imperial Capital Demon Suppression Bureau. Once in his Feiyun sect a sinister incident had occurred. The Demon Suppression Bureau had dispatched personnel to handle it, and among them was Lu Yao. It was then that Tang Tian had become acquainted with Lu Yao and learned of the immense power and fearsome reputation of the Imperial Capital Demon Suppression Bureau. He knew that the Demon Suppression Bureau was a special organization within the Great Yin dynasty, far more powerful than other imperial institutions, wielding great authority and holding a unique status. Its existence far surpassed that of his Feiyun sect within the Great Yin dynasty. Naturally faced with Lu Yao from the Demon Suppression Bureau, how could Tang Tian dare to offend her? Your Feiyun sect is truly arrogant, coming all this way to bully others. Lu Yao's gaze was icy. Lord Lu, you misunderstand. We are not here to cause trouble. Then what are you here for? To be honest, our sect disciple Su Fei went missing some time ago. We suspect Su Chun is behind it, so we came to inquire. Evidence? No. No evidence. Tang Tian was somewhat embarrassed. With no evidence you dare act recklessly? Your junior brother just attacked someone, and I saw it with my own eyes, Lu Yao said coldly. Hearing this, Tang Tian quickly lowered his posture, sweat beading on his forehead, his expression anxious. For a moment, he did not know how to respond to Lu Yao. He feared that if she became displeased, they would suffer consequences. Yet more than worrying about Lu Yao's anger, he was curious, why was Lu Yao here and why was she defending Su Chun? A friend? Impossible. Ever since Su Chun was crippled and expelled from the Celestial sect, the friends who had once surrounded him had mostly drifted away. Well, Lord Lu, how should this matter be handled? After a long pause, Tang Tian asked respectfully. What else? Stop investigating Su Fei's disappearance. He might have died at the hands of some sinister creature. Even if you investigate, you won't find anything. Lu Yao replied. Even if Su Fei had not been killed by Su Chun, so what if he had? She had finally managed to recruit Su Chun into the Demon Suppression Bureau. He had just agreed to join. How could she allow the Feiyun sect to bully him? Tang Tian's face darkened upon hearing this. However, forced by Lu Yao's status, he had no choice but to nod in agreement to her words and temporarily lead his fellow disciples away. Senior brother Tang, this matter cannot be let go just like that. After leaving the Su residence, a Feiyun sect disciple said with a grim expression. Exactly that. Su Chin severely injured junior brother's son, which is a slap in the face to our Feiyun sect. If we let this go, where will the dignity of our Feiyun sect be? Another Feiyun sect disciple chimed in. It's not just about the face of our Feiyun sect, senior brother Tang. Su Fei's disappearance must be related to that Su Chun. At this moment, the severely injured Sun Yang stepped forward and said coldly. Although they had no direct evidence to accuse Su Chin, instinct told Sun Yang that Su Fei's disappearance was definitely Su Chin's doing. Therefore, they must find a way to deal with Su Chun and learn Su Fei's whereabouts from him. Enough talk, you'll decide. Tang Tian waved his hand, signaling Sun Yang and the others to say no more. The group headed straight toward Wu City's main street and then lodged at a nearby inn. Be careful of the Feiyun sect, they won't rest easily. Although I'm not clear about the grudge between you and Su, but now that you've joined the Demon Suppression Bureau, I will never allow you to be bullied. In the front yard of the Su residence, Lu Yao looked at Su Chun and smiled gently. Thank you for stepping in to help just now. Although he was not afraid of the Feiyun sect disciples causing trouble, he would have simply fought them all to teach them a lesson. But Lu Yao was willing to intervene on his behalf, and without even needing to fight, she forced Tang Tian and his Feiyun sect disciples to back down. Su Chin was quite grateful to Lu Yao. Young Master Su, you're too kind. Lu Yao smiled. We won't linger any longer. Young Master Su, farewell. Lu Yao cupped her hands and left with Huang Xiao heading back to the imperial capital. Wu City, the docks. Many boats were moored there. The docks were bustling with people. At that moment, on one cargo ship, several porters were carrying a large box wrapped in white cloth. Suddenly, one of the porters, while unloading from the ship and stepping onto the dock, twisted his ankle. Losing his support, the other porters, who were jointly carrying the large box, all lost their balance. The load on their shoulders immediately fell off. The large box wrapped in white cloth crashed heavily to the ground. With a clatter, the box spilled out a large number of spirit stones and various antiques, such as jade bangles, jadeite bronze, were calligraphy, and paintings, drawing the attention of many passers-by on the docks. Meanwhile, among the pile of antiques, there was an ancient bronze mirror engraved with intricate and bizarre divine patterns. On the mirror's surface was painted an unknown blood-red charm, exuding an extremely eerie aura. In the moment the mirror fell out, its surface struck a bronze vessel accidentally, creating a crack in one corner. However, the crack was very fine and not easily noticeable. What are you doing? What are you doing? I told you to carry the goods. How can you be so careless? What are you good for? Damn it, are you asking for death? At this moment, a plushly dressed wealthy master accompanied by a group of servants came forward and saw the porters who had carelessly spilled the entire box of his goods. He immediately flew into a rage. I am sorry, Master Lu, it was my brother's carelessness. Just now, while unloading from the ship, one of them twisted his Don't worry, well, pack everything up immediately and transport the goods to your mansion right away. A porter in a short jacket with an aged face hurriedly stepped forward, bowing and scraping to the wealthy master, apologizing profusely. Hurry up, and if you drop the stuff again, especially the antiques and jadeite, if you break even a corner you couldn't afford to pay even if you sold your whole family. Master Lu scolded harshly. I understand. The lead porter quickly put on a flattering smile, not daring to offend this Master Lu of Wu City. This man ran a brothel and was said to have connections with the authorities. In Wu City, many people had to show him respect. He was certainly not someone that a lowly porter like him who relied on manual labor could afford to offend. Oomph. Master Lu snorted coldly. He led his servants away and then boarded his sedan chair. The porter immediately called his brothers to quickly pack up the goods and deliver them to the Lu mansion. Wu City, the Lu mansion. Madam, the master is back. In the courtyard, a beautiful woman was holding a cat leisurely basking in the sun. Suddenly, a maidservant rushed to her and reported, Come gather all the servants and accompany me to welcome the master home. The beautiful woman stood up and immediately gave orders. Then she led a group to the main gate to welcome Master Lu, who had returned from his travels. Master, the beautiful woman saw her husband returning and quickly stepped forward to bow. Madam, how have you been at home these days? Master Lu smiled and grabbed her small hand. I've missed you terribly, master. Huh? How much? So much. This time you must have been very tired from your travels. Tonight, I will take good care of you, master. The beautiful woman smiled seductively, her eyes full of shyness, extraordinarily charming. Then I'll be waiting. Master Lu's eyes lit up, thinking of his wife's skills. He looked forward to the night. By the way, on my trip, I found some good things and spent a lot to buy them. They'll have them sent to your room later. Thank you, master. The beautiful woman smiled lightly. We are husband and wife, why be so polite? Someone deliver everything to the madam's room. Master Lu, and immediately many servants of the Lu mansion carried the goods from the docks all into Lady Lu's room. Meanwhile, some maids followed to prepare for inventory. Then they placed them one by one in the room. Night fell. Lady Lu returned to her room to bathe and change, preparing to attend to her master later. Xiao Yin, where did this bronze mirror come from? Lady Lu saw an additional ancient bronze mirror on her dressing table and found it somewhat ominous, so she asked her personal maidservant curiously. Madam, it was brought back by the master from his travels. This bronze mirror is very ominous. Take it away. Yes. Xiao Yin obeyed and stepped forward to take the bronze mirror out and discard it. Wait, don't take it yet. If the master finds out, he will scold me. Lady Lu immediately said. Xiao Yin obeyed and had to leave the room. After bathing, Lady Lu sat at her dressing table. She looked at the ancient bronze mirror, especially the eerie blood-red charm, and felt increasingly uneasy. She raised her hand to cover the bronze mirror with a cloth. But then from the cracked corner of the mirror, a faint wisp of eerie green qi drifted out. The green qi flowed into Lady Lu's nostrils. Her mind instantly became hazy, her face went blank, her eyes vacant and lifeless, as if she had lost her soul. At that moment, Master Lu came to the room and found his wife. Unable to contain himself, he just saw that she had finished bathing her body, emitting a faint floral fragrance. Lust instantly surged within him. He scooped up his wife and walked toward the bed. Joined the Demon Suppression Bureau. After a period of recuperation, Su Zhan's injuries had fully healed. From Su Chun, he learned everything that had transpired. Yes, father. After what happened to our clan, I have thought it through clearly. Moreover, in the days to come, sinister and eerie incidents like this will only grow more frequent. I have decided to join the Demon Suppression Bureau to see if I can glean more information from them. And with their authority, I can strengthen the Su family to prepare for the coming catastrophe. Su Chun nodded. Your decision is wise. Su Zhan nodded back, his eyes filled with admiration. His son had grown far more formidable than before, and the Demon Suppression Bureau was no ordinary institution. Joining it was a dream beyond the reach of most youths in the Great Yin dynasty. With the backing of the Demon Suppression Bureau, his son would be safe within the dynasty's borders. Of course, dealing with sinister incidents would inevitably expose him to danger. Yet he trusted that his son's strength and tactical acumen could overcome even those with eerie abilities. Since you've joined the Bureau, the eerie incidents in Wuching will fall under your jurisdiction. So I will appoint someone else to manage the Tsongshan mine. I've already considered a candidate. Zhao Mubai. No Hanlang. I plan to gather Hanlang and the gang leaders from various regions in Wuching and train an elite force of my own. In the future, I'll need manpower to handle sinister affairs. Very well, do as you see fit. As for internal clan matters, I'll take care of them. You need not worry. From now on, focus solely on cultivation. Su Zhan patted Su Chen's shoulder, a gentle smile on his face. Young Master Prefect Chang of Wuching requests an audience. Just as Su Chan was conversing with his father, Zhao Mabai's voice echoed from outside. I understand. Father will go see him. Su Chen rose and took his leave. Stepping out, he followed Zhao Mubai to the front courtyard, where he met Prefect Chang Zizai dressed in plain clothes. Su Chen pays respects to Lord Chang. Su Chen cupped his fists in greeting. Young Master Su, please, no need for such formalities. Chang Zizai quickly returned the gesture. The Demon Suppression Bureau had already issued a notice appointing Su Chun as Wuching's warden. Chang Zizai had long since learned of this. In his eyes, Su Chun was no longer the disgraced outcast expelled by the heavenly sect. Instead, he was a formidable figure backed by the Bureau with immense power. He had to treat him with due respect. "May I ask Lord Chang what brings you here today?" Su Chun was curious. "Young Master Su, a murder has occurred at the Lu residence in the city." Another eerie. Su Chun frowned. Had it been an ordinary murder, Chang Zizai would not have come to him personally, but would have dispatched his officers for a thorough investigation. His visit and the mention of a murder meant it was undoubtedly related to an eerie event. "To be honest, yes," Chang Zizai replied respectfully. "Let's discuss it inside." Hearing this, Su Chun led Chang Zizai and the other officials into the clan's main hall, where they took seats. He ordered a maid to bring tea and refreshments. The murder occurred at the Lu residence in Wuqing. The master Lu Yu was found dead, reduced to a mummy. His wife Nei Qin also died in bed, blood oozing from all 7 orifices. Has the scene been sealed off? The entire Lu residence has been cordoned off. All maids and servants have been fearing the lurking evil. I didn't dare let them stay, Chang Zizai reported truthfully. Su Chun fell silent, deep in thought. After a long pause, he rose and asked Chang Zizai to take him to the Lu residence to investigate. Sometimes only by being at the scene could one truly understand what had happened. Moreover, the black eye in his palm possessed the ability to perceive every minute detail. With it, if any sinister presence lurked within the Lu residence, it would be detected at once. Without further delay, the group proceeded directly to the Lu residence. At that moment, the estate had lost its former bustle. All nearby personnel had been evacuated, as if it had turned into a haunted house overnight. An eerie, desolate aura permeated the air, accompanied by an indescribable sense of strangeness. To prevent any potential sinister entity from escaping and causing trouble, Chang Zizai had immediately ordered his subordinates to place talismans around the vast courtyard, forming a special barrier that sealed the entire Lu residence. "Young Master Su, it's right inside. Shall we go in together?" "Well, I'd better not." Chang Zizai chuckled awkwardly. As the prefect of Wuqing, he was well aware of the terror of eerie beings. How could he personally court danger? Just a while ago, the Su family had suffered an eerie incident with countless casualties. They had nearly been wiped out. Hearing this, Su Chun ignored Chang Zizai and, accompanied by Zhao Mubai, strode through the barrier and entered the Lu residence. "I heard an eerie incident occurred at the Lu residence." Prefect Chang invited Su Chun to investigate. In a Feiyun sect disciple who had been out gathering news reported this to his senior brother Tang and the others. Aren't eerie incidents supposed to be handled by the Demon Suppression Bureau? Why would Chang Zizai as prefect not seek help from the Imperial Capital's Bureau, but instead ask that Su Chun waste? What kind of nonsense is this? A Feiyun sect disciple was baffled by Chang Zizai's strange move. Perhaps Su Chun has already joined the Bureau and become one of its members. Tang Tian's eyes flickered as he spoke coldly. Join the Bureau? Him? A waste? What qualifies him? Exactly. Even senior brother Tang couldn't get in. Oh, what right does Su Chun have? Many Feiyun sect disciples in the room began to jeer. They refused to believe Su Chun could enter the Bureau. After all, the requirements were far too stringent. Only the most elite talents within the Great Yin dynasty could qualify. Ordinary cultivators had no such capability. Senior brother Tang, now isn't the time to ponder whether Su Chun joined the Bureau, but we should focus on dealing with him. Sun Yang's face turned grim as he spoke in a chilling tone. Not so fast. Let's go out and assess the situation first. Eerie incidents are no joke. If it spirals out of control, we'll be caught in it too, Tang Tian said solemnly. Hearing this, Sun Yang and the others nodded, feeling their senior brother's words held some truth. Better to wait for official updates on how the eerie incident was being handled. Once everything had settled, they could deal with Su Chun at their leisure. Senior brother Tang, leave it to me. He'll go check the situation at the Lu residence. A Feiyun sect disciple replied. Turning, he left the room. The moment he stepped out, he collided with a young girl carrying a bundle in her arms. The impact sent the girl sprawling to the ground, her bundle tumbling away. With a clang, a corner of an ancient bronze mirror peeked out from within. Yet the Feiyun sect disciple paid no attention to it. Instead, he glared at the girl he had accidentally knocked down and bellowed, "Are you blind?" "I am so sorry, so sorry." The girl hastily gathered her fallen bundle, while repeatedly apologizing to the disciple. According to the authorities' report, the couple Lu Yu and his wife died in this room. Following Su Chun, they arrived at a certain room, and Zhao Mubai spoke. "Young master, have you noticed anything strange along the way?" Then Zhao Mubai asked worriedly. Having just experienced a sinister incident, he did not wish to be embroiled in another. "Nothing unusual," Su Chun responded. Along the way, he had released his spiritual senses enveloping the entire Lu manor, yet he found nothing eerie or sinister. Even with the black eye in his palm open, he detected nothing amiss. In short, everything was normal. Entering the room, Su Chun saw a large pool of blood splattered across the bed. He knew that Lu Yu and his wife must have died a tragic death. Then the black eye in his palm began scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, the black eye paused at the dressing table in the room. Through its observation, Su Chun faintly detected a trace of eerie, chilling aura lingering on the dressing table. He stepped forward slowly and carefully examined every item on the dressing table, finding nothing special. It seems that something else should have been placed here on the dressing table. Su Chen murmured. Go inform Lord Chong and have him bring people in. The Lu Manor currently has no anomalies, there's no need to worry. Su Chen ordered, and Zhao Mubai turned and left. Outside the Lu Manor, upon hearing that there was nothing strange or abnormal in the Lu estate, Chang Zizai finally mustered his courage, led his men into the manor, and found Su Chen. Master Su, what's the situation? Chang Zizai looked at Su Chen with curiosity. Ask the servants of the Lu family if anyone has touched anything in this room. Su Chen instructed. Although puzzled, Chang Zizai immediately ordered someone to summon the servants and maids of the Lu Manor for questioning. Master Su, the servants and maids of the Lu family are here, Chang Zizai said respectfully. Su Chen clasped his hands behind his back, walked slowly out of the room, and coldly stared at the servants and maids. Did any of you touch the items in Madame Lu's room? Hearing this, the servants and maids exchanged glances. Sir, please be lenient. We never dared to enter Madame's room without permission. A servant replied fearfully. If you never entered, then why is there something missing from Madame Lu's room? Su Chen said sternly. The black eye had detected a trace of cold, eerie aura on the dressing table. Obviously, there had been an evil object placed there. However, now that evil object was missing. The servants and maids exchanged looks, all shocked. Something lost from Madame's room. How could that be? Who would be so bold as to casually take something from Madame's room? Won't you tell the truth? That evil object must be the cause of Lu Yu and his wife's tragic death. If it is not found and dealt with quickly, once it spreads within Wuqing City, there will be trouble. I remember. Xiao Lian, after Madame died, the authorities sealed this room. Xiao Lian seems to have entered it. At that moment, a maid suddenly recalled something and quickly replied. Who is Xiao Lian? Su Chen asked curiously. She is Madame's personal maid, very favored. Where is she? I don't know. Lord Chong sent people to find Xiao Lian's whereabouts. I suspect she took an evil object from Madame Lu's room. That evil object must be dealt with immediately. Once it causes trouble, more people in Wuqing will die. Su Chen ordered hurriedly. This official obeys. Chang Zizai accepted the order and immediately instructed his men to search the entire city for a maid named Xiao Lian. Remember, as soon as you find her, notify me immediately. Rest assured, Master Su. Senior brother Tang am back. The Feiyun sect disciple who had been out gathering information returned to the inn and met Tang Tian and the others. How is it? The authorities seem to be searching for someone. Searching for someone? Yes, according to the information, a maid named Xiao Lian from the Lu Manor seems to have stolen something from Madame Lu's room. And that thing is the source of the evil. If so, the source of the evil was not trapped in the Lu Manor, but was brought out, and is now wandering in Wuqing City. Tang Tian's face turned grim upon hearing this. His intuition told him that Wuqing was no longer a place to stay. Because no one knew to what extent the evil source had developed, nor did they know where it was hiding now. Once the evil source fully erupts, if they were trapped in Wuqing, then death awaited them. Pack up, leave Wuqing immediately. Tang Tian ordered decisively. Senior brother Tang, why? Aren't we going to settle accounts with Su Chen? Aren't we going to find out about junior brother Su Fei's whereabouts? Sun Yang said urgently. The evil source has entered Wuqing from the Lu Manor. We don't know where it is. Once that source erupts, Wuqing will fall into chaos. By then we won't be able to leave even if we want to. To deal with Su Chen, do you want to sacrifice all of our lives? Tang Tian roared. Sun Yang was so frightened that he immediately fell silent. It was the first time he had seen his senior brother Tang so angry. It seemed that the evil source leaving the Lu Manor and entering Wuqing was indeed of grave importance. Although he had never faced the evil himself, he had heard enough to know its terror and strangeness. Once trapped, they would truly have no choice but to wait for death. Stop talking nonsense, hurry up, let's go. Tang Tian urged. Leading his fellow disciples, he strode out of the room. However, the moment they stepped out, the place they were in was not the inn, but a graveyard. The surroundings were silent. In the darkness, a strong sense of eeriness seeped through. Sun Yang and the other Feiyun sect disciples were all terrified at the sight before them, their eyes wide with disbelief. Senior brother Tang, what's going on? Weren't we in the inn? How did we suddenly end up in a graveyard? A Feiyun sect disciple asked, panic-stricken. The scene before them was utterly inconceivable, filled with gloom and eeriness, making him feel intensely uneasy. Damn it, we're trapped. Tang Tian's face darkened. He knew that there must be the evil source inside the inn. Now the inn was likely affected by a special domain emitted by the evil. Is it the evil? A Feiyun sect disciple said, somewhat terrified. From the looks of it, it should be. Tang Tian said solemnly. Close the door, everyone retreat. Now prepare everything to deal with the evil's sudden attack at any moment. Remember, we must remain calm in everything. Once we panic and lose our composure, we will all be waiting for death. Young Master Su, news has arrived. Chang Zizai came to the Su residence and found Su Chen. The maid Xiao Lian, who serves Madame Lu based on the clues, is staying at the Yuchuan Inn in Wu City. In that case, why not send someone to the Yuchuan Inn immediately to find that maid and retrieve what she took from Madame Lu's room? Su Chen responded, that is what I intended, but what? The Yuchuan Inn has been sealed off as something has happened inside. Many of my government officers entered to investigate, and none have emerged from the inn since. Chang Zizai's expression turned grave. Upon hearing this, Su Chen fell silent. It seemed a sinister entity had manifested in the Yuchuan Inn. Young Master Su, this matter now falls to you alone. Chang Zizai continued. I understand. Go back and order the area around the Yuchuan Inn to be completely cordoned off to prevent the entity's domain from spreading elsewhere. I will visit the Yuchuan Inn shortly. Su Chen commanded. I obey. Chang Zizai hurriedly left with his men, issuing a series of orders and taking all necessary precautions. Meanwhile, after preparing a few items, Su Chen set off for the Yuchuan Inn with Zhao Mubai. The Yuchuan Inn. By now the surrounding civilian houses and shops had all been evacuated by the Wu City soldiers. Around the inn, armored soldiers armed with spears were stationed along with archers wielding crossbows. The guards were very strict. At the same time, a barrier formed by spirit talismans completely enveloped the sprawling in preventing the sinister entity within from breaking out. Passing through the soldiers' cordon, Su Chen and Zhao Mubai arrived before the Yuchuan Inn. Standing there, he sensed the same chilling, eerie aura as in the Lu residence. Chang Zizai's intelligence was correct. The maid Xiao Lian had indeed brought some item into this place, and that sinister object had awakened, enveloping the entire inn. What was happening inside the inn now? What gruesome events were unfolding within? No one could say. Mubai, let's go in. Su Chen called out, leading Zhao Mubai directly into the Yuchuan Inn. As soon as they entered, they were plunged into an eerie darkness. The darkness was so thick they could not see their hands. It was saturated with a sinister, malevolent aura. Through the dark eye in his palm, Su Chen could barely see 5 meters ahead. As for Zhao Mubai, he was completely blind. Even releasing his spiritual senses, he could not discern what lay within the darkness. Young master, can you see? Zhao Mubai asked tentatively. The dark eye in my palm can barely see about 5 meters ahead. Is it an illusion? No, it's a domain. The domain of a sinister entity. And this is not the inn, but seems to be a graveyard. Su Chen replied. A graveyard? Yes, like a mass burial ground. I can see many collapsed broken tombs and shattered tombstones. As Su Chen led Zhao Mubai through the darkness, he scanned the surroundings and recounted everything he saw, faithfully describing the scene to Zhao Mubai. Then, how do we find the source of the entity? Having experienced a prior incident with Su Chen, Zhao Mubai knew that to eliminate the entity, one must locate its source. Only the source was the entity's sole weakness. Otherwise, the entity would be immortal. No amount of killing. We need to find the maid Xiao Lian. Perhaps she can reveal what she took. But I fear she may have met with misfortune. Su Chen said in a low voice. Then searching in this darkness will be like finding a needle in a haystack. No matter. The dark eye can sense the entity's aura. Once we get within range, it will detect the source. Su Chen replied. Upon hearing this, Zhao Mubai let out a long breath. As long as there was a way, it was fine. If there were none, the situation would be hopeless. The entity here might be impossible to deal with, and the only option would be to seal it away. Help. Is any help? After what seemed like an eternity of walking in the darkness, Su Chen and Zhao Mubai faintly heard a frantic cry for help from deep within the dark. There's someone. Zhao Mubai heard the cry. Wait, check the situation. It might be a trick of the entity. Su Chen responded. Zhao Mubai fell silent. Indeed, in the entity's domain, anything was possible. The distant cry for help could very well be a trap to lure them in. Is anyone there? Help. Just as Su Chen and Zhao Mubai were about to turn back, the cry grew closer. Then they saw a constable in official attire, a long blade at his waist, running toward them, his face pale. Thank goodness. Someone. The officer was clearly terrified to the point of delirium. Upon seeing Su Chen and Zhao Mubai, he was overjoyed, as if he had found a sliver of light and the courage to survive in the darkness. Clang. Su Chen, expressionless, drew the long sword at his waist and coldly pointed it at the officer. What are you doing? Nothing. Just wary that you might be something unclean. Su Chen replied coldly. I am not a monster, not a monster. Am human, a living person. The officer hurriedly defended himself, afraid Su Chen would slay him as a creature. Yet the sword still aimed at his brow, not withdrawn. What must I do to make you believe me? The officer was on the verge of tears. What happened after you entered this place? Su Chen asked coldly. We were ordered by our superior to search for a maid from the Lu residence, and we learned that the maid Xiao Lian was staying at this inn. After reporting to our superior, we entered the inn to apprehend her. But no sooner had we entered the building than there was no one around. All the brothers who entered with me had vanished. I suspect the inn is haunted. I tried to find the exit, but all the paths had changed, and I don't know where I am anymore. Faced with Su Chen's interrogation, the officer dared not hide anything. Young master, is it a strange anomaly controlled by the entity? Zhao Mubai asked in a low voice. The dark eye checked. It's not an anomaly. He's a living person. Su Chen replied. While questioning the officer, the dark eye in his palm had been probing his aura and origin. Had the officer carried even a trace of the entity's chilling aura, Su Chun would have struck without hesitation. How many people entered the inn with you? 10. You're trapped here too, aren't you? Can you find a way out? I can. Later I'll send you out first. This officer was an ordinary man with no significant cultivation. Keeping him nearby would only be a burden. Walking through this strange land, he might become more of a hindrance than a help. Su Chun had no intention of keeping him by his side. Therefore he planned to get the man out alive first. Later he would re-enter to continue searching for the source of the entity. The black eye in his palm opened, releasing a peculiar force. It tore a narrow gap in the eerie darkness, blocking Su Chun, revealing a passage just large enough for one person to exit. Go on out, Su Chun said. Thank you. Thank you so much. Seeing that Su Chun possessed such ability to rend the ominous darkness, the officer repeatedly expressed his gratitude. Without a moment's hesitation, he stepped through the torn portal, intending to flee this strange and chilling world of shadows. Expecting to have escaped, the officer's body began to decay and rot at an alarming speed the instant he left the eerie darkness. In the blink of an eye, he had turned into a skeleton. With a clatter, the skeleton collapsed into a heap of bones on the ground. Behind the portal, Su Chun and Zhao Mubai, who had been about to follow, were startled by the sight and quickly halted. Young master, what just happened? Zhao Mubai stared at the officer who had stepped from the eerie darkness through the portal to the outside world, only to turn into a pile of bones in an instant. His heart was filled with shock and terror, his eyes brimming with deep fear and confusion. I don't know, Su Chun said, frowning. He was not entirely certain about this situation either. He slowly extended his hand, cautiously reaching it from within the eerie darkness through the portal torn by the black eye. A horrifying sight followed the hand he stretched out, transformed into a skeletal claw. Startled, Su Chun instantly withdrew his hand. Strangely, the hand that became a skeletal claw, when extended into the outside world, reverted to a flesh and blood palm upon being pulled back. Zhao Mubai, watching this, clearly found it utterly baffling. Mubai, try reaching your hand out. Su Chun instructed. As you command. Zhao Mubai obeyed, and following Su Chun's example, extended his hand from the darkness through the portal torn by the black eye to the outside world. Unsurprisingly, his extended hand instantly became a fleshless skeletal claw. Terrified, he yanked it back, and in a flash his right hand returned to its original flesh and blood form. Young master, what is going on? Why is this happening? Zhao Mubai was utterly perplexed. It seems we have been cursed, Su Chun said after a moment of contemplation. Cursed? Zhao Mubai was taken aback. This eerie darkness is the domain released by the sinister entity behind all this. And this domain differs from the female ghost we encountered earlier. Within her domain, she could control all those she killed, turning them into walking corpses. As for this domain, it places a curse on anyone who steps into it. Once the curse takes effect, anyone who escapes from this domain to the outside world will turn into a pile of bones, just like that officer did. Su Chun explained slowly. Based on what happened to the officer and the results of his and Zhao Mubai's tests, Su Chun deduced that this sinister domain carried a curse-like ability. It seems we cannot rashly leave this domain. To break the curse, we must find the source of this evil and eliminate it. Su Chun's expression grew grave. He had originally intended to step outside and slowly think of a solution. But the curse now upon him clearly prevented him from leaving this domain recklessly. Otherwise, he would meet the same fate as the officer who turned into a heap of bones. Upon hearing Su Chun's words, Zhao Mubai felt that this was the only course of action. With the curse upon them, they could not easily leave the domain. To break the curse, they had no choice but to grit their teeth and search this dark, eerie world for the source of the evil and eliminate it. Otherwise, they would be trapped forever in this sunless darkness. Moreover, it was unclear if other dangers lurked within this strange, chilling darkness. They might not only fail to escape, but also die inside. Realizing this, Zhao Mubai suddenly understood that he and his young master were in a very perilous situation. Let's go. Search elsewhere and try to find the source of the evil, Su Chun said. There was no time to waste. They had to find the evil source and eliminate it as quickly as possible. With the black eye in his palm open, Su Chun led Zhao Mubai slowly deeper into the eerie, cold darkness. Before they knew it, they had arrived at the mass grave once more. They saw bones scattered everywhere and black coffins overturned all around. The entire scene was filled with an ominous atmosphere. An ordinary person walking here would likely have been scared out of their wits. Fortunately, Su Chun and Zhao Mubai were cultivators with some level of strength, allowing them to remain calm in the face of such a sight. Passing through the mass grave, they came to a blood lake. Indeed, it was a true lake of blood, vast and expansive, with the water churning in a piercing red. Crossing the blood lake, the pair then encountered a forest of bones. As far as the eye could see, there were only bleached white bones. Skeletal frames were scattered, chaotically piled up like mountains. The mass grave, the blood lake, the bone forest. Every place they passed made Su Chun and Zhao Mubai feel as if they had stepped into a hellish underworld. Fortunately, nothing unusual seemed to occur along the way, and they encountered no other dangers. We've been walking for so long, yet we haven't seen a single person from Yuchuan Inn. Young master, could they all be dead? And this place is so vast. Finding that maid from Lu Mansion to ask about the location of that evil artifact is truly too difficult. After wandering for nearly an hour, Zhao Mubai felt deep despair. He sensed that he and Su Chun might be trapped forever in this eerie, gloomy place. It was truly too much like the underworld. Even if the evil entity did not make a move, he and Su Chun could not easily leave this place, wandering aimlessly in the sunless darkness like lost souls. Like two wandering ghosts. There's the sound of fighting deep within the bone forest. At that moment, Su Chun stopped, faintly hearing fierce combat from within the forest of bones. Zhao Mubai listened intently, and also heard the violent sounds of fighting emanating from deep within the bone forest. What are these things? Help! It's got me! Run! From deep within the bone forest came a series of blood-curdling screams. Su Chun and Zhao Mubai stood quietly outside the bone forest, and saw a group of people running out from its depths. Through the black eye, Su Chun saw their faces clearly. Among them were officers from Wuqing and several other cultivators. Likely people who had been staying at Yuchuan Inn and had been dragged into this eerie darkness. Also among them were Tang Tian, Sun Yang, and other disciples from Feiyun sect. At this moment, they were fleeing in panic from deep within the bone forest. What seemed to be chasing them was a mass of blood-stained straw ropes. Each rope dropped frantically from the eerie. Every time a blood-stained straw rope descended, a cultivator would be tightly noosed around the neck, and then swiftly hoisted into the air. No matter how the cultivators struggled and resisted, they could not free themselves from the ropes. Eventually, after a brief struggle, they fell silent. Only a cold corpse remained, gently swaying in midair within the bone forest, both eerie and terrifying. However, Su Chun noticed that those deadly bloodstained ropes seemed to have a limited attack range. That range was confined to the bone forest itself. Once Tang Tian and the others fled the forest, the deadly bloodstained ropes immediately retracted back into the thicket of bones, returning to stillness. Junior brother Wang is dead. Senior brother Zhou is dead too. Tang Tian, along with Sun Yang and the others, barely managed to escape from that eerie white bone forest. The surviving disciples of Flying Cloud sect were all stricken with terror. Not only them, but even the surviving Wuqing soldiers and the cultivators who had stayed at Jade Spring and were filled with dread. This place was too bizarre and sinister. No matter how hard they tried, they could not find a way out of this strange domain. Worse still, they had accidentally ventured into forbidden areas, suffering unprecedented attacks of horror. Senior brother Tang, it's Su Chun. From the side, Sun Yang, who had just calmed his mind, caught sight of Su Chun's face faintly emerging from the darkness, not far ahead. Tang Tian was startled and followed Sun Yang's gaze. Indeed, he too saw Su Chun in the darkness. He frowned and instinctively tightened his grip on his long sword, his face full of vigilance. This place was so uncanny that even he felt wary and worried that Su Chun appearing in the darkness might be some terrifying anomaly. Why haven't you left yet? Su Chun stared coldly at Tang Tian and the others, his tone icy. Not an Hearing Su Chun speak and sensing the living aura emanating from him, Tang Tian realized that Su Chun in the darkness was not an anomaly born from this strange place, but a real living person. Why are you here? Tang Tian demanded coldly. What business is it of yours? Su Chun's expression was impassive as he swept his gaze over the Wuqing soldiers who had escaped from the White Bone Forest. What have you discovered since entering here? Nothing. All we know is that this place is eerie and we can't find a way out. Moreover, there are almost all the brothers who came in with us are dead. Only the 4 of us are left. A Wuqing soldier responded. He recognized Su Chun as the newly appointed imprisoner of the Demon Suppression Bureau, someone whom his superior officer Chang Zizai treated with great respect. Now that Su Chun had appeared here, he must have come to rescue them. Young Master Su, you can get us out, right? Yes. You are the imprisoner of the Demon Suppression Bureau and have handled 3 eerie incidents. You surely have the ability to save us. We don't want to die. We really don't. The other Wuqing soldiers hurried forward, encircling Su Chun. Panic mingled with hope on each of their faces, like drowning people clutching at the last straw. In their eyes, Su Chun might be their only hope to leave this place alive. Imprisoner of the Demon Suppression Bureau. The other cultivators who had narrowly escaped from the White Bone Forest heard the soldiers' words and turned to look at Su Chun in astonishment. They all knew of the Demon Suppression Bureau, a special agency of the Great Yin Dynasty handling eerie incidents. The imprisoners within were said to possess formidable power. They all knew of the Demon Suppression Bureau, a special agency of the Great Yin Dynasty handling eerie incidents. The imprisoners within were said to possess formidable. Not far off, Tang Tian and Sun Yang frowned at the soldiers' words. So Su Chun had indeed joined the Demon Suppression Bureau. At first they hadn't believed it, but now it seemed true. Damn it. Why? Tang Tian glared darkly at Su Chun, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. At first they hadn't believed it, but now it seemed true. Damn it. Why? Tang Tian glared darkly at Su Chun, his fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned. Sun Yang's face grew even uglier. If Su Chun had become an imprisoner of the Demon Suppression Bureau, then his background would be formidable. To deal with him and find out where Su Fei had gone would be impossible. If anything happened to Su Chun and the Bureau investigated his own sect, might even suffer. Yet this was not the time to dwell on that. The immediate question was how to escape this place alive. Senior Brother Tang, since Su Chun is an imprisoner with the information he holds, he should be able to lead us out alive. Should we try to cooperate with him to get out? A Flying Cloud sect disciple stepped forward, broaching the idea. He was truly terrified of this eerie place, remembering how in the White Bone Forest his fellow disciples had been instantly hanged in midair by a strange blood-stained rope. Even now a chill ran down his spine as he felt that danger lurked everywhere in this endless darkness. At any moment some unknown peril hidden in the dark might claim his life. To survive, this Flying Cloud sect disciple had to consider setting aside past grievances with Su Chun and seeking temporary cooperation to find a way to live. Hearing his junior brother's words, Tang Tian fell silent. After careful thought, he agreed it made sense given the current situation. They should not fight Su Chun, but instead find a way to survive. In the face of such terrifying, eerie phenomena, any personal grudges could be set aside for now. I do have a way to lead you out of this strange domain, but circumstances won't allow it. Watching the soldiers and cultivators pleading for him to save them, Su Chun spoke slowly. Why, oi? A cultivator asked, his face full of desperation. From the moment you were trapped in this eerie domain, if you leave this area rashly, you will instantly turn into skeletons once outside. Su Chun told them the truth, explaining what had happened earlier. After listening, the soldiers and cultivators were stunned, their faces etched with despair. Are we doomed to be trapped here forever? I don't want to die. I really don't. Knowing that leaving the domain would mean instant death as a skeleton, and staying meant facing all kinds of unknown horrors. These soldiers and cultivators felt utter helplessness and deep despair. Su Chun, since you dared to enter this domain, you must know how to resolve the situation, right? Tang Tian spoke up. He knew Su Chun was not foolish enough to walk into a trap. Su Chun must have some knowledge about this eerie place. Moreover, he was confident he could deal with the source of the eerie phenomena. I do. Su Chun nodded. Then, although we have conflicts, I hope we can put aside personal grudges and handle the situation first. And many hands make light work. I think you also wish to cooperate with us, right? Tang Tian said slowly. Su Chun was silent, his gaze sweeping over Tang Tian, Sun Yang, and the other Flying Cloud sect disciples. He admitted Tang Tian was right. To deal with this eerie domain, they needed to find the source. Relying only on himself and Zhao Mubai would waste much time. Indeed, more hands would help. Especially when encountering danger, these people could unite and hold their ground for. Of course, unity was just talk, but best they could be used as cannon fodder. With this thought in mind, Su Chun said slowly, according to official intelligence, a maid from the Lu mansion stole a sinister object from Madame Lu's room. We don't know exactly what that object is, but we know it is the source of this eerie phenomenon. If we can find the maid Xiao Lian and learn where the object is, we may resolve this eerie incident and leave alive. What does that maid Xiao Lian look like? Su Chun glanced at a cultivator who had spoken, then produced a portrait he had obtained earlier from the Wuching authorities. Have you seen this person? He handed the portrait to the group for their inspection. All of them had been trapped in this eerie land after checking into the Yuchuan Inn, and the young maid Xiao Lian from the Lu mansion had also stayed at this same inn. Su Chun believed that among these people someone must have seen Xiao Lian. I've seen this person, a cultivator said after a moment of thought. Is that so? Where is she now? I don't know where she is now. I only know that she also stayed at the Yuchuan Inn, so she must be trapped in this eerie land as well. What room number? The room next to mine. Heavenly room number 1. Tang Tian replied. You know this? Su Chun turned to Tang Tian. My junior brother happened to run into this young lady when he was out on business. She was staying in Heavenly room number 1. I remember it clearly. Tang Tian answered truthfully. Senior brother Tang is right. I was the one who bumped into that maid, and she was carrying a bundle. A disciple from the Flying Cloud sect chimed in. A bundle? What was inside? Su Chun immediately asked. Inside? The Flying Cloud sect disciple paused, lost in thought. I recall it was just some clothes and silver. Oh, and there was also a bronze mirror. A bronze mirror. Yes, an ancient-looking bronze mirror. The moment I first saw it, I felt an uncanny chill. The Flying Cloud sect disciple strained to recall every detail, missing nothing. It seems that bronze mirror is the source of this eerie land. Su Chun murmured. To resolve this calamity, do we have to neutralize that bronze mirror? Tang Tian asked Su Chun. If the bronze mirror is indeed the origin of the eerie phenomenon, then your reasoning is correct. Find the mirror, destroy it, or seal it away. Only then can we eliminate this cursed land and survive. Su Chun replied. I roughly know the location of Heavenly room number 1. Although the entire area is now shrouded and blocked by this eerie domain, I can still vaguely recall the route we took when we fled. That should lead us back to our rooms at the Yuchuan Inn. Once we find the rooms, we can locate Heavenly room number 1 next door. If that maid Xiao Lian hasn't wandered off, she might still be there. Tang Tian explained. Then lead the way. Su Chun ordered. Senior brother Tang, you can't be serious. Go back. Yeah, we just barely escaped from that bone forest. The Flying Cloud sect disciples' faces turned pale with terror upon hearing Tang Tian's plan to return. Staying here is just waiting for death. Since we have a target to eliminate the source of the evil, we have to try. Only by taking a risk do we stand a chance of survival, Tang Tian said gravely. Upon hearing this, Sun Yang and the other Flying Cloud sect disciples fell silent. Young Master Su, take us with you. Several Wuching soldiers volunteered. Since there was a way to eliminate the source, they were willing to gamble. Otherwise, doing nothing would only leave them waiting to die in this eerie land. However, the other cultivators who had stayed at the Yuqian Inn lacked the courage to brave the Bone Forest again. They would rather wait here to die than enter the Bone Forest and perish sooner. Besides, having Su Chun and his group risk their lives was enough. They could just wait obediently, hoping that the eerie land would be cleansed by Su Chun and company, allowing them to emerge unscathed as well. An eerie land changes at any moment. You think it's safe here, but who knows what might happen next. You might not even know how you die. Fully aware of the other cultivators' sly intentions, Su Chun had no intention of letting them sit back and reap the rewards while he and his team took all the risks. To survive, we must cooperate. No one can benefit without contributing. Hearing this, the other cultivators' faces turned sour. They had planned to stay put and let Su Chun handle everything. But now it seemed staying put wasn't necessarily safe either. Moreover, what Su Chun said made sense. This eerie land was too sinister. Who knows if other strange things might befall them while they waited in the darkness, costing them their lives for no reason. Su Chun was a sealer of the Demon Suppression Bureau. Staying by his side might be the safest option. Young Master Su, am willing to go with you back into the Bone Forest to find Heavenly Room number 1. Me too. Count me in. One by one, many cultivators trapped at the Yuqian Inn gritted their teeth and decided to follow Su Chun back into the Bone Forest for a gamble. Then no more wasting time. Let's move. Before we enter the Bone Forest, tell me in detail everything you encountered on your way. I need to analyze the situation and see if we can prepare countermeasures. Su Chun led the group toward the distant Bone Forest while speaking. The Bone Forest is vast, filled with bones everywhere. Inside, you'll encounter bloodstained grass ropes that appear out of the darkness to loop around your neck and hang you in midair. There are also skeletal claws that shoot up from the ground, grab your ankles, and drag you down into the piles of bone. The cultivators who had experienced the horrors of the Bone Forest recounted their encounters. Su Chun listened calmly. Bloodstained ropes and deadly skeletal claws. It seemed those were the threats they needed to guard against. Couldn't you deal with those ropes and claws? Zhao Mubai asked curiously. If we could, we wouldn't have suffered such heavy casualties. A Flying Cloud sect disciple replied. So the only way through the Bone Forest is to force your way. Su Chun stared at the eerie, sinister forest, his tone. Exactly. Only by brute force. Tang Tian agreed. When they had escaped from the Bone Forest, they relied on their formidable cultivation to shake off the ropes and claws. Then let each person fend for themselves. Along the way, try to look out for one another. But if you can't even save yourself, don't worry about others. With these words, Su Chun gripped his longsword and charged straight into the Bone Forest with Zhao Mubai. The moment they entered, a skeletal claw shot up from the ground, trying to grab their ankles. But they reacted quickly, slicing the claw to pieces. At the same time, bloodstained ropes emerged from the darkness, aiming for their necks to hang them. Su Chun swung his sword, and a terrifying sword aura severed the ropes. Behind them, Tang Tian and the others, seeing Su Chun and Zhao Mubai already fighting their way, and followed without hesitation. The group coordinated, maintaining formation like a sharp blade plunging deep into the Bone Forest. With seamless coordination, Su Chun and his companions advanced at great speed. Following the route indicated by Tang Tian, they pressed deep into the White Bone Forest. Yet the deeper they ventured into the White Bone Forest, the more blood-stained grass ropes emerged from the darkness, reaching out from the shadows. From beneath the ground, skeletal claws burst forth in increasing numbers. Save me! Help me! A scream of agony rang out. A cultivator at the rear was suddenly snared around the neck by a grass rope, plunging him into utter panic as he thrashed, desperately struggling to break free from its grip. The moment his comrades heard the scream, they rushed to his aid. A flash of blade light sliced through the air, severing the grass rope. No sooner had the cultivator freed himself from the rope than a skeletal claw burst from the ground, clamping tightly around his ankle. Save him! Someone shouted. With a fierce stroke, the blade cleaved through the skeletal claw. How much farther? Su Chun sliced through many encroaching grass ropes with his sword, then swiftly retreated. The black eye in his palm opened wide, releasing an invisible aura that blocked the other surging ropes and skeletal claws. His gaze swept to Tang Tian as he asked in a deep voice. Almost there. I recall that beyond this White Bone Forest lies a cemetery, and next to it is a door. That's the room we booked. The adjoining one should be Tian. No. One room. Tang Tian replied. Speed up. Su Chun commanded, and with Zhao Mubai, he quickened his charge forward. The others hurried to follow. After enduring a series of perils, the group finally traversed this eerie and treacherous White Bone Forest, arriving at a gloomy cemetery. Just as Tang Tian had said, upon reaching the cemetery, they saw a tightly shut door. As they opened it, a guest room was revealed, and everyone filed in. Strangely enough, the darkness did not encroach upon this room. Perhaps because the room assigned to Tang Tian and his companions was close to Tian No. One room, the aura emitted by the source of the malevolent entity isolated their room in an extremely safe zone. Stepping out of the room would invite all sorts of dangers. Finally, we're safe. The people who entered the room were all pale-faced. Many collapsed to the ground utterly exhausted and weary. Especially after the perils of the white bone forest, the terror in their hearts had not yet fully dissipated. While the numerous Wuching soldiers and cultivators sat gasping on the ground, Su Chun led Zhao Mubai to the wall adjacent to Tian No. One room. Pressing his ear against the wall, he faintly heard the sound of a song from the other side. Sometimes plaintive, sometimes melodious. It came and went like a vengeful spirit, crying softly, making one's scalp tingle. Step back, Su Chun commanded. Zhao Mubai quickly retreated while Tang Tian and the others fixed their gazes on Su Chun. Su Chun gripped his longsword tightly and delivered a fierce slash, directly shattering the wall before him and blasting a large hole. Through the hole, the scene of the adjoining Tian No. One room was revealed. They saw a woman in white seated before a dressing table, grooming herself, while softly humming an unknown opera tune. The opera melody reverberated through the room, imbued with a peculiar enchantment that stirred the heart and made one feel as if their soul was about to leave their body. It's a soul-charming sound. Cover your ears, Su Chun said as he quickly tapped 2 acupoints near his ears, sealing his hearing. Zhao Mubai, Tang Tian, and the others immediately followed suit. However, some cultivators failed to block. Their eyes went blank instantly, as if they had become mindless zombies, stepping one by one through the hole and entering the neighboring Tian No. One room. They stood silently behind the white-clad woman before the dressing table, swaying gently with the opera tune. Then a horrifying scene unfolded. On the dressing table in front of the white-clad woman, an ancient bronze mirror with a chipped corner began to emit wisps of greenish-gray vapor. These vapors shot into the nostrils of the dazed cultivators at lightning speed. Instantly, the cultivators' bodies convulsed violently, as if electrocuted, shriveling up at an alarming rate. Their flesh scattered like ash from a fire, vanishing with the wind, leaving behind only bleached skeletons. Gentlemen, have you come here to hear this maiden sing? Before the dressing table, the white-clad woman slowly rose, holding the ancient bronze mirror against her chest, and turned to face Su Chun and the others. Her face was pallid gray, devoid of any trace of blood. Her eyes were vacant, devoid of any emotion, like an empty shell. And this white-clad woman was none other than the maidservant Xiao Lian, whom Su Chun and his team were searching for. Clearly, the maidservant Xiao Lian's soul had been destroyed by the ancient bronze mirror she held. Now what occupied her body was another soul, or rather a malevolent entity that had escaped from that bronze mirror. You fiend! You dare trap us here and slay so many of my Feiyun sect brothers. You are courting death, a Feiyun sect disciple bellowed in fury. He hurled his longsword, fiercely aiming straight at Xiao Lian, who clutched the bronze mirror. Facing the shooting sword, the white-clad Xiao Lian remained utterly unmoved. When the sword approached within half a zhang of her, an invisible force radiated out, instantly corroding and destroying the mystic iron sword, reducing it to a pile of debris on the ground. This sight stunned Tang Tian, Sun Yang, and the other Feiyun sect disciples. As for Su Chun, he calmly observed everything silently, noting that within half a zhang around the white-clad woman, there seemed to be an invisible domain that could isolate and destroy anything. Go, kill her, and destroy that mirror. Then we can leave safely. At that moment, another cultivator transmitted his thought, roaring. Hearing this, many grew excited and unleashed their most powerful techniques, launching a coordinated assault on the white-clad woman holding the bronze mirror. As Su Chun had expected, the combined attacks of these people were all annihilated by the powerful aura within half a zhang around the white-clad woman. That aura was equivalent to an absolute domain, unless one was a far more powerful cultivator or possessed some other special means. I'm afraid it's simply unrealistic to ignore that absolute domain and strike the white-clad woman. Don't waste your efforts. There is an invisible domain within half a zhang of that evil entity that blocks and destroys all attacks. Unless your cultivation level far surpasses hers, any offensive is useless against her, Su Chun said slowly. Then what can we do? According to you, we can't kill her. Are we going to be trapped in this damned place for the rest of our lives? Hearing Su Chun's words, many became anxious. After all the trouble of crossing the white-bone forest and finding the source of the evil, if they could kill and eliminate it, they would be able to leave this eerie place. Now the absolute domain around the evil entity could withstand all attacks. If they couldn't kill it, wouldn't all their previous efforts have been in vain? Let me try, Su Chun muttered softly. The evil entity's special ability. Then he would try using evil power to counter it. With this thought, a surge of crimson blood mist burst forth from Su Chun's body. Under his control, the bloody mist rushed at lightning speed toward the white-clad woman in Tian No. One room. When a strange, eerie scarlet mist surged from within Su Chun, both Tang Tian and Sun Yang were startled, hastily retreating, their faces filled with utter disbelief. Similarly, the other military officers of Wuching and the surviving cultivators also quickly withdrew. Instinct told them that the spreading scarlet mist was terrifying, and should they come into contact with it, they would surely face unprecedented danger. Paying no heed to the alarm of Tang Tian and the others, Su Qin's gaze remained fixed on the white-clad woman clutching the bronze mirror. He sensed that the scarlet mist diffusing from him was being repelled by the absolute domain surrounding the woman when it approached within half a zhang of her. Su Qin frowned, his expression grave. Even the blood mist cannot easily breach this white-clad woman's absolute domain. If so, I will have no easy way to kill her. Then we will all be trapped and die in this bizarre place. Just as Su Qin believed his blood mist could not easily penetrate the absolute domain around the white-clad woman, in the next moment, he suddenly discovered that it could, only by slowly corroding it bit by bit. However, the corrosion was excruciatingly slow. It seems this white-clad woman's absolute domain is not truly impenetrable after all. Fighting sinister forces with sinister abilities, this method is not wrong. A faint smile curled at the corner of Su Qin's mouth. Within his body, he frantically channeled his true qi, causing the released blood mist to grow even more fierce and violent. Its rate of erosion accelerated. The absolute domain around the white-clad woman visibly began to corrode rapidly, and then a large whoosh. The moment Su Qin breached the white-clad woman's absolute domain, he seized the opportunity. A scarlet tendril suddenly burst through the gaping hole, lunging straight at the woman. Clang. However, just as the tendril was about to touch the white-clad woman, it was blocked by the bronze mirror, and I've managed to tear open the white-clad woman's absolute domain. Everyone attacked together and break that bronze mirror in her hands. Su Qin bellowed. Alone it would still be difficult for him to defeat the white-clad woman. Indeed, he would now need the assistance of Zhao Mubai and the others. Around him, upon hearing Su Qin's command, Zhao Mubai and the others did not hesitate for a moment, each unleashing their most powerful killing techniques. A barrage of terrifying attacks channeled through the gap Su Qin had torn open bombarded the white-clad woman trapped within the scarlet mist. Seeing this, the white-clad woman dared not withstand the assault. Her figure flickered, vanishing like a ghost into the scarlet mist. Su Qin reacted swiftly, his palms dark, eyes ceaselessly scanning to track her movements. Careful, she's coming, Su Qin shouted. In the room, Zhao Mubai, Tang Tian, and the others tensed up, immediately forming a circle back-to-back, alertly watching their surroundings. Oh, yet some cultivators could not escape. They were cruelly swallowed by the bronze ancient mirror in the white-clad woman's arms, their life essence instantly drained, leaving behind a heap of bones. Shrouded in blood mist, Su Qin gripped his long sword tightly and charged at the white-clad woman. The blood mist furiously eroded her absolute domain. The moment it broke through, Su Qin used the ghost shadow steps to close in on the white-clad woman. With a horizontal sweep of his sword, a terrifying sword aura aimed directly at her neck. Her expression remained unchanged as she allowed the sword to sever her head. Gurgle. The head rolled to the ground, yet the white-clad woman did not die. Instead, the fallen head immediately flew up, lunging to gnaw at Su Qin. Whoosh! A scarlet tendril burst from within his body, instantly pinning the flying head of the female corpse. Without pausing, Su Qin brought his longsword down vertically, attempting to shatter the bronze ancient mirror in the white-clad woman's arms. Seeing the sword descending, the headless white-clad woman clutching the bronze mirror quickly dodged to one side. At the same time, a stream of grayish gas erupted from the bronze mirror, trying to invade Su Qin and drain his life essence. Fortunately, the blood mist blocked the grayish gas, preventing it from reaching Su Qin, shielding him completely. Who would have thought Su Qin possesses such ability? On the sidelines, Sun Yang stared intently at the fierce battle between Su Qin and the white-clad woman. His expression was both shocked and grim, his gaze dark. That eerie blood mist and those tentacles, they don't seem like the abilities of a cultivator at all. They resemble the powers of an evil spirit. No wonder Su Qin was recruited by the Demon Suppression Bureau. A cultivator who can wield sinister abilities is an extremely rare existence, even within the Bureau. Tang Tian spoke slowly from the side, his voice dripping with deep envy. He couldn't understand why heaven had favored Su Qin so much. A useless waste, yet he had managed to return to this point, tread the martial path again, and freely control sinister powers without losing his humanity. Senior brother Tang, now might be the perfect opportunity to strike. Sun Yang transmitted his thoughts, his tone carrying a treacherous edge. Tang Tian remained silent, not immediately nodding. We could devise a way to make Su Qin perish together with that evil spirit. That way we not only escape this cursed place, but also eliminate Su Qin. Why not? Sun Yang continued to persuade. Hearing Sun Yang's words, Tang Tian felt a stirring of interest. After a long pause, he replied in a low voice, "Make sure you're clean about it. Don't leave any traces for the Demon Suppression Bureau to find out." Rest assured, having gained his senior brother's approval, Sun Yang let out a cold smirk. He pinched two fingers together, and a talisman appeared, transforming into a wisp of green smoke that quickly drifted into the battlefield. That talisman was called the Rejection True Talisman. Once the green smoke it produced was inhaled by a cultivator, it would stagnate their true chi and render their body weak and limp. The effect would last for the duration of one incense stick. In the midst of his fierce battle with the white-clad woman, Su Chun was on the verge of gaining absolute dominance, ready to slay her and break the bronze mirror in her arms at any moment. Suddenly he caught a whiff of green smoke. His inner true chi came to an abrupt halt, and the released blood mist instantly dissipated back into his body. At the same time his body felt weak and powerless. Young master. Seeing Su Chen's abnormal condition, Zhao Mubai was alarmed. He immediately dashed forward with his spear, thrusting it fiercely to drive the white-clad woman back. At the same time he grabbed Su Chun and pulled him to the rear. Take me away from here. Su Chen's face was pale, looking extremely weak. Though Zhao Mubai did not understand what had happened, he complied without hesitation and quickly evacuated with Su Chun. With Su Chun no longer suppressing the white-clad woman, Tang Tian and the others in the room immediately became her targets. Screams erupted as one cultivator after another was drained of their life essence by the bronze mirror in the white-clad woman's arms. Retreat. Retreat now. Seeing the dire situation, Tang Tian hastily led Sun Yang and the others as they fled the scene of chaos. An eerie graveyard, sinister and unnatural. Under Zhao Mubai's support, Su Chun had fled that room at the first opportunity and concealed himself in the shadows. Young master, how do you feel? Looking at Su Chen's ghastly pale face in the darkness, Zhao Mubai's expression was filled with concern. Someone used a rejection true talisman. My true chi cannot circulate now, and I am completely powerless. Su Chen's face was grim, his tone heavy. Once a holy son of the heavenly sect, he immediately understood the condition of his body. He had fallen victim to someone's rejection true talisman. Who could it be? Zhao Mubai was startled. He hadn't expected that at such a critical moment someone would dare to harm his young master. If he hadn't acted swiftly, his young master might have died at the hands of that sinister entity. Aside from those people from Feiyun sect, I can't think of anyone else. Su Chen's gaze turned icy. The only ones in the room with a motive to kill him were Tang Tian, Sun Yang, and the other Feiyun sect disciples. After all, there was a grudge between them. While he was focused on dealing with the sinister entity, they naturally wouldn't miss those bastards. Zhao Mubai's face darkened, his eyes blazing with fury. He'll go settle the score with them. He grabbed his spear, intending to confront Tang Tian and the others. But Su Chen stopped him. Don't go. That sinister entity is likely on a killing spree now, and Tang Tian and his group have probably become its targets. If you rush in now, you'll only be throwing your life away. So we just swallow this insult. Swallow it. After an incense stick's time, when the rejection true talisman's effect wears off, you'll deal with Tang Tian and his crew. I only hope they can hold on until then, and not die too quickly at the hands of that sinister entity. Su Chen's face was dark, his tone frigid. Fine, until then I'll protect you, young master. Zhao Mubai nodded, guarding Su Chen closely to shield him from harm. On the other side, without Su Chen's suppression, the sinister entity began a massacre inside the room. Many cultivators fell to it, reduced to bleached white skeletons. Terrified, the others fled the room as fast as they could to avoid being killed. Tang Tian, Sun Yang, and their group were especially quick to escape. Damn it, Su Chen got away. We didn't kill him. Sun Yang's voice was cold. It's all your fault. Look what your idea caused. Now, without Su Chen to suppress that entity, we're the ones in danger. Tang Tian growled. Sun Yang fell silent, unable to retort. He knew he had botched the timing, striking too hastily. He failed to strike when Su Chen and the sinister entity had mutually wounded each other. Now Su Chen had escaped, the entity was unchecked, and they had become its prey. Senior brother, save me. Please save me. A Feiyun sect disciple was trapped by the white-clad woman. The bronze, ancient mirror in her arms was madly devouring the disciple's vital energy and blood. In plain sight, the Feiyun sect disciple turned into a bleached skeleton. Neither Tang Tian nor Sun Yang could intervene in time to save him. Everyone run. Get as far away as you can. Tang Tian roared, leading his people in a frantic escape, unwilling to fight the white-clad woman Hedon. After paying a heavy price, Tang Tian, Sun Yang, and the other Feiyun sect disciples, along with a few Wuching soldiers and cultivators, finally shook off the white-clad woman's pursuit and hid in the eerie graveyard. By coincidence, deep within the graveyard, they encountered Su Chen and Zhao Mubai, who had also taken refuge there. After resting for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Su Chen's expression had softened, and his true chi could circulate freely again. When he saw Tang Tian and the others scurrying into hiding, his gaze swept over them ice cold. Feeling Su Chen's frigid stare, Tang Tian and Sun Yang, knowing they were in the wrong, dared not meet his eyes. But Tang Tian mustered his courage and forced a smile. Su Chen, you're hiding here too. What surprised? Su Chen gripped his long sword, radiating a murderous chill as he strode step by step toward them. What do you intend to do? Sun Yang blustered, his voice trembling. What do I intend? Using a rejection true talisman, nearly getting me killed by that entity, and you ask what I intend. Su Chen replied coldly. You're slandering us. What rejection true talisman? We have no idea what you're talking about. Sun Yang's guilt was palpable. No idea. Then I'll spare my words. Su Chen's face was expressionless. With a sweep of his longsword, a terrifying sword energy shot forth. Sun Yang couldn't dodge in time. His head was severed by the fearsome sword energy. Su Chen, how dare you? Tang Tian erupted in fury as Su Chen killed a Feiyun sect disciple without hesitation. That I dare has never been a secret to you. Su Chen retorted bluntly. With a flicker of his form, he lunged at the remaining Feiyun sect disciples. To prevent these petty men from undermining him while dealing with the sinister entity, Su Chen decided to eliminate all Feiyun sect disciples first. Seeing Su Chen advancing on his junior brothers with his sword, Tang Tian acted quickly, drawing his own blade to intercept. A devastating sword energy was aimed straight at Su Chen. Yet Su Chen was undaunted. A surge of blood mist erupted from his body, rapidly neutralizing the sword energy. Shrouded in the mist, Tang Tian lost all trace of Su Chen. Even his spiritual sense and sixth sense could not penetrate the eerie blood mist. By the time he realized what was happening, Su Chen had appeared behind him like a phantom, a cold sword pressed against his throat. Su Chen, let's talk this over. Seeing the blade at his neck, Tang Tian's expression shifted and his tone softened. I have nothing to discuss with you. With a swift stroke, Su Chen severed Tang Tian's head. Dead. The other Feiyun sect disciples watched in horror as their senior brother couldn't even hold his ground against Su Chen's terror. Their faces were ashen. Their gazes at Su Chen were filled with deep dread, as if they were seeing a demon. A cultivator at the 3rd layer of martial spirit had effortlessly slain a master at the 6th layer. What kind of freak was this? Su Chen, spare us. Well, never speak of Tang Tian and Sun Yang's deaths when we return to the sect. A Feiyun sect disciple, too terrified to fight, tried to negotiate. He had no desire to die like this. Yes, I swear I won't tell. If you let us go, we'll keep this secret forever. We'll never cause you any trouble. Another disciple pleaded desperately. Keep a secret. Sorry, but I only trust the dead to keep my secrets. Su Chen replied coldly, and with a sweep of his longsword, he beheaded another Feiyun sect disciple. The rest who tried to resist were ensnared and drained by blood-red tendrils released from Su Chen's body, their essence absorbed as vital energy into the myriad realms pill within him. With the essence of Tang Tian, Sun Yang, and the other Feiyun sect disciples, Su Chen's true qi became even more profound and mighty. At the same time, his cultivation base ascended as he wished, breaking through from the 3rd layer to the 4th layer of martial spirit. Young Master Su Wai, a soldier from Wuqing, stared at the corpses of Tang Tian and the other Feiyun sect disciples on the ground, utterly bewildered. He could not fathom why Su Chen would ruthlessly slay Tang Tian and his companions at this critical juncture. After all, without these formidable Feiyun sect cultivators, it would be exceedingly difficult for them to contend against the white-clad woman. The Feiyun sect disciples attempted to seize the opportunity to harm me when I was dealing with that sinister entity. Now is it wrong for me to kill them? Su Chen spoke indifferently. Hearing this, the soldier and the other cultivators fell into a fearful silence. Recalling Su Chen's overwhelming power and terror, none dared to reproach him. Even so, young Master Su, you should have let them help us eliminate the sinister entity first. After we escaped this eerie place, you could have punished them then. Now that you have killed them, how are we supposed to deal with the white-clad woman? Another Wuqing soldier stepped forward and said, yes, that woman in white is terrifying. Losing powerful allies means losing a shred of hope. A cultivator exclaimed in fear. No need to worry, I will ensure your safety. Su Chen replied. Upon hearing his words, the people grew uncertain, doubting whether they could trust him. But after thinking it over, their only hope now was Su Chen. After all, he was the only one who had managed to suppress the white-clad woman earlier. Young Master, it's coming. Zhao Mubai warned urgently. He sensed an extremely icy aura surging forth from the darkness. The others started quickly huddling together, warily scanning the surrounding darkness. With his palms dark eye wide open, Su Chen swept his gaze around, and indeed saw a woman in white clutching an ancient bronze mirror, drifting like a wraith. She emerged from the darkness, and the bronze mirror in her arms immediately emitted a thick greenish-gray gas. Dodge! Get away! A Wuqing soldier, knowing the terror of that gas, shouted as he leaped backward. Hearing this, the others retreated swiftly, avoiding even the slightest contact with the greenish-gray gas. Su Chen, however, did not evade. Instead, he channeled his true qi, unleashing a crimson blood mist that valiantly met the surging greenish-gray gas. The blood mist clashed with the greenish-gray gas, fiercely contending, producing hissing sounds. For a time, neither yielded. This stalemate lasted for nearly half an hour before the eerie blood mist driven by Su Chen gradually gained the upper hand. Because his cultivation base had now ascended to the 4th level of the martial spirit realm, the eerie blood mist had also grown significantly stronger. A gust of wind howled. The eerie blood mist surged like a tide toward the greenish-gray gas, gradually engulfing it and drawing ever closer to the woman in white. Ultimately, the woman's greenish-gray gas could not withstand the assault and retreated into the bronze mirror in her arms. She could only rely on the absolute domain within half a zhang around her to resist the overwhelming eerie blood mist. But even the absolute domain could hardly endure it began to corrode bit by bit under the blood mist. Suppress. The dark eye in his palm noticed that the absolute domain around the woman had been corroded into large holes by. Without hesitation, Su Chun unleashed a terrifying aura. This pressure released through the dark eye bore down on the woman in white with immense, invisible force. Her body sagged. The woman, clutching the bronze mirror, nearly collapsed to her knees under the invisible. Seeing the woman suppressed by his palm's dark eye, Su Chun immediately executed the ghost shadow mirage step, flashing forward and thrusting his long sword straight at the bronze mirror in her arms. That mirror was the source of all sinister entities. With a clang and a crack, the sword pierced the bronze mirror without resistance, shattering its surface into fragments. The terrifying sword chi poured into the bronze mirror, completely destroying it. As the mirror broke, a wisp of the sinister entity's soul flew into Su Chen's body. Inside the dark palace, an eerie bronze mirror appeared. It floated and sank, eventually crushed by the palace, transforming into a special force that flowed through Su Chen's entire body. Sensing that special force, Su Chen knew he would now possess 3 eerie special abilities, one of blood mist and tentacles, one of the dark eye in his palm, and one from the bronze mirror. As for the third ability the bronze mirror would grant him, Su Chun was not certain. Everything would have to be studied gradually in the future. With the bronze mirror shattered, the source of the sinister entity was eliminated. The eerie realm enveloping the entire Yuchuan and dissipated like a mirage. Along with it, the woman in white vanished, her body scattered like ashes in the wind. The eerie realm is the Wuqing soldiers and many cultivators who had been poised to flee the moment Su Chen's fight with the woman turned unfavorable. Watched the darkness recede like a tide, revealing the original appearance of Yuchuan in. First stunned, they then erupted in wild joy. We finally survived. Someone wept tears of joy. Surviving in this eerie realm had placed immense. Now that the realm had faded, the fear that had weighed on their hearts also dissipated, leaving them relieved. Young Zhao Mubai approached to check Su Chen's condition. "I'm fine," Su Chen replied. "Thank you for your help, young master." Several surviving Wuqing soldiers hurried forward and bowed respectfully to Su Chen. "Enough. Go inform Lord Chong and have him lead soldiers to search the inn and handle the aftermath." Su Chen instructed and left Yuchuan Inn with Zhao Mubai. Outside, Chang Zizai had been guarding the inn. When he saw Su Chen emerge with several Wuqing soldiers, his body trembled with excitement. "Young Master Su." Chang Zizai led a group of officials forward, his expression reverent. "The sinister entity has been dealt with. Leave the aftermath to you. Rest assured, young master. I will take care of everything." Chang Zizai smiled obsequiously. In his heart, his offer Su Chen only deepened. This youth was truly extraordinary. The world thought he was ruined, expelled from the celestial sect, and destined for mediocrity. But unexpectedly, the young man had risen from despair. Not only had he returned to the martial path, but he also possessed the formidable ability to purge sinister entities and had now joined the Demon Subduing Bureau. His future would only be more brilliant than the days he spent in the celestial sect. This was a powerful ally he had to cling to. Also investigate the origin of the bronze mirror from the Lu residence. Su Chen gave the order and handed Chang Zizai a sketch of the mirror. As a prisoner of the Demon Subduing Bureau, it was his duty to fulfill his obligations, to trace the mirror's source, and see if there were other unknown sinister entities elsewhere. If outside Wuqing, he would notify the Imperial Demon Subduing Bureau to send their own people to eradicate it. If within Wuqing, he would have to act immediately to suppress it before any other sinister beings could cause trouble. On the back mountain, Su Chen sat alone in meditation, bathing in the moonlight. Within his body, the dark palace completely absorbed and refined the ancient bronze mirror, simultaneously feeding back some of the mirror's abilities into Su Chen's own being. With a mere thought, a weathered bronze mirror materialized behind Su Chen. Its surface bore a vivid blood-red talisman, exuding an eerie and uncanny aura. The moment the mirror appeared, a peculiar energy emanated from it, enveloping a large tree beside Su Chen and branding it with a unique curse. The curse, once activated, could easily reduce the tree to a pile of ash. So this mirror's curse affects not only living beings, but anything that lives, Su Chen mused. Even grass, trees, birds, and fish can fall under this terrifying curse. Staring at the ashes, Su Chen fell into deep thought. This was a fearsome power, cursing others, killing without a trace. However, the curse only worked on those whose cultivation was no more than 3 minor realms above Su Chen's own. If the opponent far surpassed him, the curse would be utterly ineffective. Moreover, given Su Chen's current cultivation level, he could only cast the curse 5 times. Exceeding that would completely drain his internal energy. Naturally, as his cultivation advanced, the number of curse uses would increase accordingly. This ability is quite useful. It can catch opponents off guard in critical moments, he thought. Su Chen smiled faintly. The bronze mirror granted not only the curse, but also an absolute domain, a barrier that could block all attacks. Yet this absolute domain also had limited uses and was unable to easily withstand the assaults of those whose cultivation far surpassed Su Chen's. Having thoroughly studied the special abilities granted by the bronze mirror, Su Chun took out a large number of spirit stones and began madly absorbing them. All these strange powers required a robust cultivation base to support them. Without sufficient cultivation, even these uncanny abilities would prove worthless against truly formidable enemies. Thus, Su Chun constantly worked to elevate his cultivation. The spirit stones, pills, and herbs he had plundered from Tang Tian and other Fiend sect disciples all became nourishment for his growth. He even had Zhao Mubai exchange some of their spirit tools and manuals for a large quantity of spirit stones in advance. With the aid of these resources, Su Chen's cultivation base solidified further. Soon he would break through to the 5th level of the martial spirit realm. The next day, Chang Zizai, dressed in plain clothes, led a group of government officials directly to Su Chen's residence to request an audience. Your humble servant Chang Zizai pays respects to young Master Su. Upon seeing Su Chen, Chang Zizai bowed respectfully. Please have a seat, Master Chang. Thank you, young Master Su. Have you traced the origin of the bronze mirror? Yes, I have. According to my subordinates, the bronze mirror was brought back by Lu Yu from Shirtua town. I heard there is an antique street there. Lu Yu on a whim bought the bronze mirror from a vendor selling various curios. I notified the town chief of Shirtua and asked him to investigate the vendor. The vendor said the antiques were scavenged from an abandoned, decrepit mansion. Chang Zizai reported all the findings to Su Chun. Su Chun fell silent. Shirtua town fell under the jurisdiction of Wu City. Now that the bronze mirror's origin traced back to an abandoned mansion in Shirtua town, it seems Su Chun, as the newly appointed keeper of the demon-suppressing department, had no choice but to visit Shirtua town ahead of schedule and deal with that mansion first. After all, who knew what other evil things might be lurking in that mansion? What kind of place is that abandoned mansion? It was the residence of the Huang family in Shirtua town. Later, a great fire consumed the entire Huang family. Every last one of them perished in the flames. After the fire, the residents living near the Huang mansion reportedly heard a woman singing every night, which terrified. One by one, they moved away from the area. Over time, the place became uninhabited and gradually fell into ruin. Chang Zizai replied, gather some elite soldiers. I need to go to Shirtua town. Young Master Su, do you suspect more dangers lurk in that mansion? Chang Zizai's expression turned serious. The bronze mirror was discovered there. It is an evil artifact. It is hard to be certain that no other hidden perils remain. If left unaddressed, any danger concealed there could erupt, threatening not only Shirtua town, but possibly even Wu City. As the sole keeper stationed in the territory of Wu City, Su Chen's duty was to protect this region from malevolence. After all, the Su family's businesses were spread across Wu City, and even Shirtua town held some of their property. Then I shall return to the office, immediately muster the troops, and accompany you to Shirtua town, Chang Zizai said, rising without delay. Having heard Su Chen's reasoning, he also felt it necessary to eliminate the potential threats in the abandoned mansion beforehand, lest the danger erupt and cause endless trouble later. Young Master, someone from the demon-suppressing department has arrived. After Chang Zizai left, Zhao Mubai hurried in and bowed. Let's go see. Su Chun went to the front courtyard. I am Wu Yin of the demon-suppressing department. Greetings, young Master Su. A handsome young man in the department's uniform clasped his fist in salute upon seeing Su Chun. You're too kind. The department sent me to deliver some items to you. Wu Yin got straight to the point. He handed over equipment such as demon-suppressing talismans, a demon-banishing sword, and a chest of mid-grade spirit stones. Moreover, the department has ordered that from now on I am to serve under you. Whatever you need, just command. Wu Yin continued. Hearing that the demon-suppressing department was assigning Wu Yin to work under him, Su Chun was momentarily taken aback. However, considering the vast territory under Wu City's jurisdiction, it was indeed difficult for him alone to handle all the paranormal incidents occurring across the region. Especially since such incidents would only increase in the future, it was indeed necessary to have an experienced hand by his side to assist in resolving them. Perfect. I suspect there may be more hidden dangers in an abandoned mansion in Shirtua town. The Wu City government is assembling elite soldiers to investigate and clear the place. You will come with me. The abandoned mansion in Shirtua town. The one belonging to the Huang family. What? You know of it? To be honest, after the fire that claimed over 100 lives overnight, a paranormal incident occurred there. Later, I led several colleagues from the demon-suppressing department to investigate. According to our findings, the Huang family's fire was caused by offending a sorcerer from the Blood Lotus sect. Wu Yin answered truthfully. May I ask why you suddenly want to investigate that mansion, young Master Su? Yesterday, a paranormal incident occurred in Wu City involving a bronze mirror. That bronze mirror originated from the very Huang family mansion you mentioned. I fear more dangers might be hidden there, so I plan to lead a team to investigate. Shirtua town. Su Chun led Wu Yin, Zhao Mubai, and over 20 elite soldiers scouted by the Wuqing authorities, making their way to the dilapidated Huang mansion. As Wu Yin had said, this area was extremely desolate and dilapidated, overgrown with weeds everywhere, and among them many snakes, insects, rats, and ants. A vast ruined courtyard sat silently amidst this wasteland. From the collapsed structures, one could see that a great fire had once occurred here. A chilling, somber aura rushed toward them. Take men into search. Su Chen commanded. Wu Yin and Zhao Mubai accepted the order, each leading 10 elite soldiers into the vast abandoned Huang mansion. Su Chen waited quietly outside, observing the results of Wu Yin and Zhao Mubai's search. After an unknown amount of time, Zhao Mubai emerged from the Huang mansion ruins with his men. Young master, deep within the ruins there is an underground chamber. Zhao Mubai returned, reporting respectfully upon seeing Su Chen. Where is Wu Yin? He has taken men to investigate that underground chamber. Let's go take a look. Led by Zhao Mubai, Su Chen proceeded deep into the Huang mansion ruins and saw the elite soldiers guarding the entrance to the chamber. No sooner had they arrived than Wu Yin, who had been investigating the underground chamber, emerged. Young master Su, this underground chamber is a tomb. A tomb? Yes, there are over 100 coffins placed inside. I suspect it is a place for raising corpses. Wu Yin's expression was grave. Let's go down and see. Su Chen ordered. Wu Yin immediately led the way, guiding Su Chen and the others step by step into the underground chamber. As they descended deeper into the underground chamber, an increasingly intense chill emanated. Even Su Chen, whose cultivation had now reached the 4th level of martial spirit, could clearly feel the strong Yin coldness. If he felt this way, let alone other cultivators of lower realms or ordinary people. Passing through the underground passage, the view suddenly opened up. This was a vast underground chamber, more aptly called an underground tomb. Upon entering, Su Chen immediately sensed an extremely powerful Yin coldness. Around them were rows of eerie black coffins. A quick count showed nearly 100. Each black coffin leaned against the tomb walls, exuding a sinister, ghostly aura. In front of each black coffin stood a kind of ever-burning lamp flickering with a cold green light. Su Chen examined them. The lamp oil was refined from the blood and flesh essence of living humans. Black death coffins, living human lamps, Yin vein passage. This tomb's layout is a dedicated corpse-nurturing ground. Wu Yin said slowly from beside him. You seem to know something about feng shui arts. Su Chen looked at Wu Yin. During my years in the Demon Suppression Bureau, I read many books on feng shui. Just a little understanding. As he replied, Wu Yin approached a black death coffin and pried open its heavy lid. Su Chen stepped forward and saw lying inside a cold female corpse. The corpse's skin was a bluish gray, its 10 fingernails sharp as blades. The lips were a vivid red, as if smeared with blood, instilling a strong sense of unease. I checked. This female corpse is Huang Tingting, the daughter of the Huang mansion. She should have died in that fire, yet her body was not consumed by the flames, but instead it was nurtured in this black death coffin. Now, after more than 10 years of Yin Qi nourishment from the underground and the essence from the living human lamps, it has begun to undergo corpse transformation. Not only that, I had men check the other black death coffins. The bodies inside are all former servants and guards of the Huang mansion. Additionally, Huang Yang, the master of the Huang mansion, and his wife are also nurtured in these black death coffins. Wu Yin said slowly. It seems that the fire in the Huang mansion over a decade ago was not a simple accident, but deliberately set. Indeed, the authorities at the time thought everyone in the Huang mansion had been reduced to ashes. Little did they expect that all the bodies were nurtured in this underground tomb raised for over 10 full years. Young Master Su, it's fortunate you were vigilant and sent men to search again. Otherwise, once these corpses fully transform and emerge, they would surely throw Shirtua town into chaos. Perhaps the disaster might even threaten Wuqing. Send men to burn and dispose of all these bodies. They must never be allowed to transform. Rest assured, young Master Su. I will handle it shortly. Wu Yin replied respectfully. Who do you think wanted to harm the Huang family? Previously, the authorities investigated. The Huang mansion had no known enemies. Then it must be the work of the Blood Lotus cult. Very likely. Wu Yin nodded. It seems the fire at the Huang mansion over a decade ago needs to be thoroughly investigated. I leave this matter to you. Su Chen ordered. Rest assured, young Master Su. I will get to the bottom of it and find the cultist who raised the corpses here. Wu Yin said solemnly. Oh. Just as Su Chen and Wu Yin were conversing, a scream came from afar. One of the Wuqing elite soldiers, while preparing to move a body from a black death coffin, was suddenly grabbed by the corpse lying still inside and dragged into the black coffin. Soon a horrifying sucking sound echoed. Then a withered corpse drained of blood tumbled out of the black coffin. Everyone stop! Su Chen shouted. The other elite soldiers who were about to move the corpses immediately halted, daring not approach the bodies in the coffins. At the same time, all of them retreated in terror, gathering behind, vigilantly watching the black coffins around them. Bang, bang, bang. Within the underground tomb, the lids of the 100 coffins burst open with a thud and fell to the ground. The slumbering zombies within all awoke. Seeing the awakened corpses roaring and charging at them, the elite soldiers immediately drew their blades. Horrifyingly, these zombies had bodies as hard as iron. No matter how the soldiers hacked, they could not harm them, only producing a clang of metal striking metal. Retreat. Everyone get out of the tomb immediately. Su Chen roared. With a sweep of his sword, a terrifying sword energy blocked the advancing zombies, forcing them all back. Seeing this, the elite soldiers quickly withdrew from the tomb, leaving Su Chen, Zhao Mubai, and Wu Yin to hold off the frenzied zombies. Fortunately, the three were powerful enough in cultivation that the zombies could not approach them. After a brief resistance, Su Chun and the others also retreated from the tomb. Before exiting, Su Chun quickly took out several fire talismans and infused them with his true qi. The talismans ignited and raging flames swept through the entire tomb. The awakened zombies were instantly engulfed by the roaring fire. Having exited the underground tomb, Su Chun and the others quietly watched the raging flames burning fiercely within the passageway. Did everything burn away? Zhao Mubai, standing nearby, still felt a lingering fear. More than 100 zombies. If they had managed to escape the underground tomb, the catastrophe they would have unleashed upon the outside world was simply unimaginable. Not sure, Wu Yin replied in a low voice. Those zombies had been meticulously nurtured for over a decade, their physical bodies likely extremely formidable. The flames formed by ordinary fire talismans, it seemed, could hardly reduce them to ashes. As expected, from within the blazing underground tomb, zombies rushed out one after another, lunging at Su Chun and his companions. Wu Yin and Zhao Mubai were about to act, but Su Chun had already unleashed the eerie blood mist within his body in an instant. The blood mist surged, spreading swiftly. The zombies that came into contact with the blood mist were immediately corroded, their flesh rotting away. Seeing the terrifying lethality of Su Chun's blood mist, the other zombies that charged out later seemed to possess intelligence. Instead of recklessly attacking, they chose to circumvent the blood mist Su Chun had released, charging toward Wu Yin, Zhao Mubai, and the others. These zombies have intelligence. They actually know how to avoid danger. It seems someone is controlling them from behind. Wu Yin swung his blade, sending a zombie flying with a powerful strike. Leave these zombies to me. Find the ones secretly controlling them. Su Chen's cold, ethereal voice came from within the blood mist. Wu Yin and Zhao Mubai did not dally. With utmost speed, they led the elite soldiers of Wucheng out of the area. Only Su Chun remained, releasing his blood mist and tentacles, frenziedly slaughtering the man-eating zombies. At the rear mountain of the desolate mansion, a mysterious figure shrouded entirely in a black robe clutched a bell tightly in his hand, his gaze coldly fixed on the events unfolding in the desolate mansion below. That Su Chun can actually use abyssal powers. What a nuisance. The black-robed man's tone was icy. He shook the bell in his hand, madly commanding the horde of zombies to attack Su Chun relentlessly. Unfortunately, the terrifying blood mist prevented the zombies under his control from harming Su Chun in the slightest. Instead, one by one, the zombies were corroded and dissolved by the eerie blood mist, turning into pools of corpse fluid. The thought that years of painstaking effort would come to nothing today filled the mysterious black-robed man with a surge of irritation, a sinister red light flickering in his eyes. Just as the black-robed man was shaking his bell, focusing his attention on dealing with Su Chun in the desolate mansion, a terrifying blade ray struck from behind. The black-robed man failed to react in time. The blade struck his back, and the bell in his hand was sent flying. Finally found you. Wu Yin, holding his warblade, appeared behind the black-robed man, his tone cold. Zhao Mubai and the other elite soldiers of Wucheng also advanced, surrounding the black-robed figure. You've ruined my plans. You all must die. The black-robed man's voice was hoarse, his expression grim and icy. He slowly lowered his hood, revealing a horrifying visage. His face was riddled with ragged, festering holes, and disgusting maggots wriggled and crawled within them. His entire body exuded a nauseating stench. At the sight of the black-robed man's true face, Zhao Mubai and the other soldiers were all taken aback. They could hardly believe that a person with a body so decayed could still be alive. It was utterly baffling. Only Wu Yin understood that the black-robed man before them was a kind of living corpse. He was the type who after death had absorbed a peculiar abyssal aura, thus surviving. This living corpse had already become a category of abyssal being. Behind the black-robed man, the shocking wound was healing at a visible rate. He stared coldly at Wu Yin, and the others opened his mouth and spewed forth a torrent of foul-smelling black water that surged toward them. Within the black water, disgusting maggots writhed. Seeing this, Zhao Mubai, Wu Yin, and the rest immediately. No one dared to touch the stinking black water, for it possessed a powerful corrosive ability. Just then a scream. Although one soldier was not splashed by the black water, a wriggling maggot from within leaped up and landed on his. The moment the maggot landed on his crown, it gnawed through the flesh on his scalp at incredible speed and quickly burrowed into the soldier's skull. A sucking sound was heard. The soldier's brain matter was being devoured by the maggot that had bored inside. He let out only one cry, convulsed briefly, then collapsed to the ground dead. His body, enveloped by the spreading black water, was rapidly corroded and dissolved, turning into a pool of corpse fluid that merged into the black tide. Beware of the maggots in the black water. Seeing that the maggots could so quickly consume an adult's brain, Wu Yin shouted loudly. At the same time as a swarm of maggots leaped toward them, he decisively swung his blade horizontally, cutting them all down. Zhao Mubai and the others also became alert, none daring to be careless. Each gripped their weapons tightly, frenziedly killing the disgusting maggots that charged at them. But the black water seemed endless, spreading faster and faster, and the parasitic maggots within it were countless as stars. With their abilities, Wu Yin and Zhao Mubai could hardly hold out for long. What kind of monster is that? How can he spew so much black water from his stomach? A soldier stared at the distant black-robed figure, his face filled with terror. This black water is formed from melted corpses. It must be some special ability of the black-robed man. Wu Yin replied. Special ability? Yes. The more people the black water kills, and the stronger those people are, the more black water the user stores within himself, and the more maggots there will be. Wu Yin nodded. Then, that black-robed man must have killed many people. Exactly. Damn it. To think that within Wuqing's borders such a monster was hiding, harming so many without our knowledge. A soldier's expression darkened. That man is indeed meticulous. He wiped out the entire Huang family over a decade ago, and in the years since, who knows how many more he has secretly murdered. If this eerie ability is allowed to grow unchecked, the harm he brings to Wuqing will be far more terrifying than the zombies he raised. Is there any way to counter this black water and the maggots? Not for now. We'll have to wait for young Master Su to finish things quickly. Wu Yin's expression was grim. Su Chen could wield abyssal powers, so with his methods he naturally had nothing to fear from the black water and maggots spewed by the black-robed man. Die? Today all of you will die. The mysterious black-robed figure stared at Wu Yin, Zhao Mubai, and the others, his demeanor manic, emitting an ear-piercing laugh. He possessed a peculiar sinister ability to spew forth black water and writhing maggots. The black water was highly corrosive, while the maggots could instantly bite through a cultivator's skull, devouring their brain matter. The more victims he consumed, and the stronger they were, the more his power grew, increasing the quantity of black water and maggots within him and amplifying their potency. Thus in his eyes, Wu Yin, Zhao Mubai, and the others were nourishment to enhance his cultivation. Damn, the black water is spreading. We're finished. We're surrounded. At this moment, Wu Yin, Zhao Mubai, and the others had retreated to a corner beneath a mountain cliff. All around them foul black water pooled, and from it leaped disgusting maggots, ceaselessly springing forth, hungry to devour Wu Yin, Zhao Mubai, and their companions. In the nick of time, a figure descended from the sky, sweeping through the battlefield with terrifying momentum. A strange blood mist burst forth, instantly forcing back the wandering black water. Not only that, the disgusting maggots leaping from the black water upon contact with the eerie blood mist instantly melted, corroded into nothingness. Young master. Seeing the surging blood mist, Zhao Mubai knew that Su Chen had come to rescue them. Everyone withdraw. Leave this foe to me. Su Chen commanded. Be careful. Zhao Mubai and Wu Yin warned, then swiftly led the others away from the rear mountain. Among these people you are the most peculiar. The black-robed figure retracted all his black water, staring coldly at Su Chen. You and I are of the same kind. Why not join the Blood Lotus sect? Together we can defy this world. Then the black-robed figure tempted him. I am not of your kind. What's beings like us? We are all monsters, no different. The black-robed figure replied. Our paths diverge, but we cannot walk together. Su Chen said coldly. His form flickered rapidly, closing in on the black-robed figure. Surging blood mist rolled toward the enemy like a tide. The black-robed figure reacted swiftly, his black water surging to form a barrier blocking the corrosive blood mist. Seeing this, Su Chen abruptly slashed forth a sword, chi cleaving the barrier like black water in two. In the instant, the black water split, revealing a gap. Su Chen suddenly thrust out a cluster of crimson tentacles from within his body, lunging straight at the black-robed figure, seeking to ensnare and kill him. The blood-red tentacles, swift as lightning, instantly pierced the black-robed figure's chest. Yet the figure that passed through was but a phantom. You won't be leaving now. You have entered my black water domain. Only death awaits. Just as Su Chen searched for the black-robed figure, the man's icy voice echoed from all directions around him. Only then did Su Chen realize his surroundings had completely transformed. They had become a bizarre, sinister darkness so thick that he couldn't see his own hand before him. Beneath his feet stretched an endless expanse of black water, deep as an unfathomable abyss. And within that abyss, pale, bloated corpses drifted faintly. Each corpse bore a hideous grimace. They gathered under Su Chen's feet, staring relentlessly through the black water at him, like wolves eyeing their prey. Had it not been for the eerie blood mist erupting from Su Chen's body, enveloping him completely, his body would have long since sunk into the black water, been besieged and devoured chunk by those icy corpses. I must admit, the strange blood mist you emit is indeed remarkable. Even my black water domain cannot erode it in a short time. From the darkness, the mysterious black-robed man's cold voice sounded again. But this is as far as you go. With your current state, you can't hold out much longer. You've already expended so much to fight those zombies, and now you face me. How much longer can your internal chi sustain this blood mist ability? Then the black-robed man burst into triumphant laughter. His deafening laughter reverberated throughout the entire black water domain. Such noise! Within the eerie blood mist, Su Chen did not lose his composure. Instead, he opened his palm, and the black eye swept across the bizarre domain, searching for the black-robed man's trace. The black eye's power could see through all illusions. In Su Chen's eyes, the darkness before him was nothing but an illusion. Even if it were a true domain, the black eye could easily see through it and locate the caster's true hiding place. Once he found the caster's hiding spot, eliminating him would be child's play. After scanning with the black eye in his palm, Su Chen successfully located the black-robed man's hiding place. Enveloped in blood mist, he executed the ghost shadow mystic step, closing in at incredible speed on the black-robed man concealed in the darkness. Sensing Su Chen's approach, the black-robed man remained unperturbed. He didn't believe that Su Chen could detect his presence in this darkness. Yet the next second, he was brutally slapped in the face, learning the meaning of overconfidence. Like a phantom, Su Chen drew near his sword, thrusting fiercely, striking him squarely in the shoulder blade. A spray of eerie blood splattered, dripping onto the strange darkness. "How did you find me?" The black-robed man recoiled, his eyes fixed on Su Chen in the darkness, his expression ashen. "Was that hard?" Su Chen's voice was icy. He raised his sword and charged again. This time the black-robed man did not underestimate him. Seeing Su Chen charging with his sword, he quickly dodged and used black water to defend. But Su Chen's speed was too great, and the man seemed to possess some special ability to anticipate the trajectory of the black water's defense. Almost the moment he commanded the black water to attack or block, Su Chen would instantly execute the most effective evasions, exploiting every gap to close in with his sword, forcing him into a frantic defense. After a fierce exchange, the black-robed man was covered in wounds. Su Chen, on the other hand, fought with increasing ferocity, as if he knew no fatigue. Truly an uncanny sight. "You damned bastard, ruining my plans. And now you want to kill me. If I die today, I'll take you down with me." After the heated battle, the black-robed man was already gasping for breath. Yet he refused to die at Su Chen's hands so easily. He set his jaw, intending to perish together with him. Inside, his Dantian Qi surged wildly as he attempted to self-destruct. But the moment the black eye in Su Chen's palm shot forth, an intangible oppressive aura fell upon him. Instantly, the black-robed man felt an unprecedented pressure. The Qi in his Dantian could no longer terror. Sensing his true Qi being suppressed, the black-robed man's face was full of horror. He could not comprehend why he suddenly could no longer circulate his true Qi. Even attempting to perish together with Su Chen was impossible. "What did you do to me?" The black-robed man glared at Su Chen, roaring in fury. "Suppressing you, nothing more." Su Chen replied calmly. The long sword in his hand was already pressed against the neck of the black-robed man before him, preventing him from daring to act rashly. Immediately after, Wu Yin, Zhao Mubai, and others swiftly stepped forward. Following Su Chen's orders, they used special ropes to bind the black-robed man tightly, and with evil-suppressing talismans they completely sealed off all his movements. "This man has some connection to the Blood Lotus sect. Take him back and interrogate him under torture." Su Chen glanced at the thoroughly suppressed black-robed man and instructed Wu Yin. "Rest assured, young Master Su. Upon returning, I will immediately interrogate him under torture to see if we can find the Blood Lotus sect stronghold." Wu Yin's expression was solemn. The Blood Lotus sect was the foremost heretical cult within the Dine dynasty. For years they had been operating in secret, gnawing at the dynasty's fortune. The Demon Suppression Bureau had also clashed with the Blood Lotus sect privately for many years, suffering heavy losses. Their greatest hope over the years was to completely eradicate the sect. Now that they had captured a Blood Lotus sect fiend, Wu Yin naturally would not let this lead slip away easily. "All right, let's head back." Su Chen nodded and led the group back to Wu City. Over the next few days, Su Chen continued to cultivate outside frantically, slaying all kinds of demon beasts to elevate his cultivation realm. Until the 5th day, Wu Yin sought out Su Chen and reported the relevant findings. "We've investigated. The black-robed man is named Sun Yao, a former scholar who married into the Huang family of Shitua town. Later, his wife had an affair behind his back. In a fit of rage, he strangled her to death. When the head of the Huang family learned of this, he flew into a rage. He beat Sun Yao until he was crippled and threw him into the wilderness to die. However, after that incident, Sun Yao did not die. He joined the Blood Lotus sect and, relying on one of the sect's protectors, acquired a portion of sinister and eerie abilities. After obtaining that power, Sun Yao secretly killed over 100 members of the Huang family and deliberately set a massive fire. He turned the Huang residence into the desolate mansion it is today. Afterwards, he built an underground chamber beneath the mansion and, using the corpse-nurturing secret art learned from the Blood Lotus sect, raised over 100 zombies from the Huang family. Over the past 10 years, Sun Yao had secretly harmed many people using their blood and vital energy as nourishment for the corpses. Originally, 5 days ago, the corpses were supposed to break out of their coffins at a critical moment. Fortunately, young Master Su was alert early on and had us eliminate the source of the corpses first. Otherwise, a great calamity would have occurred. Wu Yin narrated, revealing all the secret details to Su Chen. "What I want to know is whether there are Blood Lotus sect strongholds within Wu City." Su Chen inquired. Sun Yao had appeared in Shitua town and raised corpses for over a decade without being discovered. This indirectly proved that Blood Lotus sect fiends had already infiltrated Wu City, likely with many strongholds. If they were not rooted out in time, once the sect's fiends stirred up trouble, it would bring many problems. Sun Ya's a tight mouth. No matter how much we tortured him, he refused to reveal the Blood Lotus sect strongholds. Wu Yin's face darkened. Su Chen pondered. After a long while he slowly said, "It seems we have to lure the snake out of its hole." Lure the snake? Wu Yin was taken aback. Since Sun Yao is a Blood Lotus sect fiend, the news of his capture by the Wu City authorities must have already reached the ears of other sect members. It's possible that the Blood Lotus sect fiends are already secretly planning to rescue Sun Yao. Su Chen voiced his conjecture. Would that really happen? The Blood Lotus sect people have always been cold and ruthless. I'm afraid they won't care whether Sun Yao lives or dies. Using him as bait to lure out the hidden sect members might not be so easy. Wu Yin responded, expressing his thoughts. Those Blood Lotus sect fiends will definitely come to rescue Sun Yao. Su Chen smiled with confidence. Young Master Su, why are you so certain? Wu Yin was puzzled. What do you think the Blood Lotus sect fiends would feel knowing that Sun Yao has fallen into the hands of the Wu City authorities? Su Chen said slowly. Wu Yin was silent for a moment, then his eyes lit up. The hidden Blood Lotus sect fiends will definitely worry that Sun Yao will reveal their hideouts. Then, attracting the attention of our Demon Suppression Bureau, they will inevitably suffer an unexpected disaster. So they will certainly come to rescue Sun Yao, or even kill him to silence him. Clever. Su Chen nodded. Young Master Su, I will immediately pass the order for the Wu City authorities to make all preparations. Also have the Demon Suppression Bureau send more skilled keepers. Remember, don't let the hidden Blood Lotus sect fiends notice. Su Chen instructed. Understood. Wu Yin acknowledged and turned to leave. Sun Yao has been captured. Do we need to send someone to rescue him? No. To prevent him from leaking our strongholds, send someone to kill him directly. But the Wu City authorities must have prepared everything, waiting for us to fall into the trap. With Snake Elder and Scorpion Woman making a move, those Wu City authorities won't be able to stop us. That's true. However, these days I've heard about one person. The young master of the Su family, Su Chen. The one expelled by Tianzong. Yes. What about him? According to the information, Su Chen has joined the Demon Suppression Bureau as a keeper defending Wu City. He himself also has the ability to use sinister powers. This time Sun Yao's downfall was at his hands. So this time our goal is not only to kill Sun Yao, but also to eliminate Su Chen. Indeed, if Su Chen is not dealt with, he will be a major problem for our sect. Ghost Child, the task of killing Su Chen is yours. In the dim palace sat over a dozen people with cold auras and bizarre appearances. At the head sat a middle-aged man whose half-face was fleshless, entirely white bone, looking extremely eerie. He was the overall chief of the Blood Lotus sect stronghold in Wu City, White Skeleton. Beneath him, a 10-year-old boy dressed in a pale white robe with a deathly make-up face slowly stood up. If I kill him, will there be a reward? After it's done, I'll reward you with 50 living people. That's a good deal, but I want 50 cultivators and of the martial spirit realm. Ordinary people don't taste good. Ghost Child extended his scarlet tongue, licking the corner of his mouth, revealing a sinister grin. As you wish. I'm off. Ghost Child laughed coldly, and from within his body emerged pale white heads that gnawed at his flesh, devouring him bit by bit, until he was completely consumed. Finally, he vanished entirely from the cold underground palace. Snake Elder, Scorpion Woman, act quickly. To avoid attracting too many Demon Suppression Bureau keepers, the two of you must finish the task swiftly and eliminate Sun Yao. Yes, sir. Below, the old man coiled with snakes and the woman covered in scorpions respectfully obeyed. Then their bodies also eerily vanished without a trace. Stay sharp, brothers, don't slack off. In the cold and damp dungeon, many jailers sat around eating and drinking with abandon. At that moment, a warden stepped forward slowly and gave his admonition. Don't worry, Brother Nan. That fiend is locked tight, and there are plenty of elite guards around the dungeon. What's there to fear? Exactly. If any of that fiend's accomplices dare barge, and they'll never make it out alive. Around the wine table, several jailers chimed in one after another. They were all drowsy with drink reeking of alcohol. Stop drinking, damn it. If you mess up the important business, the boss will have your heads. Seeing that he couldn't restrain his men, the warden's face darkened. He snatched a wine bowl from one of the jailers and dashed it hard to the ground. With a crash, the bowl shattered, spilling wine all over the floor. Seeing Brother Nan so enraged, the other jailers quickly sobered up. However, the jailer whose bowl had been taken suddenly slumped face first onto the table, unconscious. Liuzi, wake up. Brother Nan is mad. A jailer beside him shook the fallen Liuzi. But there was no response. Instead, Liuzi's body began to rot with alarming speed, turning into a pool of reeking corpse fluid. Witnessing this, the others were stunned. A chill instantly dispelled the effects of the alcohol. They scrambled back in panic, staring in horror at the puddle that had been Liuzi. Even the warden, called Brother Nan, was shocked by the bizarre scene unfolding before him. He swiftly drew his long saber, stepped forward cautiously, and used the blade to lift the clothing soaked in corpse fluid. With a plop, a colorful scorpion fell out of the garments. Brother Nan, it's this thing that killed Liuzi. A jailer yelled, spotting the 5-colored venomous scorpion on the Brother Nan didn't respond. He decisively slashed at the scorpion, cleaving it in two. Alert! Quickly! Someone has infiltrated the dungeon. After killing the scorpion, Brother Nan roared. A quick-reacting jailer rushed to sound the warning bell. The experts lying in ambush around the prison upon hearing the alarm stormed into the dungeon at once. A venomous scorpion killed Liuzi. I suspect some fiend has sneaked near the prison. Brother Nan stepped forward and spoke respectfully to the commander of the Wuching Guard. Everyone disperse immediately and be on high alert. Hearing the warden's words, the commander gave the order. Soon the guards began a thorough search of the dungeon. But before long, the cold, damp dungeon was teeming with countless colorful scorpions. Not only that, but there were also numerous highly venomous snakes. A scream rang out as an expert from the guard was stung by a venomous scorpion, his body rapidly dissolving into a pool of corpse fluid. Another was bitten by a snake, also turning into a puddle of filth. Snakes. So many snakes. And scorpions. Put everyone on alert. Use torches to drive them away. Someone gave the order. In an instant the dungeon was thrown into chaos. Have you found Sun Yao? Outside the prison in a dark corner, Elder Snake asked softly. Not yet, Scorpion Girl replied. Her optic nerves were linked to every venomous scorpion. Now those scorpions had infiltrated the dungeon, battling the guards while searching for the cell where Sun Yao was held. Similarly, Elder Snake was controlling numerous venomous snakes, using their vision to slip into every corner of the dungeon, tirelessly looking for Sun Yao's whereabouts. I have a feeling Sun Yao might not be in this dungeon at all. After a thorough search, Scorpion Girl frowned. A trap. Elder Snake understood her implication, his expression turning grave. As he pondered, he suddenly sensed the surroundings shifting. He and Scorpion Girl had unknowingly been trapped in a peculiar domain. Within this domain, a faint blood-colored death aura emanated, causing deep unease. It is a trap. Elder Snake's face darkened as he dodged. A terrifying blade chi flashed through the space where he had just stood. Simultaneously, as he retreated, he flicked his sleeve, sending snakes like arrows hurtling toward the blade chi that had come from the darkness. Scorpion Girl also reacted swiftly. A dense swarm of colorful scorpions poured out from within her body, crawling outward in all directions into the dark. Soon sounds of fighting arose from the darkness. Apparently someone was locked in fierce combat with her scorpions. A letter from the government said that 2 heretics from the Blood Lotus sect had infiltrated the dungeon. Zhao Mubai entered the room and found Su Chun. He relayed the news from the Wuching authorities in detail. What about Wu Yin? Any movement? Wu Yin is leading 3 prisoners from the Demon Suppression Bureau, engaging the 2 Blood Lotus heretics. According to intelligence, these 2 heretics are Elder Snake, who controls venomous snakes, and Scorpion Girl, who controls venomous scorpions. Both are formidable adversaries. For now, Wu Yin and his team have yet to subdue them, but it's only a matter of time. Zhao Mubai continued. Young master, should we go help? With Wu Yin and the 4 from the Demon Suppression Bureau, there's no need for us to intervene. Su Chen replied with a smile. I understand. Zhao Mubai bowed and withdrew. After blowing out the lamp, Su Chen prepared for bed. In the darkness, a figure materialized silently in Su Chen's room. It was a child with a corpse-like painted face whose cold gaze swept the room, noting Su Chen sleeping soundly on the bed. Like a ghost, it drifted lightly to the bedside. Its chest opened, and from within emerged a dead person's head, blue and purple, reeking of foulness. The head smacked its lips, emitting a putrid stench, and lunged at Su Chen, intending to bite off his head. With a clang, a flash of sword light cut through the darkness. The dead head's mouth was locked tight by a long sword, unable to advance another inch. Seeing this, the ghost child's body erupted with a rain of blood-dripping heads, savagely biting towards Su Chen on the bed. With wet, tearing sounds, Su Chen's body burst forth with blood-red tentacles. Each tentacle, like a sharp sword, pierced through every head that had erupted from the ghost child. The ghost child flickered backward, retreating swiftly. It stared at Su Chen in the darkness with a sinister gaze. You are indeed troublesome. No wonder the Protector sent me to kill you. Another Blood Lotus heretic. Su Chen, longsword in hand, rose slowly, staring at the ghost child that could conjure dead heads from within his tone icy. The Blood Lotus sect was indeed a thorny problem. This cult harbored many cultivators with bizarre abilities. No wonder the Great Yin Court, after all these years of establishing the Demon Suppression Bureau, still couldn't easily eradicate this evil sect. Thud, thud. In the dark room, pale, dead human heads kept falling out from within the ghost child, and they bounced around the ghost child on the ground like so many balls. Each dead head stared fixedly at Su Chen, with its cold, eerie eyes brimming with boundless resentment. Its bloody mouth opening and closing emitted a foul stench. Whoosh. Suddenly one of the dead heads shot towards Su Chen like a cannonball. Su Chen reacted swiftly, slashing his sword and cleaving the dead head in two. However, soon after, more dead heads came flying at him in an endless barrage. Faced with such a horrifying sight, an ordinary cultivator would have been terrified and at a loss for how to deal with it. But Su Chen remained calm and composed. One after another, blood-red tentacles shot out from his body, pinning every single dead head to the ground. Then a scarlet blood mist surged wildly and rolled straight toward the ghost child in the distance. Recognizing the mist's extremely corrosive nature, the ghost child dared not resist directly and swiftly retreated backward like a specter. At the same time, countless ghost hands violently extended from within his body. These innumerable ghost hands intertwined with each other, forming a massive wall composed entirely of ghost hands. Facing the surging blood mist, this bizarre wall of ghost hands effortlessly withstood it. Moreover, the mist's corrosive power had no effect whatsoever on this wall. Dead heads and ghost hands. It seems that demons' abilities are no ordinary matter. Within the blood mist, Su Chen noticed that his own blood mist could not corrode that wall, and his expression turned solemn. Hence he stopped urging the blood mist to attack and resolutely charged forward with his sword. He executed the Nine Shadows sword art, sending a terrifying sword aura slashing fiercely against the wall. Instantly, flesh and blood flew everywhere. Numerous ghost hands were torn apart by that terrifying sword aura, and Su Chen's single stroke carved a massive gap in the wall. The moment the gap appeared, Su Chen immediately directed numerous tentacles to thrust explosively toward the ghost child. "You cannot kill me with just these tricks." The ghost child sneered as ghost hands extended from within him, tightly grasping the blood-red tentacles. "Is that so?" Su Chen laughed coldly. With a thought, a phantom image of a bronze ancient mirror materialized behind him. As the bronze ancient mirror appeared, the ghost child's figure was instantly reflected into the mirror. A strange radiance flashed and imprinted itself into the ghost child's body. "The curse takes effect. I wonder what are you trying to do?" Seeing the bronze ancient mirror behind Su Chen, the ghost child dismissed it carelessly. He was just about to activate the dead heads within him to attack Su Chen. Suddenly, he was horrified to find that the dead heads inside him were no longer under his control. Not only that, even the ghost hands could not be activated. "What have you done?" At this moment, the ghost child began to panic. He realized that not only was he unable to use his eerie abilities, but his body was also undergoing peculiar changes. He felt his body slowly decaying. The flesh on his right hand was almost completely falling off, revealing the bare white bone. "The bronze ancient mirror can cast curses. Now that you are afflicted by the mirror's curse, you are as good as dead." "What?" Su Chen sneered coldly. Damn it. Damn it." Hearing this, the ghost child cursed in terror. Then staring at Su Chen, he charged forward ferociously. "Hurry up and lift the curse." Seeing the ghost child lunging at him fiercely, Su Chen swiftly retreated, giving him no chance to get close. Then, sword in hand in the darkness, he watched coldly as the ghost child before him continuously lost flesh and blood, turned into a skeleton, and eventually became a pile of ashes. With the ghost child dead, the wand Jiedan true energy within Su Chen increased considerably. Meanwhile, the foe's sinister ability was absorbed into the dark palace. It wouldn't be long before Su Chen would possess the special ability that the ghost child had carried. "Young master." The door was flung open as Zhao Mubai led many guards into the room. While patrolling outside, they had heard sounds of a fight coming from Su Chen's room and rushed over immediately. A Su family guard lit the candles in the room, revealing the utter mess and the pale dead heads scattered on the floor. They were terrified, their scalps tingling. Even Zhao Mubai felt his heart pound with fear. "Your subordinate arrived late with the men. Please punish me, young master." Zhao Mubai knelt on the ground, his face full of self-reproach. "Do not blame yourself. I am unharmed." Su Chen sheathed his longsword and helped Zhao Mubai up. "Have the room cleaned properly." He then gave the order. Zhao Mubai acknowledged, and the Su family guards began cleaning the room. "Are all these from the Blood Lotus sect?" "Yes. A Blood Lotus sect demon tried to kill me, and I just killed him with my own hands. The dead heads on the floor are part of the ability that the Blood Lotus sect demon carried." "But it's fine now, they won't pose a threat," Su Chen replied. "I never imagined the Blood Lotus sect would set their sights on you, young master." "Indeed. I didn't expect them to target me either. I'm afraid things won't be peaceful from now on," Su Chen sighed. "By the way, how is the situation with the government authorities?" "No news yet," Zhao Mubai replied. Just as Su Chen and Zhao Mubai were talking, Wu Yin arrived with 3 detainers from the Demon Suppression Bureau and addressed Su Chen. "Young Master Su, have you captured the Blood Lotus sect demons?" "We have. One is Snake Elder of the Blood Lotus sect, and the other is Scorpion Girl. Both are currently held in the dungeon, and our men are preparing to interrogate them under torture. It shouldn't be long before we locate the Blood Lotus sect stronghold," Wu Yin reported truthfully. The 2 Blood Lotus sect demons indeed possessed eerie abilities. He and 3 other colleagues from the Demon Suppression Bureau had exerted tremendous effort to capture those 2 alive. If it weren't for the powerful equipment they had brought from the Demon Suppression Bureau, they probably would not have been able to subdue Snake Elder and Scorpion Girl this time. "Alright, once you have the location of the Blood Lotus sect stronghold, immediately organize a force to purge them," Su Chen ordered. He did not want the Blood Lotus sect to exist in Wuqing, which was under his jurisdiction, as it would bring him many troubles. By the way, there is another matter for this visit. "What matter?" "In a few days the Bureau will organize an assessment. Young Master Su must travel to the Imperial capital to participate in that training assessment." Through the training you can also obtain more information and intelligence regarding evil spirits. It will be of great use to you in the future. Be cautious on your journey to the imperial capital. Su Zhan spoke with patient concern, having learned that his son was about to journey to the demon suppression division in the imperial capital to participate in the assessment. Father, rest assured, your son will be careful, and do not trouble yourself too much with the affairs of the family. As long as I am here, nothing will go awry. Su Zhan continued. Upon hearing this, Su Chun nodded gently. Zhao Mubai ensured the young master's protection on the road to the imperial capital. Turning to Zhao Mubai, Su Zhan spoke. Rest assured, Patriarch. Mubai will protect the young master with all his might, ensuring he suffers no harm. Zhao Mubai's expression was earnest. After bidding farewell to his father, Su Chun set off, with Zhao Mubai on their journey to the imperial capital. Riding purple flame steeds, they galloped toward the capital. Soon the two left the territory of Wuqing. By now dusk had fallen. Young master, it's getting late. Should we find a place to stay for the night? Zhao Mubai glanced at the sky and spoke. There seems to be a dilapidated temple ahead. Let's take shelter there for the night. From atop his horse, Su Chun peered into the distance and spotted a crumbling shrine nestled in the wilderness. Spurring their horses forward, the two entered the ruined temple. Zhao Mubai gathered some kindling and lit a fire for warmth. Su Chun sat cross-legged by the flickering flames, quietly reflecting on the events that had transpired recently. Someone's coming. Suddenly Zhao Mubai, who had been tending the fire, heard footsteps outside the temple gate and instinctively looked up. Su Chun also fixed his gaze on the temple entrance. There he saw 3 men and 2 women riding up on horseback. The men were handsome and spirited, the women breathtakingly beautiful. Each was dressed in exquisite attire, clearly from affluent families. Who would have thought that in this desolate mountain-wild shrine there would already be people present? A stunning woman in a blue silk dress noticed Su Chun and his companion, a radiant smile gracing her lips. Let's ask if we can also find a place to stay. A graceful young man in white robes holding a folding fan led the group forward. Clearly he was the central gentleman. It is getting late. We are passing through and wish to spend the night here. Would you be kind enough to allow us to stay? The young man approached and made a respectful bow. This temple is a no man's land. If you wish to stay, stay. There's no need to ask for our opinion. Su Chun replied. Many thanks. The young man cupped his hands in gratitude, then beckoned his companions to join them, all sitting down in a circle inside the temple. I am Fu Changchun from the Fu family of Yuqing. These 4 are my friends. May I ask your name, sir? Where do you come from? And where are you headed? Seated by the fire, Fu Changchun looked at Su Chun with a gentle smile. Su Chun of the Su family in Wuqing. I am bound for the imperial capital. Su Chun had never been particularly concerned about concealing his name. There was no need for secrecy when traveling. Moreover, if these individuals dared to act rashly behind his back, he wouldn't hesitate to kill them all and use them as nourishment. Su Chun. That name sounds familiar. Fu Changchun was taken aback and fell into thought. Isn't that the worthless Su Chun who was expelled from the Tian sect? At this moment a young man with a gloomy countenance interjected with a cold sneer. Who are you insulting? How dare you show disrespect to my young master? Zhao Mubai, hearing someone speak so insolently about his master, flew into a rage. He thrust out his long spear, the icy tip pressing against the gloomy young man's brow. Yet the young man neither dodged nor showed any sign of fear. What's the matter? I merely spoke the truth. Did I say anything wrong? You're asking for death. Zhao Mubai bellowed, ready to run the young man through with his spear. Mubai, stop. Su Chun commanded calmly. Young master. Zhao Mubai was reluctant. Enough. Helpless Zhao Mubai had to withdraw his spear and slowly sit down, his eyes fixed on the gloomy young man with malevolence. Zhao Yue apologized to young master Su. Fu Changchun shouted coldly. Apologize? Why should I apologize? The gloomy young man named Zhao Yu replied with defiance. What, will you not listen to me? Fu Changchun narrowed his eyes, his tone turning icy. Zhao Yu froze, unwilling to offend Fu Changchun rashly. With resentment, he made an apology to Su Chun, though his words still carried defiance. My apologies. I spoke too bluntly. Su Chun paid him no mind. Young master Su, my apologies. My friend's words were offensive. I hope you want. Fu Changchun stepped in to smooth things over, his demeanor gentle and his tone earnest. I never regarded him as worthy of my notice, so why would I quarrel with him? Su Chun said indifferently. Zhao Yu's face darkened instantly, but he dared not push further lest he draw another reprimand from Fu Changchun. Let's not dwell on that. Young master Su, what business do you have in the imperial capital? Coincidentally, we too are heading to the imperial capital to participate in the Tian sect's disciple recruitment. On the way, why not travel together? That way we can look out for each other. What do you say? Fu Changchun smiled warmly. Sure. Su Chun nodded without refusing. Why has it suddenly become so cold? By the fire a woman shivered, and white mist puffed from her mouth. At that moment Su Chun and the others also noticed that the temperature inside the ruined temple was plummeting at an alarming rate. The walls and floor around them were rapidly freezing over. This phenomenon was highly abnormal. After all, it was the height of summer. Such freezing should not occur. When the unusual arises, malevolence is afoot. Su Chen knew that something must have slipped into the temple. Had this group brought it in? No. If they had, the woman would not have reacted this way. Moreover, Fu Changchun and the others appeared equally stunned by the sudden drop in temperature and the forming ice. Their expressions did not seem feigned. Leave this place. Su Chen rose quickly and gave the order decisively. Zhao Mubai immediately got up and followed Su Chen ready to depart. Fu Changchun and his 4 companions hesitated for a moment, but decided that leaving the ruined temple was the best course. We can't get out. A layer of ice has formed outside, seemingly encasing the entire temple. A woman exclaimed in terror as she noticed a thick sheet of ice, like an overturned bowl, completely sealing the shrine. All of them were trapped within this ice enclosure. They'll break the ice. A young man stepped forward, channeling his inner chi. With a fearsome punch, he struck the ice barrier before him. Yet the force of his blow failed to even scratch the surface. How is this possible? The young man was utterly astonished, his face filled with disbelief. Can't break it. A woman gasped. This ice is clearly extraordinary. Attacks seem to have no effect on it. Fu Changchun's expression grew grave. Then what do we do? Are we going to be trapped here and freeze to death? Out of my way. Ignoring the restless and anxious moods of Zhao Yu and the others, Su Chen let out a low shout. Within his body, a strange bloody mist surged forth, slamming fiercely against the ice wall. Fu Changchun, Zhao Yue, and the others were startled, each quickly retreating. They had not expected Su Chen to possess such an uncanny ability. Can it work? A stunning woman watching Su Chen manipulate that eerie blood mist as it crazily surged towards the ice wall whispered in doubt. Probably not. A moment ago, even my full-powered punch couldn't easily shatter that ice wall. How could that waste Su Chen manage it? Just with that blood mist. Nearby, the man who had earlier thrown a punch but failed to break the ice wall responded disdainfully. Yet the next second, he was ruthlessly proven wrong. Under the corrosive effect of the eerie blood mist from Su Chen's body, the thick ice wall visibly melted at an astonishing rate. Before long, a large hole was breached in the ice wall. Let's go. Su Chen led Zhao Mubai and dashed. Follow. Seeing Su Chen break the ice wall, Fu Changchun quickly called out and rushed out first. Zhao Yu and the others snapped back to reality and hastily followed. Thank you, young Master Su, for saving us. Once they escaped the ice cave, Fu Changchun looked at Su Chen and bowed respectfully. Why thank him? Without him, I could have smashed that ice wall and escaped too. Zhao Yu said in defiance. Shut up. Fu Changchun scolded in a low voice. Zhao Yu shrank his neck and decisively chose to remain silent. Don't thank me yet. It remains to be seen whether you will survive from here. Fu Changchun was taken aback, then quickly looked around only to discover they were no longer in the ruined temple in the wilderness. Instead, they had arrived in a peculiar spatial realm. Here all was pitch black, and eerily blood-red eyes opened one by one in the void. Each time a blood-red eye opened, a beam of blood light shot forth. Su Chen with Zhao Mubai swiftly dodged the rays of blood light, avoiding danger. In contrast, a female companion of Fu Changchun was inadvertently struck by a blood light and instantly grew frenzied. From her mouth came a beastly roar. 2 sharp fangs grew out rapidly as she lunged to bite a nearby Fortunately, the man reacted quickly, sidestepping to evade her bite. What is happening? Watching his companions suddenly go mad and grow fangs to devour people, the man's face showed terror. Fu Changchun, Zhao Yue, and the others were equally baffled, hastily retreating towards the rear. At the same time, Fu Changchun flicked his folding fan, sending forth a surge of energy that decapitated. Those blood light rays from the eyes are dangerous. They rob one of sanity, turning them into beast-like beings. Be careful not to get hit. Fu Changchun, seasoned and skilled in cultivation, quickly discerned that the blood eyes growing in this eerie darkness possessed the potent ability to mutate people. Once struck, they would all suffer the same fate. Hearing Fu Changchun's words, Zhao Yu and the others panicked, and each produced a spirit artifact to shield themselves from the relentless blood light. Young master, what exactly is this place? Under Su Chen's protection, Zhao Mubai remained unaffected by the blood light. Now he curiously observed his surroundings, filled with deep intrigue about this bizarre world. A domain of evil spirits. Moreover, it seems to possess consciousness, not an ordinary evil spirit. Through the black eye in his palm, Su Chen detected some clues. Could it be the Blood Lotus sect's minions? Zhao Mubai suddenly recalled something. Possibly. Su Chen nodded. Ordinary evil spirits lack consciousness, merely killing aimlessly. But cultivators who truly wield evil spirit abilities can manipulate their power with purpose to kill. Earlier the freezing at the temple, now this blood-red eye world. Su Chen had no doubt that the user was a cultivator who possessed evil spirit capabilities, and the opponent's aim was most likely to kill him. Thus, in the current situation, he had to find that hidden cultivator using the evil spirit ability and eliminate them to have any hope of surviving from here. Can you find that villain? Zhao Mubai's expression turned grave. Still searching, no leads yet. Let's check other areas first. Su Chen instructed, leading Zhao Mubai straight into the depths of darkness. Brother Fu, Su Chen has left with his men. Zhao Yu noticed their departure and said urgently, "Quick, follow them." Fu Changchun hastily ordered and led his people to follow. Intuition told him that the current Su Chun was not the same as before. This bizarre world was mysterious and unfamiliar to them, fraught with danger, making escape exceedingly difficult. But he believed that Su Chun would find a way out of this strange realm. Why keep tailing him? Zhao Yu grumbled discontentedly. Exactly. I strongly suspect this weird place is Su Chen's doing. Earlier he could release that eerie blood mist and easily shatter the ice wall. Therefore Su Chun must be behind all this. Brother Fu, if we join hands and kill Su Chun, we can surely leave here alive. Another young man said coldly. Previously his full force strike couldn't break the ice wall, yet Su Chun did it effortlessly. This made him feel ashamed and bred resentment towards Su Chun. Now in danger, he still didn't miss the chance to frame Su Chun, hoping to ally with Fu Changchun and kill him for satisfaction. Brother Fu, what Brother Zhang said makes some sense. Zhao Yu nodded emphatically after hearing his companion's word. He held Su Chun in great contempt, and with someone taking the lead to kill Su Chun, he would not easily let go of this opportunity. Fu Changchun remained silent, offering no response. After a long pause, he said solemnly, "If it were truly Su Chen's doing, we would have died in that ruined temple earlier. Why would he go through all this trouble?" At those words, Zhao Yu and the young man were left speechless, unable to refute. "Stop guessing blindly. Hurry and follow. If we want to survive, we might have to seek Su Chen's help. Otherwise, all of us will die in this weird place." Fu Changchun advised patiently, then vanished into the darkness, quickly catching up to Su Chun. "Brother Zhao, since Brother Fu doesn't want to lay a hand on that Su Chun, how about we?" The young man, surnamed Zhang, approached Zhao Yue, a vicious grin on his face as he made a throat-slitting gesture. "Let's act according to the situation. Brother Su, do you have any way to leave this place?" Fu Changchun hurriedly caught up to Su Chun and his companion, speaking with a respectful demeanor. "Not for now," Su Chun responded. "Brother Su, if you need anything, just say it. Whatever I can help, I will certainly help," Fu Changchun said solemnly. This time both he and Su Chun were trapped here. To survive, they had to cooperate. "Let's see first," Su Chun replied, then led Zhao Mubai onward into the depths of darkness. The black eye in his palm constantly scanned back and forth, attempting to locate the demonic figure. The next moment, from within the darkness, came the sound of earth churning. Su Chun and the others quickly halted, vaguely seeing in the darkness rotting, decayed corpses crawling out and heading toward them. The rotting corpses emitted a foul stench. Now their cold eyes fixed on Su Chun and the living, immediately rushing forward in maddening packs to attack. "Fight our way out together," Su Chun commanded, leading everyone in a frenzied assault. Along the way, the black eye in his palm also spotted the Blood Lotus sect demons secretly controlling everything. Under Su Chun's lead, they slew corpse after corpse and successfully exterminated the demon. Along the way, Zhao Yu and that man attempted to attack Su Chun, but ended up being slain by him. No matter how Fu Changchun tried to stop him, Su Chun showed no mercy. After all this, Su Chun and the others arrived at the imperial capital. They underwent the examination of the demon. After joining the Demon Suppression Bureau, Su Chun frenziedly slew all kinds of Blood Lotus sect demons, continuously acquiring various powerful abilities, and his strength grew rapidly. After raising his cultivation to an extremely high level, he completely destroyed the Tian sect that had once expelled him from the mountain. The former Qin Yan was also killed by his own hand. As Su Chun had said, Qin Yan's life was saved by him back then, and he would take that life back. Qin Yue, who had joined the Shengxian Academy, flew into a rage upon learning that the Tian sect had been destroyed by Su Chun, and that her grandfather had also been killed by him. She immediately returned from the Shengxian Academy to the Dian dynasty, vowing to eliminate Su Chun. Moreover, she brought back many top-tier experts from the academy, intending to join forces to slay Su Chun. But in the end, everyone died at Su Chun's hands. No one could withstand Su Chun's terror and might. At this time, Su Chun wielded immense influence in the Dian Empire. Leading his own Wuqing Su family, he gradually developed and expanded until they became the strongest clan within the empire. His influence was so great that even the imperial court grew wary. They secretly sent people to eliminate Su Chun, but the court's conspiracy was crushed by Su Chun. The rise of the Su family was unstoppable. After over a decade of conflict and struggle, the imperial court was completely eradicated by the Su family, and the sovereignty of the Dian dynasty was thoroughly seized by them. After stabilizing the internal situation, Su Chun thoroughly eradicated the Blood Lotus sect that had been causing trouble in the shadows. From the sect, he learned some secrets about the Dsu. It turned out that Dsu did not originate from this continent, but from the extraterrestrial starry sky. Out there were countless races. The many eerie phenomena within Dsu were among the myriad races of the extraterrestrial starry sky. Through the narration of the red-clad woman, Su Chun learned of the terror and might of those races. The humble human race was among the weakest of the myriad extraterrestrial races. Once any extraterrestrial race learned of the existence of this world, inevitably more powerful races would come to invade. Then it would not be a simple matter of eerie invasion. to guard against future crises, to protect the achievements of the Su family and the safety of humanity. Su Chun allied with the various dynasties to establish the War God Pavilion, rallying all the top experts on this continent. His only purpose was to cultivate more and stronger cultivators to guard against future covetousness and invasion by extraterrestrial races. At the same time, with the help of the red-clad woman, Su Chen's cultivation level also soared. One day, a powerful being from an extraterrestrial race descended upon this world. The being's terror overwhelmed the various clans and sects, and even many dynasties fell to this extraterrestrial powerhouse. In the end, it was Su Chun leading the many top experts of the War God Pavilion who joined forces to slay this powerful being from the extraterrestrial starry sky. From then on, the War God Pavilion under Su Chen's leadership engaged in its first confrontation with the extraterrestrial races. At the same time, to make humanity stronger and acquire more resources, Su Chen also led the entire War God Pavilion to constantly travel through the extraterrestrial starry sky, battling various extraterrestrial races madly, seizing all kinds of cultivation resources, and helping human experts grow ever stronger. Meanwhile, his own cultivation strength also increased wildly through one battle after another. Before he knew it, Su Chen's cultivation had reached the top tier among all extraterrestrial races. He was honored by the world as the king of 10,000 races. The abilities of his heavenly Tao sacred body were also continuously developed and strengthened through these battles. The red-clad woman in the Dark Palace saw that Su Chun had grown to the level she recognized. She told Su Chun everything, the origin of the Dark Palace and how she had been betrayed by her former subordinates. Through their constant companionship, Su Chun and the red-clad woman had developed a deep bond. To help the red-clad woman reclaim everything that once belonged to her, he then led the myriad races and ascended directly to the peak of heaven, where he encountered its rulers, the Celestial Clan. The abilities of the Celestial Clan were extremely formidable. In the first clash, the myriad races of the lower realm under Su Chen's command suffered unprecedented heavy losses, with many experts slain. In that battle, Su Chen himself nearly perished. Fortunately, with the help of the red-clad woman, he survived. To enable Su Chun to better deal with the Celestial Clan, the red-clad woman took him to engage in focused cultivation at the peak of heaven. She taught him how to use celestial arts and celestial power. She also made him completely merge with the Dark Palace, unlocking the ultimate power of the 10,000 realms pill within him. After all preparations were complete, Su Chen once again engaged in great war with the Celestial Clan. His strength, having soared rapidly, was no longer something the celestial experts could easily withstand. After a series of great battles, the Celestial Clan faced annihilation. Even the Celestial King fell at Su Chen's hands. Thus the Celestial Clan was utterly extinguished. Su Chun became the new ruler of the peak of heaven, and the red-clad woman, relying on him, reclaimed everything that had once belonged to her. Those Celestial Clan members who had wronged her were all dealt with accordingly. Having become the strongest across all realms, and even the peak of heaven, Su Chun looked around and found no rival in the world. In the end, he chose to retire among the myriad realms, taking the red-clad woman and his loved ones to find a land of bliss where they lived together in peace and happiness. The end.